Jiang Ran hadn't even changed his clothes and still had dirt on him. He washed his hands and looked at her hand. Wang Yanyan instinctively pulled her hand back, but it was too late. The man looked serious. If you can't learn, then don't do it. We're not poor. If we can't buy it, my mother can make it. Wang Yanyan thought to herself, Jiang Ran really is a filial son. She curled her hand back, saying, I think I can still save it. But compared to Jiang Ran, she naturally couldn't match his strength. She accidentally pricked her finger, deliberately stabbing her left index finger. On her smooth hand, you could faintly see 4 or 5 tiny needle marks. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's normal to get pricked when you're just starting. I wasn't sincere enough in my love letter. I want to show you with actions that I really like you. Her voice was soft, and Jiang Ran felt like something hit his heart. Others said his wife was lazy, but he had good eyes. She cooked well, earned money, was clean, and took care of things at home when he couldn't. There was no need for her to write love letters to prove her love. Those letters only showed that she might not have been very perceptive before. Jiang Ran looked at her. No need to prove it with actions like that. You can prove it in other ways. Wang Yanyan hesitated. Which other ways do you mean? Jiang Ran's eyes deepened, and his voice lowered slightly. What do you think? Wang Yanyan swallowed nervously and whispered, all right then. She wasn't the one tired, and she wasn't losing out. After dinner that night, Wang Yanyan took action to prove her true love for Jiang Ran. But the cost was a bit heavy. Not to mention making clothes. Even in the morning, Jiang Ran helped her put on her clothes. Wang Lu's family was planning to build a new brick house, and the matchmakers from 10 miles around were busy. The eligible girls were all being introduced. Nowadays, rural matchmaking mostly happened in the evening. 2 young people might meet, say a few words, and then get married. Half a month passed, and Wang Lu hadn't chosen anyone. The villagers' comments about him being picky grew louder. Wang Yanyan heard quite a few of these complaints. Today, she just went out to give fabric to her third sister-in-law for making clothes when she was stopped by someone shortly after leaving. My niece is very good. She is skilled at managing household chores and has a quiet personality. Jingjing, Jiang Ran, and Wang Lu are good friends. Your families will soon be neighbors. Please ask him why he doesn't like my niece. I want her to change. Nuanian vaguely remembers that the person speaking is Zhang Jing. When Zhou Mingxia and Xuanzi were secretly meeting on the back mountain, Zhang Jing and Aunt Wang were the first to find out. Thinking about finding a reason to avoid this matter, another voice came. You can stop now. Your niece almost caused the cows in Liuhua village to fly away last time. She's so gentle. Nuanian, don't believe her. Help me ask what kind of person Wang Lu likes. I have a niece who is tall and white. He'll definitely like her at first sight. Nuanian was a bit confused. Building a house made Wang Lu suddenly so popular? Thinking further, in Dahuang village, not many have big blue brick houses. The village chief's family has one, Secretary Lin's family has one, and some are part of the Jiang family's inheritance, later given to others. But no matter who they are, now in the countryside, brothers and sisters live together in big families. Wang Lu is different. Wang Lu's wife announced that they don't live with their son. She lives with her mother-in-law in the old yard. The 3-room blue brick house is very spacious. Since ancient times, everyone has paid special attention to houses when getting married. Nuanian thought about it and understood, but she didn't plan to get involved. Aunties, instead of asking me, you should ask Wang Lu's wife what kind of girl she likes. If you introduce someone based on her preferences, there will be someone suitable. I'm about to have a baby and still don't have clothes. I'll ask third sister-in-law to make clothes for the baby. Let's talk again another day. Nuanian quickly found an excuse to leave. When she met Wang Fengxia, she realized she had missed something. Wang Lu's popularity isn't just because of building houses. There's also a rumor. The blue brick house was built quickly, which shows the family is rich. It is said that his father died, and the government gave a large pension. Wang's only child is Wang Lu, so everyone is eager to introduce him to girls. Wang Fengxia and sister Wan are making clothes. Nuanian sat on the bed with Huzi, Tianyou, and Gooden, telling stories. Recently, Zhang Laoda and Zhang Laoi's children often came to play. Everyone understood what it meant, but since they are adults now, they don't argue with the kids. Plus, these children are not as annoying as adults, and they play well together. Kids can't stay inside all the time. Especially Gooden and the others at their age. They gather and plan to roast sweet potatoes. After they went out, Jiangwan said, "My health has improved recently. The factory's fake shutdown is over, and I plan to go to the county town to work tomorrow. It's hard to find peace here." Jiangwan looked a little worried. Since her divorce, Jiangwan had a job in the city. Many people came to matchmake her, elderly widowers, and those who had lost their wives and had several children. Even though Wang Yanyan had announced that Zhou Ling was the problem, many still doubted Jiangwan's ability to have children. She looked good, had a job, and was wealthy, so it seemed strange she wouldn't have her own children and take care of the ones she already had. Some even advised Jiangwan not to raise sweet girl and dog egg. Almost every day, someone came to visit. Wang Yanyan found it annoying, not to mention Jiangwan herself. Wang Fengxia glanced at Wang Yanyan and smiled, saying, "Mother still worries that sister Wan doesn't want to remarry, so she asked me to help persuade her." Jiangwan had just come out of an unhappy marriage and sighed, "I think it's better for me to go back to work." So she went to work early and came home late. Wang Fengxia stayed at home taking care of the children and making things. Many villagers also went to help Wang Lu's family. Jiang Ran was helping there too, so she suddenly felt bored and restless. Jiang Ran clearly noticed her boredom. That night, while taking a shower and getting ready for bed, Jiang Ran listened to her belly for a while, hearing the baby's sounds. He gently stroked her long hair and said, "Wang Lu's house is almost finished. I won't go there tomorrow. Let's go to the county town." Wang Yanyan was naturally happy. "Perfect, I need to visit Zhang Ping at the clothing factory." The reason for visiting Zhang Ping was simple. Her contacts were broader, and she wanted to ask her to introduce someone. She was also hoping to make more soap. Early the next morning, the two went to the county town. They also checked the vegetable garden, picked a small bag of vegetables, enough for 2 meals. They still had some homemade sausages, and Wang Yanyan took a few as gifts. They rode together, with Wang Yanyan bundled up tightly, holding Jiang Ran's waist. The northern winter was especially bleak, with everything covered in gray. Early in the morning, the roads were almost empty, making any passers-by very noticeable. While looking around, Wang Yanyan thought she saw a familiar figure. Just as she was about to speak to Jiang Ran, a few young people suddenly rushed out from the woods by the roadside. Jiang Ran. As soon as Wang Yanyan called out, Jiang Ran stopped his bike and set her down. "Stay here and don't move. The person ahead is Sister Wan. I'll go check." Sister Wan walks this road too and from work every day. The people ahead seem to be heading straight for her. She is pregnant and can't go up to help now. "Go ahead, I won't move around." Jiang Ran quickly rides past, looking in her direction. A few troublemakers have surrounded Sister Wan's bicycle. Jiang Ran is not far from her, but not close either. Yuan Yinyan watches from afar and takes a deep breath. Just as they are about to force Sister Wan to leave, a bicycle suddenly rushes out from nearby and crashes into the troublemakers. The bicycle is thrown aside, and Jiang Wan is about to leave. Jiang Ran quickly arrives. Suddenly, the troublemakers are fighting. Yuan Yanyan can vaguely see 3 men involved. Jiang Ran, the man on the bike, and Sister Wan, 2 men and 1 woman. Sister Wan is weak, so they should have the advantage. But from afar, it looks like they're holding their own. Yuan Yanyan slowly walks over. She sees the troublemakers are beaten up and almost run away in fear. Jiang Ran and the other man want to chase them, but Yuan Yanyan shouts, "Jiang Ran, stop chasing. They are just small troublemakers. If they are from the nearby village, the villagers tend to support their own. The 2 men might not benefit from chasing them." Hearing her, Jiang Ran stops. Yuan Yanyan looks at Jiang Wan. "Are you okay?" Jiang Wan shakes her head. "I'm fine, just startled." Just then, Jiang Ran and the other man come back. Yuan Yanyan looks at him. It's obvious he is the same man who helped fetch water and chop wood at her house last time. She raises an eyebrow at Jiangwan.
Jeanne Rouennais face flush.
The man who came over also looks a bit uncomfortable, blushing as well. Yuan Yinyan finds this quite interesting, and a small smile appears on her lips. Sister Wan, you should thank him. Jiangwan meets her teasing gaze and pretends to stay calm. Thank you very much today. The man replies, it's nothing. Suddenly, everyone falls silent again. Yuan Yinyan says, really, it's thanks to you. Comradely, if it weren't for you, Jiang Ran would have arrived late, and the consequences could have been serious. Why are you here by chance? Jiang Ran knows her intentions. Her words are all a setup for the last sentence.
Li Feng cours legally.
Just passing by. On a cold morning, just after dawn, with the north wind blowing, someone with a house in the city appearing on the road to the county, just passing through, sounds unlikely. The credibility of this story is very low. Jiang Wan quickly said to prevent Wan Yinyan from saying anything embarrassing or heart-fluttering, we're running late for work. Let's go. She hurriedly rode her bicycle. Wan Yinyan saw this and smiled, looking at Jiang Ran. Let's go too. The four of them, 3 bikes, headed towards the county town. Jiang Ran was originally riding alongside Jiang Wan, but Wan Yinyan tugged her back. Slow down. Let's not be the third wheel. She whispered softly. Jiang Ran helplessly slowed down. Wan Yinyan leaned on her bike, watching Jiang Wan and Li Feng. If Li Feng's personality was better, they might be a good match. But Jiang Wan isn't planning to marry anytime soon, so there's still a long way to go. Jiang Wan and Li Feng went to work at the clothing factory. It was exactly the start of their work hours. Since what Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran did wasn't very legitimate, they didn't go during busy times. Since it was still early, they first went to the grocery store. That morning, the meat and eggs were fresh. Their homemade sausages, which they shared with others, were running out of meat. Wan Yinyan bought 2 jin of meat, a fish, and some tofu. Thinking of buying eggs, but carrying them was inconvenient, so she decided to find Lu Guangming to buy some suitable ones. Before leaving, she saw Mi Sandao and bought another jin to give to the elderly lady at home. Mi Sandao, sugar dumplings, egg cakes, and sakama are some of the few snacks sold in the county town. After shopping at the grocery store, it was already past 9. The things Jiang Ran and she bought wouldn't be easy to carry to the factory, so they first went to the black market. They found Lu Guangming, who was selling at a stall, and left their purchases with him. Are there still eggs at home? Lu Guangming said, of course, Nyanyan. I've been saving the ones I collected these past few days for you. Jiang Ran added nearby, if you want a few more chickens, or if there's lamb meat left, I want 10 jin of lamb chops. Before the new year, I sold quite a bit to the factory, so there aren't many chickens left, and the lamb is limited. I'll ask around. If someone is selling, I'll save some for you. Lamb chops are delicious whether stewed or roasted. Maybe because of the cold weather, Wan Yinyan has fallen in love with this dish this winter. 10 jin of lamb chops, she and Jiang Ran could eat 2 or 3 jin each time, lasting for a while. Lu Guangming looked around and, seeing no one paying attention, lowered his voice to ask, are there any rabbits for sale at those factories? Some people in our village raise a few rabbit warrens. Those things reproduce too quickly. We have quite a few at home now. Most factories need meat, so they usually buy whatever is available. Jiang Ran said, I'll ask around and see how much you sold this year. We won't take any money. Even after Wan Yinyan became pregnant, Lu Guangming and Jiang Ran had many interactions. He still instinctively looked at her. Wan Yinyan nodded and said he means what we both agree on. She and Jiang Ran had discussed this. They were just helping to connect people. They had already received a lot of money before the new year. The tasks of collecting eggs, chickens, ducks, and pigs were always done by Lu Guangming and others from the same village. They didn't do much work, and taking this money for a long time wasn't good. Don't tell you this yet. Please watch this for me first. We're going to the clothing factory. Lu Guangming wanted to say more, but Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran had already stood up and left. He just got up. Boss, I want a block of goat milk soap. Lu Guangming had no choice but to greet the customer first. Carrying a bag of vegetables and cured meat, she went to the clothing factory. Since she arrived after the busiest work hours, the security guard let them in when they saw her. When they arrived, Zhang Ping was talking to someone in the office. After a few words, she asked them to come in. Come in quickly. She warmly welcomed Wan Yinyan. As soon as they entered, she closed the door behind them. Wan Yinyan took out some vegetables and cured sausage. My sister-in-law's work is thanks to Director Zhang. It's all homemade. When I go back, I'll make it for the kids. Her words made it hard for anyone to refuse. Zhang Ping smiled and accepted it. Thanks to you too, we had a good year. When mentioning Jiang Wan, Zhang Ping lowered her voice. Do you know? Zhou Ling married someone else again. Wan Yinyan truly didn't know this. She hadn't come to the county town often since she was pregnant. Wan Yinyan said, I don't know if there's a problem at the factory, like infertility? And someone married him? Seeing her, Zhang Ping's expression became a bit interesting. Nobody in the factory married him anymore. I heard she married someone from the village. Halfway through, Zhang Ping remembered that Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran were also from the same village. She was worried she might mind and explained, girls from the village who marry into the city have to buy their food, and their children follow their mother's household registration. Marrying in this way increases the family burden. Most people prefer to find jobs in the city. Wan Yinyan understood this and nodded. The girl is plain-looking, but the bride price is quite high. Her mother is waiting to get the money to marry her son. It's been delayed until now. She's already 26. She just happened to meet Zhou Ling. The city is so small, his reputation is bad. He's remarried, and no one would marry their daughter to him. So, she had to find someone from the village, and they ended up together. That Zhou family, they say their son is fine, but it's actually you who are falsely accusing him. Zhang Ping lowered her voice and looked a bit teasing. Everyone is just watching to see if his wife can get pregnant, but so far, there's no sign of anything happening. Wan Yinyan smiled and thought about Jiang Wan's recent troubles. Coming back and forth in the cold winter isn't easy. She also couldn't keep asking someone to her to work every day. Director Zhang, do you have staff dormitories? My sister-in-law finds it hard to commute, especially today when she ran into some trouble on the road. If Jiang Ran and I hadn't come to the county town, things might have gone badly. She didn't mention Li Feng's situation yet, as it was still early and everyone was being cautious. Rumors about Jiang Wan and Li Feng wouldn't be good for either of them. Hearing this, Zhang Ping looked a bit uncomfortable. I can help with other things, but I really can't do much about this. The houses in the family compound are already assigned. Many are allocated to parents working here. Now, the clothing factory has many young people waiting to get married or already married. They get priority for housing. Jiang Wan's situation probably won't be settled anytime soon. Zhang Ping was speaking the truth. Although many people in the county town have jobs, not everything is perfect. Families squeeze into small rooms. Newlyweds might not even have their own separate space, just a curtain dividing the bed. That's quite common. She suddenly thought of something. Factories often hold social events. When the time comes, I'll take your sister-in-law along. If not, we'll pick a good one and get her married. Wan Yinyan smiled and said, You should ask my sister-in-law what she thinks. Her last marriage was unhappy, and she's still not over it. They chatted a bit about Jiang Wan's situation. Gossip often helps people feel closer quickly. Plus, with Lu Guangming's side also involved with rabbits, Wan Yinyan mentioned that too. Since the factory hasn't served meat since the new year, and rabbit meat is good, Zhang Ping naturally wanted some. Wan Yinyan smiled. I thought of you first when I heard about it. Zhang Ping felt grateful for their good relationship, and naturally, Wan Yinyan brought up the main reason for her visit today. She looked at Wan Yinyan in surprise. You want to send soap to the city? Wan Yinyan smiled happily. The factory provides employee benefits. I trust my soap. It's better than most on the market. If I can sell more, that's good. The baby is about to be born, and I want him or her to have a better life. Zhang Ping, who also has children, understood her feelings well. She has also used many soaps brought by Wan Yinyan, including goat milk, porcelain, and ground ivy, each with different effects, moisturizing, antibacterial, and itch-relieving. Even the simplest soap given out by the factory is more refined than usual. Not only do the factory workers respond well to it, but her children also prefer this kind, and they don't need to be urged to take baths in summer. Zhang Ping has seen many people in this position. She always feels that these young couple are not ordinary. She thinks about how, in winter, they grow vegetables and make soap. What ordinary villagers could do that? If she helps them out, her own life will be easier. She always believes she won't be at a disadvantage, especially since they have meat and are still thinking of her. Zhang Ping didn't refuse outright. When I go to the city, I'll ask around for you. Her words meant she agreed to introduce them. Wan Yinyan thanked Zhang Ping and then left the clothing factory. When she left, workers were gradually finishing their shifts and going to eat. As Wan Yinyan exited, she saw a tall woman with 2 braids and dark skin standing at the factory gate. She didn't pay much attention at first, just overheard someone nearby mention Zhou Ling based on what Zhang Ping just said. She guessed this woman was probably Zhou Ling's new wife. The woman was tall and not particularly beautiful, but decent-looking. In Wan Yinyan's view, she was more than suitable for Zhou Ling. She and Jiang Rand quickly left the factory. When they reached the market, many people were shopping and selling goods. Wan Yinyan took out 2 cotton masks from her pocket, one for Jiang Ran and one for herself, and wrapped herself up tightly with a scarf and hat. They wandered around the market for a while. Unexpectedly, she ran into Lin Jingxin and Song Siming, who were bargaining with a rice seller. When Wan Yinyan saw them, they were haggling over the price. Their area mainly produces wheat, sweet potatoes, sorghum, and potatoes, not rice. Usually, rice on the black market costs much more than wheat flour, especially this year when food is scarce. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, step aside and don't block my business, Lin Jingxin said with a bad expression. Song Siming, standing nearby, also blushed a little. He had never been spoken to like that before. Let's go, Jingxin. I don't really want to buy any more, he said. Hearing this, Lin Jingxin felt a bit upset. Thinking about how Song Siming had been assigned chores at home these days, with calluses forming on his hands from writing, she felt a little pity for him. Of course we want it. Give me 10 Jin.
Don't look down on us, she said.
Lin Jingxin's voice was loud enough for Wan Yinyan to hear. Her mouth twitched behind her mask, and she reasonably suspected that the original owner's love-struck mind had shifted onto Lin Jingxin. When they saw Lin Jingxin, it was clear that she and Song Si had noticed them. Wan Yinyan asked Lu Guangming for something and was about to leave. Lu Guangming lowered his voice. Sister Nian, you and Brother Ran wait for me at the state-run restaurant. I have something to discuss with you. I'll come find you after I finish selling. He looked secretive and a bit excited, which made Wan Yinyan curious. She agreed and went to the state-run restaurant with Jiang Ran. Everyone at the restaurant knew Jiang Ran and Wan Yinyan. They often came to eat there. Although she was curious about their family, she still asked, "Would you like some freshly fried small fish?" The menu at the restaurant changed daily. When Wan Yinyan was pregnant, she couldn't stand the fishy smell, but now she was fine. Yes, I'll have a portion. She ordered a few more dishes and also asked the waiter to prepare an extra portion of pork and leek dumplings for Lu Guangming, telling him to wait a bit before eating. Just as she and Jiang Ran were about to finish eating, Lu Guangming rushed into the restaurant. Seeing this, Wan Yinyan asked the waiter to serve his portion of pork and leek dumplings and also handed him a bowl of water. Lu Guangming ran all the way here, panting and exhausted. He took the bowl and drank. After finishing the water, he noticed Jiang Ran sitting beside Wan Yinyan giving him a stern look. Having dealt with Jiang Ran a few times, Lu Guangming understood how much Jiang Ran cared about his wife. But he had only drunk a bowl of water that Wan Yinyan poured, so it should be fine, right? Lu Guangming couldn't figure it out right away, but luckily Wan Yinyan spoke first. What do you want to talk to me about? When it came to serious matters, Lu Guangming looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. He sat down and lowered his voice. Sister Nian, do you still have a lot of goat milk soap? There's a very beautiful woman who wants some, and she wants a lot. She doesn't have her accent. Asked around subtly, and it seems she's from Beicheng. Wan Yinyan was surprised. Traveling around these days was not easy. She was fine going to the county town, no need for accommodations or introduction letters. But if she went out of the county into the city, she would need an introduction letter everywhere. Although they were all from the north, traveling from Beijing to here was usually for rural work or official business, unless they were young people sent to the countryside. Wang Yanyan asked, "Yes, I do have some. Do you know how many she wants?" Lu Guangming raised. "It can't be 2 pieces, he already has some. 20 pieces?" Lu Guangming lowered his voice. "No, 200 pieces." Hearing this number, he took a deep breath, clearly realizing that dealing with such a big client was not easy. North City is in the north, and he originally came from there to the countryside. It's a bit drier than here. In winter, goat milk soap for bathing and washing is more nourishing than other types. Selling 200 pieces was definitely a good deal. Wang Yinyan usually makes some soap, but her family really doesn't have 200 pieces of goat milk soap. Most of the sheep in the village are not lactating much, and the sheep herders like Tian Yo and Go Dan only send her enough to make a few pieces. Winter frozen goat milk makes the soap even better, Wang Yinyan thought. Before it gets warmer, she really needs to find more goat milk. "Our family only has about 100 pieces, she said. "That's not enough. Do your villages sheep produce milk? If so, you can sell me some." Lu Guangming was a bit disappointed to hear she didn't have that much goat milk soap, but when he heard she needed goat milk, he said, "Yes, a few families in our village raise sheep. I'll go ask around." Just as he was speaking, he saw the waiter approaching and stopped talking. The waiter brought a big bowl of dumplings. After she left, Lu Guangming continued, "So I'll go back and tell her there's 100 pieces?" Wang Yanyan nodded. She prices her goat milk soap by the piece. After paying Lu Guangming, she can still make a good profit. She hadn't heard any news from Zhang Ping, but unexpectedly, good things happened on Lu Guangming's side first. Money was coming in and Wang Yanyan was quite happy. Lu Guangming quickly ate a bowl of dumplings and asked the waiter for a bowl of dumpling soup to drink. He then took out a small notebook, recording how much soap he sold and what types, finally giving the money to Wang Yanyan. A month before the new year, she received about 100 yuan, but after the new year, many families had just bought new things, and they were still saving. They hadn't used it all yet. This month, she only received a little over 60 yuan. It was less than before, but for this time period, it was still a lot. After parting from Lu Guangming, Wang Yanyan looked at Jiang Ran. "Our palm oil and coconut oil are running low. This is basic. Let's go buy some to bring back," she said. Jiang Ran looked at her belly. Wang Yanyan's belly was almost 5 months along. She was wearing a thick winter coat, which made her look heavy, but even so, the curve of her belly was visible. "This might attract too much attention if I buy too many things to take home, which isn't convenient. I'll wait until another day when I go in the evening. By the time I come back, it will be dark and no one will see me." Ren Yanyan thought this was better. She looked at her watch. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The small troublemakers who stopped Sister Wan this morning probably already figured out her routine. "Let's wait until Sister Wan finishes work, then go home together. It's still early, so I might go buy some fabric to make clothes for the baby inside me. The baby will be born in a few months, and I haven't prepared anything yet." Thinking about her sewing skills, Ren Yanyan was worried Jiang Ran might laugh at her, so she added, "I gave third sister-in-law some money to help make clothes." Jiang Ran's lips curved slightly, and he patted her head. "Anyone can do it. Just don't do it yourself." Ren Yanyan huffed. "Jiang Ran, you're looking down on me." He patted the bicycle seat and said, "Get on." Ren Yanyan poked at him from behind, and Jiang Ran chuckled softly.
"I'm worried about you," he said.
Hearing this, Ren Yanyan felt very happy inside. They bought some fabric and watched a movie. It was almost time for Jiang Wan to finish work, so they headed to the clothing factory entrance. When they arrived, the woman who married Zhou Lingxin, whom they saw at noon, was still at the factory gate. She was tall but looked a bit shy and lacked confidence standing there. The factory hadn't finished work yet. Ren Yanyan and Jiang Ran knew the security guard and went straight to the guardroom to wait. Inside, it was warmer than outside with the cold wind. Jiang Ran took out a cigarette and handed it to the guard. The guard smiled, his eyes wrinkling with the smile. Among the people at the factory, these two were the most considerate. The man always brought cigarettes, usually big front doors, even though he didn't like to smoke himself. The woman either left a candy for him to pass the time or said it was for the baby. The security guard couldn't refuse. He took the cigarette but didn't want to smoke it, so he tucked it behind his ear, planning to show off to his old friends later. Ren Yin looked outside and asked, "It's so cold today. What has she been doing outside all this time?" The guard didn't know the relationship between Jiang Wan, Ren Yin, and Jiang Ran. He smiled and said, "Who knows? Every day, she comes to pick up her man after work. He's remarried. His ex-wife also works here. Maybe he's afraid they'll get back together. Or maybe he's just trying to annoy his ex-wife." As they spoke, the factory workers started leaving one after another. The woman also stood at the side of the factory gate, waiting. The old man was right. Zhou Ling keeps making the new wife come over every day just for Jiang Wan to see. If she throws a fit and demands a divorce, so what? He doesn't lack women, and this woman is even more obedient than Jiang Wan. Zhou Ling, feeling proud, wanted to say a few words when he saw Jiang Wan, but she ignored him. Feeling embarrassed, Zhou Ling quickly walked away, thinking to himself, "Wan, you don't have a house in the town now, and it's so inconvenient to go back and forth. If you regret it, I'll divorce her, and we can still get married. Then you can live the happy life you used to." Halfway through his words, Zhou Ling's voice suddenly stopped when he saw two people standing ahead. Zhou Ling was so afraid that Jiang Ran was deeply ingrained in his mind that his face turned pale. He lowered his head and hurried away, wishing he had 8 legs to run faster. He kept walking past the entrance. A tall woman called out to him, but Zhou Ling didn't notice. Jiang Wan also didn't expect to see Jiang Ran and Wan Yin here. Yin said she'll go back with you after work, Jiang Ran said. Jiang Wan looked at Wan Yin and smiled. "No problem, sister-in-law. You're thoughtful." Wan Yin looked back and saw Li Feng not far behind Jiang Wan. The distance between them was about 3 or 4 meters. If it weren't for Li Feng occasionally glancing at Jiang Wan, no one would notice. She looked at Li Feng and Jiang Wan and smiled. "It seems I've done a good deed that backfired." Jiang Wan looked in her direction and, noticing Li Feng, blushed. "Don't say nonsense.
Let's go home now."
They rode away from the clothing factory. Wan Yin sat behind Jiang Ran, looked back twice, and saw a figure following behind until they left the town. That figure gradually stopped. Li Feng looked quite steady. With Jiang Ran and Jiang Wan returning together, nothing happened during the trip. However, the situation on the road was already problematic. Jiang Wan going to work like this was no longer appropriate. That evening, Jiang Ran went to Jiang's house. Wan Yin asked him to bring some honey cakes and egg cakes she bought for the elderly lady. When he returned, he poured her foot soak water and gently pressed her tender feet into warm water. Today, Wan Yin had been quite active, and due to her pregnancy, her calves were a bit swollen. Jiang Ran pressed her feet lightly and gently, his calloused hands rubbing her feet. It felt comfortable and a little itchy. Wan Yin yawned. "Did you ask Sister Wan about that matter?" Jiang Ran replied softly. "My dad said he borrowed a village donkey cart this morning to pick up and drop off Sister Wan for work." Nian closed her eyes comfortably. This isn't a long-term solution. It's better to rent a house in the city. But now, who dares to rent a house? Only the brave, and even their own family doesn't have enough space. I think Li Feng is quite interested in Sister Wan. Maybe we can get along. If he's okay with the presence of Sweet Girl and Dog Egg, then he's not a bad person. It would be good if we could become a family. Jiang Ran took a cloth and wiped her feet. "Stop thinking about others, little one. Time to sleep." Nian rolled onto the heated Kong bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Nian saw Jiang Ran busy in the greenhouse behind. Bored, she took the fabric she bought yesterday to find Wang Fingxia. Passing by the youth commune, she met Su Yao and Zhou Weihong carrying things out. Before she could speak, Su Yao happily said, Nian, I'm going back to the city." Nian was surprised. "Is there a policy for returning to the city now?" She quickly realized, "Did you take leave to visit your family?" "Yes, I've been down here for 3 years and haven't gone back. The team leader approved my leave this time." Apparently, Su Yao wasn't the only one returning to the city. Several others from the youth commune were carrying large bags, all smiling happily about going back. Su Yao said if you weren't pregnant, you could also ask for leave and go back. Why did you marry in the village? Nian Nian looked at Zhou Weihong and others, smiling. Safe travels. Then she left first. Su Yao, behind her, was annoyed. Zhou Weihong, do you think she looks down on me? No, I think Nian Nian is pretty good. Don't speak to her with a prickly tone. Nian Nian returned to Wang Fingxia, gave her the fabric, explained what to do, and left some money. Wang Fingxia saw the money and wanted to refuse, but Nian Nian said, if you don't want the money, I'll take the fabric and make it myself. Wang Fingxia paused, a slight smile on her face. Nian Nian handed her the fabric, sat for a while, then was about to go home when she met Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui, also pregnant, looked at Nian Nian's belly. Sister-in-law, your baby is a girl, right? Your belly is round. I think I'm having a boy again. Look at how pointed my belly is. Sigh, I don't want a boy anymore, Zhang Hui said with a proud look on her face. Wan Yinyin doesn't care whether she is carrying a boy or a girl inside her stomach. Both are her and Jiang Ran's children. She is even less concerned about what others' children are like, as long as they don't provoke her. She immediately smiled at Zhang Hui and said, not wanting it is normal. We have many boys at home, so it's not valuable.
Zanuyes face instant Stephen.
After speaking, she left angrily to complain to Su Lan. Yesterday, Jiang Ran brought some honeyed snacks and Su Lan also ate a few pieces. Listening to Zhang Hui's nagging, she showed no expression. Zhang Hui grew more angry. Mother, the baby in my belly is Zhang's grandson, meant to carry on the family line. He's better than a worthless girl. How can the second sister-in-law talk like that? Su Lan was sewing a torn shirt with a needle and thread, without looking up, and said, what she said isn't wrong. Once there are too many, they become less valuable. Grandsons and granddaughters are the same to me. Don't go bother her first. Nian isn't someone who doesn't understand things. Go back to your room. I'm cold here, Zhang Hui stomped angrily. Does that mean Nian isn't someone who doesn't understand? When Wan Nian returned home, she passed by Secretary Lin's house. Just as she was about to go in, suddenly a dark shadow flew over. In the next moment, someone pulled her aside, steadying her. She looked up and saw the person holding her arm. Lin Geng looked into her eyes and blushed. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I was just afraid I might hit you. It was Lin Jingxin's third brother, who had harbored some feelings for the original owner. Wan Yanyan said, can you let go now? Lin Geng hurriedly released her. Wan Yanyan glanced at the nearby cotton shoes. It was the dark shadow that had just flown over. She looked at Lin Geng and said, thank you. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a string of curses from inside Lin's house. Shameless. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Heartless creature, worse than a pig. He wants our family to die. Several voices drifted out from inside. Since it was their own family trouble, Lin Geng didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Nian. He cleared his throat and said, something else might fly over later. I'll take you back. Nian was curious about the gossip, but she didn't understand Lin Geng's complicated feelings. She thought she was being chased away and coughed. It's okay. I'll go by myself. She had only taken a few steps when another dark shadow flew over. This time, she was prepared and quickly dodged. Looking down, she saw another cotton shoe. In this cold weather, 2 shoes had been thrown, and she wondered if the person who lost the shoes inside was cold. Let's go, I'll take you. In a place where conflicts happen, it's not suitable for gossip. Wan Yanyan looked at Lin Geng and asked, what's going on? Not long after the new year, and you're already arguing? Wan Yanyan still wanted to get some gossip from Lin Geng, but before he could answer, she heard a familiar voice. Nian, come here. She turned around and saw Jiang Ran's eyes. He looked angry, which made her feel a little guilty for no reason. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why feel guilty? My husband is here, I'll go now. No need to see me off. Wan Yanyan said, and ran to find Jiang Ran. Seeing her run, Jiang Ran felt a bit panicked. He forgot to be angry and quickly came over to hold her. He frowned and said, "Why are you running? What if you fall?" "It's okay, with you here, you won't let me fall." Wang Yinyan smiled sweetly. "I want to hold your hand and go back early." Sweet words, like honey-coated projectiles. Jiang Ran knew she was just joking, but his anger was instantly cooled by her words. Thinking about how she had just walked beside Lin Geng, she softly asked, "Why did you come together with him?" "Jiang Ran, are you jealous?" Wang Yanyan looked at him with bright eyes. "Yes, he was interested in you before." Jiang Ran, being a man, sometimes heard people discussing the girls in the village when working in the fields. Some villagers said that when Wang Yanyan first went to the countryside, Lin Geng said he wanted to pursue her. His father was the village secretary, and their family was well off, so he had the means. But after a few days, everyone knew that Wang Yanyan went to the countryside for true love, chasing Song Siming. "I just want to see my third sister-in-law." When I passed by Lin Geng's house, a shoe flew over. He pulled me back, or else that shoe would have hit my head. Someone was arguing at his house, and it was pretty intense. I just wanted to hear some gossip. Life in the village was very boring, no computers, no phones, and hardly any books. Not only is gossip a human instinct, but even people who dislike gossip can't resist in such an environment. Wang Yanyan chuckled and said, "I thought you wouldn't ask and would just be jealous in your heart," sulking. "All right, Brother Ran, you're making progress," she teased. Hearing her teasing, Jiang Ran clenched her small hand with his big palm and pulled her forward. Lin Geng had already frozen in place, watching the backs of Wang Yanyan and Jiang Ran. His feelings were complicated. She used to like Song Siming, but he didn't have a chance. He had planned to confess after Lin Jingxin and Song Siming got married. Before they could get married, Wang Yanyan and Jiang Ran registered their marriage. There was no wedding, nothing else. If it were him, he would never let her feel so wronged. But her eyes didn't hold any of him. "Lin Geng, what are you daydreaming for? Didn't I tell you to go after him? Hurry up. Ride your bike." A man's shout came from behind, and Lin Geng suddenly snapped out of his trance. Wang Yanyan went home and asked Jiang Ran to send the leftover goat milk soap to Lu Guangming. Jiang Ran carried the soap from the back mountain. Not long after he left, Wang Lu arrived. "Brother Ran, are you at home?" Wang Yanyan came out and saw it was Wang Lu. "He just went out. He probably won't be back soon." "What's the matter?" Wang Lu took out a small notebook, scratching his head shyly. "Sister-in-law, I don't recognize these characters. Can you tell me what they say?" Wang Yanyan looked and saw that Wang Lu was holding a notebook that Jiang Ran had used earlier to record the temperature, humidity, and growth status of seedlings in the vegetable shed. "Cilantro." Wang Yanyan explained how to read these words to Wang Lu, thinking he would leave after asking. But unexpectedly, he scratched his head, blushing, and asked sister-in-law, "I like a girl I have my eye on. Do you think I should marry her? I really like her, but my mom doesn't agree." Wang Yanyan was a bit surprised. Everyone in the village knew Wang Lu was picky. She thought he would take some time to find someone, but she didn't expect he already liked a girl. "What kind of girl?" Wang Lu blurted out like spilling beans, and Wang Yanyan understood. Someone introduced him to a girl whose parents are university teachers. Due to certain reasons, they are now working in a nearby commune, and she has studied abroad and came back to live with her parents. Having studied abroad would be a good thing in decades to come, but now it's not so good. Wang Lu said, "Where she stands out, she's different from others. Her aura is different. I just want to live with her. I've even thought of names for our future children." Wang Lu seemed to have no one else to talk to. After finishing, he looked at Wang Yanyan. "Sister-in-law, when you married Brother Ran, weren't you worried?" Wang Yanyan clearly knew what the future held and that it wouldn't affect her relationship with Jiang Ran. "No, I'm not worried." Wang Yanyan looked at Wang Lu and added, "If you like her, talk to your aunt properly and try to get her approval." She continued, "Everyone is working in the village. Just go marry her. Even if it's not perfect, how bad can it be? You have good background. Jiang Ran isn't well off, but you both do the same work, right? Let's talk about your vegetable shed in the yard now. If it's discovered, the consequences are much worse than if you got married to someone else. But don't be too eager. The girl might not even be interested in you. Wang Yinyan mainly worried that since one of them studied abroad and the other couldn't even read basic words, there might be a gap between them. However, later events proved she was just overthinking. Wang Lu liked her calm, cultured demeanor, and the girl appreciated Wang Lu's honest family background. She wasn't sure how Wang Lu discussed it with his mother, but they agreed. The next day, they borrowed Jiang Ran's bicycle and went to the county to register their marriage. Wang Yinyan admired how quickly everything happened. Jiang Ran brought a lot of goat milk from Lu Guangming, froze it overnight, and the next day, since he had no car, he stayed home with Wang Yinyan and made soap. Wang Lu got his marriage license without a big celebration. The day after registering, he invited Wang Yinyan, Jiang Ran, and some villagers to a meal. They set up 3 tables in the old yard. Wang Yinyan also saw his wife. She was small, gentle-looking, fair-skinned, with kind features and clear, firm eyes. No wonder Wang Lu said she looked different from others. Wang Yinyan thought she was also quite special. The girl shyly smiled when she saw everyone. Her quiet demeanor made a good impression. Aunt Wang sighed. I originally heard that Liuzi was going to marry a girl like this, and I didn't like her. I thought it might be a burden for Liuzi. But now I see, no wonder. Not only does Liuzi like her, but I also like her. Wang Yinyan smiled. Even if you like her, you can't marry her. If second uncle finds out, he'll be jealous. Such nonsense, Aunt Wang said repeatedly. You and those young people from the educated youth team don't look alike at all. When mentioning the educated youth team, Aunt Wang suddenly remembered something. She leaned closer to Wang Yinyan and whispered, the Lin family had a fight. Do you know? Both the wives of the eldest and second sons have gone back to their parents' house. Wang Yinyan almost got hit by a thrown shoe. She knew about it, but she didn't know as much as Aunt Wang. She asked, what happened? Why is it so serious? Aunt Wang looked around and lowered her voice even more, acting sneaky. Song Jiqing took leave to visit his family and went back to the city. When he left, he took more than half of the grain from their home. Aunt Wang's voice lowered again. The Lin family has no food left, only sweet potatoes. They have no vouchers to buy cheaper food. I heard they went to the free market to buy some yellow and white flour to mix and eat. I heard the eldest in the Lin family was supposed to go buy it, but it's rare that Lin Jingxin and Song Jiqing volunteered to go. It's not hard to buy things, but when they took the money, most of it was spent on rice. Rice is so expensive, we can't afford it. Aunt Wang sighed as she spoke. Anyway, it's done now. They already bought it. But yesterday morning, Song Jiqing went back to the city and took a lot of rice with him. How shameless can he be? Aunt Wang looked down on such a person. Even though he's a son-in-law, he shouldn't be helping his parents like that. With the little work he does, he's not even as good as the village kids. The Lin family is kind enough to feed him. Wang Yanyan's mouth twitched at her words. She knew Song Siming was shameless, but she didn't expect him to go this far. Aunt Wang continued, now the Lin family is arguing about splitting up. Old Lin's 2 daughters-in-law are so angry they went back to their parents' house. Old Lin's 3rd son isn't married yet, and Lin Jingxin doesn't want to divide the family. Listening to Aunt Wang, Wang Yinyan thought about the story in the book. As far as she knew, this wasn't in the original story. After Song Siming and Lin Jingxin got married, the original protagonist still loved him and even acted as his ATM. Song Siming smoothly entered elementary school, earning a salary and work points each month, and later was recommended to a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Whether they split the family or not, life wouldn't be too bad for those who stayed. But now, Song Siming had nothing, no work, and even at the wedding, the Lin family paid a lot for him. Now that they're arguing about splitting up, he doesn't care. Such shamelessness. I don't think this family can stay together. Lin Jingxin is the only precious daughter. Song Jiqing can't work, and the old Lin couple wouldn't want her to suffer. He just leaves without a word. Honestly, men like him should be divorced. Nyanyan, what do you think? Aunt Wang asked excitedly. Wang Nyanyan nodded. Yes, I agree. I think you're right. Aunt Wang smiled happily and then sighed again. Song Jiqing is just a show-off. Luckily, you didn't marry him, or your family's savings would be gone. Wan Yinyan agreed with Aunt Wang's words. In her previous life, the original protagonist's small savings were drained by Song Siming. In the end, Song Siming even tried to persuade her to sleep with him, but she was too conflicted to decide. Before she could make a choice, Song Siming went to the university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. After starting college, he returned to the city within 2 years. Song Siming was among the first to go back. The original owner's father didn't care for her, and her mother didn't love her. She also lost her money and her job. It wasn't until 1982 that she returned to the city. By then, Song Siming and Lin Jingxin were already living quite well. While Wan Yanyan was lost in thought, thinking about the story in her book, someone called from behind. Food's ready.
Time to eat.
This shout woke everyone up. Aunt Wang patted Wan Yanyan and said, "Hurry, pay attention, don't miss out again." They only invited 3 tables, one for Aunt Wang Lu's friends, and another for people around Wang Lu's age. Wan Yanyan was there to listen to gossip, so she was pulled to the table with Aunt Wang Lu's friends. Her fighting skills weren't as good as some of the older women, but luckily, Aunt Wang Lu liked her and had already prepared most of a big bowl of food for her. Today was Wang Lu's happy day. Aunt Wang Lu looked very happy, and it was hard to tell she was unhappy with her daughter-in-law before. As for Wang Lu himself, he was smiling so broadly that his mouth almost reached his ears. He was drinking sorghum wine, and everyone eventually got tipsy. They joked around, saying they weren't sure if the evening would go well, and the bride's cheeks turned pink. They didn't finish eating until after 9 o'clock at night. After the fun, Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran went home together. Jiang Ran smelled of alcohol, and Wan Yanyan leaned on him and sniffed. He looked like a little dog, and a faint smile appeared in Jiang Ran's eyes. He held her hand and let out a low, amused laugh, a bit drunk. "Yanyan," he said. She looked up and asked, "Sorry for making you suffer," he said. Wan Yanyan's eyes showed a hint of confusion.
What?
Her face scrunched up in suspicion. "Jiang Xiaoran, did you do something wrong to me?" Jiang Ran looked down at her small face, his dark eyes studying her features. He tightened his grip on her hand. "Yes, I'm sorry." A few questions flashed through Wan Yanyan's mind. She thought it was random and didn't understand what Jiang Ran had done wrong. They had been together these past few days, and he hadn't done anything to hurt her, no time for that. Besides, Jiang Ran usually looked cold, and he had no other women around except family. Wan Yanyan thought he was acting strange because he was drunk. He was kind of cute when drunk. If he was drunk, could she do whatever she wanted? They went home together. When the gate closed, Jiang Ran suddenly looked down at her, leaning in slightly. His rough fingers brushed her lips. Wan Yanyan felt that something was a little off about Jiang Ran today, but mostly she was still excited. Just as she was about to tiptoe and kiss Jiang Ran, before she could, his overwhelming kisses fell upon her. With a slight hint of alcohol, he lingered on her lips. This kiss, initiated by Jiang Ran, was not very gentle. It was a bit more commanding than usual. His breath gradually enveloped her, taking over her completely. Wan Yanyan, experienced as she was, could only endure this moment. His large hand rested on the back of her head, as if afraid she would leave, applying a little more force. Wan Yanyan was still distracted, wondering what was wrong with Jiang Ran tonight. This thought flashed through her mind for just a moment before the man's voice came from his throat. "Don't be distracted." His other hand, which was holding her waist, also tightened slightly. Wan Yanyan didn't know how he managed to carry her to the bedroom, their warm breaths mingling. After a while, she heard a low voice say, "From now on, let's have the most lively wedding." "I owe you," he added. Wan Yanyan suddenly realized why Jiang Ran was apologizing to her. "I heard my grandmother say that her wedding was a grand celebration with a 3-day feast. I saw other weddings in the city. Western suits, white wedding dresses. Yanyan, which do you prefer?" His dark eyes looked at her, his voice a little hoarse, mixed with alcohol. It was as if his words touched her heart. Wan Yanyan understood why he was acting strangely tonight and felt a little touched. Maybe because she hadn't responded for a long time. The man's fingers tightened. Wife, which do you like? He stubbornly wanted to hear an answer. Wan Yanyan looked at him and smiled. Either is fine. It's okay if there's no wedding at all, as long as you're here. In her previous life, Wan Yanyan never thought about what her wedding would be like. She didn't care much about it. Just having family around was enough. But here, her family couldn't be present. So, as long as Jiang Ran was with her, that was enough. Hearing this, Jiang Ran bit gently on her slightly swollen red lips, rolling and grinding, as if that wasn't enough either. They didn't know how long it took before it ended. Wan Yanyan was utterly exhausted. She lazily lay on the bed. Jiang Ran, who had been drinking, was now sober and went to boil water to help her take a bath. Finally, he changed the things on the bed and then tucked Wan Yanyan into a dry, warm quilt. Ruanianian watched his busy figure and felt that Jiang Ran seemed to have endless energy. She thought that if she weren't pregnant, he might still be. In a daze, Ruanianian couldn't tell who was exerting more effort and who was enjoying it. Jiang Ran tidied up the mess caused by their children in the house, cleaned himself up, and then lay down on the bed. Naturally, Ruanianian rolled into his arms, absorbing his warmth. Actually, the bed was warm too, but she was used to it and felt that his body temperature was the most comfortable. Both of them were dressed warmly. Jiang Ran was only wearing close-fitting clothes. Ruanianian was not sleeping peacefully. Sometimes her legs rested on him, sometimes she turned over, and sometimes she pinched his waist. The man held his breath until her restless hand reached for his waist again. His big hand caught her mischievous hand, and he turned to her ear and softly asked, "Are you tired?" His voice was hoarse, filled with deep desire. "I'm so tired. I'm sleepy." Ruanianian quickly closed her eyes. Jiang Ran looked at the surrendering girl in his arms, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The next day, Ruanianian woke up around noon. Yesterday, Jiang Ran brought some goat milk and lamb from Lu Guangming's house. After leaving it overnight, the goat milk had frozen. Ruanianian got up, ate, and prepared to make soap. Jiang Ran was outside in the backyard, checking the vegetables in the vegetable shed. The new seedlings planted for the new year had already sprouted, but because the temperature varied daily, they needed careful tending. When it got cold, they lit the stove. When it warmed up, they pulled back the grass curtain to sun the plants. Jiang Ran came out to see Ruanianian busy. He had seen her make soap many times, and just by watching, he learned how. Seeing her pregnant and uncomfortable, he said, "Let me do it. You just supervise from the side." He wanted to do it, and Ruanianian was happy to relax. She thought about the lamb chops she brought and said, "For lunch, we'll have grilled lamb chops." They had only cooked lamb before, and it had been a long time since they ate grilled meat. Just thinking about it made Ruanianian a bit hungry. Jiang Ran's cooking skills were just okay, so he naturally listened to his wife. He was stronger than Ruanianian and could do things faster. While they were busy in the kitchen at noon, a dog barked outside. Ruanianian looked out and saw Wang Lu and his wife arriving. Jiang Ran and Ruanianian both went outside. Wang Lu's wife was holding a few tangerines. When she saw Ruanianian, she smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you can have these." These days, tangerines were rare. In winter, all fruits were scarce in the north. They had bought some before, but never gave fruit as gifts. Seeing Wang Lu act so generous, I could tell from his face that he was worried about something. Wan Yanyan noticed this, and Jiang Ran also saw it clearly. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Wang Lu wants Wan Yu to see the vegetables you planted." Wang Lu spoke more quietly as he went on. As expected, Jiang Ran frowned. Wang Lu wanted to explain, but it wasn't intentional that he revealed everything. His backyard vegetable shed was discovered by his wife, and the notebook given by Jiang was also found. The writing on it was hard to read, and on their wedding night, he was in a rush. In just a few words, everything was exposed. A gentle, polite voice spoke softly. "Sister-in-law, Jiang Ran, this isn't Wang Lu's fault. I found out about it. I want to see and record it so I can take good care of our vegetables at home. I married Wang Lu, and I want to live honestly with him. I also hope to earn more money so life can be better. Guo Wenyu said very seriously, with my background, I wouldn't tell others about this. It's not good for me either. She was telling the truth. There was no benefit in sharing it. Wan Yanyan looked at her. Though she appeared delicate, her eyes were clear, and she had a strong spirit. Her way of speaking was more organized than Wang Lu's. Guo Wanyu's advantage was that she was educated and experienced. She had been working in the countryside with her parents for years, so compared to Wan Yanyan, she had more practical experience. If she studied and took care of the vegetables, she might even learn how to increase the yield better than Wang Lu. It's not really a secret. Someone in our country has already researched this, but it hasn't been widely used yet.
Let's go see.
Maybe you can figure out how to improve the harvest. When that happens, we all benefit. Wan Yanyan said this, and Jiang Ran didn't refuse. The group went to the backyard to see the vegetable shed. Guo Wenyu was clearly more serious than Wang Lu. When Wang Lu came to learn, he just learned how to farm. He was originally from the countryside and didn't think it was difficult. But Guo Wenyu was different. She observed carefully and took notes. While working, she was immersed in her own tasks. Wan Yanyan wasn't interested in these things. I'm going to start grilling meat first. You all can watch here, she said. Jiang Ran told Wang Lu to finish up and pack everything. Then he followed Wan Yanyan to the kitchen. He peeled an orange segment and handed it to her. As she bit into the peel, the juice spread quickly in her mouth. Suddenly, Wan Yanyan said, I'm craving watermelon. After saying this, she realized it might be awkward. It was winter, and in the north, there was no watermelon at this time. After saying that, she added, oranges are also tasty. Feed me one more. Jiang Ran peeled another segment and handed it to her. Wang Lu and Guo Wenyu finished their discussion and left. Yuan Yan had originally called for them to stay for dinner, but they refused. They left Jiang Ran's house. Wang Lu looked at his wife, who was reading a book with her head down. The faint smell of meat from Jiang Ran's yard still drifted toward his nose. Wang Lu moved closer to Guo Wenyu and said, Xiaoyu, we will also eat meat tonight. Guo Wenyu saw Wang Lu approaching and smiled gently. Did you remember the characters I taught you yesterday? Remembering means I can eat meat. If I don't remember, I'll keep trying. Wang Lu's face immediately fell. Yuan Yan and Jiang Ran enjoyed a happy meal, eating lamb, and then had a lively evening. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Yuan Yan felt that lately she was mostly eating and sleeping at home. Since she was pregnant, the family had never run out of meat, and she had gained a whole lot of weight. While she was thinking about what to eat that night, Jiang Wan suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Since she started working, she had been busy and rarely came by. Only occasionally, when she cooked a big meal, she would bring some over. Yuan Yan was a bit surprised and asked Sister Wan, why are you here? Jiang Wan looked tired and dusty. Yuan Yan was surprised and asked Sister Wan, why did you come? Jiang Wan took a deep breath and said, Yan, Director Zhang asked me to come. He said you need to go to the county town. Hearing this, Yuan Yan blinked, realizing that the matter she asked Director Zhang about last time might have some progress. Jiang Wan didn't know what Director Zhang wanted with Yuan Yan either. She was curious inside, wondering how her younger sister-in-law had such a good relationship with the leaders at their factory. But sometimes she thought her younger sister-in-law was pretty, spoke nicely, and was capable. Who wouldn't like her? She liked her very much. She always felt that such a good girl was somewhat underappreciated by their family. When Jiang Wan arrived, it was mealtime. Yuan Yan invited her to stay for dinner, but Jiang Wan declined. Dog Egg has cooked the rice. I'll eat when I get home, Jiang Wan said, carrying Dog Egg and Tianyo, smiling. I've never seen such sensible kids. When Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran were their age, we didn't know how to cook. Dog Egg and Tianyo's parents had died. Although the village leader had helped by letting him do some work to earn a meal, they couldn't fully take care of the children. It was normal for them to learn to cook. If they didn't, the kids might have starved. Jiang Wan hurriedly left, still smiling brightly. Jian Ran came out from the backyard vegetable shed and asked, Sister Wan, what are you here for? Director Zhang asked me to go to the county town. I think there's news about the matter I asked about last time. Jian Ran said, I'll go with you tomorrow. He was still holding 2 tomatoes. Pick out 2. Do you want to eat them raw or cook something? In this era, tomatoes and fruits in the countryside are equally valued. Not just in winter. Wan Yinyan replied, Eat them raw. For dinner, they cooked the last lamb chop and drank the soup. Feeling warm and cozy, Wan Yinyan also started to do some light exercise. She poured the soup from the pot into a basin. Let's take these to the old lady and walk around to help digestion. Jian Ran carried the basin with one hand and pulled Wan Yinyan with the other as they went out. They found the village unusually lively today, with filmmakers coming to show movies. There aren't many entertainment options in the countryside, and many people were watching the film. Looking around, it was packed with people of all sizes. Jian Ran explained curiously, It seems there's a new movie today. The countryside also has regular film screenings by projectionists, but only a few shows. Everyone memorizes the lines from those, so only a new movie can attract such a crowd. Do you want to go see it? Let's deliver the soup to the old lady first, then we can come back. Wan Yinyan was curious about the new movie. After thinking for a moment, she said, Let's just watch from outside. We won't squeeze inside with everyone. They strolled to the Jiang family's door. When they arrived, Jiang Laoda and Guiyu were about to go see the movie with their children. They smelled the aroma first and, while sniffing, saw Wan Yinyan and Jian Ran approaching. Seeing the basin Jian Ran was holding, they naturally understood where the smell was coming from. Guiyu smiled and said, Yinyan is here. Quickly call your little aunt. Guiyu's children also caught the scent, swallowed hard, and called out, Little aunt, hello. Wan Yinyan smiled gently, Hello, everyone. Go watch the movie. Your uncle said today's film is new. If you're late, you won't see it. Guiyu's face twitched in the dark at her words. She held the meat and didn't bother to move aside for the children, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jian Ran, tired of talking, said, Let's go. We'll deliver this to the old lady. Wan Yinyan waved to the children with a smile. They entered the yard, and Wan Yinyan whispered, If only a few children are here, we can give them some to eat. But seeing your older brother and sister-in-law, I feel like they might not have good intentions. Being proactive and caring for others feels different from just worrying about them. Jiang Ran said, There's no need. Big brother and sister-in-law aren't really short of money. They just don't want to spend it. They prefer to keep their own money and think about others. The child belongs to them, so it's not our place to interfere. His wife is kind-hearted and has never suffered from money problems. She is generous and doesn't care much about food or drink, but Jiang Ran wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her. Wan Yinyan thought Jiang Ran was still upset about the previous matter, where Jiang Laoda was worried about Jiang Wan's money. The two of them walked toward the old lady's small house. Outside, Guiyu, who was leading the children, was also in a bad mood. I don't know what we did to upset your younger brother and sister-in-law. Why do they always look at us with such bad faces? Whose younger brother acts like that? Guiyu sighed. Jiang Laoda also looked unhappy and said to his son, Is your little uncle and aunt stingy, or not? Won't they even share a piece of meat? Jiang Laoda has 2 children, aged 8 and 5. Both can understand words, but they are still innocent children. Hearing his father ask this, he thought for a moment, then seriously looked up and said, Not stingy. Little aunt gave me candy many times, even more than you or mom. Mom always says we should be nice to uncle, but uncle has never bought us candy. Last time I went to play with Tianyo, little aunt even gave me honey sticks, which were very sweet. That meat isn't ours. Little uncle probably gave it to grandpa, grandma, and great-grandma to eat. Dad, as kids, we shouldn't fight with elders over food. Jiang Laoda didn't get the answer he expected and looked a bit impatient. Who did you learn that from? You're young and still growing, so you should be eating meat. Jiang Laoda's eldest son felt like his father was angry, but he also thought he was right. He argued, if we eat meat, it shouldn't be given by little uncle and aunt. Dad, go buy some for us. Hearing this, Jiang's youngest son also looked excitedly at Jiang Laoda. Dad, we're growing. Will you buy us some meat? He stared at him with big, unblinking eyes. Zhang Laoda was furious and annoyed. It was all because the old lady was spoiling the children, making them spoiled. He muttered impatiently, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Aren't you going to watch a movie? If not, go home." The two children didn't know what had made their father angry. They exchanged glances, but still wanted to watch the movie. Immediately, they curled up like quails and said nothing. Wan Nian and Jiang Ran gave some meat to the old lady, said a few words, and then left. With nothing to do, they leisurely went to the old stage to watch a movie. Just less than 100 meters in front of the big stage is the village's dug canal. The villagers have loud voices, and from time to time, Wan Nian hears someone shouting to children, "Don't go near the river." She doesn't pay much attention, protected by Jiang Ran. She looks up at the movie. They arrived late, and the film has been playing for a while. The main character, a young person sent to the countryside, is dressed in the popular military green uniform. Her long black braid is tied with a red ribbon and hangs over her shoulder. She works quickly and neatly, showing she is very capable. Compared to other young people sent to the countryside, Wan Nian sincerely admires her. Just as she wants to sigh to Jiang Ran, a child's cry interrupts. Someone jumped into the river. Help! Someone jumped into the river. The child's shouts keep coming. That coward jumped into the river. In winter, jumping into the river could mean never coming back. Many adults around have stopped watching the movie. Things are chaotic. Jiang Ran wants to go help, but also fears that Wan Nian might get hurt if people bump into her. He shields Wan Nian with his arm. The team leader jumped into the river. Jiang Ran frowns slightly and hands his flashlight to Wan Nian. The team leader isn't a good swimmer. "I'll go see what's happening. Stay here and don't move." He then notices Zhang Qi and Zhang Xiaomei, who are also looking worriedly into the distance. "I'll check the situation. You two help watch Nian." Zhang Qi and Zhang Xiaomei look at Jiang Ran's serious face and nod in unison. Wan Nian moves to stand with them. "You go, but think about me and the baby in my belly. If you get into trouble, I'll find another man to marry." Jiang Ran's eyebrows jump, and he speaks softly. "I know what I'm doing." Zhang Xiaomei feels a bit strange. Usually, Jiang Ran is serious and stern in the village. Everyone thinks that Nian marrying Jiang Ran means he's gentle, maybe even a bit harsh. But from how he looks now, it seems Jiang Ran is the one who can't handle the situation. As for Zhang Qi, he has seen Jiang Ran lift Nian and make her lean against the wall to watch the scene. He knows very well that Nian is the strong one. The three stand in a row, watching the distant river, where someone jumped. Most villagers have stopped watching the movie. Some are rushing to save, others are just watching, and some are grabbing tools. Zhang Xiaomei sighs. That coward. Her mother and her father did such shameful things. It's really not good for the kids. Her father married a new wife, and I heard she's pregnant. She's always at home telling the coward what to do. In the winter, he's even soaking in icy water to wash clothes for his stepmother. The matter with Zhou Mingxia was caused by her own actions. Wan Nian does not regret what happened, otherwise she wouldn't have known how those two planned to deceive her. You can only blame Zhou Mingxia for not being a good person. However, for a cowardly kid, he used to be the village's little boss. Since the last time she hit him with a stick, he has become more obedient. When she was picking peanuts in the field, he helped her because he wanted some candy. In short, he is just a child, and Wan Nian still hopes nothing serious happens. From afar, loud shouting and calls could be heard, very noisy. Wan Nian stood for a while and seemed to hear someone say Jiang Ran jumped in. The water in winter is cold and biting. Zhang Xiaomei also heard this and comforted Wan Nian. "Wan Jiqing, don't worry. Brother Jiang Ran is a good swimmer. They have been swimming in this river since they were kids, and they love coming here in summer. Gugu Chao is also causing trouble. He can't swim well, so why did he go in?" Zhang Xiaomei complained. After a while of complaining, she saw Wan Nian's face was calm, not looking worried, and she let out a long breath. She found it strange. It's winter, and her man is in the cold river water. She isn't worried? If Zhang Qi jumped in, she wouldn't be able to stay calm. Could it be that Wang Jiqing still has feelings for that young man? Zhang Xiaomei had many thoughts, but she knew she couldn't say them. Wang Yinyan kept her eyes fixed ahead. From her angle, she couldn't see exactly what was happening in front, but her rational mind told her to stay back. Everyone was busy saving people, it was dark, and no one noticed her. She was pregnant and worried that if she got bumped, she might cause trouble. In urgent situations like this, staying calm is even more important. Her hands by her sides clenched tightly. Soon, Wang Fingxia came running with Huzi in her arms and said, "It's okay. Several people have already gone in to help." Wang Yinyan suddenly remembered something and said, "Zhang Qi, go call the village doctor." Zhang Qi understood immediately. In this cold weather, if a child goes into icy water, even if they don't die, they will be close to it. Without a doctor, this situation is really dangerous. He hurriedly left. "Third sister-in-law, where is third brother?" Wang Fingxia asked. "He's watching from the front. When he can help, he'll help pull them out," she replied. While she was thinking, Jiang Wan came over. Wang Yinyan quickly said to her, "Jiang Wan, go to my house to take a shower. On the stove nearby, boil some water. When Jiang Ran and the others come out, they will be cold." Jiang Wan also knew that Jiang Ran had gone into the river and was quite frightened. When she heard Wang Yinyan's words, she realized what was happening. "Okay, I'll go boil some water now. Don't worry, Yinyan." While saying this, she told herself not to worry, but she was so dizzy she almost lost her footing and fell. Luckily, Zhang Xiaomei caught her. In front, there were shouting voices from the crowd and the sound of a movie playing, all mixed together, with people showing different expressions. No one around looked as calm as Wang Yinyan. The wind blew, and after a while, the crowd suddenly cheered. "That coward has been rescued. Doctor, medic, there's a doctor here, make way." The noise was loud. Jiang Ran furrowed his brows and dragged Jiang Guochao to the shore. The people on the bank worked together to pull Jiang Guochao out of the water. Jiang Ran wiped the water from his face. He had a cramp in his leg. He then reached out and grabbed the edge of the riverbank to pull himself up. The moment Jiang Ran came out, he quickly dried himself with his clothes and ran to find Wang Yinyan. Even after wiping off the water, he was still soaked. Before he got close to Yinyan, a cold air hit him first. Their eyes met. Jiang Ran remembered what his wife had said when he left. He touched his nose, cleared his throat, and said, "I'm fine. I know what I'm doing." Wang Yinyan said, "I know. Let's go home. It's cold." As she was about to leave, her foot suddenly went numb, and a tingling sensation spread from her foot to her whole leg. She almost fell. Luckily, Jiang Ran reacted quickly and supported her. Yinyan took a moment to steady herself, slowly moving her leg. Seeing Jiang Ran surrounded by mist, she said, "Let's go home and take a bath." Jiang Ran held her coat. The cold air couldn't get through, but her calm appearance made him feel strangely uneasy. Wang Fingxia also went to find Jiang Ming. Only Zhang Xiaomei was left watching Yinyan and Jiang Ran's backs. Then she turned to Zhang Qi and said, "You didn't see just now, but Wang Jiqing was very calm when she gave the orders. I thought she wasn't worried, but I saw her walking without stumbling, so she didn't seem unbothered." Zhang Qi smiled and said, "Let's go." How could she not be worried? She's pregnant. Even if she was anxious, she wouldn't dare rush forward. Zhang Xiaomei nodded. "That's true. How is that coward doing?" Nian and Jiang Ran returned home. Jiang Wan had already boiled water and even poured it into the large wooden basin in the bathroom. Walking that distance, Jiang Ran's hair was frozen into icy strands. Jiang Wan saw this and said, "Hurry up and take a bath. Don't catch a cold." Jiang Ran glanced at Wang Yinyan. Wang Yinyan also felt a bit helpless. "I'm fine. I'm not angry. You should go soak in the bath." Jiang Ran looked at her for a moment, making sure she was really okay before he relaxed. "Don't worry, I'm healthy. I won't get sick. I used to swim in winter too." Jiang Wan couldn't hold back anymore. "Hurry up and go take a bath. You usually don't talk much, but now you're talking a lot. Go quickly. Only then did Jiang Ran go to soak in the bath. Wan Yanyan looked at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, can you help me go to the kitchen? Jiang Wan quickly replied, don't worry about him.
He's fine.
When he was a kid, he used to bathe and swim in the river. Jiang Wan was trying to comfort Wan Yanyan. Wan Yanyan shook her head.
Jiang Quan, I'm fine.
I'll make him a warming soup. Jiang Wan stopped talking. Wan Yanyan smiled. Thanks to you for boiling the water today. I'm fine now.
Jiang Wan, you can go rest.
Tianyo and Go Dan were still watching a movie at the big stage. They had disappeared now, and Jiang Wan was worried they might go play by the river too. Seeing that Wan Yanyan was really okay, she hurried off to find the kids. Wan Yanyan looked for the herbs she dried in autumn in the kitchen. She flipped through them, picking out the ones that were good for warming but smelled bad or tasted bad after cooking. She chose carefully. She cut a big piece of spicy and added it to the soup. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran was taking a bath, sweating on his forehead, when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Seeing it was his wife, Jiang Ran stood up to come out, his strong legs splashing water everywhere. Suddenly, water splashed all around inside the bathroom. Wan Yanyan looked at Jiang Ran and smiled. Here, drink this warming soup. Her voice was especially gentle. Jiang Ran looked at her soft, smiling face and felt a bit dazed. He took the bowl of water. Just as he was about to drink, a sharp, spicy smell hit his nose. He looked at his wife. Wan Yanyan's eyes were clear. Hurry up and drink. I just made this. I was so hot from boiling it that my hands turned red. Jiang Ran felt a little heartache when he heard that. He took a deep breath and lowered his head to drink the medicine. As he took a sip, the smell became even more intense. It was spicy, but there was also an odd, indescribable taste. Just smelling it made him feel dry. Jiang Ran secretly looked at his wife. She was gently watching him, and he understood everything. He closed his eyes at once. He tilted his head back and swallowed. His throat moved twice, and the dark, strange-tasting warming water went down. Wan Yanyan was surprised. Could her cooking really be that bad? Jiang Ran stared at her, then reached out and pinched her face. Are you angry now? Ruyan Yanyan took his hand away and said, Who told you I was angry? I'm worried you'll catch a cold again and get sick. I worked hard to make medicine for you, and you misunderstand me. I deserve this effort. Jiang Ran chuckled at her, wiped himself randomly, then put on a coat and bent down to pick her up. Ruyan Yan was caught off guard and exclaimed, Put me down. I can walk by myself. Jiang Ran's chest was filled with laughter. His dark eyes looked at her and whispered, Wife, you've worked hard. I'll carry you back. It's not that hard. I can walk on my own. Jiang Ran lowered his head and carried her as he walked, laughing softly in his throat. If you're so strong, can you do something else? She understood their silent communication perfectly with just a glance. Someone was rescued from the river, and you still have energy to cause trouble. There's warm water in the kitchen. Drink a bowl. Ruyan Yan ordered him to drink water and even held the cup for him, watching him finish. Knowing that today's events had worried his wife, Jiang Ran tucked her into bed, then brought over that dark water and drank it under her watchful eyes. Ruyan Yan felt relieved. Is it tasty or not? Jiang Ran replied, It's your cooking, so it's tasty. Thinking about the 2 bowls he drank, they disappeared quickly. It didn't seem bad, but she had already picked medicinal herbs for warming, which were the least tasty. Really? Ruyan Yan doubted. But the next second, she regretted asking that question. Jiang Ran leaned over, his beautiful eyes fixed on her, and his voice was deep and tempting. Wanna try? His eyes and voice were so alluring that Ruyan Yan was momentarily stunned and hadn't had time to refuse. His large hand held her head, and his lips and teeth intertwined. The bitter, spicy, and indescribable flavors of the herbs flooded her mouth. He showed her firsthand whether the taste was good or not. After experiencing the flavor, she ended the kiss and nearly rolled her eyes. She grabbed the nearby cup and kept rinsing her mouth. Her eyes were red, and Jiang Ran handed her a slice of orange. She bit into the orange, and the sour sweet juice filled her mouth, finally washing away the strange taste. She ate several slices in a row. Looking at Jiang Ran, she took a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. They had to go to the county early the next morning. Since today involved crossing the river and rescuing someone, they naturally didn't have the energy for anything else beneficial for their health. After washing up, they went asleep. Let's let Jiang Shui rest for now, and not go to see Jiang Wan. They can go together. Before reaching the county town by bike, they met Li Feng halfway. Wan Yinyan looked at Jiang Wan and Li Feng and said with a smile, "Comradely, passing by again today?" Her joke made both Li Feng and Jiang Wan blush immediately. Wan Yinyan found it very funny. Both of them are quite old, but still so shy. She thought Li Feng wouldn't answer, and just made a joke, but after a while, Li Feng's voice came from nearby. "It's not a coincidence. I was waiting here on purpose for Comrade Jiang Wan. I'm worried she might meet someone bad again." His voice was loud and clear. Hearing this, Wan Yinyan looked at Jiang Wan. Now, Jiang Wan was almost unable to keep her bike steady, her face very red. Recently, Jiang Wan had been coming with Jiang Shui every day, and they often met Li Feng on the way, but they never greeted each other. Jiang Shui didn't know, and thought they just happened to meet colleagues in the county town. Today was an unexpected meeting. Wan Yinyan called out, "Keep going." The girl riding ahead, Jiang Ran, frowned. All the way to the county town, Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran wore hats, masks, and cotton scarves. They greeted the security guard and went into the clothing factory together. When they arrived, Zhang Ping was just in her office, drinking hot water. Seeing them, she quickly opened the door. "Come in, it's so early." Wan Yinyan smiled. "I came with Sister Wan." Zhang Ping poured them water and said, "The thing I asked you about last time, I have some news. I know someone at Beijing Machinery Factory. He looked at your soap and said it's good, better than what's sold elsewhere. You can only buy similar quality at foreign exchange shops." Hearing this, Wan Yinyan felt quite confident, but Zhang Ping suddenly changed the topic. "However, they want to see you." "Go to Beijing Machinery Factory?" Wan Yinyan slightly frowned. She's pregnant now, but pregnancy doesn't mean she can't work. However, going out now requires an introduction letter. To get an introduction letter, she needs a reasonable reason to find Jiang Guochao. Zhang Ping said, "There are many people at the factory, over several thousand. It's much bigger than our small factory. I can only tell you this much. If you decide, let me know. I can go with you to Beijing." Several thousand people. Even if she earns a little from each, she would make some money. She couldn't help but feel tempted. Wan Yinyan looked at Zhang Ping and said, "Okay, I will reply to you as soon as possible." Speaking, Wan Yinyan took out 2 sets of flower-shaped soaps she made. "You've worked hard these days. Please take these." Zhang Ping and Wan Yinyan's good relationship was also helpful. Throughout the winter, the family often had green leafy vegetables, and during the New Year, they even made several pounds of tomatoes. When relatives visited, she looked well. Not to mention the factory director was quite satisfied with her work this year. Zhang Ping's days at the clothing factory became more comfortable. Seeing the cute little tiger she made and the luxurious peony-shaped soap, she smiled and declined, "No need, we have plenty at home, and we can't use them all. Keep them if you don't need them. These things aren't bad, and they look nice at home or as gifts." After some back and forth, Zhang Ping didn't really refuse. As Wan Yinyan said, they looked good as gifts. After a few more exchanges, she happily accepted them. When leaving, Zhang Ping personally saw them off outside the clothing factory. Outside, Wan Yinyan started to worry. "Do you think the captain in Beijing will give us an introduction letter?" Jiang Ran saw her frowning. He chuckled softly. "Yes, he will. Don't worry about this. Leave it to me. It's just that you're pregnant and running around, so I don't feel very comfortable." Wan Yinyan's face furrowed even more. Could he be trying to stop her? She was reluctant about Xiao Qianqian. No, once it's settled, Xiao Qianqian isn't exactly small money anymore in this era. Jiang Ran immediately saw her thoughts and reached out to put her fluffy hat on her head. "I don't mean to stop you from going. I just want us to go together." Wan Yinyan's eyes instantly curved into a smile. She realized Jiang Ran was becoming more and more handsome. Today, they came to the county town mainly to find Zhang Ping. Wan Yinyan planned to buy some things from the black market and then go home. Jiang Ran rode his bike to the textile factory. He didn't want Wan Yinyan to follow inside, so she was bored and kept warm in the security guard's small hut. The security guard was an old man in his 50s. Your man is really good. He knows how to handle things. He also patted his upper ear in a familiar way. Wan Yinyan thought about the first time she saw Jiang Ran with a stern face and his grumpy personality. She never expected Jiang Ran to be praised like this someday. But among men, the way they get along is different. A cigarette, some drinks, and after satisfying their hunger and thirst, business comes naturally. Wan Yinyan didn't like this kind of thing, but she had to admit, often it was just like that. When Lu Xinghua and Wan asked about the past, they often mentioned that when Wan was young, he once drank so much that he had a stomach bleed. But later, as their family's life improved and their status rose, they no longer had to worry about such things. Wan Yinyan and Uncle Security Guard occasionally chatted casually. Jiang Ran left about 10 minutes ago and soon returned, carrying a bag filled with something bulky. After informing the security guard, they left together. Curious, Wan Yinyan looked over, but Jiang Ran was faster. He hung the bag on the handlebar of the bike. Let's check it at home. He was secretive, which made Wan Yinyan even more curious. Since the bag was right next to Jiang Ran, she couldn't see what was inside while sitting behind him. They went to the black market and bought pork belly and chicken. Early that day, Lu Guangming's eggs had already sold out. He was still there selling soap now. Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran bought some things and headed back. Older sister Nian, I found you a small bucket of goat milk again. It'll be available every day from now on. You can ask Jiang Ran to come to my house to pick it up. A few days ago, a cow in our village died, and I kept a lot of beef shank. Do you want some? If not, I'll sell it at the market tomorrow. It won't stay good for long. Beef was rare. Although they now had a tractor in the countryside, cows and mules were the main tools for farming. Usually, people didn't slaughter cows for meat. The county slaughterhouse mostly processed pork. Since crossing over, she had never eaten beef before. Just thinking about the taste of beef in hot pot made her drool. Without hesitation, she said yes. They rode their bikes back from the black market. At noon, she made some noodles for lunch. After eating, she took a nap. Jiang Ran went to the back mountain to Deer Horn Village. When she woke up in the afternoon, she suddenly remembered the thing Jiang Ran took from the textile factory.
She still didn't know what it was.
While Jiang Ran was away, she looked around but couldn't find it. Instead, Wang Fingxia came over holding Tiger Boy and also brought the clothes she had made for the baby in her belly. Wan Yinyan's due date was in late May, when the weather would be warm, so she didn't ask for thick clothes. Wang Fingxia was skilled at sewing, and Wan Yinyan was very satisfied. She placed the clothes in the cabinet and sat with Wang Fingxia by the fire, chatting comfortably. She didn't bother looking for what Jiang Ran had hidden anymore. Tiger Boy was already half a year old. He looked just as fierce as his name, small but strong. The Jiang family members were all good-looking. Wan Yinyan liked playing with cute children whenever she saw them. Two people were chatting casually when they started talking about last night's river jump incident. Wang Fingxia said, "Huzi's neck has a rash. Today I went to the doctor to get medicine. Guess who I ran into?" Children's skin is soft and smooth, and since Wang Fingxia takes good care of her children, Huzi's face felt especially nice to touch. Wan Yinyan pinched his cheek and said with a smile, "Now Dan and the squad leader? You're quick-witted, you guessed right. The squad leader has already gone home, and now Dan is there too. His dad is there as well. It's true, once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. This kid has been soaking in ice water for a long time. Zhang Dadu actually complained that it was expensive and said he did it on purpose. He scolded for a long time. As a new mother, Wang Fingxia couldn't bear to see her child suffer. I'm about to come out too, she said, but I overheard Zhang Dada muttering. I don't know if Now Dan is his biological son. Zhou Mingxia's background isn't clean, but Zhang Datu is just suspicious without reason. Now Dan's face, well, he looks very much like his father, Not exactly the same, but close enough. It's obvious he's his biological son. Wan Yen Yen thought the same, mainly because now Dan and Zhang Dada looked so much alike. She really didn't think there could be any other problems. But any problems were in the past now. Jiang Ran came back in the afternoon. Wang Fengxia saw he had brought a lot of things, so she hugged Huzi and left. Wan Yen Yen hurried to check what Jiang Ran had brought. Besides a bucket of goat milk, she liked the beef the most. The tender meat from the cow's belly, with a good mix of fat and lean, was perfect for freezing and slicing into beef rolls for hot pot, or for slicing thinly for barbecue.
She also saw some beef shank.
She couldn't help but swallow hard. This braised beef was delicious. Jiang Ran said, "It's still cold now, so most of it has been eaten by me. I'll keep it at home and eat it slowly. When it gets hot, it won't keep well." Wan Yen Yen agreed with him. When there's good food, you should eat it while you can. That night, she prepared to make barbecue. She sliced the pork belly into thin pieces and found some vegetables in the backyard shed to grill together, sprinkled with chili powder and cumin powder. She had finally managed to buy the cumin powder. The two of them sat around the fire, grilling and dripping oil. Wan Yen Yen took a bite of pork belly, and the familiar flavor from her past life spread in her mouth. She felt comforted by this bite of grilled meat. Jiang Ran was eating for the first time. At first, he felt a bit uncomfortable, but after a few bites, he started to appreciate the flavor. Wan Yen Yen kept eating and sighed. It would be perfect if there was some happy water, a type of soda, right now. Jiang Ran didn't understand her meaning clearly and thought she wanted water. He got up to pour some for her. Wan Yen Yen saw the water in the teapot and couldn't help but smile. This is the gap between eras. To drink happy water, it might take another 10 years. While she was thinking about wanting happy water, Jiang Ran suddenly stood up and went out. After a while, he brought back something, and Wan Yen Yen's eyes lit up. "Where did you find watermelon in this season?" "Grilled meat with watermelon is a perfect match." Jiang Ran smiled and said, "Winter watermelon isn't as good as summer, but it satisfies a craving. It's good to satisfy a craving." When he cut open the watermelon, the flesh was different from the usual red. It was yellow. Although Jiang Ran said it didn't taste as good as summer, paired with grilled meat, Wan Yin Yin ate 2 big pieces herself. Once cut open, she couldn't stop eating. The rest all went into Jiang Ran's stomach. After eating and drinking enough, they started talking about the mechanical factory. Wan Yin Yin and Jiang Ran took a walk to get an introduction letter from Jiang Guochao. When they arrived, Jiang Guochao's wife was sitting inside, mending clothes for the children and muttering, "You shouldn't forget your swimming skills. Jumping in like that. If Jiang Ran hadn't pulled you out, you might have floated downstream and been lost." Jiang Guochao sneezed while warming himself by the fire and nodded perfunctorily. "Your head's like it was kicked by a donkey. When you're feeling better tomorrow, go thank Jiang Ran." Hearing this, Jiang Guochao chuckled twice. "I remember you told me to keep my distance from Jiang Ran. That's different. Jiang Ran's family isn't doing well, and if I get involved, you might lose your position as squad leader.
But now, he's saved your life.
I can tell right from wrong." Their voices were loud enough for Wan Yen Yen and Jiang Ran to hear as soon as they entered. Jiang Ran coughed twice first. "Is the squad leader at home?" The woman inside heard this and pinched Jiang Guochao's arm in anger. She was annoyed that he brought up this topic, not knowing if Jiang Ran heard it. Jiang Guochao endured the pain and replied, "Yes, he's at home." Soon, Jiang Guochao's wife, Feng Chuiying, lifted the curtain. "Your brother is inside. Come in quickly, it's cold outside." Wan Yen Yen and Jiang Ran went in. Jiang Guochao was sitting by the fire, sneezing now and then, clearly having caught a cold after being pulled out of the water and exposed to the wind. Watching Jiang Ran sniff, she said, "Why did you two come so late at night?" When Wan Yen Yen and Jiang Ran arrived, they had already agreed that whenever Jiang Guochao asked, Jiang Ran would say, "Nian Yen and I are going to Beijing to get a letter of introduction for you. Nian Yen isn't feeling well and is worried about the baby, so she's going to the big hospital for a checkup." Jiang Ran had just saved Jiang Guochao's life, and since there was no work during this winter, he decided to go. The letter of introduction was easier to get than Wan Yinyan had expected. They left Zhang's house. Jiang Wuchao's wife saw them to the door, then went back inside and said, "I don't know if he heard or not." Jiang Wuchao didn't care and replied, "If he heard, he heard. He doesn't mind." Feng Chuiying also stopped mentioning it. "You don't know, when I left just now, they were holding hands, and when they left, they were still holding hands. Those two are really sweet together." Although she said it was sweet, Feng Chuiying's voice carried a hint of envy. "I used to think Jiang Ran's character wasn't good, and anyone who married him would be unhappy. Now I see that Wan Ziking is truly lucky. Marrying me, and you're still unhappy." Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran took a walk home. Thinking about what the village chief's wife had just said, she looked up at Jiang Ran and quietly asked, "Back then, did many people stay away from you?" Jiang Ran heard the concern in her tone and chuckled softly. The Jiang family didn't do anything bad. Grandma saw that others were struggling and tried to help. During those tough years, we all suffered some grievances. But things have gotten much better these days. It wasn't exactly overnight, but the decline of the Jiang family happened pretty quickly. During those days, people came to smash the place, pulling Grandma, Su Lan, and Jiang Shui out. Jiang Ran was only about 11 or 12 then. His close friends started avoiding him, afraid of getting caught up in trouble. At first, he wasn't used to it, but over time, he got used to it. However, he didn't think there was any need to tell his wife about this. Wan Yinyan also understood that things wouldn't be as easy as Jiang Ran said, but she didn't want to ask. She knew she didn't need to pursue it. The next day, Jiang Ran made soap from the goat milk delivered by Lu Guangming. He went to the county town to reply to Zhang Ping and arranged to meet her on Saturday afternoon. This was Wan Yinyan's first time in the city. She had been to the most bustling places in her previous life many times, but she had never seen the cityscape now. On the street, most people wore blue-green clothes and looked energetic. Wan Yinyan paid attention to those around her. Everyone had thick hair, regardless of gender, and their hair was full and lush. People of this era probably can't understand why young people go bald so early, thought Wan Yinyan with a wandering mind. Zhang Ping smiled and said, "Aren't you from North City? Why are you so curious?" Wan Yinyan smiled, with her lips pressed together. "It's been a while since I last came to the city. It's refreshing." Zhang Ping had visited many times over the past year, so nothing felt new. They found a guest house, and when they entered, a young woman in military green clothes was sitting cross-legged, cracking sunflower seeds. Seeing them, she proudly said, "Show me your referral letters." In the past, when they went to a guest house, staff would greet them with smiles, but now, such scenes rarely happen. The staff at state-run restaurants and the salespeople at supply and marketing cooperatives are popular jobs that require flattery. When traveling, besides referral letters, she also carried her marriage certificate with Jiang Ran, so they could stay in the same room. As for Zhang Ping, she stayed alone, and her room fee was paid by Wan Yinyan. She was already grateful that Zhang Ping could come along. The guest house room was small but kept clean. After a long trip by car, Jiang Ran bought some food. That evening, the three of them ate at the guest house, rested overnight, and left the next noon. They first went to the family compound of the machinery factory. Zhang Ping went to call someone, and soon a middle-aged, chubby man came out with her. Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran greeted him and offered cigarettes. The man, surnamed Li, was named Li Jun. Jiang Ran handed him a cigarette, which he accepted. This was a good start. Wan Yinyan smiled and suggested, "Since it's already noon, why don't we find a place to eat and chat? Let's go to the state-run restaurant." The city's state-run restaurant makes delicious soy sauce beef, and Director Li should try it, Zhang Ping said with a smile. He was interested in meeting Wan Yinyan, so they naturally went to the restaurant as it was lunchtime. Zhang Ping ordered soy sauce beef, costing 2 yuan per plate, plus a jean of grain coupons. Wan Yinyan brought enough money and coupons for the day. She handed the menu to Director Li and Zhang Ping, letting them order freely. As she said, Zhang Ping ordered soy sauce beef, stir-fried cabbage, chicken soup with wontons, and added a dish of lamb stir-fry and braised pork knuckles, steamed fish, and even bought a bottle of Maodai. 7 yuan per jean for Wuxing Maotai. If placed in future times, it would be worth tens of thousands of yuan. This table is quite lavish. Zhang Ping and Li Jun have enough to eat, but they rarely dine like this. Usually, when others invite them, the meals are not this grand. Li Jun looked at the two young people, Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran, and felt somewhat satisfied. When the food arrived, they started eating. Since Wan Yanyan was pregnant, she naturally didn't touch alcohol. Jiang Ran, Zhang Ping, and Li Jun drank. After the meal was almost finished, they finally discussed the main matter. When Wan Yanyan came, she brought several different kinds of soap. She explained their benefits to Li Jun. Her handmade soaps were of very high quality, much better than those on the market, and not expensive. Li Jun was already interested, and after eating and drinking well, his face was rosy and full of happiness. Before leaving, Wan Yanyan handed him a bag of soap, asking him to try it at home and pick his favorite to buy later. Li Jun was sent back home. Zhang Ping felt confident today. Wan Yanyan also thought things would go well. Li Jun returned home and gave the soap to his wife, telling her to use it soon. His wife exclaimed, "Buying so much soap is enough. It won't spoil anyway. Why buy so many cigarettes?" Li Jun looked at her holding a cigarette and chuckled softly. He simply asked her to give him the cigarette but didn't say who gave it to him. He secretly thought that the couple looked young but knew how to behave. The woman spoke nicely, and the man didn't talk much, but still gave him face. In the afternoon, after dealing with the matter, they strolled around the city with Zhang Ping. Wan Yanyan also bought her a small pair of leather shoes, costing about 10 yuan. "If the machinery factory thing doesn't work out, I'll ask Director Zhang to keep an eye on other options," she said. Zhang Ping accepted the gift from Wan Yanyan and was determined to get things done. If it didn't work, it would be embarrassing, but she kept reassuring Wan Yanyan, "Don't worry, it will definitely work. If not, I'll find another way." They finished shopping, and it was already late. Since Sunday was Zhang Ping's only day off, she had to go back that day. Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran, who rarely came out, said they would go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. They took Zhang Ping to the bus station for the last bus back to the county. After seeing Zhang Ping off, Wan Yanyan, feeling energized today, finally relaxed and started yawning. "Want to rest at the guest house for a while?" Wan Yanyan leaned on Jiang Ran and nodded. She frowned and said, "Including what I bought for Zhang Ping and the dinner invitation, we've spent about 70 or 80 yuan. I hope things work out. Don't think about those things anymore." Jiang Ran said confidently, "Based on today's situation, there shouldn't be any big problems. We just need to wait for news." Wan Yanyan looked up at him with her clear eyes. Jiang Ran held her hand as they slowly walked back to the guest house. The mechanical factory is doing well, and they give benefits every year. The most anticipated gift is the meat from the meat factory. The meat there is well known. Even if they raise a few more pigs, it's not enough for the city's needs. The factory has many workers, so usually the cafeteria just adds a little meat. If one person gets a piece, that's considered good. Yesterday evening, when I went to buy food and cigarettes, I also visited the mechanical factory staff housing. I heard about what they've been producing these past 2 years. It's towels from the towel factory, and it's about time to change them. Wan Yanyan didn't expect Jiang Ran to find out so much in such a short time. Her heart was completely at ease. They rested at the guest house for a while. After dinner, since there wasn't much to do outside and it was easy to get checked, they didn't go out. They just slept at the guest house. Even so, they still had someone come to check at night. They showed their introduction letter and marriage certificate before they could continue sleeping. The next morning, Jiang Ran and Wan Yanyan went to the hospital for a routine checkup. Hospitals in big cities are much better than those in county towns, but still not as advanced as in later generations. A basic checkup was quick, and they left the hospital soon after. Today, just the two of them wandered around the city. They visited a trust shop that sold second-hand items, clothes, furniture, everything. Wan Yanyan looked around and surprisingly found a set of furniture made from Hainan Wangwali wood, complete and in good condition. She was very tempted, because it was also cheap. The whole set only cost a few dozen yuan, much cheaper than the sofas sold in the store. There was a pair of sandalwood circle chairs, only about 10 yuan. Jiang Ran whispered, "Do you like it?" Wan Nian nodded. These were antiques. Many city people now preferred soft sofas, but these second-hand items were bought by those who couldn't afford new, better furniture. If we buy them and bring them home, will it affect our family? At this moment, Wan Yan felt even more regretful about not having enough space. If she had space, she would definitely find a way to buy all these pieces. Jiang Ran could see she genuinely liked them. All these were bought from the trust shop. There shouldn't be any problem, Jiang Ran said confidently. Hearing this, Wan Yan immediately wanted to pay. She thought about it and asked, if we buy them, how can we bring them back? This is indeed a problem. It takes more than 6 hours for them to travel by bus from the county town to here. Jiang Ran said, there is a train passing through the neighboring county. When we leave, we can take the train back, pay to have it delivered to the nearby county, and then find someone to bring it home. It sounds a bit complicated, but this stuff is valuable. In the future, it will be worth much more than the money she made from selling soap. The first chair from the Ming and Qing dynasties once sold for over 60 million yuan. Her items might not be as valuable as that chair, but they won't be too bad. Wan Yin bought a whole set, paying over 80 yuan in total. There are many things in the shop, lots of miscellaneous items. Since they all need to be transported by train, Wan Yin took her time choosing, while Jiang Ran went to find a vehicle to carry the goods. While she was selecting items, someone walked in front of her and lingered for a moment. Wan Yin felt that the person looked a bit familiar but couldn't remember who it was right away, so she didn't pay much attention. Until the person spoke. Wan Yin? Weren't you sent to the countryside? Why are you here? The person's voice was full of surprise. Wan Yin was confused for a moment and remembered someone from the original story, Xiang. She was the younger sister brought by the original's stepmother. Wan Yin didn't have a good impression of the original's family. She replied calmly, I came to the city for some business. After she went to the countryside, Xiang never thought she would see her again. She even secretly hoped that Wan Yin's life after going to the countryside wouldn't be good, that her face would turn yellow, and she would look old. But just now, seeing Wan Yin's smooth, tender skin like tofu, and noticing she had gained a little weight, she looked even better than before. As for herself, Xiang thought, after she sold her job, she went to the countryside. Her parents also insisted on giving her younger brother her original job. If Wan Yin hadn't sold her job, how could she have lost it? Xiang was disappointed that Wan Yin hadn't become ugly as she wished. Now, thinking about her own work, she felt even more annoyed. Young people can't return to the city unless they have a good reason. If you report it, you'll be considered a vagrant and sent back, she said. The book didn't describe Jiang Ran much, and there was little about the original's sister either. But from the original's memory, she knew that her younger stepsister, who was a year younger, was very competitive. She always wanted what the original had, and if the original didn't have it, she also wanted it. The original's father didn't care much about family affairs. The stepmother was in charge and naturally favored her own daughter. She often told her to be considerate of her sister. In front of the confused father, she knew how to behave. But behind his back, the original suffered many grievances. Wan Yin looked at her calmly and said, Who told you I am a vagrant? I came to the city with an official letter from the team. If you don't believe me, just go find someone to catch me. Xiang listened to Wan Yin and felt strangely that she seemed to have changed. The previous Wan Yin would never speak to her like this. But Xiang didn't think much about it. She thought about Song Siming returning to the courtyard with lots of food, bragging about it, and bringing some grain too. Now that Wan Yin was here, she wondered if she also brought grain. She awkwardly smiled and reached out to hold Wan Yin's arm. Sister, I'm just worried about you. Why are you angry? You came to the city, but didn't go home first. You've been gone so long, and our parents miss you. Why are you here selling things? Let me carry your bag, and let's go home. Wan Yin pulled her hand away. Time is tight, and the official letter expires today. I have to leave soon, so I won't go home. Xiang saw her pull her hand away and looked down. She saw Wan Yinyan's slightly bulging belly and suddenly remembered something. Sister, I heard you've already married in the countryside? Thinking of this, Xiang felt a bit happy. Wan Yinyan got married in the countryside, so she probably couldn't return to the city in her life. Marrying a rural man, she wondered what she was thinking. Xia Ying wouldn't marry a rural man anyway. She wanted to find someone at the machinery factory or maybe an office worker. Unfortunately, the director of the Gu committee, who was interested in Wan Yinyan before, didn't like her. Otherwise, Wan Yinyan wouldn't be involved in so many things. Xia Ying's face couldn't hide her thoughts, and Wan Yinyan guessed her meaning but didn't bother to care. Big sister, you're here yourself? Where's your husband? You're pregnant, and he still trusts you to come so far away, Xia Ying said, seeming caring but actually looking gleeful. But her joy didn't last long. Jiang Ran came in and looked at Wan Yinyan. Have you finished shopping? Did you find the car? Xia Ying heard a pleasant voice and looked up to see a face. Her eyes immediately couldn't look away. None of the people chasing her were as handsome as this man. However, Jiang Ran didn't look at Xiang. He only looked at his wife. Wan Yinyan said, Yes, we're done. That's all. Let's pay and go back to the guest house. Jiang Ran went to pay. Xiang looked at his tall figure and was momentarily captivated. Sister, who is that? He's my husband, Wan Yinyan said briefly, not wanting to say more. I have something to do. I'll talk to you later. When Xiang heard that the man was Wan Yinyan's husband, she felt a cold chill. She imagined that the man Wan Yinyan married from the countryside would be poor and rustic. But the man she saw just now, dressed neatly, was more handsome than the men at her factory. Xia Ying noticed several large bills when he paid, which made her feel surprised. She wondered, what luck does Wan Yinyan have to marry a wealthy man from the countryside? Feeling a mix of envy and jealousy, she said, Sister, you're rarely back. Come home for a visit. Brother Simon is also at home now. He brought a lot of money and grain. Uncle Song keeps praising him. Wan Yinyan understood what Xiang meant. She didn't want to be bothered by her. Our things are at the guest house. Go tell her parents. We'll pack up and go home tomorrow. Tomorrow, she and Jiang Ran would arrive at Dehe village. Hearing this, Xia Ying guessed Wan Yinyan was going to the guest house to get her belongings. She was happy and said, I'll go tell our parents. Remember to bring 2 dishes from the state-owned restaurant tomorrow. You've been away for so long, and our parents don't know your taste anymore. All the money from the original family was saved for their younger brother to get married. Neither she nor Xia Ying often went to the state-owned restaurant to eat because they had to send money home from their jobs. That's why Xia Ying wanted to eat there. She was just looking for her to pay the bill. But Wan Yinyan was no longer the original owner, so she just smiled and agreed. Jiang Ran paid the bill, and with the help of the carter and shop assistants, they carried the furniture onto 2 carts, then headed to the train station. Xia Ying quickly rode her bike back to the courtyard. As soon as she entered, she shouted, Dad, Mom, Sister Nian Nian is back. She even brought her husband. Immediately, a middle-aged, slim man stood up, with sharp eyes. He looked angry and said, That rebellious girl, she dares to come back? Xia Ying thought of the tall, handsome man and remembered how he paid. She said, Dad, don't be angry. I think Sister Nian Nian is doing quite well now. They bought many things at the trust shop. She was very generous with her husband. I told Nian Nian she would come tomorrow and wanted to pick out a few dishes at the state-owned restaurant. The slim man's face didn't soften much. If Wan Yinyan had married the director of the cooperative committee and her work was directly given to his son, he would be living a good life now, looking impressive in front of others and wouldn't care about her dishes. She is a rebellious girl. Ying, you must not learn from her. Just these past few days, hurry up and handle the paperwork so your brother can go to work. He's almost of marriageable age, but has no job. How can he get married like this? Hearing this, Xia Ying suddenly winked at the gentle woman knitting nearby. The woman looked calm and kind. Listen to your father. Your brother needs a job, and since you're a girl, we will find a good family for you to marry into. Ying felt very upset inside. The woman then changed the subject and looked at the thin man. I just heard Ying say that Nian Nian has become more beautiful after being in the countryside for so long. Do you think Zhou Peng still has a chance? Zhou Peng is the director of the village committee, who previously showed interest in Ruan Nian Nian. Ruan Zheng frowned. She's already married. Can anyone still like her? Besides, it's hard to bring her back from the countryside. We're not in a good position, but Zhou Peng has connections. Maybe he has a way. And so, what if Nian Nian is married? Zhou Peng is married too. His ex-wife's child is already 7. If Nian Nian keeps getting more beautiful, I don't believe he wouldn't be tempted. Hearing their discussion, Ying looked at Nian Nian's growing belly and thought, Mom and Dad, Nian Nian is already pregnant. Someone likes her, and it's impossible to let her marry him while pregnant. Besides, I think that man is quite generous. Nian Nian might not even want to divorce him. Being generous, but he's from the village. Does he have status, wealth, or connections in the city? Nian Nian is still young. We can't let her be so naive. The woman frowned again. This pregnancy makes things complicated. Anyway, Nian Nian will be back tomorrow. You should call Zhou Peng and see what he thinks. If he's willing, Ying will lose her job. Let him find a way. Then Nian Nian will be fine, Ying will be fine, Xiao Chang will be fine, and we won't have to worry anymore. Ruan Nian no longer cared about the situation at the Ruan family. She was now sitting and waiting for the bus. Jiang Ran was helping the staff load furniture onto the vehicle. The train ticket was for 7 o'clock. The train was slow, stopping frequently. It was expected to arrive in the neighboring county by tomorrow morning, so they would have to spend the night on the train. Was the person at the trust shop your friend? Jiang Ran asked softly. Wan Yan shook her head. She hadn't planned to tell Jiang Ran about the original owner. When she happened to meet him, she simply said, "She's my stepmother's sister." Jiang Ran was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting this kind of relationship. Forget about asking the captain to extend the invitation letter. That way, you can stay at home for a few more days. Wan Yan remembered crying in front of Jiang Ran about missing her parents before. Now, when she tried to explain, she wasn't actually thinking of her original parents. It was hard to explain, and she wondered if she should tell Jiang Ran that he was a character from a book, which most people would find hard to accept. Wan Yan thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't want to stay at home. I was born not long ago, and my mother passed away when I was very young. A year later, my father remarried. Besides the stepmother and her daughter, they also had a younger brother. When I went to the countryside, it wasn't just because I was chasing Song Siming. My parents arranged a marriage for me so I could get a job, and my brother would take over my work. I didn't want to marry him, nor did I want to leave my work to my brother, so I sold my job and went to the countryside." Jiang Ran listened quietly as she spoke, his face gradually turning cold and hard. His dark eyes carried a deep anger, but he also felt sorry for her. His hand, which was around her waist, tightened slightly. Wan Yan whispered, "So I don't want to go back to that home. When I said I missed my parents before, I wasn't actually thinking of them." Jiang Ran thought she meant her deceased mother-in-law and looked down at his wife's face with more pity. If you don't want to go back, then don't. He would treat her better. Wan Yan thought that Jiang Ran probably wouldn't ask her to visit her family again. After sitting on the train for a long time, the smell in the carriage was unpleasant: food, foot odor, and various other smells. Wan Yan and Jiang Ran bought some food, but the mixed scents lingered around her nose, making her lose her appetite. She took a few bites and then stopped eating. Jiang Ran coaxed her to eat a boiled egg and drank some water. Wan Yan hadn't vomited in a long time. After a night on the train, her stomach was churning violently, and she almost threw up several times. When they got off, it was already around 8 or 9 in the morning. Jiang Ran found 2 donkey carts nearby, paid 2 yuan, and sent them back to Dea village. Earning 2 yuan made the drivers happy, and they even helped carry their things. They kept going until they finally reached home in the afternoon. Entering the village attracted many curious eyes, but Wan Yan was too exhausted to bother explaining. Feeling sore all over, she took a shower with water Jiang Ran heated, then he brought her some water to soak her feet. Looking at her swollen feet, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Wan Yinyin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Ran's rough hands gently massaged her. Since she became pregnant, her calves and feet often swelled. At first, Jiang Ran was not used to massaging her, but now she was very accustomed to it. His hands were strong, and the pressure was very comfortable. Ruanianian was so relaxed that she almost fell asleep. Before long, she leaned on the blanket and closed her eyes. Jiang Ran cleaned her feet, covered her with the blanket, and then brought in the chair he had brought. After washing himself, he lay down with her to sleep together. As soon as he got into bed, the sleepy person rolled into his arms. Jiang Ran couldn't help but smile. When Ranianian woke up again, it was early the next morning. As soon as she woke, her stomach made gurgling sounds, like a little voice calling for food. During breakfast, Jiang Ran was busy in the kitchen. Seeing her dazed and sleepy, he handed her 2 slices of braised beef. She chewed on them and then eagerly looked at the porridge boiling on the stove. Jiang Ran peeled an egg for her. She ate the egg white and then handed the yolk to Jiang Ran. The millet porridge had some small rice grains and a few red dates, making it thick and chewy. Ruanianian, tired and not having eaten well these days, ate a big bowl and even added half a steamed bun. She finally felt full and let out a big burp. After eating, Jiang Ran went to check the vegetable garden in the backyard. Ruanianian went to look at the yellow rosewood furniture she had found, her eyes shining as if she saw money turning around in front of her. Soon, Wang Lu ran excitedly into their yard. "Sister-in-law, where is brother Ran?" Ruanianian saw his face almost split into a big smile. "Is there good news?" "Good news, good news," Wang Lu said repeatedly. "Xiao Yu read a recipe from a book. It says if we put it into the soil, the vegetable seedlings will grow better. We've already done it and want to ask brother Ran if he wants to try some too." Ruanianian was curious. "What recipe?" "It's made of cow manure and soybean powder. It fermented for a few days. She said it contains something called ammonia. I don't really understand, but she said it's good for the seedlings." Ruanianian understood. It was basically fertilizer made from ammonia water. She hadn't lived much in the countryside, so even if she knew about this, she didn't expect Guo Yu to come up with it. She felt a bit impressed. Wang Lu scratched his head when she didn't say anything. "I don't know if it works or not, but Xiao Yu said it should be right. We haven't put all the fertilizer into the ground yet. Maybe we can try it first. If it works well, you and brother Ran can try too." In the future, there would be a lot of chemical fertilizers and people mostly used nitrogen fertilizers instead of ammonia water. Wan Yanyan said, "Be careful to dilute it, so you don't burn the seedlings." While Wan Yanyan was talking to Wang Lu, Jiang Ran also came out of the vegetable shed. Wang Lu repeated what he had just said to Jiang Ran. Wan Yanyan said, "This is useful. It can help plants grow and benefit their stems and leaves." Jiang Ran became interested. If it could increase the yield, that would be perfect. Wan Yanyan also went to see. She was working on how to increase vegetable production. Today, Xiang took a day off from the city hall and stood at the gate, looking around. But she didn't see Wan Yanyan's figure. Xiang went back inside. Her mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Outside, Wan Jingji was drinking with a middle-aged man. When he saw him come in, the man smiled and turned around. "Nian hasn't come back yet?" That was Zhou Peng. Though he didn't look very good, he had a good position. Xia Ying actually wanted to marry into a good family. She didn't care about looks, just a good life and money. Now, she even gave her salary to her parents. But he liked Wan Yanyan's face. Still no sign of her. Wan Jingji frowned, worried that Zhou Peng might be getting impatient. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. She hasn't come back for a long time. Carrying things is inconvenient. Just wait a little longer." Thinking of Wan Yanyan's fair, pretty face, Zhou Peng felt a flutter in his heart. Over the past year, many people introduced him to potential matches, but none looked as good as her. So tempting. A beauty is worth waiting for. Zhou Peng smiled.
"No rush, no rush."
Wan Jingji told Xiang, "Keep waiting at the door." Xia Ying went out again. It was almost noon, and she was still waiting for Wan Yinyan to come so they could eat. Ying, what are you doing here? Song Siming and his mother came back from grocery shopping and asked Xiang at the door. Xiang looked at the gentle, well-mannered Song Siming and smiled slightly. Sister Nyanyan said she would come back today. I'm waiting here for her. Hearing this, Song Siming paused slightly. Wan Nyanyan is coming back?
Yes.
She said she brought some big dishes from the state-run restaurant. She hasn't come yet, probably waiting for the food to be ready. Wan Yinyan, who was on the mind of the Wan family, was looking at the fermented cow manure. The smell was quite strong. Guo Yu saw them coming and smiled faintly. I don't know if it works or not. I saw it in a book.
Some places do it like this.
I just wanted to try. It must work. Sister-in-law also said it works. You too read a lot, Wang Lu praised enthusiastically. Finally, they discussed each family getting a small area to try and see if the output would improve. At the farm, Jiang Ran was working, and Wan Yinyan took her unfinished undergarment to find Wang Fingxia to make clothes. She needed to finish this undergarment quickly, or else when the weather warmed up, it would be impossible to wear. The Wan family waited from early morning until noon, then from noon until evening, but they never saw Wan Yinyan's shadow. The whole family looked unhappy. Xiang said, she clearly said she would come today. What's going on? I think she's just fooling you, Wan Xiaoqiang said with a sneer. She promised to give me work, and she agreed nicely at first. Who knew she secretly sold the job? She can pretend at home, but she's really bad. When Brother Zhou left, his face looked very upset. You promised him that your eldest sister would be with her, but you didn't do it. Today, you said she'd see your eldest sister, but you didn't do that either. I think we've really offended Brother Zhou. Hearing Wan Xiaoqiang's words, Wan Jingji's face looked even worse. A few days after Wan Yinyan returned home, the educated youths visiting relatives also started to come back, many carrying large and small bags. Wan Yinyan counted the days at home. There was no news from the mechanical factory. Maybe it's not going to work out. It's a big factory, and they probably have good connections. Finding something suitable for welfare wouldn't be rare. While cooking, she was lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. Wan Yinyan, are you home? Hearing this voice, she instinctively frowned, but before she could come out, Jiang Ran stepped out first. Song Siming saw Jiang Ran and timidly took a step back. Realizing he was late, he hesitated and said weakly, don't move your hands. I came to see Wan Yinyan on official business. Her family asked me to bring a letter. Jiang Ran reached out. Frightened, Song Siming took another step back, nearly falling. Jiang Ran chuckled softly, give me the letter. This was clearly a mocking smile. Song Siming's face darkened. Wanting to see Wan Yinyan, he looked at Jiang Ran's fist, took out the letter, and threw it to him before quickly running away. When Jiang Ran returned, Wan Yinyan asked, what is Song Siming doing here again? Jiang Ran took out the letter. It's a letter from your parents. Do you want to see it? Wan Yinyan remembered that before leaving, she had handed a note to Xiang. Her family was probably still expecting her to bring something, maybe some money or food. She took the letter from Jiang Ran, glanced at it, and smiled. They're scolding me. Jiang Ran took a look at the letter with a displeased face. In her letter, Wan Jingzheng criticized her daughter-in-law for being unfilial and mentioned that because she didn't go home, she angered someone named Zhou Peng. From the letter, she inferred that this person was the matchmaker they were planning to introduce to her daughter-in-law. Don't be angry. Anyway, his scolding won't help. Zhou Peng is far from us and can't interfere with our affairs. It's just bad luck for their Wan family. They brought this on themselves, so they deserve it, Wan Yinyan said. She found the situation quite amusing. Jiang ran through the letter into the fire and burned it. Don't worry, I will make sure you live well even in the countryside. Wan Yinyan looked at the chicken soup simmering in the pot. Our current life is already better than most people in the city. She and Jiang Ran had been secretly working hard to earn money, and they earned quite a bit. They had meat for every meal, and life was much better than at the beginning. Nyanyan, Jiang Ran, are you home? When Wan Yinyan heard the call, she immediately stood up, her eyes shining with excitement. Jiang Wan saw Wan Yinyan running toward her, visibly pregnant, and instinctively opened her arms. Wan Yinyan stopped steadily in front of Jiang Wan, with Jiang Ran following closely behind. Jiang Wan patted her chest. "Oh, you scared me. Take it slow. What if something happens?" "It's okay. Jiang Ran is right behind me," Wan Yinyan said confidently, her face full of anticipation. "Jiang Wan, what are you here for?" Jiang Wan smiled and took out a letter. "This is from Director Zhang. She asked me to pass it to you. She said you two should go see her when you have time." Wan Yinyan quickly opened the envelope and read the contents at a glance. Her smile grew wider as she handed it to Jiang Ran. "It's settled." Jiang Ran also smiled and took it. The two of them were like playing a guessing game, and Jiang Wan didn't ask many questions. "The letter has been delivered, so I'll head back home now." Wan Yinyan invited her to stay for dinner, but Jiang Wan was waiting to go back and see her daughter and the dog, so she refused. Before Wan Yinyan could persuade her further, Jiang Wan hurried off. The machinery factory was said to have over 2,000 workers. Wan Yinyan saw the number in Li Juanxin's letter, 2,932 people, nearly 3,000. They were ordered to produce the most basic laundry soap. All of it was to be delivered before August 15th. Besides that, there was a 30% deposit, which was temporarily sent to Zhang Ping. The letter explained everything. Wan Yinyan guessed that Zhang Ping also asked them to go to the county town for this matter. Before August 15th, there's still several months left, but considering she needs to give birth, take care of the baby, and Jiang Ran needs to look after the vegetables, the time seems long. However, upon closer thought, it's not that much. Completing so many soaps in such a short time is a challenge. Ruyan Yan wanted to find someone else to do it, but making soap doesn't require much skill. Plus, in this era, giving the work to others means trusting them with your livelihood. If they have bad intentions, she could report them, which is easy to do. This involves a lot of money, and human nature can be tested. The idea only flashed in her mind briefly, and Ruyan Yan dismissed it. She decided to do it herself. She's tired of relying on others. Once the order from the machinery factory was confirmed, Ruyan Yan and Jiang Ran went to the county town to collect a deposit of 440 yuan from Director Zhang. Zhang Ping looked at these two young people with admiration. Her annual salary isn't as much as what she made from selling soap once, but soap isn't made out of thin air. She must have some capital. Although Zhang Ping felt envious, she wasn't jealous. She wasn't completely without profit either. Ruyan Yan was quite generous. She even brought a big piece of marinated beef today as a snack, weighing about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. She thought that although these two are from the countryside, their future prospects are limitless. Building a good relationship with them wouldn't hurt her. Soon, her initial jealousy eased. By the way, Jiang Ran, Jiang Wan likes certain types of people. I happen to know someone who seems quite suitable. Listen and consider it. If it's a good match, you can introduce them to Jiang Wan. The person Zhang Ping recommended works at the Electric Power Bureau. He's 38 years old, has a stable job, and a few years ago, his wife passed away, leaving a son and a daughter. The son is 16 and the daughter is 8. Zhang Ping said, compared to Jiang Wan, he's a bit older, but he has a good job, good benefits, and he's not bad-looking. Most importantly, he said he's okay with whether or not to have children. His children are at home, so it's not a concern. Jiang Wan is only 28, 10 years younger than the man. Besides that, she has a good job, and in later generations, working at the Electric Power Bureau is also a popular matchmaker's choice. Ruyan Yan said, Sister Ping, I forgot to tell you. Jiang Wan recently said she doesn't want to get married. She and I have adopted 2 orphans in our village. The older one is about 8 or 9, and the younger hasn't even celebrated his 6th birthday yet. Zhang Ping truly didn't know about this matter. When she heard about it, she immediately felt troubled. I'll ask again, but these 2 children are not small matters. After Wan Yan and Jiang Ran left the clothing factory, they hadn't contacted each other. She also didn't mention this to Jiang Wan, and instead focused on making soap at home. To be precise, she was mainly guiding Jiang Ran in making soap. As she made more, she realized it was quite a physical job. She was pregnant and found it inconvenient, but she wanted to do it. Jiang Ran didn't allow her to do the hard work, and over several days, Jiang Ran became more skilled than her. They cut the soap into rows, and Wan Yinyan even bought craft paper, cutting it to the right size. Jiang Ran did the physical work, and she would package the soap whenever she had free time. The oil at home wasn't unlimited, and they couldn't buy too much at once. Sometimes, Jiang Ran would take a donkey cart in the afternoon and visit nearby counties to buy more oil. As for the matter of introducing Jiang Wan to a suitor that Zhang Ping mentioned last time, there was no follow-up. It was probably because Jiang Wan was scared off by the two children. Working at the electric bureau was good, but he was 10 years older than Jiang Wan. Even his advantages faded with time. He was taking care of two children himself and wasn't willing to let Jiang Wan do the same. Wan Yinyan thought that since there was no progress, it was better that way. He wasn't a good match, anyway. While Wan Yinyan was still thinking about how he wasn't a good match, Sweet Girl ran over. Her eyes were still red. Wan Yinyan asked Little Sweet Girl, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Sweet Girl shook her head, biting her lip and not speaking. Her big eyes were watery and looked pitiful. Wan Yinyan usually had no resistance to cute children, especially when they looked pretty and pitiful like Sweet Girl. She took out a candy, peeled it, and offered it to her. "Eat the candy first." Sweet Girl put the candy in her mouth and whispered after a while, "Sister, someone came to propose marriage to Auntie. Will we have no home with brother and me in the future?" After Jiang Wan adopted the two children, she didn't let them call her mother. Instead, Sweet Girl changed from calling her sister to calling her aunt. Propose marriage? Wan Yinyan looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran said, "I don't know what's going on." That was true. They had been busy with soap making and hadn't gone out much. She lowered her voice and asked, "Who told you that?" "The women in the village said that someone came today to propose marriage to Auntie. They said that once Auntie gets married, she won't want us anymore." The little girl had just started to feel the warmth of home and didn't expect it to disappear so soon. She looked at Wan Yinyan with a worried and anxious expression. Wan Yinyan frowned, still unsure about the matchmaking situation. But the later part, about them not needing her anymore, was definitely a village trick to fool children. Adults don't take such malicious jokes seriously, but children do, especially sensitive kids like Tianyo who have no parents. Don't believe it. Everyone's just talking nonsense. They're trying to trick you. If Aunt Wan didn't want you, why did she take you to see the village chief to get a certificate? Wan Yinyan gently patted her head.
"Come on, I'll take you to see Aunt Wan."
Wan Yinyan held Tianyo's hand and led her to the door, just in time to meet Jiang Wan rushing over. Seeing Tianyo holding her hand, Jiang Wan finally relaxed. Tianyo's tears were obvious. Jiang Wan stepped forward and opened her arms. "Come here." Tianyo took small steps toward Jiang Wan and suddenly threw herself into her arms. Jiang Wan picked her up. "Don't listen to what others say. Tianyo is so cute and sensible. Why would I not want you? I want to see you grow up." Hearing this, Tianyo hugged Jiang Wan tightly, quietly sobbing on her neck.
"Mama."
Jiang Wan was a little surprised and gently patted her back. Wan Yinyan watched the scene. "Tianyo said someone sent a matchmaker to propose marriage for you?" Jiang Wan's face turned red, and she nodded. Just at the door, Wan Yinyan invited her to go home and talk. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Wan said, "It's a matchmaker arranged by Li Feng." Wan Yinyan immediately smiled. She still had a good impression of the man who was guarding the road and chasing away troublemakers from Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan saw her smile and could guess what she was thinking. Her face reddened further, and she gently patted Tianyo. "I declined." Wan Yinyan asked instinctively, "How did you refuse?" "I don't think I'm good enough for him," Jiang Wan said honestly. "He's never been married, no children, has a good job, and is 30 this year. He's not bad-looking. Marrying me would be a waste. He'll find a better girl." Tianyo was crying in Jiang Wan's arms and eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. Jiang Wan looked at the little one in her arms. "Since my divorce from Zhou Ling, I've had people introduce others to me. But one condition was that I couldn't raise these two kids." Honestly, staying at Tianyo and Go Dan's house these days has been the easiest time I've had in years. I can't bear to part with them. If I had married and had children, they'd be about the same age as her. Whether to marry or not is a voluntary choice. Wang Yanyan thought Li Feng was a good man, but she wouldn't strongly persuade Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan sat and talked for a while before leaving. Wang Yanyan accompanied her back and took a walk. Her belly was getting bigger, so now she needed to walk a little every day. As she reached the crowd, someone called out, "Wan Jiqing, there's a letter for you at the village entrance. You've been getting quite a few lately." Wang Yanyan didn't want to pick it up, except for the letters from their Wan family brought by Song Siming. Recently, she also received letters from Wan Jingji scolding her. After insulting her, he even asked her to send money home. Not pretty, but thinks she's clever. She had already burned a few of those letters. When she reached the village entrance, the postman recognized her. "Wan Yanyan, here's your letter." She looked at the address on the letter. It was still from Beijing, so she didn't mind and put it in her pocket. When she got home, Wang Lu and Jiang Ran were discussing the vegetables they were planting. Wang Lu was especially excited. "These are the 2 plants I pulled today. They were treated with some ammonia water. Their roots are thicker than those untreated, and the leaves are greener. The quality looks good." He waved 2 lush green vegetables in his hand. One plant was stronger, with darker green leaves, while the other was slightly tender, with one leaf darker and the other more yellow. Even though she didn't farm much, she could clearly see the difference. Every time they fertilized the vegetables, Jiang Ran kept records. "It really works. Do you think if we compost manure and use it to fertilize the wheat, the yield will be higher?" Wang Lu asked. Jiang Ran also considered this. "You can talk to the team leader about it. But don't let the secret out about the vegetable planting. If others hear a few words, they might figure it out. Don't blame me for not warning you, brother." Wang Lu thought about how his wife had figured out his secrets last time. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "It definitely won't happen. If I tell the team leader, what if he doesn't believe me? Last time I visited the team leader's house, he was planting chives. Do you believe it? You can ask him to try it in his chive field first." Wang Lu still worried. He couldn't convince the team leader. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Brother Jiang, why don't you come with me? Guo still listens to you." Jiang Ran was also a kid leader when he was young. He fought with Jiang Guo, who was a few years older, and Jiang Guo lost. Since then, Jiang Guo became one of his followers. Later, the Jiang family had problems, and Jiang Guo became the team leader. Officially, they kept their distance, but privately, they still got along well. Jiang Ran frowned. "I need to go cook with my wife first. After we eat, I'll go." "That's the way your wife suggested. Let her come along too. But both of you, don't let anything slip." Wang Lu naturally made another promise and went back to plant 2 seedlings he had pulled out into the ground. Jiang Ran went into the kitchen to burn firewood and told him about this. The 2 of them cooked millet porridge and boiled 2 eggs. Just as they were about to read, the original owner, although wealthy, didn't live as well as she does now. Back then, she felt she could eat a whole cow, and even the egg yolks she didn't like tasted delicious. Now, that's not possible. She gave the egg yolks to Jiang Ran, who gave her the egg whites. With some side dishes, they finished eating and tidied up. At the door, Wang Lu started making cat-like calls and calling for people. He also annoyed the dog in the yard, making it bark. Wan Yanyan went for an evening walk and decided to go along. When they arrived, Jiang Guo had already recovered from his cold and was at home frying sweet potato balls with his wife. The whole yard smelled wonderful. Seeing the 4 of them, Jiang Guo was surprised. "Why are you 4 here?" Wang Lu said, "We have something to talk to you about." Jiang Guo was still scooping up the balls and said, "You guys go inside and sit first." They all went into the house to sit down. Jiang Guo took a bowl of balls to carry inside. "No need to bring food. They just came to talk, and will leave soon." "Why are you still carrying the balls?" Feng Chuiying said with concern. Jiang Guo smiled. "It's because of what Jiang Ran did for me last time. We haven't thanked him yet. Just eating a few balls isn't a big deal." Feng Chuiying listened but didn't say anything further, watching him take the balls inside. Soon, Jiang Wuchao came back and said, "Come, come, eat. They're fresh out of the pot." Life is hard for everyone now, but the head of the team's family is doing a bit better. Each of them took one, but no one took a second. The method was thought up by Wang Lu and the others. Jiang Ran didn't want to take credit and signaled Wang Lu to explain. When Wang Lu came, he had a good idea, but now he was stumbling and couldn't explain clearly, let alone the principle. After a while, Jiang Wuchao only understood a little. It was Guo Wanyu who stepped forward and explained again. She was better at organizing language and had rural life experience. She even took out a book. "I saw this in a book. We all think it might be useful. If we use it on wheat, maybe next year everyone won't go hungry." Jiang Guochao was literate. He looked down at what was written: cow manure and soybean flour. There were 2 cows in the village, so manure was easy to find. The soybean flour was just ground soybeans. It didn't seem too difficult, easier than composting manure in the village. "Will this work?" he asked, worried that it might not work and that they'd waste half a gene of soybeans. Wan Yin bit into a soft sweet potato ball, her mouth sweet and tender. "Just half a gene of soybeans. If we can increase our village's grain yield, our villagers won't have to beg for food next year." She wasn't joking. This year, Daya village was hit by a disaster, and the harvest was poor. Many families ran out of food right after the new year, and some people started begging to fill their stomachs. Farmers all hope for better harvests. Jiang Guochao, the village leader, was not stubborn. "I'll try this method first and find a piece of land to test it." After leaving Jiang Guochao's house, Wan Yinyan went home to wash up and sleep. As she took off her clothes, an envelope fell out from inside her coat. Jiang Ran bent down and picked it up. A letter from Beicheng, and it's registered. Wan Zhenji was surprised that he dared to use a registered letter to scold her. "It's still from him. I won't look at it. It's probably another scolding. Tomorrow, I'll put it in the kitchen to set fire." Wan Yinyan understood her plan clearly. Jiang Ran's gaze fell on the sender, sent from the Beicheng radio factory. The sender's name, Lu Xingyun. In a daze, Wan Yinyan thought she had heard wrong. She stared blankly at Jiang Ran, her fingers trembling slightly. "What did you just say?" Jiang Ran was confused. "From the electrical factory. Do you know anyone there?" "Lu Xingyun." Wan Yinyan stood up and took the envelope from Jiang Ran. Seeing the names on the back, her arm trembled. She wanted to tear open the envelope, but couldn't do it after several tries. Jiang Ran had never seen Wan Yinyan like this. Although he didn't know what was happening, he reached out and tore the envelope open, pulling out the letter. "See for yourself." The familiar handwriting immediately caught her eye. "Is it Nanan?" Seeing that very familiar way of addressing her, tears blurred her eyes uncontrollably. She choked, and tears dropped down quickly. Jiang Ran handed her a cotton handkerchief, though he didn't know who Lu Xingyun was or his relationship with his wife. It was obvious that this person was very important to her. While wiping her tears, he said softly, "Be good. Don't cry anymore. If you cry again, the letter will get wet. Let's see what he wrote for you." Wan Yinyan sniffed, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, and looked down at the letter inside. It was full of stories from her childhood, like her picky eating, throwing tantrums, and refusing to eat, a middle school boy writing her love letters, and her arguing with her puppy for attention. In the end, it mentioned her current job at Beicheng Electric Factory. It said that she and her father were doing well, and she shouldn't worry. Was Nanan doing okay? Ru Nian understood the letter. The small events at the beginning confirmed whether she was the original owner or herself. The rest of the letter told her that she and her father had also arrived. A wave of great happiness filled her heart. Ru Nian stretched her arms and looked at Jiang Ran with tears in her eyes. "Pinch me," she said. "I'm afraid I'm dreaming." Jiang Ran looked at her fair arm. She wasn't like Wang Lu or Jiang Ming, who had tough skin. They could be pinched or kicked, and it wouldn't matter. But she was his wife. Feeling helpless, Jiang Ran extended his arm. "Go ahead, pinch me." Ru Nian chuckled softly at his joke. "Although I don't know who sent this letter, I know it's not a dream," Jiang Ran said with a deep gaze. "If you're worried about dreaming again, We can find other ways to prove it. Now, we're both awake.
Rogue.
Jiang Ran smiled and responded softly, yes, I am a rogue. Ru Nian read the letter several more times, then stayed up late writing a reply. Tomorrow, she would send it back, telling Lu Xing that she was doing well and that she shouldn't worry. She also wanted to share that she was married to Jiang Ran. They had a little baby on the way, and she would treat the baby as well as Ms. Lu Xingyun and Mr. Wan Wenchao did. She wrote happily on several pages, so excited she couldn't sleep. Finally, she did some mischievous things a lady should do, and Jiang Ran seemed quite happy too. Ru Nian couldn't sleep. In a small room in the family building of Beicheng Electric Factory, 2 people in their late 20s also lay awake. A short-haired, confident woman looked at the gentle man and suddenly asked, "Did you go to the post office today?" The man replied, "My dear wife, you've asked that question 108 times today. Just tell me the answer. No need for the chatter." The man sighed helplessly. "The post office said the letter should arrive in a few days. When it does, even if she replies, it won't be so quick to reach us. Don't worry. I'm just afraid that it's not our daughter." She hesitated, but the man understood what she meant. If Nian was truly gone, Wan Wenchao felt a tightness in his chest. He comforted her, "It won't happen. It's not possible. Heaven brought us here to reunite our family." The next morning, they rode their bikes to the county town to send the letter. To prevent it from getting lost, they sent it as registered mail. "I asked the staff, and it will take about a week to reach Beicheng." Wan Nian is eagerly awaiting a reply from there. Even though yesterday she proved she wasn't dreaming by taking some bold actions, she still feels dizzy now, walking as if she's floating on clouds. Feeling happy, Wan Nian went shopping with Jiang Ran at a grocery store, then explored the black market. After that, they visited the supply and marketing cooperative, spent some money, and in the afternoon, they ate outside before riding their bike home. In the village, they saw Song Ziming and Lin Jingxin moving things. Wan Nian arrived at the gossip center of the village. Before she could ask, Aunt Wang pulled her arm and winked, saying, "They've split up. They've split up." Seeing how Wan Nian looked, Jiang Ran knew she wanted to hear gossip again. He told Aunt Wang, "I'll go home first. My wife is pregnant, so please take care of her for now." Aunt Wang was still eager to share more gossip with Wan Nian, but saw Jiang Ran wave his hand and say, "Go ahead. With me here, nothing will happen to your wife." Wan Nian waved back at Aunt Wang, saying, "You go home and busy yourself." Jiang Ran. He shouldn't have shown that he knew how to make soap in front of his wife. Now she's not even asking him for guidance anymore. Feeling helpless, Jiang Ran rode his bike home with the things. Wan Nian was pulled to sit down and asked curiously, "Last time, things got so intense, but they didn't split up. Why now? Did Secretary Lin agree?" In the original story, the Lin family loved Lin Jingxin very much. But at that time, Lin Jingxin didn't hold back the family either. If they don't agree, there's nothing they can do. Both the oldest and second oldest in the Lin family are arguing about divorce and even taking their grandchildren, Aunt Wang said. That Song Jiqing, she took a lot of things from the countryside to the city, and when she returned, she brought back 2 strings of candied hawthorn, claiming they were special treats from Beicheng. She picked out each hawthorn one by one, and the Lin family couldn't even share one each. Aunt Wang almost laughed as she spoke. One for him and that other guy, Su Jiqing. They really embarrassed the youth village. Luckily you left, or you'd be embarrassed too. Someone nearby interrupted. Before, there weren't that many people in the youth village. Only Jiqing was embarrassing. Wan Nian said, "Auntie, if you don't want to say it, just don't. There's no need to expose people's secrets." Aunt Wang replied, "I think it's because that Song Jiqing deliberately damaged Nian's reputation. He often talks about her in public, saying she's chasing him. He's worried and distressed, secretly trying to ruin her reputation. You've seen how many times Nian chased him? Every time, he's the one talking about it. I think it's because he sees Nian's kind heart and is deliberately doing it." As she spoke, Aunt Wang Er felt like she had uncovered the truth. She looked at Wan Nian with a bit of sympathy and asked, "Isn't that right, Nian?" This time, it really wasn't, Wan Yanyan thought silently. The original owner was truly pursuing Song Siming, but Song Siming didn't want Lin Jingxin to see him. Every time they secretly met to exchange things. Even just secretly seeing each other made the original owner happy. However, Wan Yanyan couldn't break Aunt Wang Er's support now. She was standing with her. Wan Yanyan nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, yes. Aunt Wang Er looked as if she was saying, that's right. She said to Zhang Jing, you've also eaten the melon seeds Nian bought. Maybe you shouldn't speak like that in the future. Nian is just a young girl. When someone tarnishes her reputation, she can't even prove herself. Aunt Wang Er felt she had some insight and spoke to the person who had just insulted Wan Yanyan. Wan Yanyan thought to herself, once her way of earning money becomes known, she must bring Aunt Wang Er along. This is true friendship. Lin Jingxin and Song Siming were sent to the old house, carrying things back and forth. The villagers' gossiping eyes could be felt, but none of those gazes compared to how uncomfortable Wan Yanyan felt standing there. Neither Lin Jingxin nor Song Siming thought Wan Yanyan would get better with time, but she seemed to be improving more and more. Her skin was fair and her figure was plump, clearly loved and pampered. Young people in the countryside tend to look good but are not strong. Shouldn't marry a young person from the countryside. Lin Jingxin chose the one who was least capable of working among the young people. But he was talented and good at talking, better than all the men in the village. She believed that Song Siming was the one who understood her best. He also had ambitions, and Lin Jingxin thought marrying him would be the happiest thing in the world. But after getting married, she didn't seem that happy. He was generous to her and his family. He often listened to her complaints. His family was struggling. He had brothers and sisters. But she had brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews, and nieces too. Lin Jingxin looked at Wan Yanyan standing among the crowd, then looked up blankly at Song Siming in front. Was her choice the right one? Lin Jingxin suddenly doubted herself, but this thought only lasted a few seconds before she shook her head. Her choice was correct. He didn't work because he didn't grow up in the countryside. He sent money home for food because he cared about his family. He was talented, and her father would recommend him to university. When that time comes, those who look down on her will learn their lesson. Lin Jingxin thought of this, feeling like she had grabbed a piece of driftwood in the vast ocean, repeatedly reassuring herself to boost her confidence. Suddenly, Wan Yanyan saw Lin Jingxin roll her eyes at her. It was strange. Could it be that she had traveled into a story and Lin Jingxin's intelligence had been lowered? Recognizing a bad man shouldn't be so hard. Thinking further, Lin Jingxin had also put a lot into Song Jiming, with higher sunk costs than the original owner. It was indeed difficult. Maybe she would find something was wrong and make excuses for the bad man. Such things happen often in later generations. While she was lost in thought, someone said, Nianyan's belly is so big now. Song Jiqing and Jingxin have been married for a long time, but there's no sign of anything happening. Could it be that she hurt Niuzi last time? Maybe she's pregnant? People around started discussing whether she might not be able to have children. Wan Yanyan touched her nose. The slap she gave earlier shouldn't have caused such a problem, right? If she really couldn't have children, it would be a terrible guilt. That would mean Lin Jingxin and Song Ziming's marriage would lose all happiness. The matter of the Lin family's division was lively in the village. After gossiping, Wan Yanyan went home. She went home and told Jiang Rand about the things she had eaten. Seeing her excited expression, Jiang Rand didn't seem concerned about Song Ziming at all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Does she not care about that young man anymore? Waiting for the letter was very difficult for Wan Yanyan. Every time a mail carrier came to the village, she would ask if there was any letter for her. The answer was always no. She regretted not asking for their phone numbers in her letter. She could have gone to the county to call them herself. She was anxious and waited nearly a month before finally receiving a letter. Besides the letter, there was also a large package of cloth, clothes, and even baby bottles, malt extract, cured meat, snacks, and a remittance slip. Seeing these things, tears welled up in Wan Yanyan's eyes. No matter when or where, she was loved by her parents. Jiang Ran was also surprised when he saw these items. He wondered what kind of person Lu Xingyan was. His wife calmly took out the money and received the items, which was unlike her personality. Jiang Ran said, "Is Lu Xingyan your relative? Should we send some other things by mail?" Wang Yanyan's eyes lit up. "He's the closest person to me. When I can meet them, I'll bring you to see them."
I don't know how to tell you right now.
She looked a bit troubled as she spoke, her brows furrowed. Jiang Ran said, "Then wait until you know more, and tell me later." In short, looking at the milk bottle and malted milk, it probably isn't about fighting over her wife. Wang Yanyan doesn't know what Jiang Ran is thinking. This time, after reading the letter, she feels much calmer. In the letter, Lu Xingyun says Wan Wenchao has a good job. He's the youngest engineer at the factory and is soon recommended to Huada University of Agriculture and Industry. He's still considering whether to go to college now or wait a few years. Although it's not clearly stated, Wang Yanyan understands that he plans to take the college entrance exam in a few years. Lu Xingyun also complains in the letter that she still faces pressure to have children. "Don't worry, Mom promises you, no matter when, you are only my precious one." Seeing this, Wang Yanyan feels a little touched. Besides feeling moved, she is curious about how old they are now. She needs to ask them in her reply, just in case they are younger than her. Then she can ask Mrs. Lu Xingyun to call her sister. Just thinking about it makes her feel proud. Jiang Ran watches her wife's little cowlick bouncing as she tilts her head, not knowing who the letter is from, but seeing her so happy. Wang Yanyan looks at Lu Xingyun's last words. Is Jiang Ran handsome? She turns to look at Jiang Ran and silently thinks, yes, very handsome. When replying, she sends some soap and dried meat, since things like that are hard to send. She also sends peanuts and rice flour. She can't tell her parents about her sources of income, only showing that she's doing well and doesn't need their money. She reassures them that her daughter will not make her life difficult. In the letter, she praises Lu Xingyun's good judgment, saying Jiang Ran is very good, she likes him, and he's very handsome. Knowing her parents are nearby, Wang Yanyan quickly becomes friendly with the young postman who delivers her letters. With her letters and parcels, the postman always brings them to her doorstep. She doesn't hold back. She gives some food in return to build good relations, especially since food is scarce these days. In the blink of an eye, it's already May, and the weather is hot. Wang Yanyan wears light clothes, making her slim limbs even more noticeable, and her belly is prominently rounded. According to her calculations, her due date has arrived, but in the past few days, she walks an hour every day and doesn't go into labor. If she delays further, the amniotic fluid might run out, putting the baby at risk of oxygen deprivation and suffocation. If she needs a C-section, she truly has little confidence in the medical standards of this era. It would be a last resort. Wang Yanyan quickly decides to be hospitalized. Jiang Ran accompanies her for daily walks. When she suddenly stops, he softly asks with concern, "What's wrong? Do you feel anything? You go find a car and stay in the hospital. If you don't give birth tomorrow or the day after, I'm afraid you'll need a C-section. Otherwise, the baby might suffocate." Wang Yanyan calmly shared her worries with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran had been anxious these days. When he heard her words, a tense look appeared in his eyes. "I'll take you home and find a car right away." He moved quickly. They covered the donkey cart with thick blankets. Wang Yanyan sat in the back, and Jiang Wan, who was off work today, went along. Even though Wang Yanyan was the one about to give birth, Jiang Wan's face was pale, and she looked more nervous than her. Wang Yanyan sighed inwardly. If she had known, she wouldn't have let Sister Wan come. She had lost several children before, so she was just as nervous.
Sister Wan, I'm fine.
Relax. Jiang Wan knew she had overreacted and forced a small smile. It's okay. Wang Yanyan. Forget it. She wouldn't comfort Jiang Wan now. If the baby was born smoothly, Jiang Wan would naturally feel better. Jiang Ran borrowed a donkey cart to take Wang Yanyan to the county hospital for delivery. The car was loaded with many things, and everyone in Dea village knew about it. Zhang Hui was also pregnant this month and was resting in bed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Hui chewed peanuts and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Hearing this gentle voice, Zhang Hui frowned.
What did she want?
But she was free anyway, so Zhang Hui quickly gathered her peanuts and hid them before calling out, "Come in." Guayu entered with a smile. Looking at Zhang Hui's belly, she asked, "Are you about to give birth?" "The woman from Fourth Brother's family is a bit later than you. She's already gone to the hospital, carrying a lot of bags, like she's moving. The new cotton quilt has been placed under her, and she's covered it with 3 or 4 layers," Guayu sighed.
She's really lucky.
Zhang Hui frowned as she listened. Wan Yan was going to the hospital to give birth? Hospitals for childbirth cost a lot and are troublesome. Having known Guayu for a long time, Zhang Hui had some understanding of her sister-in-law. She didn't usually come to see her. When they met, she always had a smile. But she wasn't naive. Last time, Guiyu told her that Wang Fingxia had hidden rice and flour in her house, so she went to steal some. If not for that, they wouldn't have split up. Now, she was living so poorly. It was all Guiyu's fault. Zhang Hui didn't think she had been greedy first, which caused her to be manipulated. This time, she finally realized, "It's not the first day I've known she's lucky. You've had 2 babies and you didn't go to the hospital. Why are you coming to tell me all this?" Guiyu's smile froze for a second, then she looked down and laughed softly. Yes, she hasn't even gone to the hospital to have the 2 babies, and she's still not born yet, but she's so protective. Thinking about it makes me feel sad too. Zhang Hui, who had just a little bit of common sense, looked at Guiyu's kushao and couldn't help but think of herself. She had 3 sons and never went to the hospital. Now, her 4th was about to be born, and Jiang Lao never mentioned going to the hospital. Guiyu's kushao seemed to influence her, making her feel uncomfortable. She also thought Wan Yan was being overly delicate. Such a delicate woman shouldn't be like that. The women of Daya village usually gave birth at home. Guiyu said, "If I have more children in the future, I must go to the hospital to see what the difference is between giving birth at home and in the hospital." Wan Yan, of course, didn't know about their discussion. The donkey cart was moving slowly, and they only arrived at the hospital in the afternoon. She understood her situation well, arranged her ward, and when the doctor arrived, she told him about her pregnancy. "My baby is already 10 days past the due date. If I can't give birth smoothly in the next day or 2, I want to have a cesarean section early the day after tomorrow." When Wan Yan mentioned a cesarean, the doctor hadn't had a chance to speak yet. A worried voice suddenly sounded. "C-section? That's opening up the belly, and it's expensive. Women give birth, and as soon as they spread their legs, they do it. That's natural. How can they open up the belly?" Wan Yan turned her head toward the source of the voice. She wasn't in a private room. There were 3 beds side by side. Next to her was a pregnant woman lying on the bed, pale-faced and slightly swollen. The voice came from an elderly woman with white hair sitting on the bed, and 3 young women, dressed in patched clothes, stood around her in a row. Wan Yan ignored her and looked at the doctor. "Before I came to the hospital, I already decided that if I don't give birth smoothly in the next couple of days, I hope to schedule my surgery. Your young wife, your family doesn't care about you? You're just making trouble." The old woman's voice suddenly stopped. Standing at the door was a tall figure, staring at her. The elderly woman looked a little scared. Jiang Ran's sharp gaze swept over, and he carefully placed the water kettle, teacup, and chopsticks beside her. He looked down at his wife. "Are you still uncomfortable?" Wan Yan shook her head. "Young man, do you know? If your wife needs a cesarean, aren't you afraid of losing her and the baby at the same time?" Smack! Before everyone had a chance to see clearly, a cup brushed past the elderly woman's body, with shards of porcelain cutting her face. Jiang Ran's eyes turned fierce as he stared angrily at the old woman. "Shut up." The atmosphere in the ward grew colder. Everything happened so quickly. Just moments ago, Jiang Ran was gently asking Wan Yan if she wanted water. Now he seemed like a different person. Not only the old woman being stared at was frightened, even the doctor looked a bit scared. Wan Yan knew very well why Jiang Ran was angry. Recently, as her due date approached, she hadn't gone into labor. Jiang Ran had trouble sleeping at night and would wake up suddenly. Once, she woke up to find his hand on her nose. feeling her breath. He was more afraid than she was. The outspoken old woman, who had caused a life-and-death situation, had touched Jiang Ran's bottom line. The old woman froze for a long time. Then, seeing blood, she wanted to scream. Heaven's curse! You're bullying. Jiang Ran's eyes turned fierce again, and his voice was low. If anything happens to my wife or baby, I will hold you accountable. I will make you pay with your life. Suddenly, the old woman seemed choked, unable to speak. She opened her mouth, showing yellow teeth, her face twisted in fear. Wan Yanyan saw her scared and felt a bit relieved. A cesarean was her last resort, and she didn't need an outsider to lecture her about her body. She reached out and took Jiang Ran's hand. It's okay, I'm fine. Don't listen to her nonsense. I know my own body. Only then did Jiang Ran turn to look at Wan Yanyan and whisper, Your cup is broken. I'll buy you a new one later. The atmosphere between them was very warm. If it weren't for the blood still on the old woman's face, even the doctor might think they were imagining things. A cesarean wasn't decided by the woman alone. Seeing their closeness, the doctor couldn't help but cough and ask, Sir, what are your thoughts? Jiang Ran didn't know what Wan Yanyan was discussing with the doctor. Based on what the old woman just said, he could guess a little. My wife makes the decisions. Whatever she says, I agree. Hearing this, the old woman sitting nearby frowned uncomfortably. People who didn't know better might think she and Jiang Ran were relatives. She lowered her head to advise her daughter-in-law. Don't even think about it. A natural birth is best. There's no need for surgery. That's scary. The woman, looking pale, nodded. She believed her mother-in-law was right. A natural birth was better for the baby. Since Jiang Ran also agreed, the doctor didn't say much. If you don't go into labor in the next day or two, I will arrange for surgery. Move around more. It helps with delivery. After speaking, the doctor went to check on the person in the neighboring bed, where a group of people had gathered. Before asking about the patient's condition, the old woman looked eagerly at the doctor. Doctor, is this baby a boy? We just want a big grandson, not a girl anymore. Look at this row of. She pointed at a few little girls standing nearby. The girls looked embarrassed and lowered their heads, staring at their toes. This question has been asked many times. Whether it's a boy or girl is not decided by the doctor. It's determined by the father's chromosomes, the doctor explained helplessly. The old woman refused to listen. What chromosomes? It's just bad luck. Her fate only has girls. They're a burden on our family. You don't know, our family has become poor because of this. The doctor, who was about to ask about the patient's condition, now seemed to be listening to a long complaint session. Jiang Ran felt annoyed and pulled the curtain between the beds shut. Looking at his wife on the bed, he said, Maybe I should talk to the doctor about changing rooms? Stop fussing. If I can give birth tonight, we'll go home early, she replied. He still felt a little sorry for her, thinking about the cup he just knocked over. I'll buy you another cup. Whatever you want to eat, I'll bring it from the state-run restaurant. When he mentioned food, Wan Yanyan wanted pickled fish, spicy hot pot, and even snail noodles. But since she was about to give birth, she restrained herself and ordered a few light dishes. Seeing Jiang Wan's pale face, she still looked distracted. Wan Yanyan smiled and said, Sister Wan, can you go buy some things for me? Jiang Wan was stunned and looked at Wan Yanyan in confusion. Wan Yanyan said, We came here and didn't even have lunch. You go to the state-run restaurant and buy scrambled eggs, tofu with cabbage, braised winter melon, and a boiled chicken. If you want anything else, order more. Also, add a plate of dumplings with pork head and cabbage filling for Jiang Ran. These dishes would be enough for the three of them to eat. Jiang Wan nodded and agreed. Jiang Ran handed her money and the receipt, saying, Buy a water cup too. After Jiang Wan left, Jiang Ran said, I should go faster than her. Why let her go? Look at her face. I'm worried I haven't even had the baby yet and she might faint first. It's good for her to go out and relax. Her nerves have been tight the whole time. Wan Yanyan said, thinking that Jiang Ran was not much better than Aunt Wan. He was just better at hiding his feelings. Wan Yanyan counted and realized that she was the calmest person about to give birth. The doctor asked about the situation next door. in case the old lady kept asking whether it was a boy or a girl, and quickly left. The old lady was left complaining, I think hospitals just want to make money. If I weren't going to have a big grandson, I wouldn't trust their hospital. Mom, it must be true. The fortune teller said it's a boy. The woman said, looking at her belly with a gentle expression. Jiangwan brought some dishes, and surprisingly, Li Feng was with her. Wan Yanyan's eyes fell on them, and she smirked quietly. She felt a bit awkward seeing two older people smiling uncomfortably. Jiangwan explained, we just happened to meet on the way. Wan Yanyan smiled, I understand, I get it. No need to explain. Both women's faces turned even redder. At this moment, Jiangwan no longer worried about Wan Yanyan's delivery. She changed the subject, let's eat quickly. I haven't had lunch today. Come and eat together, Wan Yanyan invited. They opened boxes of food, finally placing a clay pot on the table, filled with chicken soup. This will also be delivered to the state-run restaurant later. The aroma quickly filled the entire ward. Wan Yanyan hadn't felt hungry before, but the smell made her stomach rumble. Through a curtain, the old lady, who was originally complaining, couldn't help but listen. She sniffed eagerly, thinking, such a delicious smell. What's cooking? It smells like stewed chicken, and there's something else fragrant. She signaled to a few young girls nearby, Zhaodi, Pandai, lady, go and check. Just say you're hungry, and want some for your mom. Your mom is giving birth to a little brother for you. The girls looked toward the sound, hesitant to move. The old lady was angry. Hurry up. Otherwise, none of you will eat tomorrow. She thought she was speaking softly, but everyone behind the curtain could hear her clearly. Jiang Ran frowned and whispered, I'll go find the doctor later and ask to change your room. He was annoyed by such people's words. This time, Wan Yanyan didn't refuse Jiang Ran. Just as she cut a piece of chicken, 3 poor, ragged girls came over, skinny as bones, staring longingly at Wan Yanyan. Seeing these girls, the adults felt uncomfortable. Wan Yanyan took an enamel bowl and scooped out some chicken soup, and vegetables, mixing everything together into a big bowl. Wan Jia, let them eat, she said. Jiangwan sighed. I want children but have none. Others have children but don't cherish them. Heaven is so unfair. While speaking, she handed the bowl to one of the older children. Zhaodi's eyes widened as the delicious food wafted toward her nose. She salivated and really wanted to eat. Her sisters on either side looked just as eager. But all 3 sisters knew they couldn't eat. They bowed towards Wan Yanyan and her group and were about to go next door. Stop right there. Zhaodi paused. Wan Yanyan said, if you want to eat, stay here and eat. I'll watch you. If you don't want to, put down the bowl and go back. She looked at the little girls with pity, thinking it was good karma for her unborn child. She didn't want that old woman, who cursed her with death, to eat. Zhaodi's younger brothers and the little girls hesitated, glancing at Wan Yanyan and then at the others nearby. Wan Yanyan calmly sipped the chicken soup with her spoon. The old lady over there couldn't wait any longer. Zhaodi, Pandai, and the others, what are you doing? Come back. She got off the bed and went to look next door. Jiang Ran looked at the girls. Eat here or put down your bowls. How can you stop my granddaughter? The old lady immediately disagreed. Jiang Ran stood up and took the bowl from the little girl's hands with a firm grip. Coldly, he said, let's go. He had a cold face. The girls were afraid of him and their grandmother, so they looked back and forth nervously. Wan Yanyan said, take your granddaughter and leave. If you're still here, you'll only cause trouble. My husband has a bad temper and likes to hit people. If he doesn't like someone, he'll hit them. The pain on her face was still there. The old lady looked at the bowl of meat, drooling with greed. That meat isn't good anymore. Let my granddaughter take it and eat. Is that okay? She lowered her voice and looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran coldly replied, no. The old lady was so angry she gasped for air. She looked at her granddaughters. Debt collector, eat it. Eat until you're dead. She huffed and puffed as she left, muttering to herself about how wasteful and irresponsible the women were. Jiang Ran handed the bowls back to them. Eat. The girls looked at Jiang Ran gratefully and then bowed deeply to Wan Yinyan. The oldest girl shared a piece of chicken with her two younger sisters, then chose some tofu to eat herself. While eating, she shed tears. The two younger girls ate eagerly, swallowing their food quickly. This child has already developed the habit of letting his younger siblings have their way at home. Ru Nian sighed inwardly, thinking that even in the future, full gender equality might not be achieved, let alone now. She didn't look at the few pitiful children and just focused on eating her own food. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Ran found a doctor to change the hospital room. He also handed the doctor a red envelope, saying, "Doctor, no matter what happens, my wife is the most important." Since they were in the same ward, the man from that family hadn't come even as the wife was about to give birth. This man was busy running around, and the red envelope was quite generous. Such a good man is really hard to find. The doctor took the red envelope and reassured him. They moved to a new room, finally avoiding the constant nagging from next door. Early the next morning, just as Ru Nian was about to get up for breakfast and a walk, her stomach started to hurt. The pain was unlike anything she had ever felt before. She secretly thought, finally, her lazy baby is ready to come out. Jiang Ran bought some food and saw her sweating on her forehead. He was immediately at a loss, panicking and saying, "I'll go call the doctor." He ran so fast that Ru Nian wanted to tell him that her water hadn't broken yet and that it would probably be a while before she gave birth. She helplessly shook her head. Soon, the doctor came rushing over, dressed in a gown. After checking Ru Nian's condition, he smiled and said, "Your husband is too worried about you. It's fine. I'll come back later." Ru Nian nodded. Jiang Ran wanted to ask the doctor something but was stopped by Ru Nian. The labor pains can last for more than 10 hours. Asking the doctor won't help. Enough, don't ask.
I'm hungry.
Jiang Ran bought some rice porridge, eggs, vegetables, and 2 apples. Ru Nian sat down while Jiang Ran held a spoon to feed her. Jiang Wan came over and saw this scene. Couldn't help but laugh. Their love really is good. "Jia Wan, come over and eat," Ru Nian called her. Jia Wan shook her head. "You too eat. My mother just arrived, and the second family is also preparing for hospitalization." Ru Nian had a bad premonition. She wondered if she had just sent off an old lady and now was welcoming Zhang Hui again. She looked at Jiang Ran. The two of them shared a silent understanding. Jiang Ran said, "I'll go talk to the doctor." To avoid delays and ensure arrangements are made in time, Ru Nian snatched the spoon herself. "I'll eat by myself. You go quickly." Jiang Ran hurried out. Jia Wan looked confused. "Jia Wan, you should go to work. Jiang Ran is here." "I'm fine. Otherwise, I'd be worried about you," Ru Nian said with a slight smile. Jia Wan nodded. "All right, I'll go to work. What do you want to eat at noon? I'll make it and bring it to you." Jiang Wan is a good cook, so Wan Yinyan happily reports her meals to her. Only after Jiang Wan leaves does she realize she doesn't know where to cook anymore. Jiang Ran comes back soon after. It's arranged in the next-door ward. The next room belongs to an elderly lady who keeps asking for her grandson and showing off her son. When these two meet, Wan Yinyan isn't sure what kind of sparks might fly. Not long after Jiang Ran arrives, Su Lan also comes by, bringing some food and asking with concern, "How is it going?" "It should be tonight or tomorrow when she will give birth," Wan Yinyan replies. Su Lan breathes a sigh of relief. First-time labor can be a bit difficult. Don't be afraid. They comfort Wan Yinyan for a while, then complain about Jiang Ran. "Yinyan is hospitalized, and you didn't tell me. Last night, my second sister-in-law was at home causing trouble about going to the hospital.
I only found out then.
I didn't sleep well all night. I was so worried." After eating and drinking enough, and experiencing some pain earlier, the pain has now stopped. Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran decide to take a walk. Just as they reach the next-door ward, they hear Zhang Hui's voice. "I have 3 sons now, and I just want a daughter. What's the use of having so many sons? Look at your granddaughters. They're so well-behaved. You don't know, but my boys are so naughty, like little monkeys. They're restless unless they get a spanking." Wan Yin thinks to herself that she had said the same thing last time, but now she can imagine the old lady's dark face. These two are like poison attacking poison. Who really wins is hard to tell. While walking in the hospital, Wan Yin returns to find Jiang Ran cutting an apple into small pieces to feed her. Zhang Hui originally wanted to show off a bit, but saw this scene and felt sour. She's not a 3-year-old anymore, yet she's still being fed such fuss. In the middle of winter, eating apples. Oh dear. They're brothers, but Jiang Er's mind is so strange. He doesn't seem to care about others at all. Wan Yin chews her apple while watching Zhang Hui at the door. Zhang Hui, annoyed, slams the door shut. Wan Yin looks at Jiang Ran. Did I upset her? Don't mind her. Open your mouth, eat. After eating half an apple, her stomach starts to hurt again. By afternoon, the pain becomes more frequent, from every half hour to every 10 minutes, and finally every 2 minutes. She remembers moving around when the pain hit. Wife, your dress is wet. Wan Yin says, that's amniotic fluid breaking. Call the doctor. Jiang Ran is stunned, but quickly leaves. Wan Yin vaguely sees him leave with both hands and feet moving together. The doctors and nurses come quickly, examine her, and soon she is pushed into the delivery room. Jiang Ran's face looks a bit pale. Soon, someone was pushed out of the neighboring ward. A middle-aged man shouted, "Doctor, we want a son. We don't want a girl." An elderly woman, dragging her leg, also said, "Yes, yes, yes, a big grandson." Jiang Ran heard these words and felt even more annoyed. He coldly glanced at them and said, "Shut up. Who are you?" The man looked up and saw Jiang Ran, who was much taller than him, with a fist-sized build, and he held back his words. "My wife is waiting to give birth to a son. I won't argue with you." After speaking, he looked reluctantly at his wife being pushed into the delivery room. Jiang Ran stood outside, pacing back and forth. His mind was filled with images of his wife's pale, sweaty forehead and the buckets of blood when Wang Fingxia gave birth to her tiger boy. He didn't smoke, but normally carried a cigarette for others. Now, he couldn't help but reach for one, wanting to light it. He remembered he was in a hospital and suppressed the urge. He stood at the door, listening to Wan Yan's heart-wrenching screams from inside. His eyes suddenly reddened. He pulled a passing doctor. "Doctor, I want to go in. My wife is inside. I'm worried." The nurse saw his pale face and was startled. "It's all part of the process. Don't worry." Inside the ward, Wan Yan's eyes were filled with tears. "I want to see my husband." Sweating all over and in terrible pain, she cried out, "I want to find my mom."
Mom.
The doctors and nurses were speechless. "I can't give birth. Your wife is here." Wan Yin, tears in her eyes, was too weak to see clearly. She could only make out a blurry figure approaching her. It seemed like someone was coming closer to her. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here." That person's voice trembled, different from Jiang Ran's usual tone, but Wan Yin was sure it was his voice. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from inside the ward. The baby's cry was sharp. At that moment, Jiang Ran finally relaxed his tense heart. He looked at Wan Yin and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "It's okay. It's okay." Wan Yin was very weak now. Hearing Jiang Ran's voice, she wasn't sure if she was comforting herself or being comforted. She whispered, "Look at the baby." In these times, there was no shortage of swapped babies. She hoped her child hadn't been swapped. The nurse, who had seen many parents first look at their babies, looked at their figures with envy. "It's a little girl. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. 6 pounds 7 ounces. When Wan Yin was pushed out of the hospital room, she looked at the small baby lying in a blanket beside her. The baby didn't look like the newborn videos she had seen in her past life. The baby's face was white and tender, with a high nose bridge. Now, she could see faint double eyelids forming. Wan Yin is a beauty lover and had hoped her baby would be a little monkey, but it turned out to be a little beauty in the making. She fed the baby milk, but after a while, the baby couldn't anymore and suddenly cried loudly. Jiang Ran was nearby, looking flustered. What's wrong with her? Wan Yin tried to help her again. but there was no milk. Go heat up the bottle my mom bought and prepare the formula.
No milk.
Jiang Ran hurried to prepare the formula. Wan Yanyan had already taught him how to make the formula at home, but now he was busy and acting like he was preparing for a battle, even though it was just making formula. The little girl in her arms kept crying loudly, and her father was even more worried. Su Lan came over and saw the scene. Let me do it. Mom, no need. Let him try. He'll learn sooner or later, Wan Yanyan said calmly. Su Lan felt that a grown man shouldn't be doing such things, but seeing her young daughter-in-law's pale face and gentle expression, she thought they both had their own ideas. She didn't need to spend money or effort, so she decided to stay quiet. She put down 2 packs of brown sugar. Wait for this to boil. Do we still have eggs at home? Yes, everything's here, Wan Yinyan replied. Besides her own child and grandson, Su Lan had seen many children. She had helped raise many, but she had never seen a baby look this beautiful right from birth. The little one had just cried, tears still in her eyes, and her eyes, washed with water, looked at the person in front of her. Su Lan's heart almost melted. Such a little beauty, so well-behaved. Call me Grandma, someone teased her. The little girl, just crying moments ago, now showed a toothless smile. Oh, Grandma's little sweetheart. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran finally prepared the milk. He tested the temperature on the back of his hand, and only after a long time did the baby take her first sip. She drank eagerly, gulping down the milk. The nurse beside them smiled. She's really hungry. After drinking, the baby felt full and soon peed. Wan Yinyan quickly called Jiang Ran. He took the prepared diaper and helped her change. Both of them were new at this. Su Lan, who had helped raise several children, guided them from the side. Finally, they managed to put the diaper on. The little baby, full and satisfied, lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and yawned. Wan Yinyan was also tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Ran covered both of them with a blanket and watched over them, occasionally smiling foolishly. Su Lan looked at the scene and almost doubted whether her son had been replaced. Gently, she poked Jiang Ran's shoulder. Jiang Ran turned around. Su Lan lowered her voice, afraid of waking her. Come out with me for a moment. Jiang Ran quietly followed Su Lan outside. In the corridor, she asked, What's wrong, Mom? Su Lan hesitated, unsure how to say it, then cleared her throat. Nian Nian isn't getting enough milk? She just didn't get fed earlier, Jiang Ran honestly replied. Su Lan, being experienced, frowned and said, She just gave birth, her milk isn't flowing, and the baby is too weak to properly. Find someone strong to help. Once they'd out, it'll be fine. It was almost dawn outside. Jiang Ran had not slept well for the past half-month. Since Wan Yan gave birth, he hadn't slept at all. Now his mind was sluggish, and he instinctively said, Where can I find someone strong? I'll go look. Su Lan, who is usually patient, saw her child looking at her seriously and couldn't help but ask, Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey when you came here? Su Lan was a bit embarrassed at first, but her embarrassment was gone thanks to her son's silly words. Who are you planning to find for your wife? Can you even find a stranger? You usually seem smart, but in a critical moment, oh dear, your brain. Jiang Ran was confused, not truly foolish. Hearing Su Lan's words, he suddenly reacted, and his ears turned red. Fortunately, the lights in the hospital corridor weren't very bright. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, I'm going back to the ward. Su Lan watched his back, relieved that he wasn't completely foolish. Otherwise, what would happen to her clever granddaughter with such a silly father? Jiang Ran returned to the ward. Wan Yan and the baby were both sleeping. He couldn't sleep either. He looked at the older child, then at the younger one until dawn. Jiang Wan came and said, Sister, you watch over them. I'm going to buy food for them. When Jiang Ran returned, the children and Wan Yan had already woken up. Wan Yan felt her chest swelling and tried to let the baby, but nothing came out. She looked at Jiang Ran and said, Your daughter is hungry. You should prepare some formula for her first. Yesterday was unfamiliar, But today was much better than yesterday. It finally didn't feel like a battle. Jiang still had to go to work. Watching Jiang Ran feed the baby, she left, leaving a red envelope before she went. Wan Yan put it away, wanting Jiang Ran to give her some brown sugar water, but then she noticed another red envelope underneath. Jiang Ran was feeding the milk to the baby, holding her carefully, hesitant to move. Wan Yan was drinking porridge herself. Under Jiang Ran's watchful eyes, she also ate an egg, even the yolk this time. After she finished eating, Jiang Ran finished feeding the baby and even cleaned her bottom and changed the diaper. Wan Yin looked at him and already had the look of a caring father. The child ate enough and went to sleep. She hadn't been drinking milk, which made Wan Yin feel uncomfortable. Her chest was aching, and she didn't know if her milk supply was coming in. Jiang Ran could also tell she was uncomfortable. Their eyes met, and Wan Yin waved at him. Jiang Ran remembered what her mother had said early this morning, and his ears turned red again. Wan Yin looked at Jiang Ran's red ears and felt a bit confused. Why was he acting a little awkward? Jiang Ran leaned closer to her. Before she could speak, he lowered his voice and coughed softly. Nian, this is a hospital room. It's daytime, and this might not be very appropriate. Wan Yin? Jiang Ran's face seemed even redder. What was he thinking? A sudden idea struck her. She followed his words and asked, "What's wrong with that?" Late May was very hot. Jiang Ran felt like the room was burning up, even hotter than in July or August. He knew his wife was different from others and didn't mind the heat, but he had been staring at Wan Yin, then looked away and said, "If the nurse comes in and sees this, it wouldn't be good." Wan Yin felt even more confused. What's wrong if the nurse sees? Jiang Ran hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to her ear and whispered. Hearing his words and seeing his ears almost bleeding red, Wan Yin held back her laughter and pretended to be pitiful, saying, "But your daughter can't eat, and I feel uncomfortable too. If I hold it in and it gets blocked, what should I do?" "You wouldn't want me to be uncomfortable?" Jiang Ran clearly didn't want her to be upset. Suddenly, he got up, went to the door and locked it. The bed and the room were separated by a curtain, but this room was only for their family, so the curtain wasn't drawn. He locked the door with a loud click, and the curtain was pulled shut. The curtain blocked the sunlight coming in from outside, and the room quickly darkened. "Jiang Ran, are you serious?" Wan Yin had originally been teasing him on purpose, but now, seeing his expression, she found it hard to say anything. Jiang Ran approached her, bent down, and squatted by the bed. Even her usual thick-skinned self couldn't help but blush a little. They had been in similar situations at home before, but now it felt a bit different. Wan Yin looked at the ceiling with a red face, feeling the slight hardness of her skin against her soft skin. She wanted to tell Jiang Ran that she was just asking if there was a milk-pumping expert at the hospital, but it was already too late. The room was silent. I don't know how long it took, but the bottle finally worked. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the little one lying nearby, who must have woken up at some point. The clear, grape-like eyes looked at her, and when their gaze met, the tiny baby flashed a soft, toothless smile. Jiang Ran suddenly sat up, her ears and neck turning red. She tried to stay calm and said, "Okay, are you feeling better now?" Wan Yin chuckled softly, picked up the baby from the bed, and held her in her arms. The baby, only 2 days old, finally drank milk. She was drinking happily, and Wan Yin looked at Jiang Ran, whose face was flushed. She decided not to share her original thoughts, fearing that the man might try to find a way to escape. After feeding the baby, Wan Yin was no longer sleepy. She rested her chin on her hand and watched Jiang Ran, who was almost back to normal. "Let's give her a little nickname first," she suggested. "Her full name can wait," Jiang Ran replied. She wanted to ask Su Lan and Jiang Xiui for their opinions and also get suggestions from Ms. Lu Xingyun and Mr. Wan Wenchao. Of course, Mr. Wan Wenchao's opinion hardly mattered. He was a hopeless romantic and always agreed with his wife. Jiang Ran looked at her daughter, who had finished eating and was now sleeping. The baby's face was chubby and cute. She probably dreamed of something, moving her little mouth slightly. Just looking at her made Jiang Ran feel peaceful inside. Jiang Ran thought about the little nicknames the village kids used: little flower, little grass, dog egg, tiger, second dog, spring girl. Seeing her daughter's adorable face, Jiang Ran frowned. He didn't like those names for his own child. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Let me think about it." Wan Yin was getting sleepy again. Her body hadn't fully recovered, and she was especially tired. She closed her eyes and dozed off, while Jiang Ran watched over the sleeping baby. He didn't know how much time passed before suddenly there was a commotion. Wan Yin tried to stay calm despite feeling annoyed inside. She heard the noises from the next room, faint and intermittent. All these girls are worthless. Why raise so many? Just drown them in a basin. Wan Yin shivered at the harsh words. She looked at the little one holding her hand and thought about the brothers in the next ward. Jiang Ran heard the voices even earlier and looked even more upset. He couldn't understand. These were his own children. Why would anyone prefer a son to the point of wanting to drown a daughter? Soon, the noise subsided, only to be replaced by louder arguing. She faintly heard that Zhang Hui had gone into the operating room to give birth. Occasionally, faint crying sounds come from the next room. Soon after, her hospital room is pushed open, and a nurse comes in to check on her. Behind the nurse, an elderly woman leans into the room, peering inside. With a smug tone, she says, "You must be a worthless little girl." Huh? Jiang Ran stands up and walks toward her. The elderly woman quickly runs away in fear. The nurse looks at the cup, baby bottle, formula, and the child's bag and clothes brought by Wan Yin. Everything is new and made of soft fabric, so it's not expensive. All 4 of their daughters aren't as well cared for as yours, the nurse says. Usually, she shouldn't comment on others' families, but lately, Qin Fong, who is on duty, has been annoyed by the neighbors. An hour after she gave birth, the neighbors came out. When they saw it was a girl, their faces changed immediately. They want to take the mother and baby home in the middle of the night, Qin Fong says angrily. If Dr. Lin, who delivered the baby, hadn't said the mother wasn't in good health and couldn't raise a boy, they would have taken her away late at night. Realizing she might have spoken out of turn, Qin Fong stops and begins checking Wan Yin's condition. She looks at the baby bottle and formula again. Has the baby not finished drinking yet? This isn't good. If she keeps holding it in, she'll just start drinking formula. It's hard to buy formula here, and we need a certificate to buy it, Qin Fong worries. Wan Yin glances at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran stands calmly nearby. If it weren't for her ears turning red, Wan Yin would believe he's completely unfazed. She's already drunk some this morning. Sorry for the trouble, Jiang Ran says politely. He's good-looking, speaks politely, and the baby is adorable. Nobody dislikes a pretty child, including Qin Fong. It's nothing. Just hoping I have a daughter someday who's half as pretty as your kid, and I'll be satisfied. Zhang Hui isn't having her first child. She delivered quickly, just an hour after entering the delivery room, and it's another son. Zhang Hui said her son's skin looked like a monkey's, and when she saw him, her eyes crinkled with happiness. As she was pushed into the ward, she was happily feeding her baby and turned to say, "I'm not as lucky as you. Another son, no luck for me." Jiang Wan heard she had given birth when she finished her shift at the hospital. She came to visit and brought a red envelope. As soon as she sat down, she overheard some gossip. The elderly woman from that family looked over with a gloomy face. Jiang Wan felt this was a place full of trouble, so she left the red envelope and found a reason to leave. Next door, I went to see Wan Yin. When she arrived, Jiang Ran was trying to learn how to carry a baby. His arms and body were stiff. He was holding a small bundle, worried about hurting her with too much force, but also afraid she might fall if he was too gentle. He looked serious yet funny. "Juenji, why are you here?" Jiang Wan replied, "I heard that my second brother's family had a baby. I just went to see." She also shared Zhang Hui's proud words, which made Wan Yin want to laugh. It seemed that Zhang Hui and the old lady had a big showdown, and Zhang Hui won easily because that family cares so much about their son. I just sat for a while, and they were shouting about wanting a son to carry on the family name. Over here, they said they envy having a daughter. I'm even worried that my second sister-in-law might get hit someday. Wan Yen also thought this worry was understandable. Sure enough, early the next morning, before Wan Yen even woke up, things started to get lively next door. At first, she thought it was just a small quarrel and didn't pay much attention, especially since the neighbors had been noisy these days. But unexpectedly, it ended up involving the police. Wan Yen was originally waiting for them to finish arguing so she could go back to sleep, but when she heard the police had arrived, she couldn't help but come down to see what was going on. Jiang Ran looked between the baby and his wife. Since the baby still couldn't turn over, he covered her up and went outside with his wife. When Wan Yen went to see the fuss, the two were no longer fighting but being scolded. The old lady had lost her hair, and Zhang Hui's torn clothes and the fierce shoe prints on the ground showed how intense the fight had been. The old lady had even been pulled bald. When the police were talking to them, Zhang Hui looked defiant. "What did I do? She hit me. What's wrong? My son was born a lot, so I'm guilty? It's because your family can't have a son that this happened, all because of this old woman's misdeeds. How dare you talk like that, little brat? I'll beat your mouth to shreds." The old lady waved her arms in anger, and Zhang Hui didn't back down either, daring her to try hitting her. If the police hadn't stepped in, a full-blown fight might have started. One was an old, hunched little woman, and the other had just had a baby and wasn't ready to handle the situation. Even the police looked overwhelmed. Finally, with a serious face, the police warned them, "If you fight again, you'll have to pay a fine. And I'll have to arrest your son and your husband." Only then did they stop. They knew that even if they got taken away, they didn't want their son or husband to be arrested. They spat at each other and turned away, and I, the onlooker, couldn't help but smile. Zhang Hui saw Wan Yen come out to watch the fun, and angrily said, "We are all family. You two didn't come out to help." Wan Yen thought to herself, if it weren't for family, she probably wouldn't have come out to help. She smiled politely and said, "Second sister-in-law is already very capable. I haven't even come out yet, and your battle is already over." At first, her words sounded like praise, but the second half didn't sit right. She wondered why Wan Yen still seemed to be watching intently. But Wan Yen looked genuinely sincere, so Zhang Hui wondered if she was just imagining things. A baby's cry interrupted Zhang Hui's thoughts.
Zan scolded, cry, cry, cry.
This brat just isn't as obedient as a girl. An old woman nearby, hearing this, became even more angry and stiffened her neck. Wan Yen didn't reply. Jiang Ran, who usually didn't talk much, said, "The girl is very obedient." He thought his girl was the best, even better than the 4 children at second brother's house. Jiang Ran's happiness showed in his eyes and face, which others couldn't ignore, making him look especially noticeable.
Zanui.
She didn't realize he was deliberately doing this. The old woman. She looked at Jiang Ran as if he were a fool. A girl can't pass on the family line. Jiang Ran looked at her coldly. To prevent him from joining the argument later, Wan Yen reached out and pulled him away, saying, "Let's go see your obedient little one."
Call her Lozai.
Jiang Ran corrected her. "I like whether she's obedient or not. As long as she's happy, that's enough." Wan Yen also joined the silent group, realizing that Lozai was the nickname Jiang Ran had thought of for the baby after thinking all day and night. When Wan Yen returned to the hospital room, she watched Jiang Ran play with their daughter and said, "Let's check out. I feel that if we stay longer, the neighbors won't be peaceful." She was in the hospital to give birth and recover, not just for gossip. Jiang Ran thought so too. After handling the discharge procedures in the afternoon, the doctor who delivered her gave her a red envelope. Wan Yen instinctively wanted to refuse.
Keep it.
"This was given to me by your husband when you went into labor. I was worried, so I accepted it. Now that you're leaving, take this money to buy some food for the baby." Wan Yen realized Jiang Ran had done this, and her heart warmed. The little one was born on the 23rd day of the lunar month, which is July 12th in the solar calendar. The weather was neither too cold nor too hot. Jiang Ran and Su Lan carried the things downstairs. With Jiang Ran taking care of her, she didn't need to worry about feeding the baby at night. Zhang Hui's situation is different. Even with 3 children, second brother Jiang doesn't help much with caring for the mother or the kids. At night, Su Lan is the one worrying about everything. When Su Lan brings things, she is always yawning and watching Jiang Ran busy back and forth. If everyone were like Jiang Ran, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Jiang Ran hears this and says, "You're already managing everything. What is my brother doing? If you don't take care of it, he's still his son. He won't let him go hungry."
How? She starts to speak.
Before she finishes, Su Lan thinks Jiang Ran has a point. She looks thoughtful for a moment, then sighs and says, "I'm just worried that he's a man and might be careless, not taking good care of things." Nian Nian, who is nearby, laughs. When her third sister-in-law had her baby, Su Lan took care of her. When she had her own child, Su Lan also wanted to help, but she didn't need to. Unlike in later times, where both men and women work, they both have no jobs, and it's not farming season, so there's no need for Su Lan to help. Also, only Jiang Ran taking care of the children makes her realize how hard it is to raise kids and how much she endures. "My second brother is almost 30. He's not a fool in the village," Jiang Ran says helplessly. Nian Nian says, "Mom, don't listen to Jiang Ran's nonsense. He's worried you can't sleep well and that you're tired. If you can't handle it, just let go a little and see if second brother can help. If he can, you'll feel easier. If not, then lend a hand when things are busy." Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Su Lan feels very comforted. They load everything onto the car, and Su Lan returns to her hospital room. Nian Nian is about to tell Jiang Ran to go home when she notices 3 ragged girls standing not far away. 2 of the younger girls seem to have just cried, and the older girl looks at her, hesitating whether to approach.
Nian feels something is strange.
She hasn't interacted much with these children recently, but Jiang Ran occasionally sneaks back to give them some food and waves at them. The children quickly run over. The 2 younger ones start crying, "Auntie, boo."
Boo.
When the older girl hears this, she silently sheds tears too.
Nian feels sad. Don't cry.
"Is there something you want to tell me? Take your time. If you're hungry, I have food. You can eat downstairs first, but don't take it back." The girls shake their heads like little rattles. Zhao Di, crying, says, "My dad and my grandma lost Indy." Indy is the name of the newborn baby. If they didn't know, she and Jiang Ran would just leave. But knowing the truth makes her feel uncomfortable about just walking away. Wan Nian Nian and Jiang Ran exchanged a glance and looked at the children. "Take us to see it," they said. Jiang Ran took the child in his arms. They followed the little kids around the county hospital, walking in circles until they finally reached a remote area where they heard a baby's cry. Their steps quickened. Zhao Di and the others clearly knew where it was. They led them to a pile of trash. A young girl was wrapped in a dirty blanket, her face red from crying. Now that the weather was warmer and there was trash everywhere, many flies flew toward her, landing on her and her face. They protected Lu Zai and looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran went into the trash to pick up the baby. After he brought her out, both of them hesitated. Since the child had been abandoned, if they took her back, her family might think they were meddling. If they didn't take her, neither Wan Yinyin nor Jiang Ran was ready to raise 2 children. They fell silent for a moment. Wan Yinyin looked at the oldest brother, Pandi. "What do you think? Should I take this child home to your mother?" As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 little girls shook their heads at the same time. "My mother knows about it," Pandi whispered. "Annie, can you take care of Brother E?" He can bring Brother E here. The next baby your sister has will be a brother." When Pandi said this at home, her mother, grandmother, and father were very happy. But now, when she said it again, the pretty auntie didn't smile. Instead, she frowned. She also thought having a brother would be good. With a brother, her father, mother, and grandmother wouldn't be angry anymore. Wan Nian sighed inwardly. What kind of family could raise a child like this? Children's ideas aren't formed in a day or 2. They are influenced over time. Raising this child would be a burden for her and Jiang Ran. She felt she couldn't take on this responsibility right now. It was getting late. She thought for a moment. I'll take her first, but not because she might bring a brother. It's because I feel sorry for her. But you all can't tell anyone about this, understand? The little kids quickly nodded and promised, we won't tell anyone. Zhao Di whispered, it's better if Brother Yi stays with Andy. Otherwise. She gave the children a few more instructions. Now, there were no cameras or monitors. If these kids really spilled the secret, they would deal with it later. Jiang Ran gave them some food. Wan Yinyan looked at the child in Jiang Ran's arms, then at Jiang Ran himself. Although both children were born around the same time, they looked very different. Little Azai looked like a soft, white rice ball, plump and rosy. This child, before Lazai was born, was weak, small, and looked tired. It's unclear whether it's because of insufficient nutrition in the or poor feeding after birth. Lazai drinks milk and doesn't need a bottle. Before leaving the hospital, Jiang Ran prepared some milk for Lazai just in case. Now, Wan Yinyan was feeding this child. It's unknown how long the child had been hungry. After drinking milk powder, Lazai was no longer so eager for the bottle. She finished more than half a bottle quickly. Once full, the child didn't cry or fuss. Wan Yinyan thought for a moment and said, shall we go to the police station? She didn't plan to raise this child. She wasn't sure she could take good care of Lazai, and this child wasn't even hers. Jiang Ran shared the same thought and nodded slightly.
Yes.
Once we send him to the police station, forget about that family. Otherwise, he might be sent back and he probably wouldn't survive. Children can die suddenly and mysteriously, and investigations at this time might not find anything. The county police station wasn't far away. The two made up a story, left the child's used bottle with her, and also gave her some milk powder. They cooperated with the police to record everything. The planned return home was delayed, and by the time they reached Dahu village, it was completely dark. They paid the driver, unloaded the things, and Jiang Ran tidied up the house and made the bed. After finishing these tasks, Wan Yinyan was exhausted. Jiang Ran went to the kitchen to cook. Wan Yinyan, feeling very tired, lay half on the bed watching Lazai. She couldn't promise to be a perfect mother, but she would care for her daughter as Ms. Lu Xingyun did. Wan Yinyan's mind was a mess. Jiang Ran cooked millet porridge topped with rice oil, stir-fried vegetables with meat borrowed from Jiang Wan. With the weather, the meat couldn't be stored. They ate a simple meal of hot steamed buns and eggs. Before Lazai was born, Jiang Ran had a carpenter make a crib. Wan Yinyan placed Lazai inside. At the hospital, she and Lazai slept together, but to prevent her from accidentally suffocating her while sleeping, she kept waking up. Now that Lazai was full and in the crib, she rolled into Jiang Ran's arms. Looking up at Jiang Ran, she said, milk's out, honey. Recharge. Her eyes sparkled, and looking at Jiang Ran, it was like a wolf eyeing a prime piece of meat. Jiang Ran looked into her eyes, feeling warmth in his heart and body. He softly said yes. Even if the two of them tried to recharge, it was clear they couldn't be fully filled. Ru Nian had just been born, and her body hadn't fully recovered. I can help you, Ru Nian said with a bright smile. Her long hair was slightly messy and flowing behind her. Her small face was white and smooth like jade. She wore a soft dress, which was a bit disheveled now, and her chest looked bigger than before. The atmosphere was warm and the room's heat kept rising. Their eyes met. Both felt a little hot. Jiang Ran thought he couldn't think anymore. Ru Nian nudged him with her foot, saying, you won't agree? Before he could pull his foot back, her warm hand grabbed it. Jiang Ran's ears turned red. At that moment, she seemed like a charming fairy. Jiang Ran nodded, very slightly. But he didn't fully help with the task. Just as Ru Nian was about to move, Luzai might have been awakened by the noise she made and started crying loudly. Her crying echoed inside the small house. Ru Nian turned to hold her and said with a smile, you're really your father's good daughter. Jiang Ran was still feeling uncomfortable. Ru Nian glanced at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, feeling hot under her gaze, quickly looked away and said, I'm going to take a shower. After taking a shower and returning, Jiang Ran found that Ru Nian had already changed Lizai's diaper, fed her a few more bites, and she was already asleep. She looked at Jiang Ran. Their eyes met again, and Jiang Ran felt that this cold shower hadn't helped at all. He quickly looked away and said, "Don't tease me." "I'm just looking at you," she replied. "Then don't look at me," Jiang Ran said. She wasn't really looking at her, but she kept staring at Ru Nian. Neither of them was thinking about anything else. The next morning, someone came to see her baby. This was Jiang's first daughter, and almost everyone from the Jiang family came out to see her. Zhang Hui also arrived, mainly to show off her son. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "You don't know, that family is sick. Last night, while I was sleeping, they tried to steal my son." Luckily, the second child noticed and took him to the police station. Their daughter has also gone somewhere. The child had already been taken to the police station. Neither Ru Nian nor Jiang Ran mentioned the matter of adopting the child. Seeing Zhang Hui looking energetic, they admired her stamina and said, "Second sister-in-law, you don't need to stay in bed after giving birth?" Just as she finished speaking and Zhang Hui was wondering if Ru Nian was genuinely concerned for her, Su Lan, who was watching her granddaughter nearby, finally noticed her. "Oh, why are you here? Come on, hurry home. Old Jiang, take your wife home. If she stays too long, she might get sick." Su Lan kept urging, so old Jiang quickly told Zhang Hui to go home. Zhang Hui tiptoed inside, wanting to say more, but she had no chance. Inside, the other Jiang family members remained. Jiang Xiui held a pen and notebook, watching her little granddaughter in the small wooden bed. She marked off names on the list she had written. Jiang Ran asked, "Dad, have you thought of a name for Lizai yet?" Naming the grandson was easy, just follow the family order and pick a good character. But this was the first time they were choosing a name for a granddaughter. Jiang Xiui said, "Why the rush? Let me think about it some more." She took a red envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Jiang Ran. "This is for Lizai. Don't keep it all yourself. Save it to buy things for Lizai later." Jiang Ran happily took the red envelope. Guayu and old Jiang also came to see the baby. Seeing this scene, Guayu smiled gently. "My sister-in-law is lucky. When I had my 2 kids, I didn't get this treatment." It seemed like a casual joke, with no bad intention. Nian pretended not to understand and said with a smile, "Our family is all good. Since we're here, Lizai is lucky too." The elderly woman, who had been sitting and playing with Lizai, looked up and said, "Boys and girls are different. Our girls are precious. If you have a girl, it's the same." Wang Fingxia, who was holding her son Huzi and didn't care about anything else, also said, "Look at how beautiful she is. I've never seen a newborn this pretty. She's just like Jiang Ran and Nian. Everyone wants to give her the best." She also took out a red envelope. "Here, sister-in-law, this is for Lizai." Jiang Ming placed a small basket of eggs nearby, about 10 or so. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough for now. Gui looked at this scene with mixed feelings. Usually, with Zhang Hui around, she would stir trouble and Zhang Hui would jump in. She'd benefit from the chaos. Now that Zhang Hui was gone, her younger sister-in-law was clever and sharp. Su Lan looked at her and asked, "Old Jiang, what about your red envelopes?" Guayu heard this and forced a smile. "The baby is so cute, I forgot about that." She handed over a 1-cent coin. The adults gathered around the adorable little Lizai until she suddenly cried out loud. Nian wanted to feed her milk, but Jiang Ran shooed everyone out. After Nian fed the baby and changed the diaper, the elderly lady came in and looked at the sleeping Lizai. She took out a small silver lock from her pocket and said, "This is for Lizai. May she grow up safe and happy all her life." Nian took the silver lock and smiled, asking, "Aren't you worried they might say you're biased?" "Just this one little girl. What's wrong with showing a little favoritism?" The elderly lady replied with a smile. "Our family has had a tough time lately. If life were good, we'd be throwing a 3-day feast in the village." She looked lively and cheerful, her face full of smiles. Finally, she sighed and said, "It's not easy for a girl to grow up. Everyone favors the boys, so a little extra love for the girl is only fair. Besides Jiang Ran, Nian Nian liked this elderly lady the most in the Jiang family. She was gentle, wise, and kind. Seeing her, Nian Nian felt like she was seeing her grandmother. They talked for a while, even reminiscing about the elderly lady's youth. She smiled happily as she recalled her younger days. As for Jiang Ran, he was in the kitchen preparing lunch. He waited until the elderly lady finished her meal and took a rest before sending her back home. Lu Zai was quite well behaved, full and content, with others playing with her. She hardly fussed. When Nian Nian woke up, she asked Jiang Ran to get some paper and a pen to write a letter to Lu Xingyun, informing her of Lu Zai's birth date, asking for name suggestions, and mentioning the matter of inviting her brother. In the afternoon, the postman came to the village to deliver the letter. Familiar villagers also came by, except Wang Er Aunt, and by evening, Zhou Weihong and Su Yao arrived. They brought a fish. Zhou Weihong said, "I heard from the villagers that drinking carp soup is good for new mothers. Su Yao and I bought this for you." Nian Nian looked at Su Yao in surprise. Su Yao, noticing her gaze, puffed up like a little rooster and said, "What are you looking at? I saw that we're all from the youth commune, and I was worried you wouldn't be doing well here, so I bought this for you. If you don't want it, I'll take it back." Nian Nian thought Su Yao was quite proud. She decided not to mind her over the fish, especially since last time she had used Song Siming's favor to help her introduce him. "Eat it. I'll eat it. Husband, save some for tonight's soup." Jiang Ran took the fish away. Zhou Weihong looked at Lu Zai and said, "She's really adorable. How could there be such a cute little girl? What's her name?" "Her nickname is Lu Zai. We haven't decided on her full name yet," Nian Nian replied. Su Yao also looked down and took a quick glance, but couldn't look away. She found it really cute. Seeing Zhou Weihong's happy expression, she said, "You should also have a baby. Aren't you getting married soon?" Wan Yinyan was surprised. Zhou Weihong was getting married? Zhou Weihong had been working for over half a year, so she wasn't as shy anymore. She still blushed slightly and nodded gently. "Where are you from?" Wan Yinyan asked out of curiosity. Su Yao said nearby, "She's lucky. Not only did she get into school, but she also found a partner from the same school. They both have work points. She's a few years older, but she knows how to care for others." From Su Yao's words, Wan Yinyan understood that Zhou Weihong was also a young person sent to the countryside. She was assigned to another village, went to a local elementary school for 2 years, and worked in the same office as Zhou Weihong. Over time, they became familiar with each other. Their feelings developed quickly, and now they were talking about marriage. Su Yao said with some envy, "If only I could become a teacher. Then I could find a good man. The men in the village are all kind of rough." Wan Yinyan thought her brother Jiang Ran was definitely not one of those rough types. She casually said, "Maybe next year they'll hire teachers again."
"You can try to take the exam then."
The group only talked about the things and people at the youth station. Su Yao then mentioned Su Wanqing. "By the way, when we come to see you, Su Wanqing will come too." "But I knew her intentions, so I refused," Su Yao said with a shrug. "I don't know what's so good about Jiang Ran. Both of you are so lazy, yet you both like her." Wan Yinyan felt that if Su Yao kept attacking her, her good impression of her fish would be gone. She firmly supported Jiang Ran, saying, "Jiang Ran is good in every way." Su Yao looked at her but didn't say anything. Wan Yinyan noticed that Su Yao mentioned Su Wanqing with more disdain than Jiang Ran. She felt a bit guarded about this fellow villager, worried she might secretly cause trouble. "What does Su Wanqing do at the youth station?"
she asked.
When Su Yao mentioned her, she was so angry she almost exploded. What can she do? She just hugs her book all day, saying she wants to study. What's the point of studying? "I'm returning to the city this year, and I didn't say the youth sent people back home, unless they're getting medical leave," Su Yao said, looking at herself. "I don't seem sick." Wan Yinyan thought her quick-talking mouth didn't seem like someone who was sick. "I never liked you before, and I like you even less now." She doesn't even want to clean the public health area, and she talks nonsense. She's not really a worker. This year, when she came back from visiting family, she still had the nerve to ask us for food, even though she knows how precious it is. Su Yao said, "But I'm not a fool. I didn't give her anything. Someone else did." She looked at Zhou Weihong. Zhou Weihong smiled shyly. "I was just really persistent with her. She also said that once she has money and moves to a big city, she'll give me some." Hearing this, Su Yao almost wanted to open Zhou Weihong's head to see what she was thinking. "Just wait. When I go back to the city, I don't think she'll be able to go back too. The village people say the educated youth station is lazy. Wan Niani was the laziest before, but she doesn't take others' things." As for Su Wanqing, Wan Niani listened to Su Yao chattering away like pouring beans. It seemed she was her fellow villager, but she wasn't sure if this fellow villager was too simple or if these people from the 1970s just didn't have much experience. Even if they said something, they didn't think they would be caught. Wan Niani was right. Su Wanqing indeed looked at these 1970s people with a condescending attitude. She believed she knew more and wanted to take the lead. This sense of knowing ahead made her feel superior when dealing with others. Over the past 6 months, she watched Jiang Ran walk with Wan Niani and heard others say they had a good relationship. Jiang Ran from Daya Village seemed a bit love-struck, very different from the big boss she knew in her previous life. Sometimes she even wondered if she had chosen the wrong person. But the name, place, and appearance matched the big boss's, just like the more mature and steady version she saw at work in her later years. Su Wanqing wanted to follow and see Wan Niani with Zhou Weihong to get more contact and confirm where this Wan Niani had come from. However, Su Yao secretly went with Zhou Weihong. At the educated youth station, while hiding the political quotes from the book, Su Wanqing was distracted by thoughts of Jiang Ran and felt annoyed. Now that Jiang Ran has a wife, so what? Once he starts his own company and becomes successful, he won't acknowledge Wan Niani's existence. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and comforted herself. Wan Niani and Jiang Ran's family used to rarely have visitors, especially Jiang Xiui, the father-in-law, who hardly ever came. If there was something, he'd say it at the door. Since Lu Zai was born, he's been coming almost every day. Zhang Hui's youngest son's name has been decided, Jiang Yubin. This is the only little granddaughter. He still wants to observe her appearance and think of a name. Years ago, he attended a private school and also studied at a Western-style school. He hasn't decided yet. He is waiting for Lu Xingyun's letter, which is full of packages, mostly children's clothes, formula milk, malt extract, and new bottles. There is also a letter. Wan Nian first opens it. Regarding the matter of bringing her younger brother, Lu Xingyun only says he's a poor child. As long as he can lend a hand, he should do so, as a blessing for Lu Zai. She keeps reading until the end, where the name is written, and her vision blurs. She compares it with the name her father-in-law wrote. Jiang Jingshu, Jiang Mingyue, Jiang Wanli, Jiang Zhitong.
Jiang Yuyuan.
Wan Nian then opens Lu Xingyun's letter again. Jiang Baobao, Jiang Baobei, Jiang Jiaojiao, Jiang Yanyan, Jiang Zhaozhao, Jiang Qianqian. Her mother wondered where she got so many double-character names from. By the end, she almost couldn't recognize them all. No wonder she is called Wan Nian. Her name was definitely chosen by her mother-in-law, Ms. Lu Xingyun. She doesn't even know how to make her name sound decent. Jiang Xiui wants to choose a name, while Xulan prepares her a bowl of red sugar water. Lu Zai is our family's first daughter. Coincidentally, your second sister-in-law also gave birth to a son. Your father and I discussed it. Why not hold the full moon celebration for both children together? When you married Jiang Ran, you didn't have a celebration, but this time, we can't skip it. Before Wan Nian can speak, Jiang Ran casually swats away his father's hand, which was about to poke Lu Zai's face, and says nonchalantly, "My daughter will have her own celebration, not with others." "Hey, you little guy," Xulan says. "They were born so close together. Are you saying only Lu Zai gets a celebration? I don't need you to organize it. It's my daughter's celebration, and I will handle it myself. Whether he does or not, I don't care. My daughter won't have a celebration with others, Jiang Ran says confidently, showing he wants to give his daughter the best. Wan Yinyin also thinks it's better if she handles it. She and Zhang Hui don't get along, and the full moon banquet should be a happy occasion, not one that makes people feel upset. She interrupts, saying, "Mother, you don't need to spend so much. Just invite a few familiar people for a meal. No need for a big celebration." Since her daughter-in-law spoke, Xulan thought for a moment and nodded. After Xulan and Zhang Shui leave, Wan Yinyin holds the names her father-in-law wrote and her mother wrote.
Pick one.
What should we call Lazai? Jiang Ran looks down and glances. His father's handwriting is clear, but the line with the double character names feels strangely familiar. Finally, Jiang Ran's finger stops on the words Jiang Baobao. Wan Yinyin thought that her mother had good reasons for recommending Jiang Ran to her, and for her to rely on him. Now, the two of them shared a similar taste. Jiang Ran looked at Lazai. "Let's call him Jiang Baby, a happy baby." Before Wan Yinyin could speak, suddenly, a loud cry of a baby echoed through the small house.
See?
Your daughter isn't happy. Jiang Ran. In the end, Wan Yinyin felt it was unreliable to let these people choose the name. Of course, she wasn't very reliable either. Holding the names from Lu Xingyun and Zhang Shui, Wan Yinyin read them out one by one. Any time she heard a laugh, she counted it. She read each name, but Luzai didn't smile. This cheerful child didn't smile, and Wan Yinyin frowned. If they waited for the adults to finish choosing a big name, Luzai would already be in school. Zhang Luzai, I'll say the last one now. If you still don't smile, then this will be your official name. When you grow up, don't be ashamed. Wan Yinyin threatened the little dumpling, speaking seriously. Jiang Yuyuan. After saying it, she looked at little Luzai. Luzai looked at her, pouted his little mouth, and squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Wan Yinyin smiled and looked up at Jiang Ran. This one is it. Look at how happy your daughter is. Jiang Ran looked down at his daughter, then at his smiling wife, showing all her teeth. He thought to himself, does his wife just enjoy playing with the baby? Zhang Shui was still hesitating, but Wan Yinyin had already decided on the name. He was a bit dissatisfied and wanted to argue or suggest a better-sounding name for his granddaughter. But when Wan Yinyin said that Luzai chose the name himself, Luzai heard this and started to laugh. Zhang Shui finally decided to go with her choice. Looking at the little baby Luzai, he asked softly, "Do you like the name your grandpa picked?" His voice was gentle. At least, this was the first time Wan Yinyin saw such a kind father-in-law. She thought he was quite adorable. However, his biological son Jiang Ran didn't see it that way. He found it a bit embarrassing. It was the busy farming season in the village. Su Lan and Zhang Shui couldn't come over all the time. Now, harvesting grain relied entirely on manual labor, and it took about a month to harvest wheat. Jiang Ran took 10 days off to stay home and take care of Wan Yinyin. After that, he really couldn't take more leave. Jiang Guichao visited a few times and even gave Luzai a red envelope. In the end, Jiang Ran couldn't persuade him, so he decided to talk to Wan Yinyin. "Sister-in-law, it's not that I want Jiang Ran to work. Our village depends on him for farming. During these 10 days, I only took leave because I was worried about the local fertilizer method you mentioned this year. This year's grain harvest is indeed higher than in previous years. The weather now is unpredictable, like a child's face changing constantly. We should quickly harvest the crops, deliver them to the grain station, and pay the public grain quota, so everyone can rest easy." Wan Yinyin also hopes Jiang Ran will go to work, mainly because since she had Luzai, Jiang Ran either keeps circling around her or around Luzai. When she shows any sign of movement, Jiang Ran worries more than she does. If Luzai shows any signs of discomfort, he becomes nervous too. He keeps circling around them, and Wan Yinyin feels Jiang Ran might be suffering from postpartum depression. "Go to work.
I'm Fine.
You stay at home. Third sister-in-law and sister one are too shy to come see me," Wan Yinyin said. Jiang Ran frowns. Knowing he's still reluctant, Wan Yinyin uses her best charm. "Brother Yen, even though you look very handsome and rare in the world, constantly being around can make me resistant." Jiang Guochao hears this. first surprised that the couple is being so playful, then quickly responds, "Yes, yes, yes, you should go to work." And, well, a little time apart makes the heart grow fonder, right? Jong Ran thinks for a while and says, "Then I'll come home early for lunch. I need to come back in the evening too, to cook for my wife. Also, if the weather is good, I'll work until at most 10 at night. I need to watch my daughter sleep, if she's hungry or has a wet diaper." Jong Guichao, listening to Jong Ran, feels a bit dizzy. He seems to remember that the Jong Ran from before wasn't like this. He's never heard him talk so much. Finally, Jong Guichao agrees helplessly. All right, I'll do as you say. I'm leaving now. I also need to remind those lazy folks at the youth station. None of them are working. My hair is almost all gone from worry. He mutters as he walks away. Jong Ran goes to work cutting wheat. Before long, everyone in the village knows he has a baby girl. Even the big yellow dog running around knows she's pretty. At first, many people who knew he had a daughter wanted to show off their own sons and grandsons, but they never did. Eventually, everyone felt it was strange to see Jong Ran with a smile on his face. Someone awkwardly changed the subject. "Look at this wheat. So good. The heads are full and swollen. This year's wheat, after paying the public grain quota, we'll probably get quite a bit for ourselves." Because the wheat was good, everyone was eager to harvest. They swung their sickles quickly, working fast. "Song Jiqing, hurry up. Look how far behind you are." After talking about the good harvest, they also urged Song Ziming at the back. Song Siming's back was so tired that he was almost bent over. He instinctively looked at Lin Jingxin and softly asked, "Jingxin, does Dad really not care about us anymore?" The sun was hot, and the wheat was prickly. Under the bright sun, Lin Jingxin couldn't help feeling annoyed. Hearing Song Siming's words, she blurted out without thinking, "You're only thinking about whether my dad cares about you. You never consider whether you're making any effort for our family." Her voice was full of dissatisfaction. The family had been split for a while. Before, they had enough to eat and drink, and Song Siming had been coaxing her. Lin Jingxin thought it was the older sisters causing trouble. The couple was united outwardly, but after the split, everything had to be done by themselves. Looking at her husband, who wasn't contributing much, Lin Jingxin felt even more irritated. She had become more prone to complaining. Sometimes, she could clearly feel that Song Siming was also annoyed. When she said this, the surrounding silence suddenly fell. Song Siming let out a long sigh. "Jingxin, don't misunderstand. I'm doing this for our future. If Dad had helped us a little, we wouldn't be living so hard, right?" Lin Jingxin looked at Song Siming's handsome face, which had been tanned by the sun. She remembered how she once liked his appearance, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Song Siming wasn't lazy. He just came from the city and wasn't good at doing rough work. Suppressing his inner frustration, he said, "After work today, I'll go talk to my dad." As she said this, Lin Jingxin looked up and wiped her sweat, watching the person ahead, Jong Ran. Then she looked at Song Siming, who was more than a meter behind her. She had once mocked that Wan Yen Yen married Jong Ran and would go hungry, but now she heard that Wan Yen Yen wasn't hungry, yet she was. Lin Jingxin felt a complicated mix of emotions at this moment. Wan Yen Yen was at home resting after giving birth, unaware of what was happening in the fields. She was amusing Lu Zai. Lu Zai was an easy child. He ate then slept. He slept then ate. Or he just wet himself. At night, Jong Ran was feeding him with a bottle. He slept well, and taking care of Lu Zai during the day wasn't difficult. But she noticed that she seemed to smell different. In recent days, she only wiped herself lightly at night. With the hot weather, her body had a mix of milk smell and sweat. Wan Yen Yen shivered at the thought. She needed to discuss with Jong Ran about taking a bath. However, when she brought up this idea, it was immediately rejected. Jong Ran was usually very patient with her, especially after she gave birth, taking good care of her. But now he was frowning and said no. Wan Yen Yen reached out and tugged at him. "I almost smell bad. Just smell me." Hearing this, he bent down to smell her and finally said seriously, "You smell good." What scent is that? Is it the smell of sweat? Wan Yen Yen asked. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and softly said, milk fragrance. Wan Yen Yen blushed suddenly at his unexpected words. Shameless. I want to take a shower. No, you can't. Before you leave the hospital, I asked the doctor, and he said you shouldn't take a bath too early. At least a month later, or you'll risk infection. It's better to wait 3 months, Jiang Ran explained clearly. Wan Yen Yen knew he was telling the truth, but she really couldn't stand not bathing for so long. She looked at Jiang Ran pitifully. Darling husband brother Ran Jiang Ran quickly became aroused by Wan Yen Yen's teasing. His jaw tightened, and his lips pressed slightly. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he turned around. Wan Yen Yen watched his embarrassed back, rolling her eyes and giving a flirtatious look to no one in particular. In the end, Jiang Ran still didn't agree to her. Under her persistent insistence, he only brought water to help her wipe herself clean, changed the bed sheets and covers. Jiang Ran took this matter seriously, and Wan Yen Yen knew that taking a bath now was impossible. Just being able to clean herself a bit and lie on the bed feeling fresh was enough. Jiang Ran teased the little one in the middle of the bed. The little one was very supportive, smiling with a small mouth. Jiang Ran, call me Dad. Little one, giggling. The father and daughter enjoyed this moment. Wan Yen Yen, feeling refreshed after a tough day, lay down and fed the baby milk. Soon she fell asleep. After the little one also slept, Jiang Ran placed her on the small bed, then looked at Wan Yen Yen and gently kissed her. He wrapped his arms around her and held her close. It was quiet late at night. Looking at Wan Yen Yen's small face, Jiang Ran, who had been busy all day, found it hard to fall asleep. If it had been a year ago, he wouldn't even dare to imagine such days, but now he had a home, his own little family. Looking at the small house, Jiang Ran thought it was time to build a bigger one. Autumn harvest was busy, but Jiang Ran always came home early to cook for her and help take care of the baby. A month passed, and Jiang Ran had tanned quite a bit. Wan Yen Yen stayed mostly in the room, rarely going out. She was naturally very fair-skinned, and now she looked even whiter. The first thing she did after giving birth was to give herself a thorough cleaning. Before the baby's first month, they had already notified close friends and family to come for a meal. Wan Yen Yen didn't want a big celebration, not because they lacked money, but because Jiang Ran and she weren't well connected. Their background wasn't good, and if someone got jealous and reported them, it would cause unnecessary trouble. So, she only invited familiar people from the village. Zhang Hui's children didn't have a full month celebration before, but now she hears that Wan Yin Yin is planning one. She looks at her son and can't help but complain, only her daughter is so precious. Even a girl needs a celebration. What are your brothers thinking? Second brother Jiang just finished work and hears her nagging. It's none of your business what they think. Zhang Hui is used to second brother Jiang's tone and looks at her son, saying, since Juzi was born a little later than her, and her daughter has a celebration, our son should have one too. You're just looking for trouble. Money burns easily. If you have money, you can do it. I don't have money. The family members all speak at once. They're just talking and drinking the northwest wind. Second brother Jiang wishes he could drink northwest wind every day. Is he really your son? Is your son more important than a girl? Zhang Hui is unhappy. Son is important, but I have 4 sons. Jiang Ran is the only girl in our family. Second brother Jiang puts down his chopsticks and turns to look at Zhang Hui. Don't compare Jiang Ran's wife with others. She refuses to work, eats well, and goes to the hospital. What's the point of going to the hospital except wasting money? Our son was almost stolen. After the confinement period, hurry up and get ready to go back to work. Otherwise, will we still have food and drink this year? Second brother Jiang keeps arguing, but Zhang Hui still feels dissatisfied. Seeing her husband's unhappy face, she thinks her life is hard and finally stops talking. Lu Zai's full-month celebration isn't big, but the dishes are good: chicken, duck, fish. Each table has them. Aunt Wang Er, Aunt Wang Lu, and a few women from the village sit at one table with Su Lan and others. The young people, Wang Lu, Wang Lu's wife, Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi's wife, Jiang Ming and Wang Fingxia, Jiang Guochao and others sit at another table with Jiang Ran. Besides, a few people from the Youth Scout Station are also invited to sit together. The most eye-catching thing at Le Zai's full-month celebration is Le Zai himself. He doesn't know strangers and smiles at everyone, as if greeting them. Wang Lu laughs and says, "Although I still like boys more, if all daughters looked as good as Le Zai, I would be happy to have a daughter too." Guo Wenyu hits him lightly. Zhang Qi hands over a red envelope, saying, "Good luck. I hope Xiaomei's baby will be as good-looking as Le Zai." Zhang Xiaomei looks at the adorable Le Zai and says, "Don't say he's that good-looking. If he's half as good-looking, I'm satisfied. I need to visit Nian Nian more often. My mother says that kids who look good tend to be good-looking when they grow up." Wang Lu frowns and asks, "Really?" No one can really tell if it's true or false. Wang Lu thought for a while and said, "In the future, when my wife is pregnant, I can't let her look at me too much or come to see my sister-in-law." As he finished, everyone burst into laughter. Wang Lu's wife heard this and scolded him twice. Jiang Ran prepared a lot of food, and everyone ate well. Not only were they full, but there were leftovers on the table. When leaving, people took bowls and basins with them. Even the leftovers were good food with meat. Everyone left with a rosy glow on their faces. Aunt Wang, holding a bowl of chicken soup, came to see Wan Nian before leaving. Usually not very serious, she now sincerely said, "Nian, you are a lucky girl. Luckily, you stopped the donkey at the edge of the cliff." Wan Nian quickly interrupted her, "You mean stop the horse at the cliff?" Aunt Wang said, "Don't worry about those details. I haven't finished talking." Wan Nian said, "Okay, go on. If you really married that Song Jiqing, maybe you don't have a child yet, and you can't work well. It's surprising that Jingxin, that spoiled girl, is even hungry following him." Wan Nian understood right away that she was falling behind while taking care of her confinement at home. Her big eyes looked at Aunt Wang with curiosity. Seeing her eager, Aunt Wang sat down on a chair beside her bed with the chicken soup. During this busy farming season, Jingxin and Song Jiqing are both working in the fields. Jingxin can earn 7 or 8 work points a day, and Song Jiqing, if he earns 5, is doing well. Even the village boys are earning more than him. Yesterday, I saw Jingxin going to Lin's house to get grain. Unfortunately, Secretary Lin was at a meeting, her mother was working in the fields, and her sister-in-law is pregnant and staying at home. I don't know what happened, but I saw Jingxin come out with red eyes and an empty bowl. Wang Lu's wife also came to see Le Zai and said, "Men are afraid of choosing the wrong profession. Women are afraid of marrying the wrong man." Jingxin never suffered much since she was young. Now that she's enduring hardships, it's good. It would be best if she could divorce and leave such a man like Zhuanzi. Yes. Song Jiqing isn't good at farming, and Jingxin has been married for so long without any progress. She's not even pregnant, and she's not good in bed. Look at Jiang Ran and Nian, they do well in the fields and in bed. Now they have children. Nian, don't you think so? While speaking, Aunt Wang eagerly looked at Wan Nian, her cloudy eyes full of gossip and sharpness. Wan Nian thought there was no need to focus on her about this topic. She knew whether Jiang Ran was doing well at work or not, and that was enough. She smiled and watched Aunt Wang. Suddenly, Aunt Wang had a bad feeling. "Auntie, you and second uncle." Hearing this, Aunt Wang quickly stood up from her chair and picked up the chicken soup bowl. "Your second uncle probably hasn't eaten at home yet. I'll go first. I need to make some noodles with this chicken soup for him. Today is a lucky day, thanks to Tuo Le Zai." Aunt Wang hurriedly finished her words and ran away in a hurry. Wan Nian called after her, "Bring the bowl back later." This year, the harvest was good. After collecting the grains, the village held a big meeting at the old stage. They praised Wang Lu, his wife, Jiang Ran, and Wan Nian. The fertilizer formula they submitted was used, and each family received extra wheat. The main formula was created by Guo Wenyu, who shared 30 gene of wheat with Wang Lu. Wan Nian and Jiang Ran mainly benefited, each getting 20 gene more. This was decided by Jiang Guochao, and many villagers were very jealous. If everyone wants to get more grain, they can suggest ways to increase production. As long as it works, everyone will get more grain, said the village leader of Dea village. Their harvest was always the lowest in the commune. Jiang Chao had thought about exaggerating the harvest like other teams, but if they did, they would have to report the inflated numbers for the grain quota. Since the grain was already not enough, he didn't want the villagers to starve. If that happened, he wouldn't be a good team leader. For a while, the experienced farmers in the village were thinking about how to grow more grain. After her postpartum period, when the sun was not too strong, Wan Yan would take Luzai out for a walk. She took good care of him. Although he was only about 40 days old, his big eyes looked around curiously and smartly. Everyone in the village who saw him couldn't help but praise him. Before the wheat harvest, news spread that students from the worker, peasant, and soldier classes could go to school. After the harvest, each village was lively with discussions. The most eager to go to the city for college were the Jiqing, educated youth, from the Jiqing station. They didn't seem like villagers. They had always lived in the village and wanted to go to college, but most of them couldn't read or write. They just hoped for a better future. The city Jiqing had gone to school, and being recommended for college with subsidies was much better than farming in the countryside. People's hearts were stirred. Nguyen Nyen does not plan to follow the path of being recommended for work by the workers, peasants, and soldiers. Besides, she doesn't go to the fields. She is known as a lazy woman in the village. Even if she were recommended, it wouldn't be her turn. She plans to wait a few more years to take the college entrance exam. The most active person is Song Si Ming. Usually, he goes home to deliver food, but this time he even wrote a letter asking his parents in the city to send a few boxes of cigarettes, some fabric, and sugar. Looking at Lin Jing Xian smiling, she said, "My parents sent me some things by mail. We don't really need these, so take them to my parents." Recently, Song Si Ming often talked about going to a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Lin Jing Xian understood his meaning without him saying much, and just looked at him. Song Si Ming smiled gently and lightly put his arm around Lin Jing Xian's shoulder. "Jing Xian, I know I won't have a future staying in the village. When I go to university, I will definitely get a good job. Maybe I will even become an official. Our lives will be easier then, and my wife and sister-in-law won't look down on you anymore." He said nice words, but when he looked at Lin Jing Xian's suntan skin from working in the fields, he suddenly thought of Nguyen Nyen. She hasn't changed to be darker, and after having a child, she hasn't become ugly. Instead, she is getting whiter and more beautiful. Song Si Ming felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He chose Lin Jing Xian because she could help him, and he could have a good life. But now, things are worse than before. "Jing Xian, I beg you." Without Song Si Ming bringing things over, Secretary Lin couldn't ignore him. Mainly, he wanted his little daughter to have a better life. So, he just brought the things over, which made him feel a bit better inside. "Don't worry, I will help you get active. It's better if family members go themselves rather than outsiders." Hearing this, Song Si Ming felt more at ease. "I knew my father wouldn't ignore us." Secretary Lin said recently in the village you need to go to work on time and not slack off. Do you hear me? I want to recommend you to go to college, but you need to have something to show for yourself. If you don't go to work on time, how can you gain respect? Secretary Lin carefully explained a few more words. Song Si Ming nodded politely on the surface, but didn't really believe it inside. As long as he could get recommended, what did it matter if others were jealous? For a while, people in the village were trying to use connections. Even the village leader's house was almost overwhelmed with visitors. Nguyen Nyen was at home doing yoga on a mat to recover from childbirth. Jiang Ran was busy taking care of the baby. It was a rare peaceful time in Dea village. Not far from August 15th, the batch of soap that Beijing Machinery Factory requested is almost finished. Wan Yan is thinking about writing to Li Jun at the factory to see if they should bring some back first. Otherwise, they can't handle 3,000 pieces of soap all at once. She plans to write a letter, so she not only writes to Li Jun about the soap but also sends letters to Lu Xingyun and Ronwen Chao. Meanwhile, she sketches a quick picture of Luzai sleeping in the corner. When Luzai gets a bit older, She plans to go to the county town to take a photo of her and send it to her parents. Wan Yinyan has been living peacefully in Daya village, but Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao haven't been as relaxed. After 6 months of marriage, the parents of Wan Wenchao's body have already come to urge them to have a baby many times. Today, on the grandmother's birthday, Lu Xingyun sits with her on the sofa, talking. The birthday lady is dressed neatly, wearing new clothes and gold bracelets, smiling as she looks at Lu Xingyun and softly says, "Xiao Yun, I saw you prepared so many things for the children last time. Is there news about a pregnancy? If you are pregnant, don't hide it from me. I will come to take care of you at your home." As she speaks, relatives come to celebrate the birthday, and all look at Lu Xingyun. Lu Xingyun, who was 50 in her previous life, never expected to face pressure to have children now. She thinks to herself that this is for her daughter's baby, but she can't say that aloud. There's no news yet. Wenchao and I are anxious too. But if there's no movement, what can we do? She replies. The grandmother pauses and looks at Lu Xingyun's belly, hesitating, and says, "Xiao Yun, is there something wrong with your body?" After she speaks, others start talking about home remedies, even suggesting things like potash water. Lu Xingyun is trying to find a reason to leave this conversation about having a baby when Wan Wenchao comes out of the house. She looks at the family members sitting around, holding Lu Xingyun's hand and smiling shyly. As she finishes speaking, the relatives are all talking excitedly and chaotically. Wan Wenchao holds Lu Xingyun's hand gently, with a slightly embarrassed and hesitant look on her face. "Xiaoyan's body is fine. It's my body that has the problem." The living room falls silent. After a moment, Ruan's mother finally reacts. "Wenchao, what did you just say? Did I hear wrong? Maybe I'm getting old and hearing things?" "You heard correctly. I went to the hospital with Xiao Yun."
Xiao Yun is fine.
"The doctor said I have some issues, but we are still young. There's no need to worry. Stay calm, exercise more, and maybe the baby will come naturally. Mom, don't worry either." Mother Wan looked at Wan Wenchao and Lu Xingyun. Her son looked serious, while her daughter-in-law still had red eyes. Mother Wan almost cried too. "Is it bad, doctors? Should we go to another hospital for a second opinion? We have already been to several hospitals." Xiao Yun was worried you'd be upset, so she didn't tell you everything. "But I think we can't keep hiding it from you anymore." Hearing Wan Wenchao, Mother Wan looked at Lu Xingyun and said after a pause, "You and Wenchao should enjoy life. Not having children is okay too." After lunch, when they left Ruan's house, Lu Xingyun looked at Wan Wenchao.
Who taught you that?
"You scared the old lady." Wenchao pushed his bike. "Get on, let's go home. If she can trouble you, I am her son. I can't just stand by and do nothing." Lu Xingyun got on the bike and hugged his waist. "Do you want to have a child?" Wenchao smiled. "I need to write to Nian Nian and ask her what she thinks. She's a bit younger than us, but she's still our child. If she doesn't want it, then we won't have one." When Nian Nian received the letter, she was surprised at first, then found it funny. Lu Xingyun and Wenchao are still young, only a few years older than her. They have stable jobs, and having a child would be good. Nian Nian agreed strongly and immediately sent a reply encouraging them to have a baby. Li Jun from the machinery factory also replied, saying they would send the items in batches. Lu Zai is still young and not suitable for a long trip to Beicheng, so Jiang Ran had to go alone to deliver them. Jiang Ran went to Beicheng. Nian Nian, feeling bored at home, pushed her small cart and took Lu Zai out to play. The cart was designed by her on paper, made by a carpenter. After it was finished, she wasn't happy with the craftsmanship, so she polished it twice herself. Now that the weather is warmer, the villagers are busy. Everyone is taking care of the crops, watering and weeding. People like Nian Nian who are free are rare but not non-existent, like the young people at the youth station. Nian Nian ran into several people from the youth station, including Su Yao and Su Wanqing. "What are you all doing here?"
she asked.
Su Yao saw her and said, "I know, but it doesn't help. Just take good care of your kid. We're leaving." Her words were directed at the people from the youth station. Nian Nian watched their backs and wondered if they were going to compete for the college spots for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Recently, it has been rumored in the village that the spots for university admission have already been decided for Song Siming. Wan Yanyan had just thought about this when she pushed Lazai around and then bumped into Song Siming. He had shaken off his recent slump and now looked cheerful, clearly happy about some good news. It was obvious that Song Siming also saw her. Wan Yanyan was very eye-catching. Under the sun, she seemed to glow. Now she also had a new feeling she hadn't had before, making it hard to look away. Song Siming couldn't help but step forward and looked at Wan Yanyan with deep affection. Xiao Nian, I'm about to go to university. In the future, I want to live a good life and definitely won't let you suffer in such a poor place. Before she could say anything, a sharp voice called out, Song Siming. What are you doing? A girl quickly ran over. She looked at Song Siming and then at Wan Yanyan with wide eyes. Song Siming was startled, but quickly steadied himself. He smiled at Lin Jingxin and said, Jingxin, what are you doing? A while ago, my parents wrote to me, saying that Yanyan and I grew up together like siblings and should take care of each other. Lin Jingxin was unsure whether to believe Song Siming's words. She looked at Wan Yanyan and asked, Is that true? Wan Yanyan didn't try to hide anything for Song Siming. Whether he argued with Lin Jingxin or not was not her concern. She simply replied no. Song Siming immediately got anxious. Yanyan, don't say things randomly. Lin Jingxin looked stubborn and persistent. She looked at Wan Yanyan and asked, What did he just say? Wan Yanyan replied, He said he's going to school and will live a better life, and he definitely won't let me suffer here. Song Siming's face turned pale, and he hurried to explain. But it was too late. Lin Jingxin had already slapped him.
Slap.
The crisp sound of the slap was loud. Although Lin Jingxin was the one who hit him, she was the first to start crying. Song Siming, do you have a heart? I was the one who helped you talk to my dad. Wan Yanyan watched Lazai in the little cart, excited about the fight, and thought she shouldn't teach children to be bad, so she quickly pushed the cart away. She had already walked some distance when she could still faintly hear the argument from behind. Jiangran wasn't home. That night, Wang Fengxiao was worried because she and Lazai were staying at the foot of the mountain and was afraid. She came to sleep with her. She also overheard some gossip. This afternoon, I heard that Jingxin went back to her parents' house. It wasn't even evening yet, and Song Jiqing personally went to pick her up. He waited at the Lin family's door for half an hour, and Jingxin came out and went back with him. Wan Yanyan smiled softly. Wang Fengxiao told Huzi to sit down and said, I may not be good at many things, but I have good judgment about people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen Jiang Ming. There aren't many men in our village who treat their wives better than him. Jiang Ran is one too, but with someone like you, not to mention Jiang Ran being kind to you, even I feel soft-hearted just looking at him. Wan Yanyan asked, What do you think of Song Jiqing? Wang Fengxiao pouted, Not much. With Jingxin and him together, they'll regret it sooner or later. With Jingxin's qualities, he's not bad-looking and comes from a good family. There are plenty of young men, but he chose a weak, helpless guy. The most important thing is, he doesn't have a sense of responsibility as a man. Although Wang Fengxiao didn't have much contact with Song Siming, she really understood him well. This is someone else's business, and Wan Yanyan just watched the gossip, not taking it seriously. She couldn't sleep that night and kept thinking about Jiang Ran. Wang Fengxiao worked all day, finished gossiping with Wan Yanyan, and then took Huzi to sleep on that collapsed bed. The next noon, a big piece of news spread through Dea village. It was like a drop of water in hot oil, sizzling and exploding instantly. Everyone who knew about it widened their eyes. Wan Yanyan didn't go to work and heard the news a bit late. She was still surprised when she heard it. About a dozen young people at the Jiqing station reported Song Siming. Last time they reported him too, but they didn't become teachers then. However, some young people at the station did get that chance. This time, it might be their turn to get university quotas. The next day, officials from the commune came to investigate Song Siming. Whether it was his reputation or his contributions to the team, the investigation showed he didn't do well. Actually, it was a complete mess. The investigators were very angry and even scolded the team leader and Secretary Lin. The university quota recommended for song siming was cancelled that very afternoon. It all happened very quickly. Wang Fengxia said, "Did you see?" When the official said the quota was cancelled, Song Siming fainted on the spot. Secretary Lin's face looked terrible, and the team leader was scolded so badly he couldn't lift his head. Wan Yinyan thought back to the story in the book. In the story, Song Siming in Daya Village became a teacher and later went to university. In the early part of the book, those were the main things he did. She didn't expect that last time. Her actions had ruined his chance to be a teacher, and now, his university application was also reported and cancelled. But as for Song Siming, she only thought he deserved it. His university spot was gone, and he was so upset that he developed a fever that very night. Lin Jingxin held a towel to his forehead to help reduce his fever. As Song Siming opened his eyes, he saw Lin Jingxin and quickly grabbed his hand. "Jingxin, go talk to Dad again. We can't miss this chance," he urged. Lin Jingxin struggled free from his grasp and looked at the man in bed. "Is it you who can't afford to miss this chance?" Song Siming was surprised and felt uneasy. "Jingxin, what's wrong with you?" Lin Jingxin looked at Song Siming with only disappointment. "If you were better at your work, the officials who came today wouldn't have cancelled your spot right away." "Should I go talk to my dad?" Lin Jingxin's eyes reddened. "How can I face my dad now? If something happens to you, my dad, the party secretary, might have to step down." Lin Jingxin finished speaking quickly, carrying a basin of water as tears fell while she walked away. Song Siming, for the first time, heard Lin Jingxin speak like that. Plus, he had a fever, and his mind was foggy. He didn't react. He had planned everything carefully. Why did it turn out like this? Wan Yinyan wasn't very interested in participating in the event. She was at home relaxing with her child and thinking about Jiang Ran. She didn't know when he would come back. While telling a story to Li Zai at home, Wan Yinyan didn't expect Guo Wanyu and Wang Lu to arrive. Wang Lu saw Wan Yinyan looking troubled. Wan Yinyan asked, "Are you looking for Jiang Ran?" "He's not at home." Wang Lu shook his head. "I'm not looking for Brother Ran. I'm looking for you, sister-in-law." He said, "Can you give me some advice?" Wan Yinyan asked Guo Wanyu and Wang Lu to sit down. While Wang Lu was still hesitating, Guo Wanyu started to speak calmly. "In our village, there's a recommendation for someone going to college. I was thinking maybe Wang Lu could be the one." "He doesn't think so, but he asked you for advice." Wang Lu waved his hand. "I'm not good at studying. I never liked studying since I was young. Brother Ran loves studying. If I try to go, it won't work. I can't do it. Even if Brother Ran loves studying, it won't matter. It's impossible to push him to go," Wan Yinyan said. Jiang Ran's background makes it unlikely he would be sent to a workers' and peasants' university. However, Guo Wanyu thought Wang Lu was suitable for going. His family has a good background, and someone died fighting on the battlefield. Plus, with the fertilizer formula he developed, he works hard and isn't lazy. Maybe he could really succeed. Wan Yinyan said if he can go, it's best if he does. "Your studying isn't very good, but your wife is good at studying. She can help teach you. Being good or bad at studying isn't the most important thing. People with various levels of education attend college." Wang Lu finished elementary school, but did not complete middle school. A few years later, he probably wouldn't be able to take exams. Now, going to a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers is a good choice for him. After graduation, the government will assign him a job, and many are placed within the system. Wan Yinyan is a bit envious of Wang Lu. It's very difficult to join the system in later generations. Wang Lu didn't want to go at first. He hesitated and said, "If I go, what about planting vegetables in winter?" Guo Wanyu replied, "And me? You don't need to worry about that. If you really go to university and get a good job afterward, that would be the best." Wan Yinyan thinks Wang Lu's wife is really a good match, educated and forward-thinking. Compared to his wife, Wang Lu seems a bit narrow-minded. Jiang Guochao is also worried. He mainly considers pushing Song Siming because of Secretary Lin's face, plus Song Siming isn't good at work, so keeping him around is bothersome. Unexpectedly, the group at the Educated Youth site was not happy and reported him. Now, he can't afford to push someone who isn't capable. He was worried when Wang Lu and Guo Wanyu came to see him. Many people are still hoping to get into university. Within a few days, a shocking news spread through Dahan village. Wang Lu is going to university. Wang Lu's mother was stunned at first, then she started to feel happy. Suddenly, many people felt jealous. Even Aunt Wang Er said, "Our family is really lucky. You see, everyone in the Wang family, why isn't my son recommended to go?" Wan Yanyan said, "In our whole village, Wang Lu is the most suitable for university. He's good in political thinking, healthy, hardworking, especially in political thinking. No one is better than him." Thinking of those from Wang's family who died on the battlefield, Aunt Wang Er hesitated but had to admit that Wan Yanyan was right. Wang Lu's wife is lucky. I heard that after he finishes university, he will get a good job. But we won't know for sure until he finishes. Many in Dahan village felt jealous about Wang Lu going to university, but upon reflection, they realized his family is different. It's the first in the village, and though they are jealous, they are still proud. Even the eloquent people at the educated youth site couldn't find fault. Jiang Guochao also believed he made a good choice this time and regretted not thinking of Wang Lu earlier. In the afternoon, Jiang Ran finally returned, bringing a lot of food. Wan Yanyan was most eager to see the watermelon he carried. He also bought a few bags of milk powder for Li Zai. "Count these bills. The ones I sent earlier are all settled." Wan Yanyan happily counted money, her face full of joy as she looked at each bundle of bills. Jiang Ran hadn't seen his wife for several days and was also thinking of her and Li Zai. However, he returned exhausted from his busy day. "Count first, I'm going to take a shower," he said. The watermelon has been taken out of the water and is in the fridge. She still hadn't finished using all the soap, and before the Mid-Autumn Festival, she planned to send 2 more batches. This batch of soap was worth about 1,500 yuan. Plus, the money Lu Guangming made from selling soap over the past 6 months, which included a monthly payment from Beicheng of around 100 yuan, as well as earnings from selling pork and vegetables and money from Lady Lu Xingyun. When Jiang Ran finished his shower, Wan Yanyan was still counting money. Most of their spending was on food. Besides that, they built a small bathroom, and Lady Lu Xingyun bought all of Li Zai's formula. Sometimes they also drank milk. So, she had saved quite a bit of money over the year, almost 5,000 yuan. The big family reunion feast was laid out on a table. When Jiang Ran came out of the shower, he saw his wife's eyes shining as she stared at him. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and Jiang Ran's mind couldn't help but drift. He looked down at his clothes to make sure he was dressed properly, then met her gaze and cleared his throat. "During the daytime, don't worry. I'll ask the doctor. You just gave birth not long ago, and I don't want to hurt you again." Wan Yanyan blinked in confusion. "Jiang Ran, what are you thinking?" she asked, blushing. "Are you worried that I'm feeling impatient again?" she said through gritted teeth. Jiang Ran didn't answer, but his expression clearly suggested that he was. He took a few steps forward, looked at his wife, who he hadn't seen in days, and said, "Come here, give me a hug." She embraced him. As soon as her face pressed against his chest and she listened to his strong heartbeat, a soft voice fell from above. "Feeling impatient isn't a big deal. It's just that I recently gave birth, and I'm worried it might hurt you." Hearing this, Wan Yanyan, feeling embarrassed and angry, pushed Jiang Ran away. "It's you who's impatient," she snapped. "I just wanted to tell you that we can now use our money to build a house." Jiang Ran was startled, clearly caught off guard. He touched his nose and said after a moment, "You're not wrong. I admit I am a little impatient. Since Wan Yanyan got pregnant and the months went by, the two hadn't done anything intimate for a long time. Jiang Ran had even taken cold showers many times. Their relationship had a bit of a flirtatious atmosphere. But this mood was quickly broken by the crying of Li Zai. Wan Yanyan washed her hands and returned to see Jiang Ran holding Li Zai and playing. Jiang Ran was teasing him, and the little boy stopped crying, smiling happily. Wan Yanyan pointed at the money on the table and said, "I just counted our savings. We have 5,000 yuan now. We can build a house." Unknowingly, the money had grown so much. Now even a few dozen yuan could build a house. Wang Yinyan's plan was to use around 200 or 300 yuan to build a luxurious house in Day Village. Jiang Ran looked at the pile of money, most of which was thanks to his wife. All right, let's build a blue brick house. I'll draw the plans, and we'll build according to them. Jiang Ran had no objections. The bathroom in their house was built based on his wife's plans, making bathing very convenient. Wang Yanyan and Jiang Ran didn't need much discussion. The decision to build the house was made. When Jiang Ran came back, Wang Yanyan was more eager than usual to cook. She stir-fried a fish-flavored shredded pork, steamed rice, and finally made a hot and sour soup. Jiang Ran wasn't picky and thought everything was delicious, but he hadn't eaten his wife's cooking for days outside. Today, he ate a lot. Wang Yinyan wanted to feed Lizai, and he ate a bit more than usual but only half a bowl of rice and half a bowl of soup. She counted, and Jiang Ran ate 3 bowls of rice. If they had no money elsewhere, it would be really hard to support him. Today, Jiang Ran's words reminded her. She had been pregnant with Lizai for nearly 50 days, and it was time to do some adult things. At night, after washing up and putting Lizai to sleep in the small bed, Wang Yinyan curled up in Jiang Ran's arms, stepping on him with her feet. She stepped on a key spot. Jiang Ran held her foot and hugged her, softly saying, "Don't do anything reckless." "Don't you want to?" Warm breath brushed against him. His wife smelled nice, sweet and soft. He didn't want to, but he was afraid of hurting her. Though he didn't speak, his body's reactions were honest. Wang Yanyan said, "I've calculated it. It's okay now." Jiang Ran replied, "Ask the doctor tomorrow." Wang Yanyan, "If you don't believe me, go ask the doctor tomorrow. After you ask, don't expect to touch me again." She pushed Jiang Ran away and turned around. In the next moment, he pulled her back into his arms. The young couple, feeling deeply in love, hadn't done this in a long time. Once they started, there was no end in sight. The bright moon hung high, casting scattered moonlight through the small window. Wang Yanyan's waist was sore and her back tired. Just as she was about to close her eyes from exhaustion, she wondered, why did she push herself so hard just now? Wang Yanyan slept until 3 hours after sunrise the next day. Her body still felt sore, and she looked around the room. Lizai and Jiang Ran were both gone. She dragged herself out, feeling the ache in her waist, and saw Lizai lying in a small bed outside, sunbathing. Jiang Ran was in the yard, tidying up. Hearing her, he turned around and said, "You're awake?"
Commit.
The man, full and satisfied from last night, looked relaxed. Wang Yanyan shot him a glare. Jiang Ran walked over and whispered, "Last night, I couldn't control myself. Tonight, I will." She had just gotten up, and he was already thinking about tonight. Wang Yanyan nudged him and said, "Go check on your daughter." Seeing she was still unsteady on her feet, he bent down and picked her up, placing her at the table in the yard. "Wait here now. I'll prepare some food for you." Jiang Ran's cooking was simple, stir-fried greens with pork fat and rice. The food and rice were hot, not gourmet, but tasty enough. After last night's physical work, Wang Yanyan was completely exhausted and ended up eating a whole bowl of rice. After eating and drinking well, she couldn't just sit idle. Since she decided to build a house, she needed to draw the plans first. She looked around the yard, which was large, but the house was small. For the new building, she didn't plan to make it too big, especially since she would return to the city in a few years. Wang Yanyan was full of confidence about her plan to build a house and her future. Meanwhile, since losing her college spot, Song Siming had fallen seriously ill and was living in a daze, as if trapped in a dream. He couldn't understand why this was happening. He was already thin, and now he looked like a skeleton. When Lin Jingxin came in and stared at her, she said, "Jingxin, go ask your dad." No need to ask. The team leader already reported Wang Liu's name, and they agreed. Lin Jingxin replied wisely. Song Siming reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Jingxin, are you lying to me? Can I still go to college?" Her wrist hurt from his grip, and she tried to pull away. He held on tighter. Jingxin frowned. "Song Siming, let go of me. Are you crazy? It's just that I can't go to college now. Even if I don't, we can still have a good life." His eyes turned fierce, and when he heard her words, he suddenly smiled. He laughed wildly, filling the room with his laughter. After a long time, Jingxin felt a bit scared. Song Siming, what's wrong with you? Song Siming nearly cried from laughter. When he heard her voice, he suddenly stopped smiling and stared at Lin Jingxin with steady eyes.
I'm crazy.
I'm just crazy. Lin Jingxin, why do you think I'm with you? It's because your dad is the party secretary, and he can help me get a good job or recommend me to college. If not for that, why would I choose you over Wan Yinyan? His voice sounded desperate and wild. Lin Jingxin was completely stunned. She looked at the man who was glaring at her as if she were his enemy, forgetting his gentle, scholarly appearance. Is this still the same Song Siming, fair and clean, who always smiled when he saw her? What did he just say? He said it was because her father was the party secretary, and he could recommend him for a good job or college. Lin Jingxin's heart grew cold bit by bit, feeling like she was in a nightmare. Siming, what are you talking about? Lin Jingxin's voice trembled, unable to accept it from the bottom of her heart. Didn't you say you liked me? Song Siming sneered at her. You believe what I say? Song Siming and Lin Jingxin fought. Wan Yanyan looked around the house, and then pushed Xiao Lazai out to play in the afternoon. Gossip in Dahuang village spread quickly. Usually the two male dogs in the village were good friends and could be involved in some rumors, but fights like this were even more sensational. Not long after Wan Yanyan pushed Xiao Lazai out, she overheard some women sitting together. Why else would they fight? I think it's because Song Jiqing can't get her pregnant. They've been married for almost a year, and there's no baby. Maybe he's infertile? He looks incapable. Jingxin has suffered a lot with him.
What are you talking about?
It's not just that. I live right next door, and I overheard everything. Wan Yanyan pushed Xiao Lazai closer to the gossipers. Uncle, what's the reason? The woman was eager to gossip. Hearing someone support her, she didn't bother to see who it was and said, that Song Jiqing is not a good person. He even said he would marry Lin Jingxin just because Party Secretary Lin could recommend him to college. Immediately, the gossipers all made faces. They thought Song Siming was too embarrassing. A grown man, always doing things the wrong way, just wanting to live off a woman. Party Secretary Lin also recommended him, but he can't convince others himself. It's not Lin's fault. That girl Jingxin was beaten so badly her face was swollen. However, he didn't benefit from it. I heard that the three brothers from the Lin family went there and beat him up. The scene sounded quite bloody. In the book, these two characters are very loving, but in the story, Song Siming and Lin Jingxin almost never faced any setbacks. Everything went smoothly, and they had help along the way. Now, clearly, Song Siming's situation hasn't gone smoothly, and his true self is exposed through these continuous setbacks. Wan Yanyan watched the drama unfold. A few days later, Lin Jingxin and Song Siming were discharged from the hospital, but the redness and swelling on their faces hadn't fully gone away. Lin Jingxin went straight back to her parents' house to stay. Song Siming went to ask Lin Jingxin to come home again, just like last time, but this time, he was quickly driven away by the Lin brothers. The wedding when Lin Jingxin and Song Siming got married was the biggest event in the village, and now, their divorce is also the biggest news. Song Siming was driven out by the Lin brothers. Soon after, he came back and knelt at the gate of the Lin family, hoping to bring Lin Jingxin back home. For several days, this became the biggest entertainment in Dea village. Many people went to watch the show out of curiosity. Wan Yinyan also saw it. In just a few days, Song Siming had lost a lot of weight and no longer looked like the person she had just traveled here with. People in Dea village even speculated behind their backs whether the two would reconcile. Most people thought they would get back together. Lin family. After about 10 days, the redness and swelling on Lin Jingxin's face disappeared. She lay on the bed, feeling a bit dazed. Whenever she closed her eyes, she thought of what Song Siming said that day. His previous strange behavior now had explanations. She even found reasons for him before. Thinking about it, tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. She truly liked Song Siming. The feeling of her sincere love being misplaced was painful. The love and happiness she thought she had were actually false. Just thinking about it made her heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Wang Xiaodan brought a bowl of egg water into Lin Jingxin's room. Looking at her little daughter, she felt heartache too and suppressed her sadness. "Come on, drink the egg water." Lin Jingxin hurriedly wiped her eyes. "Your father and I have thought about it. This man isn't a good match. Jingxin, you need to decide, are you going back with him or getting a divorce?" "Mother, I only have you as my daughter. I'm not afraid of losing face. As long as your father still holds the position of secretary, our family can support you." Lin Jingxin drank the egg water, her eyes blurred with tears. After a long pause, she choked out, "Mother, I'm not willing." Song Siming and Lin Jingxin argued for more than 10 days, and finally, the story came to an end. They really went through with the divorce. Aunt Wang Er said, "Jingxin's girl still doesn't want a divorce." It was her brothers who forced Song Jiqing to divorce her. Wan Yanyan was impressed by Lin family's brothers. If they hadn't pushed her to divorce, Jingxin would still be suffering now. These brothers practically pulled her out of a bad situation. It seems the original story about the beloved female lead is true. Lin family really dotes on this daughter. After the divorce, Song Siming's belongings were all thrown into the rural youth station by the Lin family. People have been talking about this for a long time, discussing it over tea and meals. Besides that, another thing is that Wang Lu is going to college. When he left, he wore a new army green outfit, bought especially for him by Guo Wanyu. Before leaving, he came to see Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran. "Brother Ran, sister-in-law, about my wife. You two need to look out for her. Besides you, she doesn't know many people in the village. She's also pregnant. It was just diagnosed. Only a month along," Wang Lu said with a sad face. "Otherwise, I wouldn't go to college." Wan Yanyan almost rolled her eyes. She thought college was easy to get into. If it weren't for the mistake in recommending Song Siming, Zhang Guochao and Secretary Lin would have been scolded. They recommended someone with a good background and appearance, but Wang Lu?
No way.
Before she could speak, Jiang Ran said, "Then go tell the team leader you won't go. Many people in the village are waiting for you to stay." Wang Lu's face immediately stiffened. "Brother Ran, you're serious? You're not going?" "Just kidding," Wan Yanyan said. "Don't worry, we'll take care of your wife. Once you're in college and get a good job, your wife can have a good life too." Wang Lu bowed deeply to Jiang Ran and Wan Yanyan. "Brother Ran, I will miss you." After saying that, he ran off. Wan Yanyan looked at Jiang Ran and shivered from the goosebumps on her skin. Jiang Ran also twitched the corner of his mouth. As soon as Wang Lu left, Jiang Ran went back to Beijing to deliver the last batch of soap. After settling the final payment, he started preparing to build a house. Wan Yanyan's house plans were drawn several times and revised repeatedly until finally finalized. Building a house is a big deal. Jiang Ran spread the word about the house construction, causing a stir in Dea village. Everyone knew that since marrying Wan Yanyan, Jiang Ran's life had improved. But among the villagers, they thought the money for the house was also brought from the city by Wan Yanyan. They said he was eating better, but how could he afford to build a house? It's still a blue brick house, and I heard they plan to build 5 rooms. Suddenly, many people gathered outside Wan Yanyan's house. "Yanyan, where did you get so much money? Could it be that you're involved in some shady business?" This comment sounded suspicious. Several pairs of eyes looked at Wan Yanyan. Their expressions varied, some curious, some suspicious. If someone inside had bad intentions and reported her, it could cause big trouble. Wan Yanyan frowned and said, "Shady business? You're the one doing shady stuff.
Your whole family is involved."
"I have money. I don't need to do such things." Her small face showed clear anger. "Last time, I saw you secretly selling eggs to others. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll report you, believe it or not." Hearing this, the middle-aged man who had just asked about her looked nervous and quickly smiled. "Don't be mad. I was just joking. Anyway, I didn't expect your house to be built so quickly. Sorry for my slip-up. If it depended only on Jiang Ran's work points, the house wouldn't be built yet. But my parents are in the city, working there. The money was sent by them to help me live better. She then took out a remittance slip. When everyone saw the amount, their eyes widened. It was exactly 500 yuan. Farmers like them, after working for years, never earned that much. Jiang Ran was really lucky. At first, everyone was worried that marrying Wan Yinyan would bring shame, especially since she was lazy, more so than even the local youth. They felt sorry for Jiang Ran. Now, seeing that money, they wished they were Jiang Ran. They thought, why isn't it us living off her? Are you done looking? Wan Yinyan put away the remittance slip. Anyone who keeps accusing us without reason, don't let me find evidence against you. We all want to live peacefully. Those who once thought she was involved in shady dealings now saw the money and realized she was doing well. They saw no need to take risks. Nian, do you need help building your house? Of course she did. Otherwise, Jiang Ran's house might never be finished. Wan Yinyan smiled and said, yes, I need help. I don't earn much from work, but I get meals every day with meat and buns that fill you up. Having meat every day was the best diet. Buns that filled you up meant no one doubted her anymore. People asked eagerly if they could come to help or visit her family. After settling this, Wan Yinyan went home, and Jiang Ran was already packing his things. They are now living in a small, old mud house that is about to be torn down. Jiang Ran and Captain Jiang agreed to move into his family's old house. He is calmly packing up their belongings, occasionally talking to Lu Zai, who is lying on a small bed. Lu Zai also shows respect to his father, often giggling happily. Wan Yinyan has returned to help. After delivering the batch of soap machinery to the family's factory, she also gave some to Lu Guangming. At the old house of the captain, Wan Yinyan no longer plans to make soap, as the area is less populated than where they live. Their life is getting better and better. Most villagers are kind, but some are secretly jealous. If someone with bad intentions notices them, it's better to hold back for now. They spent 4 or 5 days tidying up, hauling truckloads of things to Jiang Guochao's old house. After meals, the villagers of Dea Village mostly talk about Jiang Ran building a new house. Who would have thought Jiang Ran, tall and good-looking, strong and capable, would also be a soft rice eater? Not handsome or strong, but he's a soft rice eater, isn't he? An aunt teased, implying something. The older folks laughed openly, while the younger ones blushed and looked down, smiling shyly. Look at Song Jiqing, married into a soft rice family, and now she's divorced and sent to the youth station. Jiang Ran is lucky. I don't know if Wan Jiqing still wants to be a soft rice wife. I've even thought about sending my son over. Wan Yinyan didn't realize that her 500 yuan had sparked some villagers' thoughts about becoming soft rice eaters. Their belongings had already been moved out, and everything buried in the backyard was also taken away. Looking at the house she had lived in for over a year, she felt a strange sense of loss. Here, she had hugged Jiang Ran's leg, teased him, and had Lu Zai. Now, this small house was about to be demolished. Jiang Ran seemed to understand her thoughts and said, old things go, new things come. This time, we'll build a bigger house, with the fireplace you drew. It won't be cold in winter. Old things go, new things come. On the first night in Jiang Guochao's old house, Wan Yinyan rarely couldn't sleep. Lu Zai was already asleep. She was plump and fair, with cheeks full of flesh. She gently poked them twice. Finally, she decided to bother Jiang Ran, touching his abs twice, then got up and looked at him. Now everyone in the village says you're a soft rice eater. What do you think? Not wrong. I am a soft rice eater, Jiang Ran said honestly. Wan Yinyan was momentarily stunned, and her hands became more restless as she softly whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Ran suddenly hugged her, and in the next moment, their positions switched. This old house was less convenient for bathing than their home. In the end, Jiang Ran helped clean her. When she closed her eyes to sleep, she leaned against Jiang Ran's chest and said, your skills at taking care of me are quite good. I am very satisfied. Jiang Ran gently patted her on the buttocks. Wan Yinyan was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open. Every day, workers came to the village to work, but it wasn't hard to find some to help build the house. Men and women, dozens of people, worked quickly to finish building, then dry the materials, aiming to move in before the new year. There were too many workers, so Wang Yinyan no longer cooked. She paid Wang Er's wife to do it. Jiang Ran was busy at the construction site, while Wang Yinyan stayed home with Li Zai. She also took the opportunity to prepare food. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching on August 15th. Wang Yinyan originally wanted to buy some mooncakes, but the sugar cake shop only sold 5-nut mooncakes, which she didn't like much. She carved molds with the village carpenter and made many herself. There were red bean paste, salted duck egg yolk, shredded meat, and pumpkin with chestnut fillings. The bean paste and chestnuts were brought from the county by Jiang Wan, who didn't ask for her money. The salted duck egg yolk was given by Wang Fingxia, and Wang Yinyan wrapped some for them. She also prepared craft paper bags, giving one to Zhang Ping and others from different factories, including Li Jun. She even asked someone to send some to her parents from the bus going to Beijing. Before August 15th, she sent some to Su Lan and the elderly lady. All the fillings she made were soft, suitable even for the elderly to eat. Wang Yinyan's mid-autumn gifts were always well received, no matter who received them. Her mooncakes weren't just beautiful, they tasted good. The fillings were so special that in previous years, no one had even tasted them. Zhang Ping only gave 6 pieces. Their family had 3 members and they cut one to try, planning to eat the rest on Mid-Autumn Day. But that night, when Zhang Ping went to cut the mooncakes, the hiding spot was empty. Looking carefully, there was no sign of the mooncakes anymore. If it weren't for the festival, she would have given her son a dish of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Wang Yinyan handed out her homemade mooncakes to everyone. Since Jiang Guochao's house was nearby, they also received 6 pieces. Jiang Guochao's wife looked at Wang Yinyan's smile, which seemed even more genuine. On Mid-Autumn Day, Jiang Ran returned early and washed up. Looking at the dishes on the table, spicy stir-fried pork, braised pork, cold cucumber salad, spicy scrambled eggs, and mouth-watering chicken, she also added a plate of sliced watermelon and beautifully made mooncakes. Seeing the steaming food, she imagined Nuanyuan busy preparing the meal, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Li Zai was lying in the stroller, excitedly making sounds as he looked at the toy hanging in front of him. He reached out but couldn't grab it. Soon, he got anxious and started crying loudly, filling the room with his sobs. Jiang Ran quickly woke up, hurried over to pick up Li Zai, and handed him the toy. The little boy's face changed quickly. Once he got the toy, he stopped crying and started giggling happily. Nuanyuan finally brought the soup to the table.
"Time to eat," she said.
Last August 15th, she and Jiang Ran didn't have such a big meal. This year was different. Now, they're a family of 3, and her parents are also here. Even if she can't see them now, she feels content inside. She cooked a lot but ate only a little. Jiang Ran ate most of it, and there was some left over. Although it was already mid-autumn, the weather was still very hot, and the leftovers would spoil overnight. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, she couldn't give the leftovers to others. She rinsed them and fed them to the dog in the yard. The dog had a good meal today, meat and vegetables, and happily barked at Nuanyuan. After August 15th, the harvest in the fields would begin. Everything else had to wait for the harvest. Nuanyuan's house construction was also paused. But she occasionally pushed the cart to check the progress, and the house was already taking shape. 5 houses were roughly built, and after harvesting this batch of grain, they could be finished quickly. Nuanyuan was already looking forward to having a house with a fireplace. Winter wouldn't be so hard then. Jiang Ran was working in the fields, hard labor. Nuanyuan, carrying Li Zai, found Jiang Wan and asked, "Zhuanjie, can you go to the county? When you come back, bring some meat. If there's no pork belly, just buy chicken or fish. Anything is fine." She gave Jiang Wan money and a ticket, knowing she wouldn't let her go to the black market to buy meat, as it was too risky. Jiang Wan took the money and ticket. Before Nuanyuan left, Su Lan arrived, here to push her into marriage. Seeing Jiang Wan, Su Lan sighed and said, "Wan, Aunt Feng told you about a guy. Why don't you go meet him?" Jiang Wan didn't wait for Su Lan to finish and shook her head. "No, I won't go. Mom, I have something to do. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she put the money and ticket from Wan Yen Yen into her pocket, pushed her bicycle, and moved smoothly and naturally. It was clear she had done this many times before. Wan Yen Yen thought about how she ran faster than a rabbit when her mother-in-law, Lu Xingyun, pressured her to get married in her previous life. Su Lan sighed. Nyen Nyen, what do you think your sister's doing? She's married now. Your dad and I are old, so we don't worry about her anymore. Would you worry if Sister Wan found someone like Zhou again? Nyen Nyen asked.
Su Lan.
Then I'd be dead, but I still wouldn't feel at ease. Nyen Nyen smiled. That's not good. Your sister needs to agree too. The more you push her, the more she resists. Su Lan shook her head. If she's confident, let her be. After saying this, she added quickly, she's almost 30. If she doesn't marry soon, what will happen? It's getting harder to find someone. Nyen Nyen didn't respond to her. She understood Su Lan's feelings somewhat. In her previous life, her family was wealthy and powerful. Her parents worried that she would be left alone and helpless when she grew old. In this era, not marrying is even more unusual. Su Lan looked at her young daughter-in-law's smiling face, but didn't speak. She decided not to say anything and picked up Le Zai. I made 2 pairs of shoes for Le Zai. Your grandma made a bell hat for him.
Come and take them home with me.
Su Lan made tiger head shoes, carefully embroidered with a tiger's face, with a fringe of yarn around the edges. The shoes were wide and round. These are for winter, to wear with cotton pants. I won't make the cotton pants for you because we don't have enough cotton at home. If I make them, I'll have to make some for your second and third sisters-in-law too. She didn't mind the effort, but she had no materials. The 2 pairs of tiger head shoes were beautifully embroidered, each stitch showing how much effort she put in. Nyen Nyen didn't expect Su Lan to make cotton clothes or pants for Le Zai, but Su Lan reminded her that the weather was getting colder and they didn't have enough thick clothes at home. It seemed she needed to buy some cotton and ask third sister-in-law to help make some. Nyen Nyen held Le Zai and went to the old lady's room again. The old lady was lying on the bed, feeling her sewing tools, squinting as she embroidered. Grandma, Nyen Nyen called. Hearing her voice, the old lady turned her head, smiling with deep wrinkles. Come, let me see Le Zai. Su Lan stepped forward and put away her embroidery. Mother, your eyes aren't good. Don't embroider anymore. Let's make another belly band for Le Zai. It covers his tummy and keeps him warm, Nyen Nyen said. She continued, Grandma, don't bother.
He already has a belly band.
The elderly woman glanced at her and said, Le Zai's thing isn't a belly band. It's just a torn cloth piece. Wan Yen Yen touched her nose upon hearing this. The elderly woman was particular. She didn't sew herself and didn't care much about how others did it. She simply cut out a belly band shape and sewed it together. As for embroidery, that was even more difficult for her. That's new fabric I bought, not torn. The elderly woman looked at her trying to defend herself and smiled. I only embroidered this one for her. My eyes aren't good anymore. She sat on the bed, half wrapping Le Zai, playing with him. Su Lan looked at Wan Yen Yen and asked, when are you and Jiang Ran planning to have another boy? She was still hoping she would have another son. Wan Yen Yen smiled and said, let it be. When I get pregnant, I'll have the baby. Actually, she and Jiang Ran were already living together, but Jiang Ran was involved outside, so they probably couldn't have a child for a while. Le Zai was less than 4 months old, and she didn't want to have another baby so soon. Take advantage of your youth to have children early, start saving money for their wedding, and when you're older, it'll be harder to conceive, Su Lan advised. If you want, I can help take care of Le Zai. The elderly woman smiled and said, young people have their own ideas. Don't worry so much. Le Zai is still small. Look at the child Nyen Nyen is raising. So good-looking, with tender, nice skin. Not at all like other kids in the village, whose faces are dry and rough. Su Lan also had to admit that the children she raised were indeed good, bright and lively. The little guy was clever, less than 4 months old, but already smarter than others who were half a year old. Wan Yen Yen had stayed at the Jiang family for a while. When she left, she was carrying her shoes and hat. Zhang Hui seemed to be waiting in the yard with the baby. Seeing her and Su Lan come out together, she beamed and said, "Mom, I heard you made a tiger head shoe. Do we have one for Juzi? Your son is a centipede? 40 legs? Do you need so many shoes?"
Sulan Thito.
All 3 of your sons made shoes for you before. Were the old ones not wearable anymore? Zhang Hui felt it was unfair that Su Lan criticized her and huffed, "The old ones are gone." Su Lan glared and asked, "Where did you put them?" "My younger brother's wife in my family had a baby last year. I gave her some."
Sulan She Ice Widen.
She had made about 10 pairs for Zhang Hui, and now she said, "You gave them all to your sister-in-law?" Zhang Hui nodded and looked at the child in her arms. "Mom, won't you make us 2 pairs again? For winter. Juzi still has no shoes. All your family are like centipedes. It's not easy for her to gather some fabric. She tends to be kind and often takes small things back to her family. The pillar has no shoes and went to find your sister-in-law."
Don't ask me.
Zhang Hui looked at the shoes in Wan Yinyan's hand and muttered, "Mom, you always favor the 4th family." Su Lan was so angry she almost fainted. That evening, Jiang Wan came back. She didn't buy pork but brought something unexpected. Wan Yanyan looked at the proud big goose from before, now with wings. Jiang Wan carried it over with one hand. "I went shopping after work. It was too late, and everything else was gone. I found this at the free market. Do you want it?" Wan Yanyan's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, yes. With this weather, a big iron pot at home, and this big goose, cooking a stew sounds wonderful." Jiang Wan put down the goose. The goose struggled a few times and surprisingly broke free from the ropes, then strutted toward the dog in the yard. Suddenly, the yard was chaotic with geese flying and dogs barking. The usually fierce black dog was attacked by the bold goose, pecked several times, and finally looked at Wan Yinyan with a sad, resentful expression, as if complaining. Wan Yinyan knew she had to stay clear of the goose's sharp beak, so she pushed the black dog away.
Don't come to me.
"I can't do it. I won't kill it. When Jiang Ran comes back, you can complain to him." Jiang Wan nearby wanted to laugh. "The wings are cut a bit, so it can't fly away. Just close the door." Wan Yinyan gave Jiang Wan some extra money and confiscated her meat coupons, asking her to help buy meat or tofu every day. Jiang Ran finished work after dark. Wan Yinyan had already prepared hot water for a quick bath, washed off the dust, and was about to find her wife when she was stopped by the black dog. The black dog barked happily at the yard, facing the proud goose. Woof, woof, woof. The goose raised its head high and ignored the black dog. Jiang Ran didn't understand what the black dog wanted. He patted its head and was about to leave. Wan Yinyan just came out and said it was beaten by the goose this afternoon. "It's just venting its anger. Just kill the goose." "I'll stew it," Jiang Ran said confidently. The arrogant goose suddenly felt threatened and started flying around the yard, but it was too late. Jiang Ran moved quickly and efficiently. Once the goose was cooked into fragrant pieces in the pot, the tired black dog finally lifted its head again. The goose took time to cook. Jiang Ran first ate a steamed bun with soup and played with Lizzie. After a while, he remembered something and took out an envelope. "I met Xiao Chen this afternoon. He gave me this, a letter from the Wan family in Beicheng." Xiao Chen was the postman who usually came to the village. The name above is not Wan Wenchao, but Wan Jingji, the biological father of the original owner. He has written to scold her several times. It seems he has given up on receiving her replies, as he hasn't written back for a while. Now he has suddenly sent another letter. I wonder what he is planning this time. Wan Yinyan opened the letter and looked at it. It wasn't a scolding letter. Surprised, she quickly read through Wan Jingji's letter from start to finish. Xia Ying is getting married, and her groom is Zhou Peng, the director of the Gu Committee. Zhou Peng is 13 years older than Wan Yinyan. Xia Ying is 1 year younger than Yinyan, and Zhou Peng is 14 years older than her. They also have a child. To Yinyan, this doesn't seem like a good marriage. But in Wan Jingji's letter, he kept bragging about how well Xia Ying's life is now, her good job in the office, and how he found a good job for Wan Xiaoqiang. In the end, He told her that regretting won't help. Wan Yanyan showed the letter to Jiang Ran. Zhou Peng is almost old enough to be a grandpa. I don't like him. I just like someone young, with a good figure and a nice face, Jiang Ran said. Jiang Ran was reading the letter and blushed from her words. His wife cares more about looks than some men do. A good face can't fill your stomach, but Jiang Ran still feels lucky to have this face. Recently, Jiang Ran has gotten darker, so her blushing isn't obvious anymore. After finishing reading the letter, she sighed inwardly. Her wife has such family members, and life isn't easy for her. He needs to treat his wife even better. Unaware that Jiang Ran has already imagined her having a sad childhood, Wan Yinyan prepared a few flour rolls for the goose. The rolls were soaked with broth and smelled very tempting. The goose was quite large, weighing over 4 jin, about 2 kilograms of meat. She and Jiang Ran couldn't finish it. Thinking about Su Lan making tiger head shoes for Lizai, she took out a bowl. Mother made 2 pairs of shoes for Lizai, and Grandma made a bell hat for him. I saw they embroidered some coins on it, very delicate work. It took some effort. Let's take these to Dad and Mom. Now that they have divided the household, the meat they give can be eaten by the elders. Jiang Ran had no objections. When they arrived, Su Lan had already finished her meal and declined for a while. Wan Yanyan put down the bowl. Jiang Ran and I cooked late and haven't eaten yet. We're leaving now. They left quickly. Su Lan looked at the full bowl of meat and the flour rolls. She carried them to the old lady's room. Wan Yanyan is good at cooking. She ate with her mouth full of oil. Su Lan sighed. Whatever I make for the 4th brother's family, I enjoy doing it. Same as making shoes, I make shoes for the older family, the 2nd family, and the 3rd family. The 3rd family also understands it's not easy and brought me sugar water to drink. The older family is very stingy, and even though the 2nd family made shoes for her, she still couldn't be satisfied. She also took everything to her parents' house. Nian Nian doesn't need me to take care of the baby. She often comes to bring food. I feel like our family hasn't done right by this daughter-in-law. The old lady is eating soft, fragrant steamed bread. Although she is getting older, she feels more energetic than before. When she brings things, just eat them. She can't sew clothes, but you can help a bit. If other families have ideas or are unhappy, tell them to bring meat over. The children are grown up now. You should learn to manage less and not interfere too much, or you might create trouble. Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran finished the remaining big goose and shared some large bones with Dahe. After washing up and lying in bed, Jiang Ran has to go to work early tomorrow, so they didn't do any digestion exercises and went to sleep early. Before 5 in the morning, Jiang Ran got up. He first checked Lizai and changed her diaper. Then he prepared milk powder for her. Wan Yanyan, still sleepy, watched him busy with a yawn. Stop bothering. Let me take care of her. Lizai didn't sleep much on the small bed at night and insisted on squeezing into the same bed with Wan Yanyan. She reached out and pulled her over to feed her milk. Early in the morning, Jiang Ran saw this scene and felt a warm feeling in his eyes. Wan Yanyan was unaware. While feeding Lizai, she pushed her gently to the side and stretched her arms toward Jiang Ran. Husband, good morning. Jiang Ran held back his anger. Good morning. Sleep a little more. I'll go to work. First, a kiss. Wan Yanyan hadn't even opened her eyes and was coquettishly speaking. Jiang Ran walked over and kissed her on the forehead. Wan Yanyan hooked her arms around his neck, trying to reach his lips, but with her eyes closed, her searching process was especially torturous for Jiang Ran. Early in the morning, she had stirred up his feelings. Jiang Ran lowered his voice. Sleep or not? Wan Yanyan opened her eyes in confusion. What? Jiang Ran proved what he meant with actual actions. Today, Jiang Ran, who usually leaves early for work, was surprisingly a bit later, but he looked refreshed. Lizai, lying on the bed, woke up and rolled toward Wan Yanyan, looking at her eagerly. But today, Mom hadn't woken up yet. Mom is waking up later and later. Lizai blinked her clear eyes, puzzled, and held onto her mom's clothes to play. Early in the morning, Jiang Ran disturbed her. Wan Yanyan slept until about 10 o'clock noon. When she got up, she felt sore in her back and waist. Looking at Lu Zai lying beside her, she complained, "Your dad is not a good person."
Luze, yeah.
She couldn't understand what she was saying, but her little expression clearly seemed to be arguing with her. Anyone who works all day isn't tired and still thinks about other things. I don't work all day and I'm tired. Your dad really isn't a good person.
Luze, yeah.
Ignoring her rebuttal, Wan Yinyin stubbornly picked her up and put her in the little cart. Then she went to wash up and eat. She boiled a pot of mung bean water. She didn't go to work either, thinking she should make winter clothes for Lu Zai since the little one hadn't experienced winter before. They had enough fabric at home, but they were short on cotton and needed to buy more. It was inconvenient to go to the county town, so Wan Yinyin thought about the cotton grown in the village. Aunt Wang Er had some. She pushed Lu Zai to the fields. During the harvest, everyone was busy, bending over and working efficiently. Whether working a lot or a little, it was all collective effort. Not everyone was working hard for points. Some were secretly lazy. The work at the youth station was generally not very good. Recently, a few new young people had arrived. They looked a bit unfamiliar, with a fragile appearance and clear, naive eyes. Obvious newcomers. Wan Yinyin hadn't seen Aunt Wang Er yet, but she saw a young girl smiling foolishly beside Song Siming. Recently, Song Siming looked particularly haggard, but today he was dressed well, blue denim pants, a white shirt, sneakers, looking quite presentable. Could he be trying to flirt with another young person to get an easy meal again? This thought crossed Wan Yinyin's mind. When she found Aunt Wang Er, she confirmed it. Aunt Wang Er looked at her leading Lu Zai into the field and frowned, saying, "Why are you bringing her into the field? It's all dirt." Wan Yinyin pointed at the children playing nearby. "They're just kids. Why can't Lu Zai come?" "Auntie, Lu Zai is different. She looks good," Aunt Wang Er said confidently, looking proud. Wan Yinyin. She almost thought Lu Zai was her own child. "I'm just protecting her from the dust." "It's fine," Wan Yinyin said. "Annie, do you have any cotton at home? Lu Zai still needs winter clothes. If you do, I'll buy some. If not, I'll have to go to the county town to buy." Aunt Wang Er said, "Yes, I grow cotton every year, and there's some leftover from previous years. Since you're making clothes for Lu Zai, I'll give you new ones. You don't need to use your cotton tickets anymore. They're worth a yuan and 5 mao per jean. What do you think?" Buying with cotton tickets would cost about a yuan and 25 mao per jean. The quality of the cotton isn't guaranteed to be as good as what Aunt Wang Er gives, and at this price, she didn't ask for much from Wan Yinyin. Actually, it's a pretty good deal. "Thank you," Aunt Wan Yinyin said.
Aunt Wang Er warf her Hand.
"I'll send it over tonight. Don't let anyone see." Wan Yinyin nodded and glanced toward Song Siming. Aunt Wang Er understood and smiled, her face creasing with wrinkles. She whispered, "I heard that the new educated youth is the daughter of the towel factory director. Just a few days ago, she was still bothering Jing Xian to get back together. Now she's hanging out with the new educated youth. She even helps that girl with work, but she doesn't know how to do farm chores. If it were a village girl, Song Siming doing that work and helping out, people would laugh their heads off. Unexpectedly, he's really back to relying on others." Wan Yinyin admired Song Siming a little. "Poor Jing Xian. I saw her crying secretly the other day." Aunt Wang Er shook her head. "Aunt Wang Er, work now. No slacking off." Someone shouted. Aunt Wang Er stomped her foot and yelled, "Who's slacking? I'm just drinking some water. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll tear your mouth apart. I'm done talking to you. I'm leaving," she said, walking away while shouting. Before coming, Wan Yinyin had brought mung bean water for Jiang Ran. He works hard, so she found him and handed him the water. But the men working with him didn't get the same treatment. They cheered enviously, eyes full of admiration. "Jiang Ran is really lucky. His wife is beautiful, he has money, and she's gentle and caring, bringing him water. Why don't we have such good luck?" It's another day of relying on others. Jiang Ran drank most of the water in one gulp. Seeing some people's eyes almost glued to his wife, especially the third son of the Lin family. "The sun's too hot. Let's go home," Wan Yin said, not wanting to stay longer. She handed him the bucket, hugged Lu Zai, and left. Today, Jiang Wan brought 2 fish and some tofu. She also brought a letter from Zhang Ping. Wan Yin looked at it. It was about soap at the factory this year. It's still 500 yuan. Zhang Ping hinted in her letter that the other 2 factories in the county also want to buy this soap. Even though those factories hadn't ordered much of her soap before, she still maintained good relations during festivals. Since Zhang Ping could hint in her letter, it meant her chances were very good. However, she can only make soap now because her family has finished building the workshop. She doesn't know how to kill chickens, ducks, or geese, but she can fish. She kept 2 fish, one lively one in a basin and the other half dead, which she decided to kill and cook for dinner. That evening, after he and Jiang Ran finished eating, there was a knock at the door. Wan Yin thought it was Aunt Wang coming, so she quickly went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Aunt Wang, carrying a big bag of cotton. Come in quickly. They both looked like they were sneaking in. Aunt Wang came in and said, look, this is new cotton from this year, good quality, spun well. Yes, I know it's good. Sit down quickly. I'll give you the money. Wan Yin also brought her the remaining bowl of fish soup. It's still hot. Hurry and drink it. I kept it just for you. When Aunt Wang arrived, she was still regretting that she had agreed to a lower price in her excitement, thinking about raising it again. But now, seeing the fragrant fish soup, she forgot everything. I'll take some home for your second uncle to drink too. I'll send the bowl over tomorrow. Wan Yin had no objections. She knew Aunt Wang and second Uncle Wang were close, and Aunt Wang always cared about second Uncle Wang no matter when. After giving her the money, Aunt Wang said, do you know? Jingxin might be getting married. Wan Yin raised an eyebrow. In the book, she and Song Siming had a good relationship, and everything went smoothly, so there was no reason for her to remarry. I heard that her parents want her to marry Zhang Qingshan from our village. A few days ago, she still didn't want to, but today it seems she agreed. Wan Yin admired Aunt Wang's gossip skills. She also remembered Zhang Qingshan. He seemed quite old, with a brother who was slow, and life was hard for him. He hadn't married yet. Though life at home isn't easy, Qingshan is a decent guy who's been through a lot. With Lin's secretary's support, he won't go hungry. Plus, it's his first marriage. Jingxin has been married before, so it's not easy to find someone who wants a second marriage. Aunt Wang shared the latest gossip with Wan Yin, took the money happily, and went home. Now that she had cotton and the drawings were finished, she naturally planned to find Wang Fingxia to make clothes for Lu Zai. Wang Fingxia was also working on this project, but sewing clothes could only be done at night. Wang Lu went to school, so now Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran went to the back mountain at night. Wan Yin helped Wang Fingxia take care of Huzi. Huzi was just over a year old, well cared for by Wang Fingxia, and could already walk. Seeing Lu Zai in Wan Yin's arms, he smiled and showed his small teeth. Little sister, Lu Zai little sister. Wan Yin corrected him. Lu Zai little sister. Huzi, little sister. Wan Yin, Lu Zai little sister. She carefully taught him each word. Huzi thought seriously for a moment. Little Zai little sister. Wang Fingxia, listening nearby, laughed. He still says he's not very clear. Little sister, my third brother, and I also want to move out and build a house. Wang Fingxia lowered her voice. Building a house is not easy. As far as she knew, Wang Fingxia probably didn't have that much money. Seeing her doubt, Wang Fingxia smiled and said, I've been saving the money from the work I do, and sometimes Jiang Ming also works for others. Although the money isn't much, Jiang Ming and I agreed not to build big houses like yours and Jiang Ran. We'll build a small one, maybe a simple mud brick house. Though it's not as nice as a blue brick house, it's still our land, and we won't have to share a big yard with others or get annoyed. Even though they have separated households now, the family still lives in the same yard, which can cause some disagreements. Wan Yin has some money, and if Wang Fingxia wants to mention something, she can lend her some. Over time, she knows Wang Fingxia isn't someone who takes advantage, and Jiang Ming is hardworking. But Wang Fingxia didn't bring up this matter. By around 10 o'clock, Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming returned from the back mountain. Jiang Ming was carrying a rabbit. Jiang Ran had apparently already gone home first and took Lu Zai from Wan Yan's arms. Lu Zai now recognizes people a little. Usually, Jiang Ran plays with her, so she gets very excited whenever she sees him. Jiang Ran carried Lu Zai with one arm and held Wan Yan's hand with the other as they went home.
We caught 2 rabbits.
I chose one with light fur, so I can make a rabbit fur hat for you in winter. Before Wan Yan could speak, Lu Zai made 2 sounds. Jiang Ran naturally said, "Next time, I'll catch more rabbits for you. Your mom likes light colors." Lu Zai wanted to argue a bit more but realized her dad was ignoring her. The little girl and Huzi were tired from playing and, now that it's late, quickly fell asleep in her dad's arms. Wan Yan said, "Once our house is built and Lu Zai is about 6 months old and the weather isn't too cold, we can take her to the county seat to take some photos. Our family of 3. They plan to print a couple of photos and mail them to Ms. Lu Xingyun. They've only ever sent things and haven't met Lu Zai in person yet." Wan Yan was thinking this. Far in the North City, Lu Xingyun looked very serious and patted Wan Wenchao, who was reading a book. Wan Wenchao turned back and asked, "What's wrong, dear wife?" Lu Xingyun looked complicated and hesitated for a long time. "I might be
pregnant."
Wan Wenchao reached out to check her pulse, deep in thought. After a few seconds, his face changed from contemplation to joy. Usually calm, Wan Wenchao was now smiling like a young boy. Seeing his expression, Lu Xingyun understood his thoughts. "Really pregnant?" Wan Wenchao nodded. "It's been over a month. Don't want it?" Wan Wenchao frowned and thought for a moment. "If you don't want it, we won't have it.
It's up to you.
Anyway, we already have Nian." His earlier happiness was genuine. Lu Xingyun knew he liked children. He cherished Nian like a treasure. "I'm not saying I don't want it." Lu Xingyun sat down. "I just find it strange. I'm getting old, and I'm pregnant again." Although her body was young, her mind felt much older. Wan Wenchao stood up and massaged her shoulders, softly comforting her. The happiest person about Lu Xingyun's pregnancy wasn't Wan Wenchao, but Ruan's mother. When her son said there was a problem, her mother's heart was never at peace, always worried Lu Xingyun might leave. She was also annoyed that Wan Wenchao told relatives about it, which made her lose face. When she heard Lu Xingyun was pregnant, the old lady brought eggs to visit, wanting to nourish her grandson. Seeing the milk delivery at their door, the old lady usually thought it was a waste of money for 2 adults to buy so much milk. But now, thinking of her future grandson in her belly, she suppressed her displeasure and took the eggs inside. It was already 10 days after Wan Yan learned about Lu Xingyun's pregnancy, and she was reading the letter. This time, the letter was written by Wan Wenchao. He said Lu Xingyun was too shy to tell her. In Wan Yan's mind, Lu Xingyun's face was as tough as iron. It was rare to see her shy. If it weren't for worrying about hormone imbalance during pregnancy, she would have teased her. After reading the letter, she sat back, resting her chin on her hand, thinking, if my parents have a baby, what should I call them? Sister? Now she was 6 years older than Lu Xingyun and 20 years older than her younger brother or sister. That unborn sibling would be even younger than Lu Zai. If one day she had to tell Jiang Ran, she didn't know how to explain their relationship. Wan Yan thought for a while. It was complicated and gave her a headache. She hoped Jiang Ran would stay calm. But Lu Xingyun's pregnancy was good news. After the autumn harvest, she and Jiang Ran planned to go to the county town. Carrying Lu Zai, they made a donkey cart for the village. Jiang Ran rode his bike, slowly and steadily following behind. Shopping in the county town wasn't as convenient as in Beicheng. She bought some soft fabrics and worried they might not have enough money, so she sent some more money. Since the weather was starting to get cold, she went to the black market to find Lu Guangming. Lu Guangming was having a good year. He bought a ticket early and arranged for a new bike. Seeing Wan Yan, he felt especially close. Sister Nian, you're finally here in the city. He also took out 2 yuan. Xiao Lu Zai, right? This is money from uncle for you. Little Lu Zai reached out to take it. Wan Yan quickly snatched it away before he could. Little Lu Zai pouted when she saw this. Jiang Ran hugged her. Don't cry. If you cry again, I won't bring you next time. She either understood or didn't understand, but she really stopped crying and looked around with her big eyes. Wang Yanyan and Lu Guangming discussed important matters. For the new year, I want 100 jin of pork. Do you have that? Also about 20 chickens and ducks. If there's beef, I need 30 jin. She carefully counted the quantities, and Lu Guangming was surprised and widened his eyes. After Wang Yanyan finished her list, Lu Guangming was stunned. Sister Nian, you want so much? Are you planning to sell the meat? No, I'm eating it myself and giving some to relatives and friends. Just sell it at your usual price, Wang Yanyan explained. Lu Guangming often sold pigs to the factory, so she didn't want him to lose money. Can you save some for me? Lu Guangming scratched his head and thought for a while. There's no big problem with pork. Our village secretly raised a few more pigs this year. 20 chickens and ducks might not be enough. About 10 more should be fine. As for beef, there are no old oxen in the village this year, so probably no beef. Oxen are still the main source of labor, and unless there's an emergency, people don't usually slaughter them for meat. Although it couldn't meet Wang Yanyan's exact needs, pork was the main thing, and she was satisfied. Lu Guangming added, there is rabbit meat too. Rabbits breed quickly and grow fast. Sister Nian, do you want some rabbit meat? Rabbit meat in cold dishes is also very tasty. She had eaten it once in her past life and couldn't forget it. She had gone several times to get it. The chili here is different from there, but even if she couldn't replicate it exactly, it probably wouldn't taste bad. She planned to pack it in jars and send it to her parents. Wang Yanyan didn't hesitate. Yes, 5 rabbits. Do you want them now or wait until it gets colder? Lu Guangming asked. It is now autumn, but the weather is unpredictable. Sometimes it suddenly gets cold, then warms up again in a few days. It's not the best time for making sausages and cured meats. Once it gets colder, leave some for me, a few people said softly. They quickly agreed on the plan. Lu Guangming also paid for a bar of soap for Wang Yanyan. Recently, she and Jiang Ran haven't been to the county town often. Sometimes they go, but don't visit the black market. This time, she earned nearly 200 yuan. Wang Yanyan thought about her savings at home. Compared to others, she was quite well off now, but she wasn't satisfied. Even though everyone is dressed in dull colors now, there are some richer than her. When she left the black market, Wang Yanyan didn't expect to see Lin Jingxin there. She was with a man who was awkwardly talking to her. Lin Jingxin looked distracted and didn't care about Zhang Qingshan beside her, nor did she notice Wang Yanyan and the others. After leaving the black market, Wang Yanyan and Jiang Ran went to a clothing factory. Zhang Ping hadn't seen her for a long time. When she saw Wang Yanyan wearing a light-colored long dress and her shiny, smooth hair flowing behind her, she was surprised. If Jiang Ran was not holding a child, she looked so delicate that she didn't seem like someone who had just given birth. Zhang Ping said, "You look more beautiful with each baby. Heaven isn't fair." Wang Yanyan smiled and said, "I stay at home every day with nothing to do. The family needs your care, and managing such a big factory also takes your time. I can't compare to you. You're doing great both at home and at work." The clothing factory had many leaders, not just Zhang Ping. She was responsible only for purchasing. But everyone liked to hear praise, especially when it was about her work and taking care of her family. Zhang Ping happily laughed and mentioned the Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake she sent. "Not only my son is happy, but I think the director is quite satisfied too. This new year, I'll ask the director if they want soap again." The director preferred nice gift boxes, which also meant higher profits for Wang Yanyan. She sincerely said, "Thank you so much, Sister Zhang." Zhang Ping was playing with Yuxue and her adorable little one. When others played with her, she would laugh, filling the office with her cheerful voice. No one disliked a happy, smiling child. Zhang Ping sighed, "Looking at your daughter, I even want to have another girl." Wang Yanyan and Zhang Ping talked for a while. Zhang Ping lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Zhou Ling's wife was pregnant some time ago. The Zhou family kept saying at the factory that it wasn't his son's problem, but your sister-in-law's." Wang Yanyan frowned upon hearing this. She hadn't heard Jiangwan mention anything about it before. Zhang Ping continued, "Don't worry too much. The Zhou family hasn't been happy for long. That baby had a miscarriage again. No matter how stubborn the Zhou family is, they can't do much. It's also said in the factory that their seed isn't good and they can't grow good fruit on any good land." When Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran returned, they saw Zhou Ling's wife waiting for him. She looked paler than before, and her face was more worried than before. Wan Yinyan glanced at her quickly and saw her leave soon after. She followed Jiang Ran to the textile factory. They went to buy plastic sheeting because, once their house was built, the weather would turn cold and they could start planting vegetables soon. Originally, no one was on the mountainside. Their yard was big, and Wan Yinyan had designed a plan during her drawing, making the layout reasonable, leaving enough space for winter vegetables. Last year's plastic sheeting was already not enough for this year. They carried Lu Zai with them, going from Lu Guangming's place to the clothing and textile factories. Lu Zai received 3 yuan, but all of it went into Wan Yinyan's pocket. When they went out, Lu Zai waved his arms, trying to get Wan Yinyan's attention. Holding the 3 yuan, Wan Yinyan smiled and said, "Mom will keep it for you." Lu Zai's big, shiny black eyes looked at her, seeming to confirm that her words were true. "Mom is an adult now. How could she lie to you?" Wan Yinyan said sincerely, blinking. In the end, Lu Zai chose to believe his mom and leaned into his dad's arms, obediently. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. He thought that the money Lu Zai got was probably wasted. After leaving the clothing factory, they found a place to feed Lu Zai milk and changed his diaper before heading to the photo studio. Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran looked good. They had come twice before, so the owner recognized them. Seeing them holding a small child, the owner said with a smile, "Your kid is already so big?" Wan Yinyan replied, "Yes. I remember you two came to take wedding photos. You were proactive, but your husband looked a bit awkward back then. He would secretly look at you, then after looking, he'd keep a serious face. He looked very stern." Jiang Ran, who was holding Lu Zai, wanted to cover the owner's mouth when he heard this. He quickly coughed, cough, cough, cough. The owner also realized and smiled, busy adjusting the camera. Wan Yinyan looked at Jiang Ran. The man's jaw was tense, and his face looked calm. He had tanned quite a bit from working outdoors, so it was hard to tell if he was blushing. However, Wan Yinyan guessed that he definitely was. If they weren't in the photo studio with people around, Wan Yinyan would have teased Jiang Ran. It's because their family always attracts attention that she decided to let him go for now. She and Jiang Ran were waiting to take a family photo when suddenly, a loud argument broke out at the door. "Stop taking photos. I said no more pictures. Zhang Qingshan, can't you understand people?" That sharp voice sounded very familiar to Wan Yinyan. Of course, it was Lin Jingxin. She looked outside and saw Zhang Qingshan standing there, looking uncomfortable and blushing. People around were also watching the scene. He looked at Lin Jingxin and kindly said, "Stop. What do you want to do now? I'll go with you." It seemed like something was bothering Lin Jingxin deeply, making her feel uncomfortable. She was about to say more to Zhang Qingshan when she looked up and saw Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran inside. Lin Jingxin froze. Why was Wan Yinyan here? And she looked so beautiful now. Jiang Ran was holding the child and also holding her hand. Just a quick glance showed how good their relationship was. Lin Jingxin had once thought she was lucky to marry Song Siming, feeling she had won over Wan Yinyan. But now, her heart felt like it was being pierced. Her unusual reaction caught Zhang Qingshan's attention. He turned and saw Jiang Ran and Wan Yinyan, feeling a bit embarrassed at first. "Jiang Ran, you're here too?" Jiang Ran nodded slightly. "Bringing the kid for a family photo." Jiang Ran wasn't a talkative person, and Zhang Qingshan was even quieter, so the area fell silent. Wan Yinyan loved gossip, but with Lin Jingxin, she could tell what was going on just by looking. It was probably because Song Siming wasn't bothering her anymore and had gone after other girls. She couldn't face that, so she hurriedly decided to get married again. Did she like Zhang Qingshan? In just 2 meetings today, she didn't just dislike him. She didn't even show basic respect. Zhang Qingshan was just a tool for her to vent her frustration. Wang Yanyan initially thought Lin Jingxin was also trapped in a bad situation, wasting her youth on Song Siming. Now she felt that, in a way, she and Song Siming were a perfect match. Thinking this, Wang Yanyan smiled at Zhang Qingshan and said, "We'll go take the photos now." Then she pulled Jiang Ran back inside. Jiang Ran whispered, "Are you very familiar with Zhang Qingshan?" Wang Yanyan replied, "Not really. We've only met a few times and haven't spoken much." Jiang Ran, "Then you smile at him." "I was just being polite with a smile." "Then you don't need to be so polite anymore." Wang Yanyan was speechless. She hadn't realized before how jealous Jiang Ran was, like a man falling into a pot of vinegar. It's really adorable. Since she was taking Lazai out, she decided to take a few more photos. Each photo was printed twice, and the shopkeeper was very happy and told them to come often. This shop was generous, so they should visit frequently. After leaving the photo studio, their day was done. They casually wandered into a grocery store, bought some food, and headed home. When she returned, the village donkey cart was already waiting. A few older women watched Nian Nian and Jiang Ran from afar, their eyes fixed on the things Jiang Ran was holding, filled with envy that they couldn't hide. Zhang Jing sincerely sighed. Jiang Ran's wife isn't just any girl, she's like a goddess of wealth. Most people in the car agreed with her. Indeed, she was like a goddess of wealth. If they could marry someone like her, they would cherish her forever. Nian Nian was no longer the girl who was disliked when she first crossed into the village. Now, no matter what the villagers thought, she appeared to be doing well. There was still some distance to the donkey cart. People from afar greeted her and made space for her to pass. Nian Nian sat with Lazai on the cart. Lazai had woken up early and played for a long time. Now he was sleeping peacefully in her arms. "Where did you two go to the county?" Nian Nian smiled. "Not much, just took Lazai to the photo studio." The city wanted her photos. People from Dea village naturally thought her parents wanted her photos. The 500 yuan was also attributed to them, and everyone nodded. That's right to give. The grain in Dea village had been harvested, but the fields hadn't been fully planted yet. In the afternoon, Jiang Ran continued working after they returned. By around 8 or 9 in the morning the next day, Nian Nian let Lazai play outside in the sun for a while. She was thinking about what to eat for lunch when Su Lan brought over some cucumbers. Seeing the crisp cucumbers and the bright sun, Nian Nian suddenly felt a little hungry. "Mom, do you have time?" Su Lan initially planned to give her the cucumbers and leave, but when she heard Nian Nian ask if she had time, she eagerly replied, "I'm free now. Later, I'll go home and cook for your dad and grandma. Then don't cook now. Help me watch Lazai for a while, and we can cook together. Later, you can serve some food to my dad and grandma." Su Lan naturally agreed, but she was curious inside. "What are you cooking? Do you need 2 people?" Wang Yanyan went to the kitchen first and dug out some white flour. "Let's make cold noodles. It's hot today, perfect for eating cold noodles. In a few days when it gets cold, we won't be able to eat it." Cold noodles? Su Lan had never tried it before and felt a bit curious. Wang Yanyan poured water, washed the gluten. Making cold noodles isn't very hard, but it's not simple either. It's a slow process. In her past life, she watched many short videos teaching how to make cold noodles. During her time at home, she also tried making them out of curiosity. Su Lan watched Lazai and Wang Yanyan small, white hands kneading the dough in the basin. Sometimes she poured water, sometimes added more. To her, it didn't look like she was cooking. It looked more like playing. She was worried she was wasting food. Wang Yanyan washed the gluten, steamed it while the water settled, made some chili oil, sliced cucumbers, and prepared a sauce with garlic, vinegar, and sesame paste. All this was done, but the water hadn't finished settling yet. Su Lan held Luzai high in the air. Luzai was very cheerful, laughing so much that drool came out. Just then, someone came to take Luzai away. Wang Yanyan made about 10 pancakes. When the water was almost settled, she fed Luzai some milk, then put her in the stroller and asked Su Lan for help. They boiled a big pot of water on the clay stove until it was boiling hot. They took a flat basin, brushed it with oil, and dipped it into the hot water. The hot water was boiling enough. After a brief moment, a thin sheet of dough was cooked. They then dipped the basin into cold water, and a cold noodle sheet was easily peeled off. They worked together, initially not very skilled, but gradually faster. There was a lot of dough liquid, but a large pot was very convenient. Soon, they made dozens of cold noodles. After finishing, Sulan said with a smile, "This is pretty interesting." Wan Yinyin steamed the gluten, cut it into small pieces, and prepared a basin with half a basin of sauce. She cut some of yesterday's braised meat, which was fatty with little lean meat, into small pieces, mixed with chili, and repeated the process 3 times for Sulan. "Your dad should be home from work soon. You can take this back for him to eat." Sulan really couldn't refuse. She looked at Wan Yinyin busy all morning making these tender, chewy, transparent cold noodles. She was curious about the taste, and the meat-filled pancakes looked so tempting that she couldn't help but salivate. She was drooling with hunger. "I won't be polite anymore. Seeing this makes me so hungry." Before Sulan reached the door, Jiang Ran finished work. He wanted to say hello to his mother, but she acted as if she didn't see him, quickly walking away with a basin in her hands, holding it like a treasure. Jiang Ran was confused at first, but soon smelled the fragrant aroma coming from the yard. His stomach also growled loudly. When Wan Yinyin saw him return, she turned around and smiled. "Hurry up and wash up before eating." Jiang Ran rinsed himself casually, water still dripping from his face, then headed to the kitchen and stood behind Wan Yinyin. "What are you making?" "I just saw my mother carrying something like a treasure." Wan Yinyin first handed him a meat-filled bun.
Try this.
The bun looked simple, and the meat inside was the braised meat he ate yesterday. Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention before biting into it. As he took a bite, the juicy meat seeped into his mouth. The aroma of the braised meat and the fragrant dough blended perfectly. In that moment, his whole body felt greatly satisfied. Jiang Ran ate very quickly. Holding the bun, which was only slightly bigger than his hand, he took a few bites and finished it all. After eating, he looked at Wan Yinyin and said, "Wife, I'm still hungry." Wan Yinyin knew he wasn't full, so she brought him a bowl of cooled noodles she had prepared. "Eat this with it." The cold noodles were chewy and smooth, topped with well-seasoned chili. Jiang Ran held the bun in one hand and chopsticks in the other, eating quickly, like a whirlwind. Wan Yinyin sat opposite him, feeling her appetite improve a lot. Lu Zai was even more anxious. She was starting to crave the food adults ate. If her body weren't still uncooperative, she would already be trying to climb onto the table. Wan Yinyin didn't tempt her, but turned her car towards the dog. The dog and Lu Zai looked into each other's shiny, dark eyes. These two little creatures, unable to speak, shared a common thought. Your owner is really not a good person. Your mother is really not a good person. Jiang Ran was clearly satisfied with this meal. Today was hot, and eating cold noodles was very refreshing. The noodles had crispy, tender cucumber shreds, making it especially tasty. Paired with the bun, which provided energy, he could eat a few and last until evening work. At the Jiang family house, Su Lan brought over half a basin. The old lady, not very particular about taste, had already eaten most of a bun and a bowl of cold noodles, looking quite satisfied. The old lady smiled and said, "A few years ago, I knew someone from Chin City. When I heard about these buns and cold noodles, I think Nian made them. They taste really good. If I were younger, I could still enjoy them." Su Lan also ate a bun and a big bowl of cold noodles, smiling. "Later, I'll help you walk around to aid digestion. I can walk by myself."
Don't worry about me.
"You go to work. I'll find Lu Zai this afternoon." Jiang Xiu didn't speak and kept eating quietly. By the time Su Lan and the elderly lady realized it, he had already finished the last half bowl of cold noodles in the basin and happily let out a satisfied burp. A few elders were eating meat-filled buns nearby. The yard was small, and the delicious aroma spread everywhere. Zhang Hui was eating a steamed bun made with 2 types of flour and some plain vegetables. She felt very upset. Your parents don't even know what they secretly ate. They don't leave us anything tasty. I don't even have milk now. Zhuzi is clearly a boy, but he looks shorter than the girl from the fourth family. Old second Jiang had gone to work early in the morning. Now he was very tired. Hearing Zhang Hui mutter, he scooped some food and put it in her bowl. You talk so much. You can't even finish your food. Whatever my mother eats isn't your business. If you didn't cause trouble, we wouldn't have to split the family. If we don't split, we won't have a share of the food. He continued eating. The eldest family was the same. They ate their own food but didn't feel happy about it. Old Big Jiang also wanted to sneak some food. He hesitated while holding his bowl. Guayu said, "Go tell Mom I'm pregnant." Seeing that old Big Jiang found a good excuse, he got up with his bowl. He wanted to sneak some food, so he went into Su Lan's room to talk about Guayu's pregnancy, glancing around the room. The elderly lady stood up. Pregnant? Just take care of yourself. Take good care of your wife. Don't cause trouble. All the food is finished. Old Big Jiang looked uncomfortable on his face, but felt very disappointed inside. Su Lan understood that they mainly came for food. She also looked stern. The food is from the fourth family. I can't give you theirs. Let's go. Take good care of your wife. Mother, I'm not that kind of person, Old Big Jiang muttered and left. After the autumn planting, Jiang's house construction work resumed normally. Everyone was free, and work went quickly. They finished the job before October. Besides drying things, Jiang Ren also took Jiang Ming to work on the fireplace inside the house. They paid attention to every detail. Jiang Ming looked at the big house being built and said, "It's worth it to live in a house like this in my lifetime." Jiang Ren thought for a moment. If you're not afraid of wild animals coming down from the mountain anytime, you can build a house here. In the future, we can build bigger houses. Jiang Ming thought Jiang Ran's words sounded strange, but didn't pay much attention. My third sister-in-law and I do have the idea of building a house here. Our family is too big, and living together causes trouble. Once you're ready, I'll go talk to third sister-in-law. I'm not afraid of the wild animals on the mountain anymore. If they come, they'll go straight into my stomach, Jiang Ming said cheerfully. Wan Yinyan was thinking about moving to a new house every day. Before she even moved, she received shocking news. Su Yao was getting married. Wan Yinyan was stunned. She wasn't sure if she was committed to staying in the countryside for marriage. Did she want to return to the city? Wan Yinyan couldn't forget how Su Yao would make a face whenever she mentioned Jiang Ran. In Su Yao's eyes, getting married in the village was almost as foolish as being a fool. When Su Yao and Zhou Weihong came to tell her the news, Wan Yinyan's face showed her surprise. She looked at Su Yao. Su Yao seemed to remember her own words and cleared her throat, lifting her chin. Times have changed. Now I think getting married in the countryside isn't so bad. The day to return to the city was near. Wan Yinyan watched Su Yao, who looked like a proud little rooster. She hoped Su Yao had made up her mind and wouldn't regret it later. Wan Yinyan asked, "Who are you getting married to?" Su Yao's face instantly turned red. She changed the subject. "Do you know Xia Si?" Wan Yinyan knew she was changing the subject and became even more curious. Who was this person that could make Su Yao act like this? She didn't press further, and just watched Su Yao. You probably don't know at home, but Xia Si is a young person who went to the countryside this year. Now she's been here for a month and is already very close with Song Siming. We even advised her in the dormitory, Song Siming isn't a good guy. But who would have thought? She believes he's the best older brother in the world. She's really the daughter of a factory director. She treats Song Siming much more generously than you do. I just don't understand why she likes Song Siming. He's already married and divorced, yet he still manages to flirt with an 18-year-old girl. I really want to open Xia Si's head and see what she's thinking. After a while, Su Yao looked at Wan Yinyan with a half-smile, and she suddenly froze. Wan Yinyan smiled softly. "Who exactly is your older brother? If you don't tell me, I'll go ask around in the village." Su Yao's face turned red. Zhou Weihong was already married and pregnant. Plus, with her work experience, she wasn't as timid as before. Seeing Su Yao like this, she smiled and said, "Zhang Qingshan." Wan Yinyan looked at Su Yao in surprise. Isn't Zhang Qingshan supposed to marry Lin Jingxin? They've already reached the point of taking wedding photos. Why did another Su Yao suddenly appear? Her gaze fell on Su Yao. Since Zhou Weihong has already spoken out, Su Yao no longer hides anything. She lifts her chin slightly and says, I just can't stand her. She clearly doesn't like Zhang Qingshan but still keeps hanging around him. And even when she does, she doesn't care about that simple-minded guy. Nuanyuan looks amused and says, This is the first time I've heard you be so caring. Don't tease me. Su Yao hums and adds, During this year's harvest, a wild boar charged down from the back mountain. He saved me. Otherwise, he would just be a silly, simple guy. It has nothing to do with me. That makes sense. Su Yao isn't exactly a good person. She likes to take small advantages. If Song Simon gives her a little benefit, she'll try to get more. If Su Wanqing offers her something, she'll also try to get it. She's not a saint, but she's not a terrible person either. She was also warned to be cautious of Su Wanqing. If Zhang Qingshan had saved her life, her current reaction would be understandable. Su Yao opened up and even told Nuanyuan how she ended up with Zhang Qingshan. A few days ago, I went up the mountain to find some food. When I came down, I saw Lin Jingxin scolding Zhang Qingshan. I couldn't stand it and argued with her. Lately, Lin Jingxin has been in a bad mood. She snapped at Su Yao. You defend him so much?
Why don't you marry him then?
Su Yao looked at the awkward Zhang Qingshan and Lin Jingxin, and without much hesitation, she patted her chest and said, If she wants to marry him, I'll marry him. Then I can't just ignore my words, Su Yao said with a troubled voice, but her face was bright and happy, clearly pleased. Nuanyuan thought her marrying him sounded like a joke, but as long as she was happy, that was fine. In November, the house was finally cleaned and aired out. There was no more renovation, so no formaldehyde worries, and moving was now on the schedule. She had lived in Jiang Guichao's old house for a few months, gradually packing everything and cleaning it thoroughly. When she went to return the keys, Nuanyuan also brought over 2 pounds of good quality pork belly. Jiang Guichao's wife had always felt that interacting with Jiang Ran, who was not a good influence, wasn't good for her family. But she softened when it came to eating their food. Seeing the pork belly hanging there, she smiled and said, Not staying?
If you want to stay, keep staying.
Anyway, we don't live in that yard. Nuanyuan smiled and said, We're not staying anymore. If we don't move back home soon, Lu Zai won't recognize where home is. After chatting with the captain's wife for a while, Nuanyuan happily headed home, looking around her new yard. The furniture bought earlier in Beicheng was useless in the small mud house, but now it can finally be used. To everyone's surprise, it looks quite good once set up. The weather isn't too cold yet, but Jiang Ran has already lit the fireplace. The house feels warm and cozy. Lu Zai is playing on the small bed Jiang Ran made. She can now sit up, but since it's cold and she's wearing thick clothes, she sits unsteadily, leaning to one side. Sometimes she falls over but doesn't cry, just giggles happily. The only downside is that Dahu village still doesn't have electricity, so the family relies on kerosene lamps and candles for light. It would be much better if the power could be connected soon. Jiang Ran saw Wan Yinyan at the door waving to her. It's cold outside, come in. Wan Yinyan entered the house and asked, We moved to a new place. What should we eat tonight?
How about hot pot?
When Wan Yinyan heard that, her stomach started to rumble with cravings. Jiang Ran could tell from her little expression that she was eager to eat. Okay, if we need anything, I'll go buy it. There is some meat, some planted spinach, and sweet potato noodles at home. If she looked through the kitchen, she could find quite a few ingredients. It might not be as complete as modern hot pot, but it was still good. Wan Yinyan said, We don't need much. Since we moved into the new house today, go call Jiang Ming, Wang Fingxia, and Captain Guo Yu to come over for dinner. Wan Yinyan asked Jiang Ran to invite people around her age. Jiang Ran carried Lu Zai and went out to call everyone. Wan Yinyan was at home preparing hot pot ingredients. Few people in Dahu village like spicy food, and Jiang Ran couldn't handle it either. Since there were many people today, and no double-flavor hot pot, Wan Yinyan made it not too spicy. She finished preparing the ingredients, and more people arrived one after another. Zhang Qi and his wife Zhang Xiaomei also came. Both she and Guo Wanyu were pregnant, so Wan Yinyan cooked separate dishes for them. Everyone gathered around the fire, eating happily. Jiang Ming, while eating, started talking to Jiang Guochao about wanting to buy a piece of land at the foot of the mountain to build a house. Jiang Guochao drank a few glasses of sorghum wine. The spicy food made his face red and glowing. Sure, but you have to clear the land yourself. This is just some wasteland. Seedlings won't grow well.
Exactly.
Why are you all rushing here to build houses? Don't you think it's remote? Wan Yinyan thought to herself that they liked the remote location because it was good for making money. Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. Jiang Ming said, when there are more people, it won't seem so remote. Jiang Ran is nearby, which makes it easier to help each other. Mainly, it's because my son loves to come and play with Zai. He, hearing his father's words, responded happily. Zai's sister. Wan Yinyan wanted to correct him, but Huzi was already holding a piece of cooked pork belly and was feeding Zai. Zai was also excited, opening his mouth like a hungry little bird. Wan Yinyan quickly separated them. Eat by yourself. Sister is still young and can't eat this. Her words made both boys look at her with sad eyes. Wan Yinyan said, it's no use just telling you. Here's your bottle. She then handed Zai a bottle filled with milk. The adults saw the scene and couldn't help but smile. They knew these two brothers got along well. There was plenty of space in Daya Village, and Jiang Guochao naturally didn't oppose it. You can come to the team to find me tomorrow. They ate and drank until after 9 o'clock, and then gradually started to leave. Guo Wanyu gave Jiang Ran a letter when she left, written by Wang Lu. Compared to his rough handwriting at first, it was much better now. Most of the letter talked about school life and reminded him to take good care of Guo Wanyu. In the end, Wan Yinyan saw the cheesy, tooth-aching message. Brother Ran, I miss you so much. Wan Yinyan shivered and stepped on Jiang Ran. Does Wang Lu have some feelings for you? Jiang Ran threw the letter aside, looking confused. He hadn't experienced the various stories from later generations, so he clearly couldn't understand what Wan Yinyan meant. His dark eyes stared at her, full of emotion, and he softly said, Zai has fallen asleep. Zai was asleep, and the long night naturally meant doing other things. Wan Yinyan casually hooked her arms around Jiang Ran's neck. Her waist was slender and soft, and Jiang Ran whispered in her ear after a moment, You've lost weight. Though she was thinner, the important parts hadn't lost any size. Probably because after having Zai, she had gone through a second growth spurt. Wan Yinyan now felt some parts of herself were a bit burdensome. But clearly, Jiang Ran liked it that way. No matter what Wang Lu's cheesy words meant, she was sure her man had no such thoughts. Wan Yinyan's mind drifted for a moment, but Jiang Ran suddenly bumped her and said, Don't get distracted. On the first day in their new house, Wan Yinyan woke up late. She hadn't tidied up the food from yesterday, and when she got up at noon, the living room was already cleaned. The house was warm and cozy. She got up to wash up and saw Jiang Ran starting to build a vegetable shed in the backyard. Next door, Wang Lu's vegetables had already been planted, and Jiang Ran went to help build the shed. Because they were building a new house and people came and went often, the work had been delayed until now. Jiang Ran was busy, while Zai, a young child, sat far away. Dahe looked at her, and in the wind, her small nose was red from the cold. She was holding a handful of dirt, and her face was dirty too. Really, men are good at taking care of children. Wan Yinyan quickly carried her back inside, warmed her up, washed her clean, fed her milk, and then started eating her own meal. While she was eating, Xiao Chun, who delivers messages, arrived. The photo of Zai had already been sent by mail. This time, Madame Lu Xingyun wrote a letter, praising Zai and saying she looked like her childhood self, like a family member from the Wan family. She also comforted her, saying that whether or not she had children, she was still her baby. Mom will always love you. Wan Yinyan's eyes warmed up as she read. Along with the letter, there were photos of Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao, and the people in the photos looked much younger. But they didn't seem much different from how parents look in later years. Wan Yinyan felt it was more comfortable that way. If they looked different, she would feel strange inside. She carefully stored the letter with the others. Looking at the cold outside, she thought it was time to push forward with the pork deal with Lu Guangming and send it to her parents early. She casually prepared some spinach and egg noodles. The broth was rich but light, perfect for today since she was tired of eating the same thing yesterday. Jiang Ran ate 2 big bowls by himself. After eating, he got up and washed both their dishes. In a few days, I want to go to the city, Jiang Ran said. Wan Yinyan looked a bit surprised. What do you want to do in the city? She and Jiang Ran had been together long enough to know he didn't like leaving home without a good reason. Specifically, he didn't want to leave her and Lizai. Just to find some seeds. I want to plant more vegetables this year. We can sell them at a good price during the new year. No need to plant cold-resistant vegetables like spinach or snow cabbage in the vegetable shed. They can be grown outside since they're hardy. That was a serious plan. So, go ahead, she said. They rarely spent more than a year apart. Jiang Ran said, I even asked third sister-in-law to come and keep you company. Don't worry. I'm not worried. You don't need to call her third sister-in-law. Guowen Yu stays home every day too. We even have a dog. She's alone, but she's not afraid. Jiang Ran frowned and reached out to gently rub her small hand. His rough hands, with calluses from hard work, made her uncomfortable, but they also made her feel safe. Jiang Ran sighed. I'm just afraid, okay?
Just think of it as for me.
Wan Yinyan couldn't do anything about that. Imagine a tall man suddenly softening and saying he's afraid something might happen to him. His eyes are full of you, especially since this man is handsome. No one could bear to refuse, and Wan Yinyan couldn't refuse either. She hesitated but then agreed. After eating, Wan Yinyan took out the clothes she made for Jiang Ran last year and started working hard again this year. Jiang Ming quickly began building a house here. They couldn't afford a brick house, so they built a simple mud house. Wang Fengxia was also busy herself. Thinking about having her own small home, both of them worked very hard. As for Huzi, he can now run around. Wobbling, he played happily with Lizai. Wan Yinyan also took a few moments to watch him. While Wan Yinyan, Lizai, Huzi, and Tian Yo Dog Egg played outside, unexpectedly, Zhang Hui came to find her. Zhang Hui was holding onto a post, looking at Lizai, who was wearing new clothes, new shoes, and a new hat. Lizai looked very fair and tender, unlike Huzi, whose face was red and flushed. Zhang Hui wondered how Wan Yinyan was raising the children. She looked at her and said, a girl like that, why do you need to take so much trouble? Wan Yinyan was not angry. She smiled and said, second sister-in-law, are you jealous? Who's jealous? Zhang Hui argued, as if she had been stepped on. Why would I envy you having a girl? I have 4 sons. I will rely on my sons in the future. These are her confidence. Wan Yinyan smiled and said, then, second sister-in-law, you'd better work hard. 4 sons, for houses, for daughters-in-law. Unlike me, I just need to prepare more for Lizai. Thinking of 4 houses and 4 daughters-in-law, Zhang Hui felt dizzy. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. Next to her, Aunt Wang, who was helping out, loudly said, children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. But if you're too poor to marry off a daughter, your 4 sons might even plan to pull you into the river and push you in, so they can have a feast. Zhang Hui almost got angry and turned away. Huzi didn't understand and clapped his hands, saying, pull into the river, pull into the river. Lizai was now at the age of learning to speak. She couldn't say much yet but waved her little arms excitedly, saying go.
Go.
Zhuzi watched the other children excitedly. He was also excited and said go.
Go.
Zhang Hui's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What go? Shut up. She had come to see why Wang Fengxia and Jiang Ming, who had built a brick house, were not living there but building a simple mud house instead. She thought Wang Fengxia was foolish. She had once felt proud, but now she was filled with anger. She hugged Zhuzi and left. Passing by Wan Yinyan's big blue brick house, she felt a complicated mixture of feelings she couldn't quite explain. Jiang Ran finished building the vegetable shed and then went to the city. Wang Fengxia works hard every day building her house. Ruanianian considered helping her, but decided not to bother her. To ease Jiang Ran's worries, she called Guo Wenyu to come over. Since their homes are nearby, it was more convenient. She cooked, and Guo Wenyu took care of the children. Guo Wenyu is not very talkative but reads a lot. Before bed, Ruanianian always flips through her textbooks. She watched Guo Wenyu, who seemed to hide many thoughts, but considering her background, having worries was normal. Although she was curious, she didn't like prying into others' private matters, so she asked nothing. While Jiang Ran was not there, something happened. Li Feng came again to propose marriage to Jiang Wan. This was his second visit. Ruanianian, holding Lizi, went to Jiang's house to join the fun, wanting to see if this time it would work out. Ruanianian held Lizi and looked at Li Feng in the yard. He was tall and thin, and now he was being looked at by a group of people, his face flushed. She thought well of Li Feng, hardworking, perceptive. Jiang Wan had been going to the county town for a long time, and Li Feng had been there to see her off through rain and shine. Such a man was rare. If Jiang Wan married again, even without considering feelings, it would be hard to find someone like Li Feng. Li Feng looked at the elders in front of him and earnestly promised, "I want to marry Juanzi. I will treat her well for a lifetime." Jiang Wan wanted to step forward and pull him away, but before she could, Su Lan held her back. Su Lan, Jiang's mother-in-law, was increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. He had a job, was unmarried, and although he had no parents and no help, he also avoided many troubles. Su Lan knew her daughter's situation well. If she had parents, most would oppose this marriage. But Li Feng was a good young man, and she didn't want to miss the chance. She held Jiang Wan's hand tightly and said, "Listen, you're grown up now. Don't forget your worth. You'll get married someday, and I worry about you." The old lady sitting at the main table said after a while, "Juanzi adopted those 2 children, you know that, right?" Li Feng answered without hesitation, "I know." The old lady asked, "What do you think about that?" "I will treat them as my own children. I promise to be good to the kids and to Juanzi. I will give the family salary to Juanzi." When they heard Li Feng was back again proposing, many people from the Jiang family had come. Hearing his words, Zhang Hui felt her teeth almost hurt from grinding. Jiang Wan's luck is really good. A woman who has divorced and raised 2 children for someone else still managed to marry such a good man. This man earns much more than Zhang Laoer. She is truly lucky. Unfortunately, she married Zhang Laoer and got very unlucky. The old lady asked Li Feng again, and then looked at Jiang Wan. "Wan, what do you think?" As she spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan looked at Li Feng. Li Feng also looked at her, feeling nervous, waiting for her final decision. Jiang Wan paused for a moment and said, "Li Feng, can we talk privately?" Wan Yanyan watched Jiang Wan and Li Feng walk away. Next to her, Wang Fingxia, who still had some mud on her arm, nudged her and asked, "Do you think it will work?" Wan Yanyan shrugged. "It depends on Sister Wan." But she thought it was likely to succeed. When talking about Li Feng, Jiang Wan never said she disliked him. She only often said she wasn't worthy. Outside the Jiang house, Li Feng and Jiang Wan stood about a meter apart. Li Feng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could speak, Jiang Wan said, "You know about my past with Shou Ling. I might not be able to have children. If you want to be with me, maybe you'll never have your own kids. I don't want to hold you back." Li Feng took a big step toward Jiang Wan, trying to hold her arm, but he restrained himself. "I don't think it's holding you back. You have no right to say that. If I can't marry you this lifetime, then that would be holding me back. You want to take care of Tianyo and Go Dan, and I like them both. They are like our children in the future, our descendants. Let's get married. I don't want to wait anymore." Li Feng's voice was low and a little sad. Wan Yanyan guessed right. Sister Wan agreed. That noon, Su Lan happily kept Li Feng at her house for dinner. Wan Yanyan also felt this was something to be happy about. At least after Jiang Wan and Li Feng got married, there would be a man to keep her warm during winter. This was just a joke, but at least they could stay in the county town, and she wouldn't have to ride her bike every day in winter. The next day, Li Feng brought a lot of food, including a pound of egg cakes and a jar of peach canned fruit. These were rare treats in the countryside. Li Feng probably worried about delays, so he took Jiangwan, Tianyo, and Godan to the county town and registered their marriage. Wan Yanyan thought her marriage was quite quick, but she didn't realize everyone else was also speeding up. Once they confirmed their relationship, they just had a meal, got a certificate, and it was done. Life was tough for everyone, so there wasn't much to prepare in advance. Wan Yanyan gave Jiangwan a piece of red cloth. Everyone was busy, and in Dahuang village, there were few idle people. Wan Yanyan was one of the few exceptions. Lu Zai and Huzi played inside the house. Even Guo Wanyu usually went to take care of her vegetables and make small clothes for her unborn child. Wan Yanyan was bored and started to talk to herself. When she was bored, she began to think of Jiang Ran. It had been 4 days since they went to the city, and he still hadn't come back. She knew he went to find seeds, but those who didn't know might think he went to farm vegetables. At night, when she slept, Lu Zai couldn't even warm the bed, but sleeping with Jiang Ran was the most comfortable. She missed Jiang Ran. That night, Wan Yanyan cooked some porridge, buried a sweet potato under the stove, and had a simple meal with some pickled vegetables. When she was sleeping, she felt a warm stove inside the bed. Unconsciously, she rolled toward that warmth. She stretched her long legs over him, hugged his neck with her arms, her movements smooth and natural. Jiang Ran thought he had woken her up, but when he looked closely, the person in his arms was breathing evenly, eyes closed, with no sign of waking. Even Lu Zai, who was beside them, woke up faster. Lu Zai saw his father happy and, giggling, wanted to find him. As he crossed over Wan Yanyan, he nudged her awake. Wan Yanyan opened her eyes, groggy, and saw Jiang Ran. She mumbled, "Hubby, did I dream?" Her voice was full of sleepiness, soft and unsteady, as if she wasn't fully awake. Jiang Ran hadn't spoken yet when Lu Zai suddenly bumped into her. In a childish voice, he called out, "Papa."
Papa.
Jiang Ran looked excited and asked Wan Yanyan, "Did she just call me Dad?" He quickly pulled Lu Zai into the middle of the two of them. "Say it again, Dad." Lu Zai suddenly called out, stubbornly refusing to say anything more, no matter how Jiang Ran coaxed him. The little boy wouldn't say a word. Wan Yanyan finally understood. It wasn't a dream. "Why are you here so late at night?" Jiang Ran teased Lu Zai. "We originally planned to arrive in the afternoon, but we got delayed on the way." "I'll go make you some food," Wan Yanyan said, slipping out of bed in slippers before Jiang Ran could refuse. "You're not home, so I can't eat well." "I'm hungry too." Jiang Ran felt warm inside and got up to follow her to the kitchen. The kitchen has no fireplace, so it was still cold when they first entered. However, Jiang He struck a match and lit a small fire, and the room gradually warmed up. Wan Yanyan cooked an egg noodle dish, and Jiang Ran's bowl had 2 fried eggs on top. After eating, she washed up carelessly and went to bed. Her cold little feet naturally rested on Jiang Ran's abs. Her posture was twisted, and Jiang Ran, feeling helpless, adjusted her legs and held her in his arms to sleep. Wan Yanyan quickly fell asleep holding her warm man. The next morning, Jiang Ran was already planting vegetables in the vegetable shed. He worked as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, carefully organizing each section of the field, which was very pleasing to look at. Xiao Lizi sat in a small wooden cart, drinking milk from a bottle. When he saw Wan Yanyan, he waved excitedly. "Hungry. Hungry." It seemed he no longer wanted to drink from the bottle. Wan Yanyan ignored him. As the child grew older, his milk became less nutritious. Although she couldn't give him various nutritional supplements like in later times, she thought it was time for Lizi to try other foods. Wan Yanyan smiled at Lizi and said, "Mom is hungry too. What should we do?" Lizi snuggled into her arms. Jiang Ran, standing nearby, couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. He hasn't had milk all morning. Just let him have a sip and taste something new. Wan Yanyan glared at him. Jiang Ran quickly changed his stance. "Whatever you decide. If he doesn't drink, it's okay. He won't go hungry." Lizi looked at his father with big, surprised eyes. His father, who was defending him earlier, now looked down and didn't even glance at him. Finally, he cast a pitiful look at Wan Yanyan, trying to make her feel sorry for him. Although Wan Yinyan's maternal love wasn't very strong, she still had some. In the end, she let Lizzie have a few sips. After planting a small patch of land, Jiang Ran came out to wash up and took out a bundle. Like a treasure chest, Jiang Ran pulled out Lizzie's formula powder, malt extract, a white fox fur coat, a pair of pants, and small leather shoes. All clearly for a girl. The white fox fur coat was timeless, even in later generations. The small leather shoes were also fashionable now. The pants were different from the loose trousers everyone wears today. They were black, slightly flared, and looked good on long, slender legs. Coincidentally, Wan Yinyan had those long, slender legs. Jiang Ran looked at her and asked, "Do you like it?" Even though he remained calm and normal, Wan Yinyan knew from their long time together that he was still waiting for her answer. Wan Yinyan smiled and said, "Guess what?" Jiang Ran hugged Lizai and replied, "I bought it randomly. If you don't like it, just wear it for now. When our family moves to the city later, you can pick your own." Before he finished speaking, soft lips pressed against his face, and Jiang Ran's voice suddenly stopped. "Nice, you have good taste." Wan Yinyan quickly took the clothes to try on. The clothes were very warm, suitable for the coldest winter days. They felt soft and smooth, matching the rabbit fur gloves and hat she made last year. She felt cozy all over. "Do I look good?" Wan Yinyan asked, leaning close to Jiang Ran. Her small face, already not big, was now wrapped in the rabbit fur hat. Her black eyes sparkled with moisture. Jiang Ran's throat moved slightly, and his voice was low and husky. "Yes, you look good." His wife was the most beautiful. Wan Yinyan tried on the new clothes and shoes. She liked these outfits from her previous life. Their family wasn't short of clothes, but most of her clothes this life were in black, gray, or blue, and the styles weren't very nice. In summer, she often drew her own designs and asked Wang Fingxia to make them. In winter, she had to wear ready-made padded jackets. But Jiang Ran bought her this one, and she truly liked it. When Wan Yinyan went to the kitchen to cook, she asked Jiang Ran, who was burning firewood, "How much did you pay for these clothes?" She guessed it wasn't cheap. Jiang Ran replied, "Not much. Just wear it. If it gets damaged, we'll buy another." He didn't dare tell her the price, but it was definitely expensive. He didn't want to say, so Wan Yinyan didn't ask further. She wasn't unworthy of good clothes, and the family's money was enough. If she wanted to buy something, she would. But after Jiang Ran went out, besides buying seeds and some things for Lizai, he also bought her something. He didn't buy anything for himself. Wan Yinyan thought to herself that she should buy him some clothes too. "Plant these vegetables, and let's go to the county town. I wonder how the meat Lu Guangming prepared is doing." Now that they had moved, they should restock palm oil and coconut oil. Before the new year, they needed to finish making soap at several factories. The clothing factory had about 500 workers. The textile factory was a bit bigger, with around 700 workers. The glass factory and clothing factory had similar numbers. These factories combined didn't have as many workers as the machinery factory in Beicheng, but they still brought in a good amount of money. They could have a good new year. Jiang Ran agreed. Wan Yinyan then brought up the marriage of Sister Wan and Li Feng. Jiang Ran listened and said, "He's a good person." Wan Jie and Li Feng were clearly better suited together than with Zhou Ling. In the vegetable shed, the vegetables were planted and watered. Jiang Ran worked alone for 2 days, planting the fields. Afterward, her family went to the county town. Jiang Ran still rode her bicycle, while Wan Yinyan and Lizai sat in a village donkey cart. She planned to go to the city first to find Lu Guangming, but he was not there. An old man selling things nearby said he hadn't come for 2 days. "I'll go to his house tomorrow to look for him," Jiang Ran said. That was the only option left. Her main goal was to find Lu Guangming. Since he was not there, she decided to stroll around the county town with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran bought her a jacket. Men's jackets come in only a few styles, so there wasn't much to choose from. Wan Yinyan felt it looked no different from what Jiang Ran usually wore at home, just a different, newer color. But her man looked handsome in anything he wore. "Just wear this for now. This new year, we'll go to North City, and I'll buy you a better one then," Jiang Ran said. She didn't care much about her own clothes. As a man, he didn't need to be fancy, just clean and neat was enough. After walking around the county town and buying some food at a grocery store, they saw some apples. The apples at the grocery weren't cheap and weren't very fresh, but since Wan Yanyan wanted to give Lizai some fruit, she bought a few. For lunch, they ate noodles at a state-run restaurant. After eating and drinking well, they went to a clothing factory. When Wan Yanyan arrived, she just caught the factory workers starting their shift and ran into Zhou Ling and his wife. They were very noticeable. Zhou Ling was dressed well, while his wife wore patch after patch, looking more tired than other workers. Wan Yanyan saw them immediately. She didn't care about Zhou Ling and went into the factory with Jiang Ran. When she arrived, Zhang Ping was in the office drinking tea with someone. Seeing her busy, Wan Yanyan thought about coming another day. But the middle-aged man sitting across from Zhang Ping turned to look at them. Zhang Ping smiled and said, "This is the person I told you about, Wan Yanyan. This year, our factory's benefits, including the soap, are all decided by her." The man had a square face, giving off a commanding presence, without anger. He looked at Wan Yanyan with a serious gaze. With Wan Yanyan's experience in reading people, she was sure this man was a leader. But she wasn't afraid. She politely smiled back at his commanding look. Zhang Ping greeted her, "Come, sit down. We just happened to be talking about you." Wan Yanyan obediently sat down. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I've heard Xiao Zhang mention you before. Your soap is really good." The man's smile is a typical gesture of someone in a higher position towards someone lower. Wan Yanyan is not unfamiliar with this kind of smile, but she doesn't mind. After all, she is currently quite insignificant. This smile is just a habitual gesture, without any malice. The middle-aged man didn't stay long. He exchanged a few words with Zhang Ping and then left. After seeing him off, Zhang Ping turned around and said, "That was our factory director. He's very kind, so don't worry. He just came to talk about your soap. We ordered 10 sets this time. You can handle it, but make sure they are special and different from others." Making money is always good, and Wan Yanyan felt happy inside. She nodded with a smile and promised, "Don't worry, I won't make mistakes." Zhang Ping was confident she could trust her. They had worked together many times, and Wan Yanyan had never made a mistake. Over the past year, thanks to her, the factory had been doing well, and their family life had improved. Zhang Ping paid the deposit and went to the county town, gaining quite a bit. Wan Yanyan was also quite happy when she returned. In the afternoon, she studied the 10 sets Zhang Ping ordered. Last year, they made tiger-striped ones, with various cute little tigers. This year is the year of the rabbit, so making rabbit-shaped ones is easy, but she drew a few, and they didn't turn out as she imagined. At home, she drew each design carefully. Jiang Ran borrowed a village donkey cart at dusk and went to the county town again to buy some oil. During winter, most families stay at home resting, but Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran were busy almost non-stop. Jiang Ran not only had to plant vegetables, but also had to monitor the temperature day and night. He also made soap. Making soap is something Wan Yanyan could do, but if she did too much, it would be physically demanding. Jiang Ran didn't want her to overexert herself. Most of the time, Wan Yanyan took care of Lizai and cooked for Jiang Ran, ensuring he had enough nutrition during his busy days. Lu Guangming didn't set up his stall for a few days because his family arranged a blind date for him. He met the girl at home and learned she liked meat, so he quickly arranged for pork. Transporting it during the day was inconvenient, so late at night, Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming carried it back from the back mountain. Seeing the pork, even the scraps, pig's feet, and internal organs, they brought everything back. Although the smell wasn't great, once cooked, it was still delicious. You don't know, when we went down the mountain, we were chased by wild boars. I even shouted at them, saying they weren't their piglets, just distant relatives or something, Jiang Ming said while eating the hand-pulled noodles Wan Yanyan made, talking non-stop. Wan Yanyan imagined the scene and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Ran frowned. "It's getting late. Eat quickly, then go home." Jiang Ming ate even faster. "When will your third sister-in-law learn to cook? These noodles are better than others." Wan Yanyan said, "There's still some in the pot." Jiang Ming wanted another bowl, but when he saw his younger brother's annoyed look, he clearly grew impatient and had to give up reluctantly. I'm not hungry either. I'm not eating anymore. Your third sister-in-law is waiting for me at home. The meat I left here will stay until we move. Then I'll take it. Even after dividing the family, Jiang Ming rarely brought anything special home, to prevent others from being interested. The 100 jin of meat, Wan Yanyan had already planned what to do with each piece. The hind leg would be used to make sausages. Ms. Lu Xingyan loves Cantonese sweet flavors, so she wanted to make more this time. Wan Yanyan herself prefers spicy flavors. Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming spent most of the night fussing over this meat. After eating and washing up, they went to bed. Wan Yanyan, who was still half asleep, sensed movement nearby. She groggily opened her eyes and saw Jiang Ran getting up. Looking out through the window, she saw it was just dawn. She reached out and hugged his waist. Sleep a little longer.
You didn't rest well last night.
Jiang Ran leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. I'll check the vegetables in the shed. You and Luzai can sleep a bit more. Those vegetables were precious. Growing vegetables in winter wasn't easy, especially without modern lighting or temperature control like in later generations.
Wan Yanyan understood that.
She gently touched Jiang Ran and kissed him before he went out to work. Once Jiang Ran left, she couldn't fall back asleep. So she got up too, and quickly started marinating the pork from yesterday. 100 jin of meat seemed like a lot, but it wasn't just for her. She planned to send some to Ms. Lu Xingyun, and the rest would be used for New Year's gifts and social exchanges. Otherwise, why would others help her? Being generous was never wrong. Over time, with more cooperation, friendships naturally grew. Early in the morning, after cooking a meal and eating, Wan Yinyan was about to get busy when Wang Fingxia arrived holding Huzi. Huzi was dressed like a penguin. When he saw the meat, he shouted loudly, "Meat! Smells good." Little sigh. Wan Yanyan was used to Huzi's nickname, but she still didn't admit defeat. Lu Zai's sister is still sleeping. Wang Fingxia knew Wan Yanyan bought a lot of meat, but seeing so much, she widened her eyes. Only during the village's New Year pig slaughter could she see this much meat. If it was given to their family, it would probably be just a gene of meat, maybe with some big bones. Ruyan Yanyan's meat is all good quality. Not only do children get excited when they see it, but even adults can't help but drool. Should we cure some of it into bacon? Do you want to cure yours too? Jiang Ming also bought about 10 jin. Wang Fingxia waved her hand. Forget it, curing meat uses a lot of salt. I have plenty of fat meat, so I plan to render some pork fat. The rest will be braised and then sliced to cook with radish and cabbage. Ruyan Yanyan wants to make bacon and sausages, and Wang Fingxia is also staying to help. Their yard has already been built, and they are gradually moving things over, waiting for the house to dry so they can move in. Thinking about moving out makes Wang Fingxia happy. The two of them working together makes the chores easier. They worked until noon. Ruyan Yanyan cooked a pot of pork ribs for lunch, and Wang Fingxia and Huzi stayed to eat. They called Jiang Ran to bring Jiang Ming over. Ruyan Yanyan was originally waiting for Jiang Ran to come back, but he didn't return for half an hour. Neither his nor Jiang Ming's shadow was seen. Wang Fingxia frowned. Maybe I should go home and check. Ruyan Yanyan also picked up Lizai and said, I'll go with you. When Ruyan Yanyan went over, the Jiang family was already empty, as told by the neighbors. Your old lady fell down. Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming just borrowed a village donkey cart to take her to the county hospital. Old people are fragile, and hearing she fell made Ruyan Yanyan's heart beat faster. She thought the old lady was very wise and didn't want anything to happen. She asked the neighbors around, but didn't find out what exactly happened, only that the old lady was taken to the hospital. Su Lan and Zhang Shui weren't at home, but Guiyu and Zhang Hui were. Guiyu looked worried. It's getting cold, and the yard is icy. If you're not careful, you might slip. I hope the old lady is okay. Ruyan Yanyan didn't say anything. She called Wang Fingxia to go back and eat. A few steps out, Wang Fingxia pouted. I've seen it clearly now. The Buddha statue, the heart of a scorpion, she's all bad intentions. Why did Zhang Hui sneak into my house last year to steal things? It was her behind the scenes stirring trouble. That person always smiles nicely and says things, but she's always up to no good. Nian Nian, don't be fooled by her. Wang Fengxia's tone showed more resentment toward Guiyu than Zhang Hui. Ruyan Nian Nian and Guiyu rarely interacted since they lived far apart. She just smiled and said, I know. I wonder how the old lady is doing? That afternoon, Jiang Ran finally returned, bringing a cold breeze into the house. Wan Yanyan got out of bed and went to the kitchen. She cooked the leftover pork ribs again and made noodles with bone broth for him. Jiang Ran soon followed her to the kitchen. Seeing his expression, which was not very good, Wan Yanyan asked, How is Grandma doing? She sprained her ankle. The doctor said she needs to rest for a while. Wan Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. For elderly people with weak legs and feet in the cold winter, a fall could be very dangerous. It was lucky that Grandma only sprained her ankle and nothing worse happened. She scooped out the cooked noodles and gave some ribs to Jiang Ran. She also sat with him and ate a few pieces of ribs. She asked, How did you fall? She casually sighed, and Jiang Ran's face looked even worse. Clearly, his bad expression wasn't because of her, but because of something else. That afternoon, Jiang Ran went out again. Wan Yinyin didn't pay much attention at first, until someone from the village came to tell her that Jiang Ran had been in a fight. Actually, Jiang Ran was the one who started the fight. When she arrived, Jiang Laoda had a swollen nose and face, and was grimacing while shouting, He hit me. My younger brother hit my older brother. Jiang Ran, what are you doing? He's your older brother. Guiyu was crying nearby, making the scene look very pitiful. Seeing that something was wrong, Wan Yinyin didn't get involved with Jiang Ran. She believed he had his reasons for fighting. Instead, she quickly handed the children over to Wang Fengxia. She lowered her voice and asked what happened. Big brother poured a basin of water at Grandma's door. Grandma's eyesight isn't good, and she slipped and fell. No wonder Jiang Ran was so angry. It turned out he was acting out of kindness. Hearing this, Wan Yinyin didn't stop him anymore. Jiang Ran was holding Jiang Laoda like a little chick. Guiyu shouted nearby, Wan Yinyin, you should stop your man. I'm scared, Wan Yinyin said reasonably. Sister-in-law, you're pregnant. It's better not to get involved with their fight. If they hurt you, it could harm the baby. Sister-in-law, don't blame Jiang Ran. He has a good relationship with Grandma. That basin of water was probably not poured on Grandma's door on purpose. She's an elderly woman with weak legs, and falling is very dangerous. What are you thinking? Wan Yinyin spoke quickly and clearly, and the onlookers around understood immediately. No wonder the younger brother hit the older brother. I thought Grandma just fell accidentally and ended up in the hospital. Turns out, in the middle of winter, they poured water at Grandma's door. It seems they think Grandma has lived too long. Such unkind children. They deserve to be punished. Now, in the countryside, filial piety is very important. Children who are disrespectful are often criticized behind their backs. The elderly lady is generally well regarded. Guiyu was instantly scolded and felt ashamed. Someone pulled Guiyu aside and said, You better not get involved. Their brother's fight will be over after a good scolding. Otherwise, Jiang Ran will keep his anger inside, and there might be a rift between the brothers. Guiyu watched her husband fight Jiang Ran, but she was no match for him. She wanted to step in, but Jiang Ran wouldn't dare hit her, because she was pregnant. Before she could go forward, Wan Yinyin held her back and said, Big sister-in-law, you have a baby in your belly. You should be careful. She held Guiyu's arm tightly and shouted to the people around, Everyone, help hold my big sister-in-law. Don't let her get too excited. Fighting is okay, but be careful not to hurt the baby in her belly. Old Jiang should have been punished. He always causes trouble. Guiyu's eyes burned with worry. Wan Yinyin was clearly not acting with good intentions. Things got worse, and someone called Jiang Guichao to settle the matter. He came running to break up the fight. In the end, it was a family matter, brothers fighting. Jiang Guichao mostly just advised them. He didn't understand why old Jiang was always causing trouble. Grandma is over 70. If things get worse, Aren't you trying to end her life? Luckily, it's nothing serious. Otherwise, your family would be ashamed in the village. Jiang Ran still looked upset. If it weren't for Jiang Guochao stopping him, he might have fought again. Old Jiang saw him move and quickly backed away, muttering something that hurt his wound when he spoke, making him wince in pain. Jiang Guochao told him, "Stop talking. You did wrong and you deserve the punishment." He even thought they might hit him harder next time. No one defended old Jiang after he was beaten. Instead, that evening, everyone in the village found out that old Jiang had poured water at the grandma's door, nearly risking her life. For several days, old Jiang's family couldn't hold their heads up in the village. Wan Yinyan also went to the hospital. Jiang Ran said the grandma had twisted her ankle, but she had also fallen and hurt her leg. She was already small and weak, and after the fall, she looked even thinner. The grandma saw her and reached out her arms to hold Lu Zai. The grandma liked Lu Zai, and Lu Zai smiled and waved her arms, wanting to see her. Jiang Ran placed the child on the bed, an older person and a young one, speaking words that no one else could understand. The ward was filled with their continuous, happy laughter. When Wan Yinyan arrived, she brought soybean and pork trotter soup and gave it to Sulan. "Mom, you can feed Grandma later." The elderly lady saw the soup and smiled. "Eating what's good for you is good. Pork trotter's soup is great. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. I just fell once. When I was young, I carried grain and my feet weren't good. I fell many times, but it's okay. No worries." Seeing that Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran looked worried, the old lady smiled and said, "I'll be more careful next time. I'll use my cane to check the ground before I go out." Apart from Lu Zai, who was the most optimistic, the second happiest person was the old lady. Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran stayed in the hospital for a while, talking with the old lady. They waited until noon before they took Lu Zai out to eat. As Wan Yinyan left the ward, she hesitated over something. She was thinking when she suddenly felt a chill behind her, as if someone was watching her. She frowned and looked back. When she turned around, the busy hospital crowd didn't seem to be paying her any attention. For a moment, the cold feeling seemed like an illusion. Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran left the hospital. Suddenly, a woman carrying a child appeared from around the corner. A man with a scruffy look looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Did you meet a colleague?" Yang Guifan said, "No, I just saw someone from the countryside, but maybe I was mistaken." Wan Yinyan's marriage hadn't gone well, so it was unlikely she was becoming more attractive. Yang Guifan quickly shook her head. After having lunch with Jiang Ran, both of them had things to do at home and soon returned. At night, after washing up and lying on the bed, even though the room wasn't cold, Wan Yinyan liked to hold Jiang Ran, warming her hands and feet on him. Jiang Ran had gotten darker from sun exposure in summer and autumn. Now that winter had come, he was gradually getting lighter again. His chest skin was fairer, not only white but with a pinkish hue. Wan Yinyan's warmth made her thoughts drift to less healthy ideas. But her teasing sparked a fire, and Lu Zai, lying on a small bed, started crying and fussing, refusing to stay there and trying to climb onto their bed. They both wanted to continue ignoring the crying, but eventually gave up. Jiang Ran reached out and helped Lu Zai onto the bed. Wan Yinyan pinched her chubby little face and said, "You're truly my good daughter, always causing trouble." Lu Zai grinned and smiled softly. Jiang Ran went outside to get some fresh air, easing his discomfort before coming back inside. Wan Yinyan gently fed Lu Zai milk, saying, "I've been thinking today. Maybe we should bring Grandma to live with us." Jiang Ran looked at Wan Yinyan in surprise. It was clear that Jiang Ran had the best relationship with the old lady in the family, and Wan Yinyan also thought the grandma was a kind person. Grandma really likes Lu Zai. In the cold winter, she wants to walk around and see Lu Zai, but I worry about her. Plus, we're busy too. The old lady can help take care of Lu Zai a little. Our house is big enough now. Before Wan Yinyan finished speaking, Jiang Ran tightly hugged her and sealed her lips. Lu Zai was also between them. She was placed on a small bed at some point. Exhausted, Wan Yinyan felt weak and collapsed onto Jiang Ran like a puddle of water. She didn't say anything. Was Jiang Ren crazy?
But
No one liked a gentleman on the bed. A low, hoarse voice came from beside her. Nian Nian.
mm,
Her voice was weak and full of sleepiness. Jiang Ren slightly lowered his head and kissed her eyelids. How lucky he was to meet such a good wife, such a good Ruan Yin. In a daze, it all felt like a dream. Jiang Ren silently held her tighter. Letting Grandma stay with them was a careful decision by Ruan Yin. The old house was cold, and Grandma's room was in a shady spot. If water splashed again, it might really cause trouble. He didn't want the old lady to end up in that kind of situation. Actually, Zhang Laoda and Guiyu also felt wronged. Zhang Laoda's foot-washing water wasn't intentional. He was just lazy and splashed it casually. He didn't expect Grandma to slip and fall. At most, he thought Grandma was careless for not watching her step when she went out. Zhang Laoda didn't think he was responsible, and Jiang Ran had no right to scold him. But now, everyone in the village knew. Zhang Laoda's big mouth couldn't keep quiet. His face was still bruised, and he was resentful as he scolded Guiyu. You just watched him hit me. What could I do? Ruan Yin kept grabbing me, saying it was for my good for the kids. Everyone in the village is helping her, Guiyu said with a smile, but this time she really couldn't smile. Every time she met Ruan Yin, she was the unlucky one. It was like swallowing bitter herbs. She couldn't speak her pain. This was usually her tactic on others, but now she felt frustrated too, and she started blaming Zhang Laoda. The old lady stayed in the hospital for about a week before being discharged. Jiang Ran suggested taking the elderly lady to stay at their home, but Jiang Xiui refused immediately. I'm still here. The elderly lady staying with you. What's the meaning of that?
no.
Su Lan also said, exactly, everyone is with their children. No one stays with their grandchildren.
Don't think about it.
I will talk to my sister-in-law about my older brother's side. Since Jiang Ran couldn't persuade his parents, he discussed it with the elderly lady. I know you're filial and caring, but I can't go to live with you. You two are a young couple. When elders come to stay, it can cause trouble. Jiang Ran couldn't convince her, and Ruan Yin held Lazai for a while. Soon, the elderly lady said, I want to stay with Jiang Ran. When the weather gets warmer, I will come over again. Jiang Xiui and Su Lan still wanted to persuade her. Nian asked me to help take care of Lazai. You too. How can Lazai be so cute? I will go find Lazai, said the elderly lady, who was proud of her granddaughter and smiled at Lazai's face, which was full of wrinkles. Ruan Yin pulled Su Lan aside and said, It's warm here. Let the elderly lady stay with us in winter. It's safer. Now the house is cold, and older people's health can easily be affected. Once they get sick, it damages their health. Jiang Xiui and Su Lan, both aging and having seen many elderly people get into trouble in winter, agreed. Su Lan sighed, went inside, and brought back a lot of grain.
Take these.
The elderly lady is staying at your house, and you can't be short of food. You and Jiang Ran should save some money. Later, when you have a son, you'll need to save for his house and marriage. Su Lan was still hoping she and Jiang Ran would have a son. Ruan Yin thought, maybe that will never happen. Not only am I not thinking of having more children, but Jiang Ran isn't either. He's even afraid I might get pregnant again. But she didn't think it was necessary to tell Su Lan all this. When they moved the elderly lady's belongings, the people in the same yard had different thoughts. That fourth family is good at pretending to be kind. Now they look like they're filial. Zhang Laoda still felt unhappy. Guiyu's face also didn't look good, but she didn't say anything. After a while, Zhang Laoda looked at the room next to the elderly lady's corner and said, That room is empty now. I'll go tell my parents. We can use it to store things. The elderly lady's house was next to Zhang Laoda's family, or else he wouldn't have splashed foot-washing water on the path where the elderly lady walked. Guiyu also looked over and said, Your parents still want to cause trouble for you. Don't go looking for trouble again. Zhang Laoda frowned and asked, Then if it's empty, what? Guiyu glanced toward old second Zhang's side and said, Her third child is still sleeping with them. We're more anxious. Let her go ask first, and when the time comes, we can help speak for her. Anyway, if we go ask, Old Second's family probably won't just give everything to us. Guiyu guessed correctly. Zhang Hui indeed set her sights on the house that the old lady had left empty. She secretly watched Old Second Jiang and said, "Little Third is still sleeping with us. The old lady's room is empty now. Why not talk to our parents and see if Little Third can move in?" Old Second Jiang looked at his wife and said, "Don't even think about it. Don't always try to be the one who takes the lead. Our parents won't let us live in the old lady's house. How do you know if you don't try?" Zhang Hui still seemed a bit unhappy. Old Second Jiang snorted coldly. Grandma just fell, and the fourth family's people took her away. Our parents are probably feeling guilty. If you go ask for the old lady's house now, aren't you just looking for trouble? Hearing Zhang's words, Zhang Hui seemed to agree a little. After thinking for a while, she finally said nothing. Guiyu waited several days, but didn't see Old Second Jiang's family ask for the house. She tried to provoke a few times, but Zhang Hui didn't fall for it. Instead, she even retorted at Guiyu, "If you want that house, just go ask for it. Don't come telling me. I don't want it." After saying this, Zhang Hui proudly walked away, hugging a pillar. Guiyu stayed where she was, staring at Zhang Hui's back in shock. After a while, she stomped her foot. Things are really about to change. Wan Yanyan knew nothing about what was happening in the Jiang family. Anyway, it didn't concern her much. Although the old lady was physically limited, she sat in the living room and helped watch over Lizai. Wan Yanyan had plenty of free time. Besides, she had stuffed some cured sausage and bacon, which had been curing for a few days and was hung up in a row. It looked especially tempting in winter. Once the adobe house was dried, Wang Fengxia and Jiang Ming quickly moved over. They invited a few people for a meal. Wan Yanyan brought a small piece of bacon as a gift. Wang Fengxia smiled and said, "Since you're here, why bring something?" But she didn't stop working on the meat. Wan Yanyan watched and found it amusing. Wang Fengxia was busy in the kitchen and said, "It's all thanks to you. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to build this house." Her words were sincere. The little money earned from farming in the countryside was barely enough to get by. If it weren't for Wan Yanyan occasionally asking her to make clothes, she wouldn't have saved so much money. Wang Fengxia and Jiang Ming had their own small place to live. That night, both of them got drunk. Wang Fengxia not only drank herself, but also pulled Jiang Ran to drink with her. When they went back, Jiang Ran was also tipsy. One hand was holding Lizai, and the other was pulling Ruanianian. Lizai was grimacing from the strong smell of alcohol on him. Ruanianian was not much better, her face scrunched up as she reached the door, speaking softly. The kitchen light was still on. The old lady smiled, saying, "Hurry, you two should drink some sobering tea. I've already boiled the water. Go take a shower and go to sleep." Ruanianian didn't expect the old lady to still be awake. "Why are you busying yourself so late at night? You don't need to worry about us. Old people sleep less. I'm just passing the time." Ruanianian obediently drank the sobering tea. She handed Lizai over to the old lady and went to take a shower. Jiang Ran was drunk and insisted on washing up with her. If the old lady hadn't been there, Ruanianian would have gone with him. Since she was here, she didn't want to cause trouble. She patted Jiang Ran and told him to wash himself. Late at night, even after drinking the sobering tea, Jiang Ran was still a little tipsy. He held Ruanianian and whispered in her ear, "Why did the old lady agree to come? No matter how much I persuade her, it's no use." Ruanianian slept comfortably in his arms, saying, "The old lady thinks staying with us might affect us. She's old and feels useless. I told her we're busy and that she could come to see Lizai. She thought she could help us, so she came. Some young people hope their children will take care of them, but some elders are afraid of causing trouble for the younger generation." The old lady belonged to the latter group. Ruanianian drew several versions of rabbits, made over a dozen molds, and finally chose 6 of the cutest ones to produce. The design was the most complicated part, but making soap wasn't hard. A little work each day was enough. In her free time, Ruanianian also asked Jiang Rand to visit Lu Guangming's house to raise chickens, ducks, and rabbits. They made dried chicken and dried duck, and the rabbits were turned into cold dishes. It wasn't as authentic as in later times, but the taste was pretty good. Both she and Jiang Ran loved eating them. The old lady didn't like spicy food much. She preferred sweet sausages. The old lady moved in with them, and their busy lives didn't escape her notice. At first, Ruanianian thought the old lady might ask about it, but she didn't mention anything and seemed unaware, focusing instead on entertaining Lazai. Ruanianian, curious, asked her own questions for a while. The old lady smiled and teased Lazai, saying, I have food to eat and drinks to drink. I don't care what you do. It's all about eating well and living a good life. There's nothing wrong with that. Just be careful and don't let anyone find out. Ruanianian couldn't help but admire the old lady in her heart. She truly had experienced many hardships. Life is only real at Ruanianian's home. Elsewhere, it's just survival. Ruanianian cooks well, uses plenty of oil, and every meal has meat, with no repeats. After just half a month, the old lady looks healthy and radiant. Seeing the old lady's appearance, Su Lan and her son Jiang Xiao have nothing to say. This is much better than when they were with them before. She seems to be getting younger and more lively. Before the new year, when she delivered soap to the factory, Ruanianian also went along. She packed over 10 pounds of cured meat and sausages and sent 2 dried chickens and ducks. She didn't send cold-cooked rabbit because it was inconvenient, so she kept it for herself. She also gave some to Zhang Ping at the clothing factory. Zhang Ping looked at the cured meat, sausages, and dried chicken, and her eyes almost lit up with a smile. Are there still some vegetables this year? If yes, I want to buy more, share among a few families. We've been eating winter cabbages and radishes for a long time, waiting for your vegetables. Ruanianian smiled and said, my family plants late this year, so there won't be any until New Year. But the neighbors have some. In a couple of days, Jiang Ran will send some over. Zhang Ping didn't care where the vegetables came from. As long as she had some to eat, that was enough. Make more, about 10 people. Only a few workers at the factory earn high wages. Ruanianian agreed and went back to mention this to Guo Wanyu. Despite her pregnancy, Guo Wanyu takes good care of her vegetable seedlings. When she heard about the factory, Guo Wanyu's face also lit up with a smile. I can't find any connections myself. I was worried about these vegetables. I'm now pregnant and can't move around easily. It might be better to sell the vegetables to you, and you can take them to the clothing factory. That way, I won't have to run back and forth. If you all help with deliveries, I'd feel bad. Winter vegetables sell well because they are deliberately sold at a lower price to benefit Ruanianian. But this is also good. Guo Wanyu has less risk, and Jiang Ran and she don't make the trip for nothing. However, with Wang Lu and Jiang Ran involved, Ruanianian didn't participate in the decision. She just watched Jiang Ran. If he wants to take money, he will, and if not, it doesn't matter. Jiang Ran said, all right, let's do it this way. I'll take 3 cents per jean. Winter vegetables are expensive, and the buyers are relatively wealthy people from the county. The price isn't low. Jiang Ran's offer of 3 cents per jean isn't expensive. It's just a price to reassure Guo Wanyu. But after only a few sales, problems arose. Guo Wanyu's pregnancy was getting big, and Wang Lu's mother was worried about the baby in her belly. She insisted on moving here to live. Guo Wanyu initially disagreed, not understanding what was happening. After a few days, some rumors started spreading. Since Wang Lu was not at home, Guo Wanyu also refused her mother-in-law's offer to help care for the house, leading people to suspect she was involved in improper relations at home. Some even directly accused Guo Wanyu of cheating. Wan Yinyan still heard from Wang Er's wife that, I don't know who spread these nasty rumors, but they're really harmful. Hearing this, Wan Yinyan frowned. After Wang Er's wife left, Wang Lu's wife came by that evening. She was a straightforward old woman. Don't let me find out who started these rumors. If I do, I'll make sure to give him a piece of my mind. Wan Yinyan listened as Wang Lu's wife got upset, then smiled and comforted her. Auntie, you know these are just rumors. Don't take them to heart. Talk to the village leader about who's spreading false stories. It's damaging our village's reputation. That's right, Nian Nian, Wang Lu's wife said, hesitating slightly. Considering the village rumors and the fact that Guo Wanyu refused Wang Lu's help, she could guess Wang Lu's intentions. Most likely, she was unhappy with Guo Wanyu and worried about her being falsely accused. But Wang Lu's wife hesitated and didn't say anything, so Wan Yinyin decided to pretend she didn't notice. Eventually, Wang Lu's wife couldn't hold back any longer. Yinyin, since you live nearby, can you keep an eye on things for me? If anything happens, just let me know. Before Wan Yinyin could reply, an elderly woman playing with Lazai said, "What's there to tell you? The men aren't home, and idle gossipers start stirring trouble. Have you been through this before? You want Yinyin to watch over things for you? If your wife finds out, will she still want to be with Liuzi?" The elderly woman had lived most of her life and had some kindness towards the Wang family. Wang Lu's wife respected her, but she was slightly rebuked by her. "I'm just worried. In case something really happens," Wang Lu's wife explained. The elderly woman said, "Think about it. When you were young, after Wang Lu's father died, how did the villagers talk about you? How did you feel then?" Wang Lu's wife wasn't always so sharp. After her husband died, she was a widow raising a son. There was a lot of gossip, and she was often talked about behind her back. She didn't cry in secret. Instead, she once took a pitchfork and threw a pile of manure at those spreading rumors. That finally made them stop. That method worked. As a widow raising her son, Wang Lu's wife became more assertive. Over time, everyone knew her temper, and no one dared to provoke her. The elderly woman said, "Think about it. Back then, there were rumors in the village. Your mother-in-law suspected you?" Wang Liunyang remained silent. The elderly woman sighed. "I live at home, right across from Wang Lu's house. I think your daughter-in-law is a good girl. She doesn't talk much, works hard, keeps the house very clean, and feeds the chickens and ducks until they are fat. She's a good person. If you listen to those silly rumors in the village, and she and Wang Lu grow apart, you'll have no place to cry." Wan Yanyan almost wanted to clap for the elderly woman. Wang Lianyang had just told her to watch Guo Wanyu, and she really didn't dare take on that task. She was just thinking about how to refuse. The elderly woman was very supportive. Wang Lianyang also thought the elderly woman had a point, but she still felt uneasy. "Then I said I would take care of her, but she won't let me come over." That was the real issue. Wan Yanyan felt that Wang Lianyang was mostly unhappy because Guo Wanyu didn't want her to live there. The reason Guo Wanyu didn't want her to stay was simple. Fewer people knowing about the vegetable situation, the less risk there was. She didn't have a good background, so she was naturally more cautious about such things. Besides, young people usually have nothing to do with their mother-in-law. Not to mention, in her previous life, she knew many people who lived separately from their biological parents. She thought about this silently and didn't speak, just playing with Lazai. The elderly woman comforted Wang Liunyang nearby, and in just a few words, she really eased her mood. When Wang Liunyang left, she was already full of energy, ready to go find whoever was spreading rumors. Wan Yanyan saw Wang Liunyang off and returned to her room. The elderly woman asked, "Wang Lu's wife also grows vegetables?" Wan Yanyan nodded. The elderly woman sighed. "It's better if fewer people know about it. Wang Liunyang isn't good at keeping things to herself. The girl didn't do anything wrong. It's just that Wang Liunyang might still feel uncomfortable. Her son built a house, but his wife doesn't want her to move in." Wan Yanyan said, "Wang Lu should be on winter break soon. Let's not worry about it. When Wang Lu comes, he can handle his worries." Jiang Ran went to the county to deliver soap from the factory. Wan Yanyan and the elderly woman relaxed in the house, joking and playing with Lazai. In the evening, snow started falling softly outside. It was the first snow of the year. Wan Yanyan felt quite happy, but even happier was Lazai. He insisted on playing outside in the snow. If she didn't let him, he would twist and turn in her arms like a twisted dough. When Jiang Ran arrived home, he saw both the big and small playing in the yard, stomping in the snow. The older one was more excited than the younger. He quickly parked the car and walked over, smiling cold. Wan Yanyan stretched out her hand to warm his belly. Jiang Ran trembled from the cold, but still held her hand. As for Lazai, the little guy was sitting in the snow without anyone holding him, almost pulling off his small rabbit fur gloves. Jiang Ran bent down to pick him up, shook the snow off his clothes, and told him to go inside. Let's go back to the house. Lu Zai, faced with his father's strong presence, chose to admit defeat and went inside. Jiang Ran looked at Wang Yanyan and asked, "Are you going back? If not, I'll build a snowman with you later." Wang Yanyan looked at the thin layer of snow on the ground. She was cold too and said, "Forget it, let's do it tomorrow morning. Time to cook and eat." She went inside alone and drank a big cup of hot water. She let Lu Zai and the elderly lady sit near the fireplace to warm up. Wang Yanyan and Jiang Ran went to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Ran brought over a piece of lamb. It was very cold today, so eating lamb was a good idea. With the elderly lady there, they kept the meal light. Jiang Ran took a radish, washed it, cut it into pieces, and stewed it. When they built the house, they made the kitchen spacious, adding an extra stove. Cooking and making soup didn't slow them down, and they could also steam some sausages. Jiang Ran took some money out of his pocket. This is the money from selling soap, and these are the earnings from Wang Lu's vegetable stand. You can give her the money later. Wang Yanyan looked at him. Did you also hear the rumors from the village? Jiang Ran nodded slightly. Wang Yanyan took the money. Since you're bored and talking nonsense, I'm not worried about karma. Just watch the pot. I'll deliver the money to her. The money from selling vegetables wasn't much, sometimes around 10 or so yuan, sometimes just a few. But for this time period, it was pretty good. Wang Yanyan went to deliver the money. Guo Wanyu was quite happy to see her, unaffected by the gossip from the village. Guo Wanyu took the money and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. If I cared about what others said, I would have felt miserable long ago. If I had stayed in the city, I might have even left earlier." Wang Yanyan thought about it and agreed. Guo Wanyu's experience was more complicated than hers, even more than Jiang Ran's. At least Jiang Ran had always been in the village. Guo Wanyu had studied in the city, gone abroad, and then been sent to the countryside to do the hardest work. During that time, she probably heard many rumors. There was no need for her to worry. Wang Yanyan quickly delivered the money and went back home. The lamb soup was delicious. The sausages sliced, one spicy and one sweet, served with hot steamed buns and rice. The elderly lady said, "No one has a better life than me. I never thought that, even in old age, I could still live like this." Nian Nian's cooking is even better than what the family chef used to make. In winter, the water is cold. Jiang Ran, go wash the dishes for a while. Wang Yanyan smiled and said, "Eat more. Jiang Ran will wash the dishes." After eating and drinking enough, and after washing up, Wang Yanyan was about to get into bed with Jiang Ran when Jiang Ming came again. Jiang Ran went out to talk to him, while Wang Yanyan comforted Lu Zai to sleep and fed him milk from a bottle. He's now teething and keeps biting her, which hurts a lot. Jiang Ran discussed with her that they should start weaning him in the next few days. Wang Yanyan felt that her milk was becoming less nutritious, and formula milk could be a good alternative. After discussing, they decided to stop breastfeeding. Lu Zai kept trying to crawl into her arms, but seeing she didn't want him to drink milk anymore, he obediently held his bottle and drank. Compared to children who find it hard to wean, he's quite obedient and doesn't resist formula milk. After drinking a few dozen milliliters, Lu Zai fell asleep peacefully after she patted him. Just as she placed him in his small bed, Jiang Ran came in. "Jiang Ming is looking for you in the middle of the night. What does he want?" Jiang Ran took off his coat and lay down, pulling her into his arms and whispering, "He's asking to borrow money." Wang Yanyan was surprised. "I told him how to make that dish, but he built a house and doesn't even have money for plastic sheeting. The older brothers and second brothers also can't lend him money, so he came to me." Although it was a serious matter, her warm scent kept drifting into his nose, making him feel relaxed. Jiang Ran's strong legs parted her legs slightly. He whispered in her ear, "I didn't agree either. He just wanted to tell you. What do you think?" Wang Yanyan was distracted by his actions, but she still had some sense left. Her voice was a little hoarse as she asked, "How much does he want to borrow?" 30. Jiang Ran didn't stop his movements. "Let him borrow it. He can still plant a crop of vegetables this year, and he'll pay us back then." Wan Yen Yen had over 5,000 yuan now, so 30 yuan wasn't a lot. As long as she could get it back, it was fine. They quickly agreed on this matter and then focused on more important things. The next morning, Wan Yen Yen slept until the sun was high. She was sore all over. When she got up, the old lady was watching Lu Zai. Seeing her, she said, "Lu Zai is hungry. I'll prepare formula for her," Wan Yen Yen said. Lu Zai wouldn't drink formula anymore, and her usual food had already been eaten by someone shy. Thinking about last night, her face flushed with embarrassment. The old lady looked at her with a smile full of wrinkles. "Wan Jiqing, your letter." Wan Yen Yen went out to get the letter with the bottle. Besides the letter, she also carried a package. Wan Yen Yen gave the old lady the baby bottle. She fed Lu Zai milk and first opened the letter to read it. Ms. Lu Xingyun said she received the things she sent. A paragraph caught her attention. "I want to visit Dawakun during the new year, but your dad doesn't agree." Not only did her dad disagree, but Wan Yen Yen also disagreed. Ms. Lu Xingyun's belly is quite big now, and traveling back and forth could be risky. If something happens, it would be terrible. Wan Yen Yen thought about it. When the weather gets warmer during the new year, she could ask for a family visit leave. As long as she works in the countryside for more than 2 years, she can request leave to return to the city. But she needed to think carefully. If she takes Jiang Ran with her, her relationship with Lu Xingyun and Wanwen Chao would need to be clear. If she doesn't take Jiang Ran, based on her understanding of him, he probably wouldn't let her go to Beicheng. Her mother probably guessed about the soap. Wan Yen Yen saw her mention the soap from Beicheng First Daily Chemical Plant. It's rationed. Each person gets 1 bar per month, and many people can't even buy it. Her mother wouldn't mention this without reason. She probably thought the market in Beicheng was big. Wan Yen Yen knew the market was large, but transportation was difficult. Sending too many packages was complicated, and everything was done secretly. Wan Yen Yen put the letter away and looked at the items sent over. There were clothes bought for the new year, clothes for Lu Zai, and besides Lu Zai's, her and Jiang Ran's were down jackets. They looked like they were bought from a foreign exchange shop. Wan Yen Yen guessed that just these 2 down jackets cost 100 or 200 yuan. That's luxury, enough to build a house in the countryside. She didn't know how much her parents earned, but they could spend money like this on her. But having down jackets was very convenient, light, warm, and easy to work in. Wan Yen Yen hung up the jackets and patted them. While she was busy at home, Su Yao came over with her belly protruding. Wan Yen Yen looked at her flat stomach and then at her pregnant posture. "Are you pregnant?" she asked. Su Yao smiled and nodded. Seeing her like that, Wan Yen Yen's mouth twitched. She guessed that she had probably long forgotten the teasing words from back then and had followed her own path. Wan Yen Yen told her to sit down. "Why did you come to see me?" she asked. "The local elementary school is recruiting teachers again. Are you going?" "I plan to take the exam again," Su Yao said. Wan Yen Yen looked at her belly. "I just found out I am pregnant. Only a month along. I passed the exam and can go teach, earning full points. I also get 5 yuan a month, but you don't know how poor Zhang Qingshan's family is. He has a brother who is quite simple and a younger brother still in school. If I get pregnant again, I can't work. We rely entirely on Zhang Qingshan and his mother. Our family is almost starving." Zhang Qingshan is a lifesaver to Su Yao. She is willing to marry him, but even that can't change how poor they are. When I think about the baby in my belly and the many problems in Zhang's family, I feel really worried. "Forget it, you better not go to the exam," Su Yao said, waving her hand. Wan Yen Yen admires her unpredictable nature, but without Su Yao's reminder, she wouldn't know the commune is still hiring teachers this year. Our educated youth, Yang Guifan works as an officer at the commune. Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi are in elementary school. Even Song Siming, though he has nothing, managed to get close to the factory director's daughter and is supported by her. And Su Wanqing, now she's acting strange, but she found someone wealthy to support her meals. When I add everything up, my life is the hardest. Wan Yen Yen hasn't heard from Su Wanqing in a long time. She frowns slightly. Why is she acting so strange? Recently, she kept going to the county town. I don't know how she met a second-rate city guy, but they seem to be close. I guess that city man is the one giving her food, Su Yao said, looking down on such people, and she scoffed. In summer, she even went to the back mountain to pick herbs and sell them in the county. I saw her and advised her not to resell things, or she'd get caught and go to jail. But she didn't listen. She kept saying things are abnormal now, and other stuff I didn't catch clearly. She's acting strange. Still, this time, she's definitely going to take the civil service exam. She studies her textbooks every day. As she spoke, Su Yao looked worried. Do you think I should learn too? Wan Yan thought about Su Wanqing. This fellow from their hometown doesn't seem very smart. She's quite obvious about her intentions. Maybe she looks down on people from this era, thinking Dahuang village is poor and backward, so she's not worried about anyone suspecting her. That's probably true. Most people in Dahuang village just think Su Wanqing is from the city and lazy. No one else finds her strange. Even Su Yao, who interacts with her often, just thinks she's acting weird. Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi both have exam experience and teaching experience. You should ask them more. Maybe this time you'll pass, Wan Yinyan advised Su Yao. I'll ask them, Su Yao said eagerly, carrying her noticeable belly, then quickly walking away with her belly still protruding. After she left, Wan Yinyan didn't think much about Su Wanqing. She seriously considered whether she should take the exam herself. She didn't lack the 5 yuan now, but having a job would look good and prevent the villagers from thinking she was a lazy person who only relied on her parents in the city. Most importantly, it could also hide the truth. Last year, there were 2 reports against her. This year, even if people wanted to cheat their way in, few dared to do so openly. Many people's attention shifted to Jiang Guochao, who closed his door and refused visitors. Clearly, anyone wanting to be a teacher should just take the exam. If any trouble happened again, he, as the team leader, would be nearing the end of his term. This year, Lin's family no longer had Song Ziming, and Secretary Lin didn't need to resort to dishonest tricks anymore. Life was steady, but she still worried about her younger daughter's marriage. At dinner, Lin Jingxin's mother couldn't hold back and said, Qingshan is a good guy. You don't care about him, and pushed him away. Now he's married to the daughter of the Jiqing factory owner. Are you satisfied? Secretary Lin sighed upon hearing this. Sister-in-law Lin said, find someone with good character, someone you've watched grow up. It's not easy for someone who hasn't married yet. Don't you understand your parents' hard work? Lin Jingxin felt annoyed. Fine, he's doing well. Our family is so poor, I know that. You just dislike me eating at home and want me to marry early and leave. I won't leave or marry. If my parents want to support me, that's their business. It's not your concern. If it weren't for you, Ziming and I wouldn't have divorced so quickly. Lin Jingxin was full of grievances. If sister-in-law Lin hadn't always looked down on her and Ziming, they wouldn't have been separated by their parents. If they hadn't been separated, she could still stay at home and life wouldn't be so hard. Sister-in-law Lin had bad intentions. Lin Jingxin yelled at her fiercely. Sister-in-law Lin's face turned red with anger. You still miss that little white face? Does he like you? He just wants our family's money and to enjoy the good life in the village. Look, now he's after the factory director's daughter and won't even glance at you. Only familiar people can truly hurt each other's hearts. In the quiet winter, the sound of the Lin family arguing carried far away. I heard about the Lin family's fight, but after jumping around in the melon patch for a bit, I started preparing for my school exams. I don't lack knowledge points. After all, I did well in school in my previous life. But the books from this era are quite unique. The exams focus on the times. Political studies and quotes are especially important, and I can't ignore them. I don't dare underestimate the exams of this era. If I mess up, it would be very embarrassing. Before the collective exam, I reviewed all my textbooks at home and memorized many quotes. On the day of the exam, I went to the collective early at 6 in the morning, walking there. Su Yao was reciting notes as she walked. She recited for a long time, then looked at me, calm and composed, and frowned. Wan Yinyan, aren't you worried about failing? If I fail, I fail. The important thing is to try, I replied. Seeing my calm face and the warm, expensive-looking white sweater I was wearing, she got annoyed and puffed up her cheeks. I think it's because your parents in the city are supporting you that you don't care. I didn't argue with her, but changed the subject. What are you looking at? Su Yao handed me a note and then hesitated, thinking of something, and pulled it back. These are questions Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi gave me. I might not be able to use them in the exam. It's like a predicted test paper. If you want to see it, give me 50 cents, and I'll let you look, Su Yao said. She's quite business-minded. I wasn't short of 50 cents and wanted to see the predicted test paper to understand how questions are made in this era. I gave her 50 cents. But Su Yao hesitated when taking the money, then took out 2 more dimes. That's enough. Just look at it. I quickly looked through it and got a sense of what to expect. Then I handed the paper back to Su Yao. Do you want to earn a bit more money?
Of course she did.
Su Yao was getting poorer and more desperate to make money. Hearing my words, she said, I'm not stupid.
Of course I want to.
I poked at the paper she was holding. This is a great way to make money. Su Yao looked at the paper and at me, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she clearly understood and widened her eyes. They're not fools. They'll buy it, she whispered. You tell them that 5 Mao can't buy you loss or deception. This question was created by Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi, who both passed last year. If they pass, it's like earning 3.5 yuan a month. Is 5 Mao a lot? Su Yao instinctively said, not much. Wan Yinyan said, if you still don't buy, just say others already bought, and not buying will make you fall behind. You're not on the same starting line anymore. Why bother taking the test? Just go back. If you pass, you won't have to work hard in the fields anymore, and you can eat white bread every day. Under Wan Yinyan's quiet words, Su Yao, who held the test paper, felt excited and eager. She wished she could get Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi to give her more questions to sell for more money. But even with her excitement, she hesitated again. What if I show it to them and I don't pass, but they do? If she doesn't pass, it would be a disaster. We've only been at the commune for a short time. Haven't you already memorized these questions? Besides, these tests are made by Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi, so not all of them are correct. Whether you want to sell or not is up to you. Wan Yinyan shrugged. Su Yao, holding the test paper, was caught in a dilemma. They would start the exam soon after arriving at the commune. If she missed this chance, her paper would be useless. Wan Yinyan didn't think Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi could predict many of the questions. Su Yao wasn't stupid. She realized this and went to talk to other young workers. Among them, Wan Yinyan didn't know many, so she walked slowly. Her pace was slow, just about the same as Song Siming and Xia Si behind her. They looked very close. While walking, they somehow ended up hugging. The person interested in Song Siming wasn't her, but the original owner. Wan Yinyan saw it but chose to ignore it and kept walking her own way. Not long after, a slightly proud voice sounded out. Are you Wan Yinyan? Even though she had been working in the countryside for months, most of the other young workers had already accepted the reality of the land, endless work, and hunger. But the factory director's daughter still had a clear, naive look in her eyes. Wan Yinyan nodded. Is there something you need?
Her voice was calm.
She looked up. Her small face was fair and tender, with particularly beautiful red lips. Her face was stunningly beautiful, not at all like someone weathered by sun and wind. Xia Si was slightly stunned and paused for a moment before moving her lips. I heard that you like Comrade Song. Comrade Song clearly refers to Song Siming. Her way of addressing him seemed less intimate than how she saw him. Wan Yinyan really wanted to explain that she didn't like him. It was the original owner who liked him. But obviously, she had to take responsibility for this. I was blind before. Now I see clearly and don't like him anymore. If you like me, I won't stop you. While speaking, Wan Yinyan extended her hand, wearing a furry glove, and made a welcoming gesture. Xia Si was stunned. She had heard that Song Siming had mentioned Wan Yinyan liked him, but now she felt something was off. The beautiful woman in front of her showed no sign of liking Song Siming. Before Xia Si could figure it out, Song Siming hurried over, pulled Xiaxi's arm and whispered a few words. Then Xiaxi was pulled away by him. As Song Siming pulled Xiaxi away, he glanced at Wan Yinyan with a look that seemed to want to say something but didn't. Wan Yinyan didn't even look at him. She walked forward slowly. Song Siming's expression was complicated. Over time, he realized that Wan Yinyan truly didn't like him anymore. But why did she suddenly stop liking him? He couldn't figure it out after so long, and he had no time to think about it now. He had to eat. Xiaxi asked, "What are you doing?" Her voice was a bit spoiled. Song Siming hurriedly said, "Su Yao has a different question paper. I want to buy it and take a look. Maybe we'll both pass the exam." "I'll take the exam or not. My parents will still send me money," she replied. "But I want to take the exam with you, work with you. If I don't have a job, how can your parents agree for us to be together? Don't you want to be with me?" Listening to this, Wan Yinyan thought that Song Siming was quite good at coaxing, even using the girl's soft heart. She walked behind at a relaxed pace, thinking that the exam would only take a morning at most. Looking at the sky, it might snow again. What should she eat at noon when she got home? She was free all day and kept thinking about food. Su Yao followed to take the exam, following the instructions Wan Yinyan gave her. "Others see it, but you don't. That's why you fall behind. Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi have been teaching for a year, so they must have more experience. If we pass the exam, we won't have to worry about food and clothes. Otherwise, we'd have to farm every day, eating only sweet potatoes and potatoes. 50 cents can't buy you loss or scams, but it can buy a bright future." Under various persuasive tactics, quite a few people bought items, but each person only looked for about 15 minutes. From Day Village to the commune, what should have taken an hour actually took 2 hours. They set out at 6, and by the time they reached the elementary school, it was already 8. Su Yao collected the money and said, "I sold that test paper to Xiaxi." She was willing to pay 5 yuan. Wan Yinyan had just found a place to sit and rest when she saw Xiaxi holding the test paper, which was now in Song Siming's hands. Su Yao took out a few cents and said, "You can keep these. I made a good profit this time. Even if I can't become a teacher, these few coins will be enough for Qing Shan and me to get by for a while." Wan Yinyan took back her few cents. The exam started at 8:30, focusing only on Chinese and math. When the papers were handed out, Wan Yinyan guessed correctly. They were very characteristic of the era. Luckily, she had studied these quotes carefully beforehand. The first test was Chinese. Wan Yinyan didn't write very fast, but when it came to math, which had fewer quotes, she wrote quickly. She finished first, but didn't rush to submit her paper early, since it was quite cold outside. She waited until everyone else finished and submitted their papers before handing hers in. Surprisingly, there was also a practical lesson where each student had to give a lecture. This was an exam-free year last year, so Wan Yinyan hadn't prepared for it, but she wasn't worried. Although she wasn't a teacher, she had experience leading employees in her past life, had mentored younger students, and had taught for half a month in a remote area. Giving a lecture to elementary students was no problem for her. The school had 5 classrooms covering grades 1 to 5, all taking exams at the same time. Each person had 10 minutes to teach, divided into 3 groups. Wan Yinyan was assigned to a second-grade class. There was also someone listening in the back. The teachers looked serious while choosing their students. Wan Yinyan organized her words with her textbook and started her lesson. Su Yao stumbled through her 10-minute talk and came out. Outside, there were already people waiting. Many left before the 10 minutes were up. As time went on, some people came out, others went in, but no one saw Wan Yinyan. Su Yao asked someone nearby, "Where is Wan Yinyan? Did she leave on her own?" Someone pointed to the second-grade classroom. "She hasn't come out yet. She was the first group to go in. Why hasn't she come out yet?" Hearing this, everyone realized Wan Yinyan was among the first to go in. Su Yao thought for a moment, then quickly went to the second-grade door and peered inside through the window. When Su Yao looked in, she stopped in her tracks. She remained still, causing others to gather around and look inside as well. In the second-grade classroom, occasionally, the sound of Wan Yinyan's voice could be heard. Besides that, there were other children's voices, many of them raising their hands eagerly under her guidance. The young people standing outside the door looked pale and worried. They knew they could answer the questions too, but when standing on the podium, it seemed their minds and mouths wouldn't cooperate. They couldn't clearly explain what seemed like simple questions, let alone make their explanations lively and engaging enough to interact with the students. The students were almost falling asleep. Why is everyone so different? Someone couldn't help but ask, how many teachers will the public school choose this year? If they selected many, there might still be hope for them. But if only a few, then the spots would definitely go to Wang Yanyan. Su Wanqing, like the other young people, leaned against the window and looked inside. As she watched, her brow furrowed slightly. She thought she had done quite well. In her previous life, she had participated in defenses, written papers, and given presentations at work. How could Wang Yanyan, a simple woman from the 1970s, speak so vividly? Does Jiang Ran really have such a wife? Why had she never heard any news about her in her previous life? There was no mention of her online, and even in Jiang Zhong's interview, he was described as single, with no wife or children. Looking at the woman on stage, who exuded an extraordinary aura and explained things clearly and simply, Su Wanqing's eyes gradually widened, and her heart started pounding uncontrollably. Maybe everything was different from what she had imagined. Jiang Ran had such a wife, and she would definitely be able to find out any information about her. Perhaps from the very beginning, everything was different. She just hadn't realized it yet. Su Wanqing's heart sank inch by inch, her face turning pale. After Wang Yanyan finished her class and came out, she looked at the crowd outside and asked Su Yao with some doubt, "What are you all doing here?" Su Yao looked at Wang Yanyan's eyes and also doubted her own judgment. She thought she was just a pretty, useless girl relying on her family, but she didn't expect that Wang Yanyan would be so engrossed in her teaching. If she was only slightly better than others, maybe she would attract jealousy. But the gap was too wide. The way she taught on stage, even with a year of practice, she probably couldn't reach this level. While waiting outside, everyone's jealousy gradually faded as they listened to her voice. Su Yao felt a bit envious and said, "I stumbled and struggled for 10 minutes and couldn't go on, but you managed to teach a whole class. You will definitely be chosen this time."
How can you speak so? Well,
Su Yao said reluctantly, "Teach me, and if not, I'll come back next year." After the exam, it was almost noon. On the way back, everyone walked and talked. Right after the test, everyone looked like wilted eggplants. Listening to Wang Yanyan's voice, their mood gradually calmed. Su Wanqing kept watching that figure from behind. She had thought that as long as she endured these strange years, it would be fine. After the college entrance exams were back to normal, she could take exams, tell Jiang Ran, and let him run his business. She had the upper hand. As long as Wang Yanyan was gone, she could naturally be with Jiang Ran. But now, she felt it was impossible. Where did she go wrong? Everything was different from what she knew. Early in the morning, she left home for the commune, and now she had to walk back in the cold wind. Wang Yanyan was tired halfway. But now it was chilly, and there was no one to drive a cart. Wang Yanyan was complaining internally about being tired when Su Yao suddenly grabbed her arm and swung it, asking, "Is that Jiang Ran?" Wang Yanyan looked up. The man was riding a bike, handsome and with sharp features. Who else could it be but her man? She quickly ran toward him. As she ran, she noticed there was also an old man driving a donkey cart behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran patted the back seat and said, "Come on, get on." "Let them also get on," he said, pointing at the donkey cart.
Wang Yanyan was surprised.
"Are you asking Uncle Zhang to come pick us up?" Jiang Ran nodded slightly. Wang Yanyan called out to the young people walking behind, "Hurry up and get on." Everyone who had different thoughts saw this and didn't want to walk in the cold. They quickly ran over. Once everyone was settled, Wang Yanyan hugged Jiang Ran's waist and asked, "Why did you call the village donkey cart to pick us up?" Jiang Ran wasn't familiar with the young people from the village, and calling a car like this was not really his style. He whispered, "I was worried you'd be jealous." Wang Yanyan thought about it and agreed. In this cold weather, Jiang Ran riding his bike to pick her up while others didn't do well in the exam and had to watch her and Jiang Ran's back. That scene was quite jealous-inducing. It didn't take much effort to tell Uncle Zhang from the village to come over, so there was no need to annoy anyone. Riding the bike was much faster than walking, and the donkey cart was a bit slower, so it soon fell behind. Xiaoxi watched Ruan Yinyan and Jiang Ran's departing figures and whispered, "Why do I feel like Ruan Yinyan looks pretty happy?" Song Siming, who was thinking about the exam, turned to Xiaoxi and asked, "Cici, what did you just say?" Summer shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just feel like they get along pretty well." All the blue brick houses of the Jiang family were paid for by Ruan Yinyan. For the house, that man has to treat her well, Song Ziming explained. Summer thought it made sense, but she had also seen Jiang Ran. In front of others, he always looked cold, but when he was talking to Ruan Yinyan, he was tall and short, and his gaze on her was quite gentle. Song Ziming felt a bit uneasy. He believed he did well on the exam and in teaching, but with Ruan Yinyan around, he couldn't be sure everything was fine. Summer was the person he interacted with who had the best family background. As long as he married her, when her father in the city helped her go back, he would naturally be involved. Plus, the factory director's arrangement made it easier for him to find work, and returning to the city meant he wouldn't be considered a wandering worker. He had to hold on to her and not let anyone influence him. Song Ziming softly asked, "Let's not talk about her. Are you thirsty?" He then opened a military green water bottle and offered it to Summer. The water had been poured in the early morning and was already cold. Drinking a sip in the winter made Summer shiver all over. She twisted the bottle shut and handed it back to Song Ziming. "I'll cook you eggs and noodles when we get back, to warm you up," Song Ziming said thoughtfully. On the way back riding his bike, Luzai hadn't seen her all morning. When he saw her excitedly crawling toward him, his eyes squinted with happiness.
Ma.
Ruan Yinyan gently warmed herself by the fireplace, then picked her up. Luzai was so happy, he almost wanted to jump in her arms. Ruan Yinyan felt that raising a little human was quite fulfilling. At this moment, she felt very healed. But as soon as she sat down, she pointed at Jiang Ran and said, "Call him Dad." Hearing this, Jiang Ran looked at his beloved daughter. Luzai looked at him, then suddenly buried her head in Ruan Yinyan's arms and giggled. She didn't seem to want to call him Dad at all. Jiang Ran had been taking care of the child for a while. Often at night, she would get up to feed Luzai milk. He was busy, but he still played with her for a while every day. Yet for some reason when Luzai was happy, she would call out a few times in a not very clear voice, "Ma," but rarely "Dad." "Luzai, call him Dad." Luzai's face was soft and full of flesh as she smiled, but she still didn't call Jiang Ran Dad. The old lady smiled and said, "If she doesn't want to call him, then she won't. She'll do it naturally when she's older." Ruan Yinyan hopes that Luzai will learn to call her mom first. In the future, when Luzai can talk and walk, she doesn't want him to constantly call her mom without reason, as it would be mentally exhausting and could last for decades. For example, now that he is older, he still calls out Mom behind Lu Xingyun sometimes. When Lu Xingyun gets annoyed, she says that he is just calling for attention and shouldn't call Mom unnecessarily. However, Ruan Yinyan's little thoughts are hard to share with her grandmother. She puts Luzai into Jiang Ran's arms and says, "I'm going to cook. You watch over Luzai." Jiang Ran places Luzai in the stroller and says, "Grandma, watch Luzai for a while. Nyan and I will go cook." The grandmother looks at Luzai and then at the two people leaving like conjoined twins. The grandmother smiles and shakes her head, a hint of nostalgia crossing her cloudy eyes. In the rural winter, there isn't much to do. Most household chores are done by Jiang Ran, while Ruan Yinyan enjoys messing around with food. The house is meat and vegetables, and she just entered the kitchen. Soon, Sulan's voice comes from the doorway. "Is Nyan at home?" Ruan Yinyan comes out. Sulan carries a steaming bowl of soy milk. "Just made it. I know you like it, so I brought it over." "Jiang Ran, you should go home later and bring some dried bean curd, tofu, and sweet potato vermicelli." Ruan Yinyan also has some stored sweet potatoes, but she and Jiang Ran are too busy to make the vermicelli. Sulan asked for some, so she didn't refuse. "Mom, Did you and Dad finish the cured meat from last time? Before sending some to Lu Xingyun, she also asked Jiang Ran to deliver some to Su Lan's place. Seeing her still wanting to get the cured meat, Su Lan waves her hand. There's more.
No need to give it to me.
The pigs in the village will be slaughtered soon, and your dad and I can't finish it. You two can eat it. This year, we made a lot of tofu. You can fry some and keep it longer. Wan Yinyan pours a bowl of soy milk for the grandmother. Su Lan plays with Lazai for a while and chats with the grandmother. Then she calls Jiang Ran to go with her to get the tofu. There are also 2 dried chickens and 2 dried ducks at home. Wan Yinyan asks Jiang Ran to carry one for Su Lan. When Jiang Ran returns, he has prepared many sweet potato vermicelli, tofu, and dried bean curd. He brings a bowl of tofu, and Wan Yinyan considers frying some. The rest, she covers with a cloth to try making moldy tofu. She has eaten this before in her previous life, but has never made it herself. She hopes to successfully produce moldy tofu with white mold. If it turns black, the tofu will be ruined. There is tofu, dried bean curd sticks, sweet potato starch at home. During the summer rain, I picked wood ear mushrooms from the mountain. I also fried some gluten earlier. With cabbage and cured meat, I can make a simple stew, easy and good with rice. The stew goes well with steamed buns or rice. Jiang Ran prefers noodles, while Wan Yan likes rice. The elderly lady and Jiang Ran eat hot steamed buns. Luzai also wants to eat now. When she sees them eating, she reaches out her arms, stubbornly leaning forward to ask for food. Before, Jiang Ran would hold her while she ate, until she reached out and knocked his rice bowl onto the ground. After that, he stopped holding her. Wan Yan asked the carpenter to make a small child's chair. When they ate, they turned Luzai around so she faced away from the table and the dog, babbling happily. Along with the stone-milled soy milk sent by Su Lan, after a filling lunch, Wan Yan started to feel sleepy. She called Jiang Ran to come to bed and rest. Luzai was tucked at the back of the bed. Wan Yan and Jiang Ran shared a blanket. She rolled into his arms, hugging the warm Jiang Ran to sleep, her feet resting on him. She was sleepy after eating but felt more awake once on the bed, cuddling in Jiang Ran's arms and looking at his face. Jiang Ran, tanned from summer, was quickly getting fair again. During busy farming times, everyone's skin turned wheat-colored, but now his face was turning pale again because there was little sun in winter. His face and neck looked very good. Her gaze was obvious. Jiang Ran felt her skin heat up under her stare. He gently held her tighter. It's daytime now. Even so, his voice was full of deep desire. Wan Yan tilted her head and kissed him. First on his chin, then slowly on his Adam's apple. Jiang Ran stiffened all over. Soon, he took the lead, his lips and teeth brushing against her. The fireplace crackled loudly, filling the room with warmth. Daytime was a bit too much, but it was not impossible. Wan Yan liked to tease him, making Jiang Ran's skin turn red and white. But this teasing wasn't fully carried out. Jiang Ming came over and loudly called from the yard, "Jiang Ran, are you home?" Jiang Ran grunted softly. "Is anyone there?" He called a few more times. Hearing the noise, Jiang Ming was about to come inside. Jiang Ran quickly put on his clothes and tidied himself up before coming out. Seeing Jiang Ming, his face darkened and he frowned slightly. Jiang Ming looked at his expression with curiosity. "What's wrong? Are you upset with your sister-in-law? Being a man, you should be gentle with women. Don't hit anyone, or I'm afraid Grandma will take her cane and kick you out of the house." Jiang Ming kept talking, and Jiang Ran's face looked even worse. "What's your problem?" Jiang Mingdao said, "The vegetables I planted have yellowed. Come quickly and check. I feel like more and more are turning yellow these days." These vegetables were grown with Jiang Ran's borrowed money. He not only wanted to pay him back, but also hoped to make some profit. He took care of those vegetables every day, as if they were his ancestors. Jiang Ming pulled Jiang Ran along, causing Jiang Ran's clothes to shift out of place. Jiang Ming looked at the red mark on his neck. Suddenly, Jiang Ming coughed a few times, surprised that his usually serious younger brother was playing around quite openly. Lowering his voice, Jiang Ming asked, am I coming at the wrong time? Jiang Ran gave him a cold look. Jiang Ming pointed at his neck. It's red from biting. Jiang Ran, disgusted, took Jiang Ming's arm away and fixed his clothes. Aren't we going to see the vegetables? If not, go back to your house. His face looked very unpleasant. Since Jiang Ming needed something from him, those vegetables were very important to him. Brother Ran, let's see the vegetables. Don't call me that. Jiang Ming and Jiang Ran are not much older than each other. They grew up together. When he needed something, calling Jiang Ran Brother Ran was common. When he was young, he even asked Jiang Ran to climb trees and get bird eggs, and their father scolded him for it. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming was caught and beaten after Jiang Xiu overheard. Since then, he only dared to call him brother when asking for favors. Jiang Ming was confused. You don't like being called brother? Jiang Ran looked at him coldly. My wife likes to call me that. If you call me that badly, it sounds weird, Jiang Ran said. Hearing this, Jiang Ming almost spat blood in anger. His vegetables hadn't died yet, but he felt like he was about to die first. Having a wife is impressive. I'm not without one, Jiang Ming said. I'll tell your third sister-in-law to call me Mingji too. Jiang Ran shot him a glance, but said nothing. Seeing Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming leave, Wan Yinyan guessed it was about the vegetables. She thought Jiang Ran probably wouldn't come back soon, so she yawned and went to sleep. When she woke up at noon, Wang Fingxia came over holding Huzi, carrying some work in her hands. She had moved out to enjoy her own small life and found a way to make money. Her complexion looked especially good now. Wan Yinyan saw that the clothes she was holding looked like Jiang Ming's. She also took out her inner clothes. Wang Fingxia saw the familiar inner clothes and twitched her mouth. Nian, how about I make you some clothes?
No chatty.
She saw that by the time Nian finished making new clothes, they would already be old. Almost done. I can do it myself, Nian said. Wang Fingxia thought for a moment and said, Then what don't you know how to do?
Just ask me.
Ruyan Nian's words are not false. She carefully modified Jiang Ran's undershirt, and it's almost finished, but the stitching isn't very neat. She must finish it this afternoon so Jiang Ran can try it on tonight. Ruyan Nian worked hard all afternoon. After 2 winters, she finally finished Jiang Ran's undershirt. She held it with a sense of achievement. Before bed, she insisted that Jiang Ran try it on. Jiang Ran obediently put on the shirt. The uneven stitches could be ignored. The most important thing was that it was a bit short, and his abdominal muscles were still exposed. Ruyan Nian laughed happily, leaning forward and backward. Luzai didn't know what was happening but also laughed along with her. Jiang Ran looked down at the shirt and then at the hand on his exposed muscles. For a moment, he even suspected that his wife had deliberately made the shirt this way. After finishing her laugh, Ruyan Nian reached out to tug at Jiang Ran's clothes. Take it off. I won't wear it anymore. Tomorrow I'll cut the sleeves so Da Hei can wear it. Jiang Ran frowned slightly and tidied up his clothes. Don't cut it. Dogs don't wear clothes. His wife's hands, making a piece of clothing, weren't easy. Jiang Ran held her hand. Time to sleep. Ruyan Nian looked at his clothes and asked, Are you planning to sleep in this? Is that not okay? Ruyan Nian. It's fine, but it looks a bit silly. Still, Jiang Ran's face, even if silly, is handsome. Wearing this shirt makes it easy for her to touch his abs without lifting his clothes. All right, you can sleep in it. Jiang Ran was still thinking about what he hadn't finished during the day. He coughed softly, looked at Luzai, and whispered, Sleep later. I'll coax Luzai to sleep. His gaze made Ruyan Nian understand what he meant. Her heart felt all itchy. When Luzai finally fell asleep, the night truly arrived. The school exam results came out quickly. As expected, Ruyan Nian passed. When the news spread to the village, many people couldn't believe it. Ruyan Nian stepped outside and was stared at curiously. Everyone thought she was a pretty waste, but unexpectedly, she silently passed the teacher's exam. Many in the village's information office were jealous. Someone whispered, Did I have bad eyesight before? I thought she was delicate and fragile, but besides her face, there's nothing else. Yeah, my eyesight was bad. The Jiang family is really lucky to marry such a wealthy and capable wife. The lucky one is Jiang Ran. Previously, I thought Ruyanian married Jiang Ran because one was not very good and the other was lazy, often hungry for 3 days and 9 nights. Now, it seems they're still quite hungry. Only Aunt Wang Er secretly thinks that in the future, there will be fewer people gossiping. This year, the local elementary school still chose 2 teachers. One of them was not from Dahu village, but was a young educated youth from another village. When the notice came out, those who had been hopeful among the young educated youth were completely disappointed. Most people now are still honest. Even if they feel disappointed inside, everyone saw how Ruyanian performed during her lesson that day. So, when they see her in the village, they can sincerely say congratulations. Of course, this does not include song siming. Ruyanian took Lazai out to play. When she carried her home, they met Song siming on the road. Now, he no longer looked as confident and spirited as he did when Ruyanian first traveled here. Although he was dressed slightly better than other young educated youths, his face was full of gloom. Ruyanian looked at the person blocking her way. Song siming was also looking at her. Now, Ruyanian was noble and beautiful, living a wealthy life. Even the man who looked fierce treated her well, making him seem like a failure.
Ma.
Bad. Lazai stretched out her arms and pointed at Song siming. Children's eyes are the clearest. This is just a bad person. Let's go home, Ruyanian said teasingly to Lazai. Seeing her smile, Song siming felt regret swell inside him. When he saw her about to leave, he quickly reached out and stopped her. Nyen Nyen, wait a moment. Ruyanian looked at the hand blocking her. If you have something to say, just say it. But you'd better think about whether what you're going to say is appropriate.
If it's not, then.
She glanced at his legs. Suddenly, Song siming felt a sharp pain between his legs. Don't worry, I'm not here to bother you, Song siming hurriedly said. Can you please avoid contact with Xia Si in the future and not talk to her recklessly? His voice was a bit anxious. Ruyanian smirked with a mocking smile. Are you afraid I'll affect your chance to latch onto her and live off her? Seeing her sarcastic face, it seemed like something was brewing inside her. Song siming felt very frustrated, but he clearly couldn't be a teacher anymore. If he didn't control Xia Si now, how could he survive this winter? Would he have to beg for food like some villagers? He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Song siming said, That's not what I mean. He awkwardly tried to explain, but Wan Yinyin wasn't interested in listening. She doesn't come to see me, and I have no interest in seeking her out. Instead of waiting for her to come, you should focus on your own feelings. Wan Yinyin hugged Lazai and left. Song siming wanted to chase after her to say something, but when he turned his head, he saw a tall man carrying a log on his shoulder, with a cold expression. He was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he naturally stopped walking. Lazai saw Jiang Ran and got very excited. Bah. Bad.
Hit.
Wan Yinyin translated for Lazai. She said Song siming is a bad person and told you to hit the bad person. Hearing this, Lazai softly kissed Wan Yinyin's face. Jiang Ran's expression softened considerably. He casually asked, What did he want from you? Wan Yinyin recounted what Song siming had said to Jiang Ran disdainfully. He's just feeling guilty. I think Xia Si is simple, but not completely naive. It's just that her parents protected her too well, so she hasn't seen how cruel the world can be. She had seen many such people in her previous life, within her circle. Jiang Ran noticed her tone of dislike and felt a bit relieved. In his view, people like Song siming can't really be called human, but his wife genuinely liked him. Just thinking about it made him worried that her sharp eyes might cause trouble again someday. Jiang Ran carried the wood back home, split the firewood, and stacked it together. Before the new year, Wan Yinyin went to school. She thought she would be in elementary school, but when she entered the school, she found she was assigned to teach first and second year middle school math. Different regions use different school systems. Dahan village used a 5-2-2 system, 5 years of elementary, 2 years of middle school, and 2 years of high school. Most other villages didn't have their own schools, and children from 10 or 8 nearby villages studied here. Accompanied by Wan Yinyin and another familiar school staff member, a young man, she learned there are 5 classes in middle school, 3 for first year, 2 for second year. She was puzzled about how she was assigned to middle school when she was supposed to teach elementary. The familiar teacher explained, originally, the school planned to assign you to elementary school, but the teacher responsible for first and second year math got sick, and no one was available at the last minute, so they had to put you in middle school. I heard you teach very well. The young man gave Wan Yinyan a gentle smile, full of approval. There was still a lot of admiration in his eyes. No matter how well a woman teaches, how good can she really be? His voice wasn't loud, but there were only a few people around, so everyone could hear him. The speaker wasn't someone else. It was Kong Tian, who was chosen at the same time as Wan Yinyan. He was a well-known figure in school because he was a good student and even helped the teachers. In the village, he also taught some children. No one had ever completely ignored him before. I heard he passed the elementary school teacher exam, but he took the middle school teacher exam, so his abilities are definitely better than that woman's. In his mind, he thought he only got into elementary school teaching because of his looks. He had been feeling unhappy about it and couldn't hold back his words just now. Only after he spoke did he realize it was wrong. When everyone's eyes turned to him, he lifted his head and said, "I'm not wrong. You only pay attention to her because she looks good. If she didn't look like that, you wouldn't talk to her." The young teacher's face turned red from his words. He also had to admit that he had spoken more to Wan Yinyan because she was pretty. Now, he couldn't even argue back. In the village, people often said behind her back that she was a pretty waste, and Wan Yinyan accepted it. But now, this man was practically pointing at her face and saying things. She just tolerated it, but she guessed this man would probably keep picking on her in the future. Wan Yinyan's face grew cold. "Oh, so you're jealous because I look good?" She looked calm and quiet, but the man didn't expect her to speak. He was stunned for a moment. "I didn't ask you to look like this. Why are you making sarcastic comments? Are you looking down on women? The leaders say women can hold up half the sky. Do you disagree?" "Comrade Kong Tian, what are your intentions?" After saying this, Wan Yinyan turned to the teacher showing her around the school and said, "Comrade, where is the principal? I want to see the principal and report this. Someone like him, hired as a teacher, might influence the students badly." Her speech was fast and sharp, with a hint of anger. Kong Tian's face turned pale as he realized what was happening. He hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean it like that. You just said that no matter how good a woman is at teaching, it doesn't matter? Did I hear wrong? Did I misunderstand? Or did everyone?" Wan Yinyan didn't let this man off easily. She stared at him with her eyes, and everyone around also looked at Kong Tian. In the cold winter, sweat appeared on Kong Tian's forehead. Whether he couldn't be a teacher or if he was trying to put a big hat on her, he couldn't bear it. "I was wrong just now," he admitted. Kong Tian quickly said. Wan Yinyan looked at him. "Comrade Kong is also here to be a teacher. You should understand that it's important to apologize if you say the wrong thing or make a mistake." Apologize to Wan Yinyan? Kong Tian felt anxious inside. "Teacher Fong, where is the principal's office? I need to see the principal." Fong Liqing, who was familiar with the school, instinctively pointed toward the direction of the principal's office. Kong Tian immediately became nervous. "Sorry, Comrade Wan, I was wrong. That wasn't my intention. Please forgive me." He quickly apologized, afraid that Wan Yinyan would go to see the principal. He seemed flexible, but it was only because he knew how harshly people could be judged in this era and how bad the consequences could be. He was here to take the exam, and Wan Yinyan understood that if she went to complain to the principal now, it probably wouldn't cause much trouble, and the principal might not pay much attention. She might even think she was just a new teacher causing trouble. Wan Yinyan said, "I hope there won't be a next time. If I hear you make sexist remarks about women again, I will report it to the principal. You are leading students astray. Also, I remember you teach first-year math. Let's see whose teaching skills are better, whoever students score higher on exams." Kong Tian didn't think his teaching was a problem. Hearing this, he felt Wan Yinyan was just asking for trouble. But this woman was not easy to deal with. He had learned to be smarter now and kept these thoughts to himself. "All right, Let's see whose students do better. Wan Yanyan smiled at the young teacher and said, Teacher Fong, I need you to be a witness. Fong Liqing didn't expect to witness a competition today. Wan Yanyan smiled at him, and he felt dizzy. He nodded instinctively in agreement. Kong Tian thought Wan Yanyan was just asking for trouble. Comrade Wan, if you lose later, don't cry. Kong, if you lose later, don't sweat like you do in the middle of winter. Kong Tian felt embarrassed, his face turned pale. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. This woman was really sharp-tongued. Fong Liqing still had work to do, so he quickly said, Comrade Wan, Comrade Kong, go and familiarize yourselves with your classes and students. When Wan Yanyan went to her class, other substitute teachers were already teaching. She sat at the back and listened to a lesson, then handed over responsibilities after class. Familiarizing herself with the textbooks and understanding the content deeply, Wan Yanyan quickly got the hang of it. The current educational environment was poor. Most teachers in the commune hadn't been hired through exams. Many had been recommended or got in through connections. If it weren't for the big fuss about song siming last year, things might have continued as they were. For example, the teacher who was sick teaching middle school, while she herself had only finished elementary school. When Wan Yanyan was familiar with the textbooks and the students' lessons, she discovered a big problem. Everything the teacher said was wrong. Realizing this, Wan Yanyan felt relieved that there was no college entrance exam now. Otherwise, how would she take the test? But when she reaches high school and the exams resume, she plans to organize the information correctly. Since she took this position and received her salary, she still needs to do her best with her responsibilities. Today, Wan Yanyan had 2 classes. After class, she was busy organizing what the previous teacher had taught, which was not easy. She only finished when the school bell rang. She then stretched lazily, ready to go home. As she packed her things and walked, she was thinking about buying a bicycle when she heard a shout behind her. Teacher Wan, how are you going back? She turned around and saw Fong Liqing. Walking back, she replied. Many teachers walk back now. Although she felt tired, it wasn't too often, so she could accept it. Fong Liqing hesitated, walking beside her, glancing around and softly saying, Comrade Wan, I can give you a ride home. She looked at him. He hurriedly explained, It's just that now it's very cold, and I ride faster. Please don't misunderstand. His explanation became more and more muddled. Finally, his face turned red. Wan Yanyan had been confessed to by many people before, and the young man in front of her looked like he was practically writing I like you on his face. Just as she was thinking of how to refuse, a familiar but not overly loud voice came from afar. Yanyan, I'm home. Wan Yanyan looked up and saw Jiang Ran pushing his bicycle at the school gate. He was tall, wearing a military green coat, standing straight. The coat didn't look bulky or sloppy on him, but instead highlighted his outstanding appearance. Jiang Ran stood there, and many people's eyes subtly looked at her. Wan Yanyan glanced at Fong Liqing beside her. Thanks, but no need. My husband is here to pick me up. After saying that, she quickly ran toward Jiang Ran, her steps light and quick. Fong Liqing watched her back, then looked at the tall man. The man glanced in his direction, then quickly looked away, focusing on Wan Yanyan. Fong Liqing also looks good and has a good job, but at this moment, he feels like he has lost something. He has an indescribable feeling in his heart. Wan Yanyan looked at Jiang Ran and asked, Why are you here? Just came back from the county town and came to pick you up. Jiang Ran usually doesn't have many exceptions. He would be home by afternoon. It's rare that he appears here right after school. Maybe he's just here to pick her up and show that they are married. But Wan Yanyan didn't expose him. She jumped onto the back seat of his bicycle and hugged his waist. Let's go. After riding the bike for a while, Wan Yanyan talked about what happened today. Most of the time, she was the one talking, and Jiang Ran listened. Was that your colleague just now? Suddenly, a man's voice came from ahead. It sounded calm and casual, as if just asking a simple question. Wan Yanyan's lips slightly lifted behind him. She knew Jiang Ran was jealous. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. Inside, he might already be feeling jealous. Wan Yanyan said casually, Yes, she's quite nice. Today, she helped me organize some materials. While she was talking, the bike suddenly jolted. She instinctively tightened her hold around Jiang Ran's waist. She stabilized herself on his back, reached into his military coat seam, and pinched his waist. She muttered, "Old jealous person. Even if others are good, none compare to you. After all, you are my favorite man, right, Brother Ran?" The man riding ahead looked indifferent on the surface, but his eyes were already filled with a smile. People nowadays don't care much about fashion. Not feeling cold in winter is the best outfit. In summer, they get sunburned. In winter, they get windblown. Some middle school students look older than Wan Yinyan. Many people don't trust this new teacher, including the teachers themselves. But after a few classes, no one said anything anymore. Her lessons were relaxed and easy to understand. The topics they previously found difficult suddenly became simple and interesting under her explanation. In fact, everyone looked forward to her classes. Next door, Kong Tian's class was studying hard to compete with Wan Yinyan. They were eager to keep students learning math even after class. Wan Yinyan knew that learning math isn't just about studying hard all the time. The more effort you put in, the more likely you are to become resistant to it. But these were Kong Tian students. He didn't see anything wrong with that, and Wan Yinyan wouldn't bother herself about it either. There weren't many classes before the holiday. They only had about 10 days of lessons before the break. The New Year's atmosphere is here again. This year, the harvest was good, with no disasters affecting the crops. Plus, the use of chemical fertilizers has increased a bit compared to previous years. On the 26th day of the lunar month, Deha village started slaughtering pigs. These days, everyone is eager for good food, and fatty meat is in high demand. Wan Yinyan originally planned to wait until the fatty meat was all taken, then get some lean meat. But as soon as she went, Aunt Wang eagerly said, "Yinyan, come quickly. This piece of meat is good."
I fought for it for you.
Wan Yinyan looked at the meat, which was about 75% fat and 25% lean. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw Aunt Wang's excited eyes, she finally couldn't bear to disappoint her kindness. She took the meat and headed home to render pig fat. "Why are you so successful in teaching now? The Jiang family really seems to be thriving. I can't even find you now," Aunt Wang complained as she carried the meat back. Recently, Wan Yinyan has been leaving early and returning late. She also has to cook and entertain her child at home, so she hasn't gossiped with Aunt Wang much. She lowered her voice. "Well, I just happened to meet you. I go to school every day, and nothing interesting ever happens." When she mentioned something interesting, Aunt Wang understood the signal. In a hushed, sneaky voice, she said, "Zhang Jing is causing a scene about divorce." Zhang Jing is Zhou Mingxia's younger sister-in-law. She was the first to see Zhou Mingxia and Shuangzi on the mountain. She's usually a hard-working rural woman. Why is she suddenly talking about divorce? Divorces are happening quite often now. Could she be following Jiang Wan and Lin Jingxin's footsteps? Wan Yinyan hadn't heard anything about it. She lowered her voice. "What's going on?" Aunt Wang looked around again. "You know about Now Dan, right?" Of course, Wan Yinyan knew. He was saved from jumping into the river by Jiang Ran. Aunt Wang curled her lips, showing disdain. Zhou Mingxia isn't just messing around with Shuangzi. She even let go of Zhang Erju. That kid Now Dan was out in the snow a few days ago, kicked out by his stepmother to wash clothes for his brother. He was outside freezing for most of the night, almost lost his life. That's because Zhang Erju suddenly appeared. It's been a mess and it slipped out. Now Dan is actually his son. No wonder he's so reluctant. I heard Zhang Jing say that Erju would invite Now Dan to eat at his house. I thought he was just being kind to a poor kid. Wan Yinyan was stunned, feeling both shocked and confused. She really didn't see that coming. These scandals shouldn't get too big. Not many people know. But Zhang Jing went back to her parents' house yesterday. If she's talking about divorce, it might up. I wonder if Zhang Erju will be sent to the farm to work, she said. Wan Yinyan admired Zhou Mingxia's courage. Aunt Wang Er sighed and said, "No wonder Zhou Mingxia used to make things difficult for Zhang Jing. Things got better after they separated. Who knew she and Zhang Erju had done such disgusting things? A few years ago, She would have been called out and criticized, her reputation ruined. I tell you, because we're good friends, you mustn't tell anyone. Their family matters should be handled by themselves. We'll just watch quietly, Aunt Wang Er warned her carefully. Wang Yinyan wasn't very familiar with the Zhang family and naturally didn't want to interfere. Without hesitation, she agreed. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Aunt Wang Er had been holding a lot of gossip lately. After mentioning Zhang Jing's situation, she lowered her voice and said, "There's some news from the youth camp. They say that the silly youth there is planning to marry Song Siming." To Wang Yinyan, Song Siming really doesn't match Xia Si. But that's not the most important thing. What's really bothering me is that Lin Jingxin has been causing trouble at home for a few days. The Lin family has introduced her to several men, and now she's even arranged a marriage with a guy from the youth camp. Wang Yinyan was confused. Does Lin Jingxin only focus on those youth camp boys? Lin Jingxin simply couldn't stop paying attention to Song Siming. The more she watched, the more painful it became. Before Xia Si appeared, Song Siming was clearly focused on her. She thought he still cared for her, missed her. But since Xia Si arrived, if he plans to marry Xia Si, then she must act first. She wasn't going to die if she wasn't with Song Siming. Wang Yinyan and Aunt Wang Er walked together. When they were about to part ways, Aunt Wang Er hesitated and stopped to chat with her for a while longer. Wang Yinyan was full of gossip. Just as she was about to go home, she heard a commotion in the village. "Li Dahong, are you crazy?" A loud, rough, and sharp voice suddenly cut through half the village. Wang Yinyan was still wondering who Li Dahong was when she saw Wang Lu's mother carrying a pitchfork, walking forward and shouting, "I told you not to gossip about others. You have no morals. You've eaten dirt. Stop talking about my daughter-in-law." She shouted and waved the pitchfork, swinging it toward the person ahead. Wang Yinyan couldn't recognize who the person was, only saw that he was jumping around happily, even more lively than a monkey. Something was falling from his head, probably something like manure or muddy water. Wang Yinyan felt like she could smell the stench already. She quickly hid the pork she was holding behind her. "Go see what's going on. Why are they fighting?" Aunt Wang Er said as she pulled Wang Yinyan forward. Her look seemed caring, but her eyes sparkled with gossip. "Put the meat at home first," Wang Yinyan kept shouting. Aunt Wang Er was casual. "It's okay, just wash up when you get home." "This pig is still defecating, you won't eat it?" Wang Yinyan. "That stuff splashed on it, but you can't eat," she argued, but her strength was no match for Aunt Wang Er, who kept pulling her along. As they got closer, the arguing grew louder. It wasn't just her and Aunt Wang Er who were gathering around. Everyone in the village was free during the new year, and by the time they arrived, a crowd had already formed. Wang Yinyan hid the meat in her arms, watching the person in the middle covered in mud and waste. Meanwhile, Wang Lunyang had been grabbed by villagers. "Let me go. I can't kill him. I told him to shut up. If you don't let me go, you won't have a good new year either." Wang Lunyang was pulled by the arm, still waving a manure fork, which was covered in dung. People nearby quickly avoided her. "Go call the team leader. Go call Gua Chao. Stop fighting. I was wrong, it hurts, it hurts." The scene was chaotic. Wang Yinyan tightly protected her pork, feeling uneasy at the slightest stain. Fortunately, Jiang Gua Chao, young and strong, ran quickly past the pig butchering site, holding a large slaughtering knife still dripping with blood.
No one dared to get in his way.
"What's going on? Put down your things," Jiang Gua Chao shouted loudly. Wang Lunyang's manure fork was still hitting the person's backside, causing screams of pain. "Li Dahong, put down what you're holding or I'll report to the school." Comrade Wang Lu needs to go home to care for her mother, so she can't attend school. Being recommended for college meant a future with a proper job. Wang Lunyang immediately dropped the manure fork. The chaos was finally under control. Wang Yinyan, with mud and waste all over her face, couldn't tell who was who, shouting for Jiang Gua Chao to help her. After listening for a while, she understood that this person was an old bachelor from the village, and the rumors about Guo Wanyu were all made up by him. Today, he was talking to someone when he happened to meet Wang Lunyang, who was there to buy pork. Hearing someone spreading rumors about his wife, Wang Lunyang got angry. No matter what her wife did, she couldn't let her family's reputation be ruined. She went back and grabbed a big pile of pig manure with her fork, throwing it at the old bachelor's head. Wan Yinyan understood and thought, good throw. Jiang Guichao is a good village chief. When he looked at the old bachelor, he kept a stern face and said, you deserve it. Go home quickly and wash up.
I'm speaking for you.
As an elder, you shouldn't spread rumors about the younger generation. Do you think you have the right to boss others around? Jiang Guichao loudly scolded with a righteous tone. Wang Liunyang looked up and said, I hit him because he deserved it. His rude mouth should be punished. Hearing this, Jiang Guichao felt a headache. If you don't want Wang Lu to drop out of school, then just shut up. Wang Liunyang had more to say, but immediately closed her mouth. Let's just end it here. Everyone go back to your own homes. The smell is terrible. Go wash up. If you keep arguing, neither of your families will have meat to eat this year. In the countryside, people rarely see meat all year. Even big grudges fade when they think about that small piece of meat. The people around dispersed, and the onlookers gradually left. Soon someone shouted, oh no, my meat. That Li Dahong threw manure on my pig's head. Wan Yinyan looked at the tender meat she was protecting in her arms, feeling satisfied. Aunt Wang said the meat could be washed, but while watching, she secretly hid the meat behind her. She carried the meat and, with Wan Yinyan, went back home. This time, they didn't chat idly at the door. Carrying a bunch of gossip, Wan Yinyan returned home. When she arrived, Zhang Ran was chopping firewood. Seeing her, he looked up and asked, why are you back so late? Wan Yinyan told Jiang Ren everything that had just happened in the village. It's almost New Year. Wang Lu isn't coming home? Jiang Ran had received a letter from Wang Lu. He's falling behind in his studies. The letter says he's staying at school to study over the New Year. From what Wan Yinyan knew, nowadays college students from worker, peasant, and soldier backgrounds don't need high academic qualifications for farming or military roles. Workers need at least a middle school diploma to be recommended. But it varies in different places. Some with fair chances are quite educated because spots are limited and competition fierce. Wang Lu was lucky. His good background and elementary school education got him into college, which is normal for those who can't keep up. Most of the meat Wan Yinyan brought was fatty, and she cooked it all into lard. The leftover pork fat and some coarse spinach were stir-fried with the pork fat, requiring no additional oil, and it smelled very good. Before the New Year, Guo Wanyu's family sold all their vegetables. To avoid being noticed, they didn't keep any for themselves. Guo Wanyu invited Wang Liunyang to her home, and the families celebrated the New Year in their new house. Wan Yinyan's family planted vegetables late and kept some for themselves. A couple of days before the New Year, Zhang Xiui and Su Lan took the elderly lady back home to celebrate. On New Year's Eve, Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran still went to the Jiang family's old house for dinner. It's traditional to wear new clothes for the New Year. Wan Yinyan wore the outfit Jiang Ran bought for her, while Jiang Ran wore a down jacket with a shirt she made underneath. Wan Yinyan knew it was the shirt inside, not visible to others, so she felt safe and not worried about losing it. The family of three arrived at Jiang's house. Lu Zai wore a bell hat with small bells that jingled as she walked. Even before they arrived, her voice was heard first. She babbled but couldn't say a full sentence. Tiger, who could now speak, heard Lu Zai's voice and ran over on his short legs. A clear, crisp sound fell. Zai's sister. Tiger looked up eagerly at Lu Zai, hiding a candy in his small hand. Eat candy. His voice was obedient. Wan Yinyan put Lu Zai down. Lu Zai wasn't fully able to walk yet and needed an adult to hold her, but her little hand already knew to reach for the candy. After grabbing it, she handed the bag to Wan Yinyan and looked at her with big eyes. She wanted her to open the wrapper.
No need to open it.
Just eat it like this, Wan Yinyan said. Her teeth weren't fully grown, so she couldn't eat candy. It was better to just nibble on the bag. Lu Zai obediently chewed on the bag. No one in the house dressed better than their family. Even the children looked different, white and tender, probably better than most city kids. Guo Yu smiled gently. The candy was given by our mother. All the other kids have eaten theirs. Only Tiger hasn't. Juzi was just reaching out to Tiger for his, but he wouldn't give it. Turns out, he was waiting for his sister-in-law to come. You two really have a good relationship, Guiyu said with a smile, her tone gentle. But Wan Yinyin didn't like her. She kept trying to stir trouble again. Every time Guiyu spoke sarcastically, Wan Yinyin was too lazy to respond. My sister-in-law is right. We do have a good relationship. Do you have a problem with that? She looked at Guiyu seriously and brightly. They stared at each other for a moment. Guiyu suddenly couldn't say anything. It was just that she had passed the teacher exam and was feeling proud now. But she only dared to think that in her mind. If my sister-in-law has any opinions, just say so. I'll ask my parents. Is it a bad thing to have a good relationship with siblings? Guiyu didn't dare say she had any issues. She forced a smile.
What is my sister-in-law saying? It's just a small matter.
I was just saying the kids get along well. Wan Yinyin also smiled. I was just saying casually. Don't take it seriously, sister-in-law. Guiyu felt very upset inside. What kind of person was Wan Yinyin? During the new year, her sincerity made her feel uncomfortable. Sulan didn't know what had happened. She carried her food out of the kitchen and saw Wan Yinyin holding Lazai, smiling, and said, Good Lazai, Grandma will get you some candy. She placed the cooked dishes on the table, casually wiped her hands on her apron, then went inside to get some candy and walnuts with dates as New Year treats. She's so little, she can't eat yet. Sulan said if she can't eat, she will grab it. Let her hold and play. This girl is smart. Mom, your heart is all the way down to your feet. Josie is right in front of you every day, but I haven't seen you give him candy to play with, Zhang Hui said unhappily. Sulan replied, Don't talk. Josie can grab things? If I don't give Josie anything, haven't your other 3 brothers eaten? Always wanting more, go light the fire quickly. Although only a day apart from Lazai, Josie clearly doesn't look as good as Lazai. Zhang Hui was scolded, but she was used to it and didn't mind. That's because her family eats well. I only get to eat meat once in a while. My milk isn't good, so how can the baby be healthy? She muttered while busying herself in the kitchen. All the women of the Jiang family were busy preparing tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. Except for Wan Yinyin, the old lady, and Lazai, the 3 of them sat together chatting. But Wan Yinyin was not without her own achievements. While other men from other families were just chatting idly, Jiang Ran was tidying up the Jiang family's table and chairs, fixing the wobbly, almost broken ones. This year, the grain harvest was abundant, and the New Year's dinner was much better than last year, with chicken, pork, and fish soup, considered a feast. This year, Wan Yinyin became a teacher, and her status in the family naturally rose. Usually, only Jiang Xiuyi praised Lazai, but this year, she also praised Wan Yinyin. Work hard. Teaching and nurturing people is a good thing. Having knowledge is also good. Next year, the older and second families will send their children to school. Jiang Xiuyi, having had a little wine, instructed.
What school to send them to?
Those with knowledge are not like us, they are working in the fields. The educated youth at the work points are not as fast as I am, and I get more work points. Jiang Laoda quickly grabbed some meat and kept talking. If you ask me if our family didn't have education, we wouldn't be so unlucky. Not only do we not enjoy good fortune, but we also get looked down on. Jiang Xiuyi wanted to say something but hesitated and didn't say anything. He looked somewhat wistful. Wan Yinyin hadn't experienced those years firsthand. She knew some from history, but countless people's prime years are only briefly mentioned in history books. Naturally, it's hard to capture the pain behind those stories. Why talk about this during the new year?
Let's eat, she said.
The old lady spoke up. Wan Yinyin smiled and said, When Jiang Ran and I came over, I heard that we'll be showing a movie tomorrow. Whenever she mentioned movies, the children became excited. With the children's voices, the table also grew lively. Outside, someone was setting off firecrackers, adding to the festive atmosphere. At these times, Wan Yinyin would think of Lu Xingyun. She was lost in thought when suddenly her hand was held. A dry, large palm wrapped around her hand. Wan Yinyin looked at Jiang Ran and their eyes met. In that moment, she felt at ease. After eating and chatting for a while, mostly others talking while she listened, she secretly scratched Jiang Ran's palm under the table. When Jiang Ran felt itchy, he held her hand tighter. They played with such childish things for a long time. As people gradually left, Jiang Ran carried Le Zai and held Wang Yinyan's hand as they went home. Jiang Ming and Wang Fengxia held Huzi behind them. Huzi was babbling and trying to find Le Zai, but seeing the peaceful scene ahead, Jiang Ming thought if he carried Huzi over now, he might get scolded. He looked at Wang Fengxia and lowered his voice. "Do you really not want me to call you Brother Ming?" Wang Fengxia reached out and pinched his waist. "Don't think about nonsense in that head of yours." When they returned home, Le Zai was already asleep. They placed her in the small cart, then went to wash up. Outside the bathroom, there was a simple clay stove used to boil water for winter baths, pouring into a wooden tub once ready. Wang Yinyan looked at the quiet yard and then down at Jiang Ran, who was boiling water. His face looked especially handsome in the firelight, making her heart beat faster. During the New Year, the old lady was at the Jiang family's old house, and Le Zai was asleep. Perfect timing. While Wang Yinyan was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Ran turned back and asked, "What are you thinking about?" She leaned on his shoulder. Her sudden action made Jiang Ran worried she might fall, so he quickly reached out to support her. With him holding her, Wang Yinyan became even more playful. She leaned close to Jiang Ran's ear and blew a breath, whispering, "I miss you. I want to eat." The last word trembled softly in Jiang Ran's ear, like a flicker of fire. Even after so long, Jiang Ran sometimes couldn't resist what Wang Yinyan said, and his ears turned red instantly. Luckily, it was in the firelight, so it wasn't obvious. Wang Yinyan leaned on him. Jiang Ran's back was strong, and she was soft.
"Can I?"
she asked, her voice still a little excited. Jiang Ran wanted to say that there was no need to ask him, but Wang Yinyan still wouldn't let him go. She nodded slightly. "Say something? Is that okay?" Wang Yinyan then added, "A man shouldn't say no." Jiang Ran. On a cold winter night, everything was silent. Through the bathroom window, Wang Yinyan could see the moon outside. After a moment, her eyes filled with tears, blurring her view. The fire she caused ultimately led her to surrender first. The next morning, when she woke up to greet the new year, Wang Yinyan couldn't wake up, no matter what. Finally, she got up and looked at the marks on her neck in the mirror. She turned her head to look at Jiang Ran, who wasn't much better off. If she went out to greet others like this, before noon, the whole Daya village would know about the intense night she and Jiang Ran had. She searched for a while and found 2 scarves. One for Jiang Ran and one for herself. When she stepped outside, she bumped into Wang Fengxia and Jiang Ming, who were greeting the new year with Huzi. Wang Yinyan saw that Wang Fengxia also wore a scarf around her neck. She was just curious and took a quick glance, but unexpectedly, Wang Fengxia's face turned red. She understood then. Wang Yinyan acted very naturally, claiming she only wore a scarf because she was cold. Many families in Day Village are related through kinship. When greeting the elderly, bowing isn't required. Wang Yinyan never bowed in her previous life, and she wouldn't now. But not everyone was like the elderly lady. Some families, as soon as they entered, had curtains set up, clearly expecting bows. During those times, Jiang Ran would hand her Le Zai, and she would hold him, not participating in the bowing. Jiang Ran's expression during New Year's greetings was always the same, his jaw tight, showing no emotion. No one forced him to bow if he didn't want to. Some people just watched and teased, saying, "Wan Jiqing, go with the flow." That's Jiang Ran's grandfather. You should bow to him. Wang Yinyan smiled softly. Where I come from, you have to pay elders 10 yuan to bow. It's fine if I do. Le Zai, come and bow to your auntie for the new year. Here's a red envelope. She said this while holding Le Zai, about to bow. Le Zai was still playing with Wang Yinyan's scarf, completely caught off guard. Stop, stop, stop. When he heard about the red envelope, he quickly dodged away. Wang Yinyan and Jiang Ran left that house. Le Zai was carried over by Jiang Ran. She whispered, I guess today, everyone will find out I don't know proper manners. Let them talk. It doesn't matter. If they spread it, next time no one will dare say that to you, Jiang Ran said casually. Wan Yanyan thought for a moment. She and Jiang Ran cared about their reputation, but some of it was already gone. Honestly, not having that reputation was easier and less stressful. After visiting friends, the evening projectionist went to the countryside to show movies. Life in the countryside can be boring, so after dinner, I held Lazai and went to watch a film. It was still Underground War. Jiang Ran had watched it many times, and Wan Yinyan had seen it too, so they didn't watch very carefully. Lazai, however, was seeing this scene for the first time and was so excited that his arms almost waved off. Watching movies is one of the few joys in the countryside. During the New Year, almost everyone in Dagwa village came to watch, making it very lively. When Lazai fell asleep, Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ren also went home. Yesterday was a bit too wild, so today Wan Yinyan didn't want to think about any messy stuff. But the way that man looked at her still made her think. Wan Yinyan kicked him lightly. I'm not coming anymore. Jiang Ran grunted and grabbed her foot. His voice was low and hoarse. Where are you kicking? You might ruin your happiness for the rest of your life. If you ruin it, I'll find someone else. Before she could find someone else, she was hit. Wan Yinyan was hit twice and awkwardly looked at Jiang Ran.
You hit my.
Do you think I'm Lazai? Stop talking nonsense and just say it. Feeling both pain and numbness, Wan Yinyan still wanted to be tough. Seeing his big hand about to fall, she hurriedly said, I was wrong, husband. Jiang Ran's hand didn't fall. He gently stroked her head and then held her in his arms. He softly asked, Do you want to visit your family in the city this year? Wan Yinyan didn't have much feeling for the original owner's parents, even disliked them. If she didn't dislike them so much, even without feelings, since she was occupying someone else's body, she would still take responsibility for their elderly care. But now, that's impossible. She didn't want to see the original owner's parents, but she did want to see Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao. She and her parents hadn't spent 2 New Years together. Wan Yinyan whispered, Can I go back to Beijing alone? The person holding her stiffened. I'll only be gone a few days. Just come back, Wan Yinyan said. Is that okay? The man didn't speak for a long time. The room was quiet, and only their breathing could be heard. Just when Wan Yinyan thought Jiang Ran wouldn't say anything, he finally spoke. I don't feel at ease with you. If you insist on going alone, I'll send you to the train station. When you want to come back, I'll pick you up. But if possible, I still want to go with you. If you don't want me to meet your family, I'll take Lazai and stay at a guest house. Jiang Ran's voice was even, with no clear emotion, but Wan Yinyan felt strangely that he sounded a little wronged. This person probably isn't feeling insecure about his situation again, is he? Does she think that he didn't come because his situation is bad? Wan Yinyan snuggled into his arms. Forget it, I'll think about it. If I can't go, then I won't. If we go together. The man hugged her tightly, holding her close. In the dark night, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the morning of the second day of the new year, Wan Yinyan decided she should visit Ms. Lu Xingyun. She was sure Ms. Lu was thinking about her. If she wasn't pregnant, she probably would have come to Dahe village to find her. Early in the morning, she cooked some rice and ate breakfast. After we finish, let's go see the team leader to get a letter of introduction, so we can apply for leave to visit family and return to the city. Okay, I'll go to the county town later to buy some things. Since they needed to visit family, she said, there's no need to buy much. We have sweet potato starch, dried bean curd, and peanuts at home. Just bring some back. Buying other things in Beijing is easier, but these foods are harder to find here. After breakfast, when she went to find Jiang Guochao, many young people from the youth brigade had also gone to ask for leave to visit family. New groups of young people kept arriving. Jiang Guochao approved some leave requests, but not all. Wan Yanyan listened nearby and felt a bad premonition. When everyone else left, only she and Jiang Ran remained. Are you also taking leave to visit family in the city? As Jiang Guochao spoke, Wan Yanyan nodded. He frowned. According to the rules, You married young people like you are no longer considered young people, so you don't have leave to visit family.
This was a knowledge gap for Wan Yinyan. She thought carefully.
Last year, she didn't ask for leave to visit family. She just went back and forth to Beijing for 4 days, and the official reason was a medical checkup. She asked, "Can I get a letter of introduction to go to Beijing for a checkup or to see a doctor?" In this era, even going out to beg for food required an introduction letter. Without it, she and Jiang Ran would be stopped and searched all the way, and they wouldn't be able to leave the county. She just needed a different reason. As long as she and Jiang Ran could go to Beijing, it would be fine. Jiang Guichao scratched his head in frustration. "I've issued quite a few introduction letters recently. Some were within the rules, and he didn't want to make things difficult for people returning home. For those that didn't meet the rules, Jiang Guichao also felt stuck." Jiang Ran, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Brother Guichao, my wife hasn't gone home to visit family for several years. This year, since we have Luzai, could you please be flexible? Our trip won't be long, just about a week." Jiang Guichao and Jiang Ran have a good relationship. After hearing him speak, she frowned and thought for a moment, then waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I'll get the permits for you. You'll need to cover your travel and accommodation costs yourself. Tomorrow, go to the commune or the Revolutionary Committee to get a new certificate. But you must return before the letter of introduction expires. Normal family visit leave lasts over 20 days, but this is because the educated youths come from all over the country. Some are from the south and have been assigned to the northern regions, so their travel takes many days. Although Dea village is poor, it's only a little over a day by train from her hometown, and even faster by car. With 7 days off, she can spend a few days in Beicheng with Lu Xingyun, which is enough." When she got the letter of introduction, Wan Yinyan breathed a sigh of relief. This was her pass. On her way out, she met Song Siming and Xia Si. Xia Si, feeling irritable, said, "It's only my first year going to the countryside, and I don't have family visit leave. Why do I have to come with you? You go ask for leave yourself. I'll wait for you at the door." Song Siming initially wanted to agree, but saw Wan Yinyan come out and was worried his own plans would be ruined.
"Come with me.
"I've asked for leave. See if there's anything I can bring to your parents. I'll take it back for you." Afraid Wan Yinyan and Xia Si might meet and miss the moment, he quickly pulled Xia Si toward Jiang Guichao's yard. Last year, she remembered Song Siming also went back, but at that time, Lin Ji was his father-in-law, so getting Jiang Guichao to write a letter of introduction wouldn't be hard. This year, he's divorced. What a mess. While Wan Yinyan was muttering to herself, she felt the firm grip of a large hand tighten around hers. She muttered, "Jealous type." Little Lu Zai also echoed her mumbling, "Jealous." Her strange tone could only produce one word. The rest of her words went beyond her language. Returning home with Jiang Ran, she spent the day packing things to take to Beicheng. By evening, it was almost dark. Wan Yinyan sliced a piece of cured meat and took it to Jiang Guichao's house.
She went to find Feng Chuiying.
"This year's cured meat is smoked. You and Guichao should try some." The cured meat was small, about the size of a palm, but in this era, it was considered top quality. Feng Chuiying smiled so broadly her lips almost flew off. "What are you doing with the meat? It's not easy to get. Take it home and share it with Jiang Ran." She said that, but her hand was already reaching out. Wan Yinyan smiled and handed it over. "There's still some at home. You should try it too. Then I won't be polite." Feng Chuiying took the meat. "Today, I came to ask Guichao for family visit leave. Several people did, but those who are married don't meet the rules. Your brother approved only yours, and everyone else still has to wait in line. No matter the year, giving many gifts is always appreciated, or else why would others help you?" In the book, Wan Yinyan remembers that after some time, the others returned to the city. The original owner was poor and lazy in the following years and was not well liked in the village, so she only returned to the city in the late 1980s. In Dea village, Jiang Guichao, the village chief, is very steady and reliable. It's safe to deal with him. Wan Yinyan exchanged a few words with Feng Chuiying, then used a flashlight to go home. Rural nights are especially scary, but since it was New Year, children were playing outside, and the lively atmosphere made the dark night less frightening. As soon as Wan Yinyan left, Feng Chuiying happily carried the cured meat back to her house. Jiang Guochao saw the cured meat she was holding. "Where did you get this meat?" Jiang Ran's wife brought it. She smiled and said, "Jiang Ran married a really good wife. She's capable and knows how to get along. Quickly return it. They don't have it easy either," Jiang Guochao said. Feng Chuiying frowned. She hadn't spoken yet. "Mom, can we eat meat tomorrow?" "I want to eat meat." Jiang Guochao's 3-year-old son looked eagerly at the meat Feng Chuiying was holding, wishing he could take a bite. A girl about 7 or 8 and a boy around 10 also stared at the meat. Feng Chuiying said, "What's the point of returning it? It was given to us to eat. If we send it back, they'll worry. Eating some meat is easy. Tomorrow, I'll cook some for you." The children cheered inside the house. Jiang Guochao opened his mouth but didn't say anything. That night, Wan Yanyan prepared the things she was taking for Lady Lu Xingyun. She lay on the bed, holding Jiang Ran. "We're bringing Lu Zai with us. She needs to sleep, drink milk, and traveling by car isn't convenient for her. You should buy train tickets tomorrow and also exchange the certificate at the commune." Okay. To take the train, they had to go to the neighboring county. During the New Year, many young people were returning home from different places. Jiang Ran bought tickets for tomorrow. On the morning of the 4th day, Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran hired a village donkey cart to carry their big and small bags, plus Lu Zai. Their moving like procession drew curious looks from many villagers. "Yanyan, Jiang Ran, where are you going?" Someone called out. Wan Yanyan smiled and said, "Not feeling well, going to see a doctor." She followed the instructions on the referral letter to avoid unnecessary trouble. Coincidentally, she didn't expect to meet Song Siming at the train station. He was carrying a bunch of things, bending over from the weight. Compared to Jiang Ran, who was also carrying a lot, Jiang Ran's back was straight, and the things he carried felt light. Such a man felt much safer than Song Siming. Song Siming also saw Wan Yinyan. Just as he was about to speak, they walked in front of him. Wan Yinyan was holding a baby, who was happily laughing at him. Song Siming looked at the family of 3 and felt very uncomfortable inside. Jiang Ran, a rural boy. Why should he have any advantages? He didn't believe that Jiang Ran, this time going to the city, could get anything good from their Wan family. The Wan family definitely looked down on this poor rural boy. And he was planning to marry Xia Si. When he went to Xia Si's house to deliver gifts, he wanted to leave a good impression. Thinking of these things, Song Siming finally felt a bit more at ease. He gritted his teeth, bent over, and carried his things to keep walking. The train station was crowded. In this era, bathing in the north was very inconvenient. Few people like Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran bathed every day, and their clothes were often dirty. In the enclosed space, the smell was especially strong. But Wan Yanyan, having experienced the last train trip, brought a mask to block the cold wind before leaving. In those days, without proper identification, you couldn't buy a sleeper. Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran had no ID, so they bought hard seats. This train ride was even longer than the last one, lasting about 10 hours. When they got on the train, the people sitting opposite them were a young man and woman. Both looked young, dressed in green military uniforms. The girl had 2 braids on her shoulders and was holding an accordion. It looked like they were also returning to the city as educated youth. There was also an elderly woman holding a live chicken in her hand. Lu Zai was excited to see the big rooster and kept trying to pluck its feathers, but Wan Yinyan held her back. She watched the big rooster eagerly. "These things are good. On the train, you can't smell stinky feet." The old woman pointed to the cotton mask on Wan Yinyan's face. Before Wan Yinyan could speak, the old woman's voice grew louder. "Give me one if you have any left. I don't know whose stinky feet those are, but they make my head hurt." Her loud voice drew the attention of nearby people. Wan Yinyan, Jiang Ran, and Lu Zai all wore small masks. Lu Zai even had hers pulled down a bit. It was clear that the attention was caused by the old woman, and everyone was looking at their family. Wan Yanyan endured the gazes around her. "We don't have any left."
Our bodies are not well. The doctor said coughing without covering your mouth can spread germs, she said softly, coughing a few times. Immediately, the people who had been looking at her turned their heads away. The old lady also stopped saying she needed a mask, as if afraid of catching a tiny bacteria from Wan Yin. She then sat back and said, "Oh, when I was young, someone nearby got sick and spread it to many people. I heard it was some bacteria from foreigners." Wan Yin and Jiang Ran looked at each other with slight smiles. When outside, talking nonsense can reduce 80% of trouble. That way, no one will look at her strangely. Lazai played for a while and then got tired and fell asleep. Wan Yin also yawned. Jiang Ran took Lazai in his arms. Wan Yin leaned on him and muttered, "I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when it's time to eat." Jiang Ran reached out a hand to hold her, making sure she slept well. Once she was asleep, the old lady sitting opposite looked at the family of three and quietly asked in a low voice, "Young man, who is sick here? You or your wife?" Jiang Ran looked calm and replied, "Both of us." The old lady shrank back in fear. No wonder she thought this young man looked good, and his wife was sick. Turns out they both were. "Stay away, don't get infected." After saying that, Jiang Ran lowered his head, took off his coat, and covered Lazai with it. He then used the small blanket that was originally on Lazai to cover his wife. Her long hair fell on her face. The sleeping person slightly frowned. Jiang Ran reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. Only then did Wan Yin's eyebrows relax, and the corners of Jiang Ran's mouth, hidden behind his mask, slightly curved up. This move made Lazai in his arms uncomfortable. She blinked awake in a daze. She looked at her own daughter's sleepy eyes. Jiang Ran finally paid attention to his daughter and whispered, "Don't make noise. Don't disturb mom's sleep." Wan Yin was not awakened by Jiang Ran calling her for dinner, but was woken up by a clear rooster crow. She opened her eyes, and the rooster with tied wings was still crowing loudly. After crowing, it pooped. Still groggy, Wan Yin fully woke up. A question arose in her mind. How did this chicken get on the train? Once she woke up, she couldn't fall back asleep. Lazai looked at her father, and her eyes, similar to Wan Yin's, clearly asked, "Can I make trouble now?" Not long after Wan Yin woke up, Lazai started crying. She quickly handed her bottle. When the little one drank the milk, she instantly stopped crying. Luckily, she was easy to soothe. Otherwise, having a crying child on the train would be really headache-inducing. After taking care of Lazai, it was about time to eat. There was some food on the train, but not much, just some cold steamed buns and water. Before leaving, Wan Yin boiled eggs, made pickles, steamed a jar of preserved sausage, and prepared plain steamed buns. Although cold, they were freshly steamed and not hard. The preserved sausage was made of meat, which looked very tempting. The elderly woman across the way was munching on a two-flavor steamed bun, looking envious and salivating, wanting to ask if she could have some. But then she remembered they might think she was sick and held back her words. Even if she was sick, she still ate so well. The old lady's stomach was upset. "Excuse me, do you have anything you haven't touched that I could give to the old lady?" Wan Yin looked up and met the elderly woman's longing eyes. The old woman took out a bun made of yellow corn flour and black sorghum flour. "I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll give you this bun and you just give me about 10 slices of meat. Even 8 or 9 slices are fine. All made from good flour," the old woman said, pushing the bun forward. The yellow flour was cornmeal, and the black was sorghum or possibly sweet potato flour. These foods can be quite rough on the throat and look very hard, almost like stones. "No, I made the meal myself. We've all touched it," Wan Yin said. "The doctor said that if I catch this disease, I could die. I can't eat with others." Hearing this, the old woman moved back slightly, mumbling, "How can you let us get on the train? I paid for the ticket." Wan Yin almost wanted to laugh, ate a bun with the preserved sausage, and Jiang Ran went to get hot water. The lunch was simply finished this way. After eating enough, they stretched and leaned against the window to get some fresh air. By nightfall, the train finally arrived at Beiqing Station. The train was crowded with people. Many hadn't seen their children in years. Even in the cold winter night, They waited at the station, holding signs with their children's names, some calling out their children's names loudly. Wan Yinyan held her sleeping child, Lu Zai, while Jiang Ran carried their belongings. Shall we go to the guest house first? Wan Yinyan nodded. It's too late today. We'll go tomorrow. Find the marriage certificate and the referral letter. As they talked about accommodations, they didn't notice someone glancing at them nearby. Mom, I'm here. Song Siming, exhausted, shouted loudly when he saw his parents sit down. Seeing him carrying so many things, Song's father and mother hurried over. Let your dad carry it. Helping Song Siming, they said, My dear son, you've lost weight. I think I just saw that big girl from the Wan family. Doesn't she like you? Why is she still with another man? When mentioning this, Song Siming frowned. She married in the countryside. Mother, in the future, you should avoid dealing with their Wan family. The man she married isn't good. His family used to be wicked landlords. Hearing this, Song's mother was immediately frightened. She's lost her mind. She doesn't want you, and she married that kind of person. She'll never hold her head up high in her life. Song's mother kept talking. She actually likes a country boy, and one from that kind of background. How did her mind get like this? You're the daughter of a factory director. Everyone likes you. When Song's mother mentioned Xia Si, she looked proud. That secretary's daughter is also living a good life, but she wants to divorce you. It's so embarrassing. What she said hit Song Siming's heart, and the frustration of seeing Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran happily together in Dahuang village finally eased. All right, mother, stop talking. Let's go home. Seeing the bag of things, Song's mother couldn't help but lean over to look. What's all this? Do you have any white flour? It should last our family a long time. The factory director's daughter has money. You should ask for more. These aren't a big deal for them, but for us, they can feed your brother and you. Hearing this, Song Siming frowned. Mother, these can't be touched. These are for Xia Si to give to her parents. Song's father, who hadn't spoken, also frowned and said, These are for her parents? Don't we have any?
No.
Hearing this, Song's mother also frowned. It's the factory director's daughter again. Back then, she was a young lady. To carry so many things for her and not for us, she probably isn't easy to get along with. You look good, but what kind of wife would be suitable? It's better if we find a gentle wife for you. Song's mother kept murmuring as they left. As for Wan Yinyan, she didn't notice her parents-in-law at all. After leaving the train station, they arrived at a guest house. At night, the clerk on duty, chewing sunflower seeds and yawning, looked tired and impatient. After checking their travel documents, he finally handed over the room keys. Lu Zai was sleeping heavily. After sitting in the car for over 10 hours, Wan Yinyan was also tired. She took a quick wash and then lay in Jiang Ran's arms to sleep. As for Lu Zai, he was lying in her arms. Jiang Ran was the last to fall asleep. Before closing his eyes, he covered them both with the blanket again. They went to sleep early that night. In a large courtyard in Beicheng, Mother Song and her husband complained for a long time about Xia Si not knowing how to behave. I tell you, this young lady is not as good as the girl from that village. At least last year, she brought some rice and flour, but now she has nothing, and she even makes our son do hard work for her. That's right, but her family has some influence. The towel factory employs many people. If our son can get a good job after going to the countryside, it would be better. Don't just focus on small profits. Mother Song thought for a moment and agreed, but she still felt a bit unhappy about having nothing this year. Suddenly, she had an idea and thought of Wan Yan. Forget about that. I need to talk to the Wan family. Their daughter actually married a landlord's son in the countryside. Marrying a landlord's son would be a big embarrassment to mention. Thinking this way, she felt that her son's wife, the factory director's daughter, was much better than the girl from their Wan family. It's just a little daughter married to the director of the Revolutionary Committee. There's no need to show off in the yard. They probably don't even know that the eldest daughter married someone like that. No, I have to talk to them. I think their family is too proud, and they might even lose face. Mother Song said this and, at night, took a flashlight and opened the door curtain to go out.
Late at night, some people were sleeping soundly. Others, however, were too angry to sleep, and Wang Jingji kept tossing and turning. Wang Jie couldn't help but say, I know you're worried about Nian Nian.
She really is.
Sigh, she doesn't understand things. How can she marry into that kind of family? The Song family is all talkers. Tomorrow, I'm afraid everyone in the yard will know that Nian Nian married a rural landlord. She's getting more and more spoiled. She doesn't understand how much we, as parents, care. Wang Jie didn't speak, but when she did, Wang Jingji was even more angry. She'll definitely come back tomorrow. We can't let her come back. If she does, our family won't be able to hold up our heads in the yard. It seemed he had already imagined how people would mock them when Nian Nian returned home tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him wish he could find a hole to hide in. He had worked as a worker his whole life, such an honorable job, yet his daughter married someone like that. Wang Jie comforted him. Calm down. You're getting older. Getting too angry isn't good. After all, she's your daughter. I'm just a stepmother. I really don't want her to come in. The people in the yard will say bad things about us, about me. They'll say I'm a bad stepmother. Wang Jie softly said, let her come in. Tomorrow I'll ask Xiao Chong to call Ying back home, along with Zhou Peng. That man is more embarrassing. We still have Zhou Peng. He has arrived, and no one in the yard dares to mock us. Wang Jie wanted to show off her son-in-law. He is her daughter's husband, capable enough. He even arranged a job for her son. Now, Xiaoying has also been transferred to the office. She doesn't believe that Ruyan Nian Nian returning and comparing herself would feel shameful. Wang Jingji also thinks Zhou Peng's actions are not shameful. After hearing Wang Jie, he thought for a moment and said, tomorrow morning, get Xiao Chong to call Ying and Zhou Peng. Ruan Nian Nian was awakened by Lu Zai grabbing her face, pinching her nose.
Ruan Nian Nian pulled Lu Zai up.
Brother Yen, you need to control Lu Zai. Jiang Yen came over with a bottle, watching her and her daughter, one trying to grab her face, the other refusing, both with messy hair and slightly curled lips.
Lu Zai, come drink milk.
As soon as she heard drink milk, Lu Zai immediately abandoned Ruan Nian Nian, eyes bright, reaching out for the bottle. Jiang Yen handed her the bottle and looked at Ruan Nian Nian. Time to get up. Ruan Nian Nian looked at Jiang Yen, who was dressed in new clothes and looked especially handsome. She stretched her arms. It's cold, I don't want to get up. Jiang Yen tossed her clothes into the middle of the bed to warm them. He took a warm towel and said, wipe your face first. What clothes should Lu Zai wear? Lu Zai had the most new clothes. Ruan Nian Nian yawned and asked, red festive? Lu Zai was very pretty. During winter, Ruan Nian Nian would wipe her face every day, white and tender, with big bright eyes. Dressed in red with a red bunny hat, she looked adorable and snowy. Holding her bottle, she drank obediently. Ruan Nian Nian couldn't help but pinch her face. The little girl frowned and dodged her hand. After breakfast, they left just before 10 o'clock. Ruan Nian Nian took the bus to the address written by Lu Xingyun. Lu Zai sat on the bus, leaning against the window, looking outside. Ruan Nian Nian dressed her nicely. On the bus, whether old or young, everyone who saw her wanted to say a few words. Lu Zai also made an effort to be nice to Ruan Nian Nian, smiling at everyone she saw. Xia Ying wore new clothes and shiny shoes, her hair neatly combed. Her mother was right. Being pretty doesn't help much. It's what you can do that counts. She couldn't afford these clothes and shoes with her dowry money. Now married into the Zhou family, everyone who sees her must smile at her. Usually she buys more meat than others. She doesn't seem like Ruan Nian Nian. Not only is she married to someone from the countryside, but her family is also quite embarrassing. She stepped into the house wearing high heels, first brushing off the dust from her shoes. Our entrance is all dirt. My shoes are dirty. Dad, it's already past 10. Sister Nian Nian hasn't come yet? When mentioning Ruan Nian Nian, Wang Jingji's eyebrows furrowed. Whether she comes or not, it's best if she doesn't come.
I don't want her to embarrass me.
Xiaoying has never been as pretty as Ruan Nian Nian. Before, the young men from the factories paid attention to her. But now, standing beside Nian Nian, she looks dull and plain.
This time, she finally outshined her. Feeling proud to show off in front of Nian, Xiaoying smiled. Still, she shouldn't come to Beijing twice. She hasn't even visited our home. Last time, we waited until the afternoon. I even rode around to different ghost houses looking for her, but she wasn't there. Does she still care about this family? Hearing this, Wang Jingji was so angry he couldn't find words. Last time, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhou Peng. Wang Jingji felt a strange mix of emotions. He thought that this child used to be quite good, taking money from home when asked, doing chores when told. But suddenly, she changed and went to the countryside. And going to the countryside was even more. He couldn't bear to think about it. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Seeing Xia Ying about to give some instructions, he remembered she was married and the best family girl in their home. His son would rely on her in the future, and he couldn't rely on Wan Yinyan anymore. He immediately stopped thinking about giving her orders. Xiao Chong, wait at the door. When my eldest sister comes back, tell her to come inside quickly. Don't talk to the people in the yard. Wan Xiaocheng frowned upon hearing this. It's too cold outside. Let second sister go. Wan Jingji's face darkened. If I tell you to go, then go. No more excuses. Seeing his father's bad mood, Wan Xiaocheng reluctantly got up and went outside. As for what was happening in Wan Jingji's home, Wan Yinyan knew nothing at all. She didn't even know that Wan Jingji knew she was returning to Beijing. Now she was standing in front of a door, looking at the house number above. Unit 2, Room 301. This was the place. Just as she was about to knock, her hand hesitated and stopped. Feeling nervous about returning home, she hadn't seen Lu Xingyun in a long time. Unlike others who hadn't been home for a while, her and Lu Xingyun's wife and Wan Wenhao's health had all changed. What would it be like to meet again? Wan Yinyan's hand froze in midair, hesitant to knock. But suddenly a hand moved first. Little Easy, wearing a padded coat, pounded on the door with his small fist, making loud banging sounds. Wan Yan hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was already too late. There was already movement inside the room, and a clear male voice asked, "Who's there?" Hearing the unfamiliar yet familiar voice, Wan Yan's eyes inexplicably turned red, tears falling down. Jiang ran watch nearby and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Who's there? Why don't you speak?" The moment the door opened, the voice suddenly stopped. The young man inside, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was also stunned. In the next moment, he quickly embraced Wan Yan tightly. Jiang Ran instinctively reached out to pull her away, but he hesitated for just a moment. The two of them ended up hugging each other. The young man, holding his wife, shot him a look. Jiang ran. They stood silently, tears flowing without words. Little Le Zai watched excitedly, clapping his hands. Jiang Ran frowned, reaching out to stop Le Zai's clapping. Who is this man? He doesn't look like her husband or brother. But he came with his wife to visit relatives. If he pushed this man away, he worried he wouldn't be able to sleep at home tonight. He hadn't heard that his wife had a brother. Jiang Ran was full of questions until a voice came from inside the room. "Husband. Who is that?" A woman, heavily pregnant, appeared. Seeing Wan Yan, she stopped in her tracks and asked in disbelief, "Yan? Wan Wenchao, am I hallucinating?" "I think I saw Yan," Lu Xingyun said as she pinched her own arm hard. Wan Yan pushed Wan Wenchao away, looking at the young, capable woman inside the room. She reached out to try to hug her, but stopped when she saw her high, prominent belly. The two looked at each other with tears in their eyes. The two men at the door exchanged glances and furrowed their brows. Lu Xingyun was the first to react. She wiped away her tears and asked, "Why did you come? Didn't you send a message?" "I thought I was dreaming." "You look younger," Wan Yan said with a smile. "You look good." Even though her appearance was different from when she was older, it was clear that she resembled her mother quite a bit. Lu Xingyun lifted her chin. "I told you I looked good when I was young. The village boys all liked me. Marrying Wan Wenchao was a waste." Wan Wenchao, unable to look at Jiang Ran with anger anymore, said, "What nonsense are you talking?
Marrying me wasn't a waste. While speaking, he reached out to take Le Zai away. Jiang Ran held Le Zai a little tighter. He couldn't control his wife, and his daughter wasn't old enough to run around yet, so he could keep her close. The next moment, Le Zai happily stretched out his arms to look for Wan Wenchao and said, "Hey."
Hi.
Jiang Ran, a heartless wife and her equally heartless child. Wan Wenchao's young face was almost crinkling with a smile.
Come find Grandpa.
Jiang Ran was slightly stunned. Shouldn't he be called uncle? Could it be that the customs in Beijing are different from here? He didn't think much about it. Since both sides were so eager, he could only let go. Wan Wenchao hugged Le Zai and said to Jiang Ran at the door, "Come in too." Lu Xingyun's gaze also fell on Jiang Ran at the door. He looked him over from top to bottom, then exchanged a glance with Wan Yan. It clearly seemed to be saying, "How about it? Isn't the husband your mother chose for you good?" Wan Yan glanced at Jiang Ran and nodded slightly. Lu Xingyun smiled again, calling Wan Wenchao to bring food and water, and the family sat down together. Jiang Ran reached out and held Wan Yan's hand under the table. The four of them sat at one table. Wan Yan was starting to feel a little headache. Seeing Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao being so happy was a good thing, but she was part of the same family as Jiang Ran. She couldn't hide it from him. If she didn't hide it, she would have to say that her whole family had traveled into a book, which sounded too fantastical. Moreover, Jiang Ran could accept that her entire life was just someone else's story, right? She worried about Jiang Ran, but Lu Xingyun had no such worries. He looked at Le Zai in his arms and said, "Come on, let Grandma hold you." Le Zai was cheerful and smiled at everyone. She didn't mind being hugged by others. She stretched out her arms, ready to be held. Lu Xingyun gently held Le Zai on his lap and looked at Wan Yan again. "This is so much more fun than when you were little." If Jiang Ran thought he misheard when he called her grandpa, he could accept that. But hearing her call her grandma, he was sure he heard it clearly. And these two looked young. The way they spoke to his wife even had a kind of elder's care. Jiang Ran tightened his grip on Wan Yan's hand. Neither of these two showed any signs of aging. They looked like young adults. How could they have a daughter as old as his wife? Jiang Ran's face was calm, showing no emotion, but inside, he was full of questions. Wan Yan gently scratched his palm and whispered, "I don't know how to explain it to you, but let me think first. I will make it clear to you. But they really are my parents." Since the door opened, everything that happened was beyond Jiang Ran's understanding. Although he showed no expression, his other hand had already pinched his thigh several times. Sitting opposite them, Wan Wenchao looked at Jiang Ran, frowning from time to time. Although they are about the same age, Jiang Ran at this moment feels like he's being scrutinized by his father-in-law. Wan Yan also notices her father's unfriendliness. She looks up at Wan Wenchao and then at Lu Xingyun. "Mom, you should talk to my dad." This son-in-law is the one she encouraged her daughter to rely on. Lu Xingyun coughs and looks at Wan Wenchao. "It's already noon. Hurry up and cook. Remember to make your daughter's favorite braised ribs and steamed fish." Wan Wenchao glances at Jiang Ran and helplessly gets up. Although he doesn't understand what the problem is, Jiang Ran even feels like he's in a dream. Still, even so, when he sees Wan Wenchao stand up, he says, "I'll go help." But can't bring himself to say, "Dad, I'll go help." Wan Yan watches the two men walk into the kitchen one after the other, then looks at Lu Xingyun across from her and whispers, "Mom, do you think my dad will hit Jiang Ran?" If Wan Wenchao really does attack Jiang Ran, she must protect her husband. Lu Xingyun, holding little lazy, casually says, "Don't worry. Your dad is just a writer. He can't beat him." Wan Yan thinks about it. Although her dad is younger, he's noticeably thinner than Jiang Ran. Plus, Jiang Ran grew up in the countryside, doing farm work, chopping wood, and heavy labor more often than her dad. Thinking this way, she feels a bit less worried. Lu Xingyun lowers his voice and says, "How about this? Tough guys are good, right? Healthy and strong." Wan Yan originally wanted to say Jiang Ran is great, but seeing Lu Xingyun's gossiping and slightly lecherous gaze, she quickly realizes that what she said might not match what he meant. She lowers her voice and says, "He's pretty good." I knew my taste wouldn't be wrong. Lu Xingyin proudly lifts his chin. Wan Yanyan can't help but say, "Ms. Lu, your eyes shouldn't look so lecherous, or I won't be able to recognize you as my mom. Don't call me mom outside. I'm still young. If we stand together, who wouldn't think we're sisters?" Lu Xingyin jokes, making little Lazy giggle. Right, Lazy? Grandma is young or not? Lazy babbles incomprehensibly. Outside, the two women exchange lecherous looks, while inside the kitchen, the two men are far apart and ignore each other, both looking unhappy, like strangers. No, even worse than strangers. But despite not understanding what's happening, Jiang Ran continues to work diligently. At noon, the meal on the table was all the food that Wan Yanyan loved to eat. She could tell at a glance that some dishes were made by Chef Jiang Ran and others by Wan Wenchao. Next to the table, there was a heater, and Wan Wenchao somehow got 2 bottles of North Ice Ocean soda for Wan Yanyan to drink. Wan Yanyan shared 1 bottle with Jiang Ran. Wan Wenchao frowned and said, "Girls are outgoing." Wan Yanyan. She took the bottle originally meant for Jiang Ran and handed it to Wan Wenchao. "Dad, you drink." Wan Wenchao finally looked proud and gave Jiang Ran a glance. In the next second, he saw his daughter holding his bottle and saying, "Brother Byrne, let's drink from the same bottle." Jiang Ran slightly smiled and said, "Okay." Wan Wenchao looked at Jiang Ran's expression and then at the North Ice Ocean soda beside him, suddenly losing his appetite. Despite the quiet tension between Wan Wenchao and Jiang Ran, the dinner table was still happy and lively. However, the Wan family in the big courtyard was not so cheerful. Wang Jie asked, "Is Nianyan not coming back again this year?" Xie Ying replied, "Big sister hasn't entered the house in Beijing for 2 years. Last year, our whole family was criticized by the people in the courtyard. This year, we can't even lift our heads. Now everyone is in Beijing, but she doesn't come home. Isn't that deliberately making Dad lose face?" Wan Jingji had a little wine, and his face kept changing from red to black. Wan Xiaoqiang pushed open the curtain and entered the house, looking annoyed. "Dad, you still want me to wait outside for Big Sister? I've been waiting so long I almost turned into an ice pop, but I haven't seen her." Wan Jingji didn't want Nianyan to embarrass him, but he also didn't want her to avoid him intentionally. He was furious inside. "After dinner, you all go find her. See which guest house she's in, and tell her to come home. I need to talk to her." Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao both worked at the electrical factory. They lived in employee housing provided by the company, which was only about 40 square meters. The kitchen was a balcony turned into a cooking space, and there was no bathroom inside, only downstairs. Wan Yanyan had stayed there a little longer and found it inconvenient, even less convenient than living in the countryside. Lu Xingyun was pregnant, and every time she went to the bathroom, she had to go down 3 floors and then up 3 floors. "Mom and Dad, do you want to buy a house?" Wan Yanyan asked. "Your dad and I thought about it too, but now most of the houses in the city are too small, and there are few houses for sale. We can't find one, so we just live like this for now. Actually, our current place is quite good. Just me and your dad living here. Some families with 5 or 6 people live in a 40 square meter house." Lu Xingyan also said it was true. Now, they didn't have enough space for themselves, so who would want to sell their house for no reason? Nian Yan feels some sympathy for Lu Xingyun. Her parents love her, and there's no doubt about that. She has never doubted it. When she traveled into this world, she didn't know how Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao came together. If it weren't for her, they probably wouldn't have suffered so much. Let's not talk about that. When we find a suitable house, your dad and I will move. We're not fools. Buying a house now is a good investment. Anyway, let's go shopping. You haven't been to a big mall yet, right? That's true. Since Wan Yanyan arrived in this era, the biggest place she's been to is the trust store. When Lu Xingyun suggested shopping, she didn't oppose. Shopping can make people happy. After a good meal, Jiang Ran, holding Lu Zai in one arm and holding Wan Yanyan's hand with the other, followed Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao to the foreign exchange store. In this era, The place with the most complete goods is undoubtedly the foreign exchange store. Ordinary people rarely enter, and even if they do, they need foreign exchange coupons to buy anything. Wan Yan was just following Wan Wenchao there. She and Jiang Ran are from the countryside, so they rarely have coupons, let alone foreign exchange coupons. But her dad has some, so Wan Yan confidently relies on her family's support. During the new year, the foreign exchange store was still busy. The people coming and going looked noticeably better dressed than others. Wan Yan wanted to pick out a piece of clothing for Jiang Ran. Just as she touched the fabric, her dad was already standing beside her. Wan Yan. She didn't understand why her dad had to compete with her husband for the better clothes. But after all, he was her dad. Since they are about the same age, when choosing clothes for Jiang Ran, he also picked some for her. Wan Wenchao was satisfied. Lu Xingyun, standing nearby, muttered, "It's like I don't buy you enough clothes." Wan Wenchao held up the clothes Wan Yan picked out. "What my wife chooses is different from what my daughter chooses." Many items in the foreign exchange store are specially supplied. While Wan Yan and Lu Xingyun browsed, Jiang Ran and Wan Wenchao held the baby and carried things behind them. Watching the two women take half a day to pick out something and seeing them still excited after shopping the whole mall, the two grown men, who were starting to feel tired and didn't see eye to eye, surprisingly found some camaraderie at this moment. Wan Wenchao said, "That's how they shop. Before, they were in a car accident and broke bones. I even asked the person selling clothes to deliver them home so they could choose." This statement revealed too much. "My daughter and wife are both spoiled and raised with care. If you treat them badly, I swear I'll never let you turn things around in this life," Wan Wenchao said, watching the two figures ahead with a smile on his face. He has a gentle appearance, completely different from Jiang Ran's style. If no one heard what he said, they wouldn't realize he was threatening someone. Jiang Ran also looked at Wan Yan's back and said, "You won't have this chance in your life." Wang Jia looked at the items in the foreign exchange shop, wanting to buy everything. When she saw the prices, she secretly gasped. A small tomato knife costs $1.50? Is this knife made of gold? Xia Ying pulled her along, feeling a bit embarrassed. "This is imported stuff, Mom. Don't do that. The waiters are watching us." "I finally got Zhou Peng to find someone so we could come in." Wang Jia was annoyed by her daughter's comments. She looked at the waiters and straightened her back. "I think it's not worth it, but I can afford it." "Mom, you've married well now, but don't forget about me or your brother. He's getting married soon and the bride insists on a watch, an imported one, too." "Imported? Where would I get so much foreign currency?" Xia Ying was getting impatient. She turned her head and saw a figure, and her voice suddenly stopped. She blinked and rubbed her eyes. Wang Jia looked where she was pointing, but saw nothing. "What are you looking at?" "Not buying imported stuff isn't a problem. You can buy a Shanghai brand watch. Young people like that." Xia Ying wasn't in the mood to listen to her mother anymore. She tiptoed and said, "I think I just saw Wan Yan. This place is so exclusive that Zhou Peng has to find someone to get in. How could Wan Yan come here?" "You must have seen wrong," Wang Jia said without thinking. Xia Ying thought she had a point. "Maybe I was mistaken. I don't know if Xiao Chong has found Wan Yan. She's completely unreliable now. Ying, you need to be strong and help us live a good life." The foreign exchange shop had many items. Wan Yan bought clothes for herself, new clothes for Jiang Ran and Lizai, and even for the baby in her mother's belly, along with formula for Lizai. Almost all the foreign exchange vouchers Wan Wenchao brought were used up, but Wan Yan had spent the money first. Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao's combined monthly salary was only about $40. Together, they didn't even reach $100. They also discussed making soap, but Wan Yan had already mentioned it to her. However, North City has a large population, and things like coconut oil and palm oil are more available in the countryside. Plus, North City has more patrols and inspections, so it's less efficient. The family returned happily. That evening, after dinner at Lu Xingyun's place, it was getting late, and she wanted to go back to the guest house. Lu Xingyun said, "Nian is sleeping with me today. Let your dad and Jiang Ran stay at the guest house." Wan Wenchao and Jiang Ran looked at each other and, at the same time, said no. Lu Xingyin looked at Wan Wenchao and asked, "Why not?" Not wanting to stay, Wan Yan also thought about sleeping elsewhere, but she mentioned it. She hadn't slept with Lu Xingyin for a long time. She glanced at Jiang Ran and whispered, "Brother Ran, I want to sleep with my mom."
Wan Wenchao. Jiang Ran.
Lu Xingyin said, "There are no buses now. It's not convenient to take bikes with Lu Zai and Nian. You two big men, ride your bikes home, it's easier. Otherwise, do you want your daughter to catch a cold?" Wan Yan followed Lu Xingyin and looked at Jiang Ran. "Brother Ran, would you let your wife and daughter catch a cold?" Both grown men didn't know how to leave the house. Wan Yan successfully stayed to sleep with Lu Xingyin. After a whole afternoon of shopping, they were all tired. They washed up quickly and lay down in bed. Lu Zai fell asleep even earlier. Late at night, mother and daughter lay on one bed. Lu Xingyin finally asked how she had been these days. Wan Yan told him how she had been bothering Jiang Ran, how she earned money to support herself, little by little. She didn't know when she started talking, and eventually fell asleep in a daze. Lu Xingyin looked at her sleeping face and gently held her. As long as she was safe, he could rest assured. Jiang Ran rode back to the guest house. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he saw a short man at the front desk. "Do you have a Wan Yan staying here?" Jiang Ran and Wenchao both paused. The front desk clerk was not in a good mood and waved his hand impatiently. "No, don't cause trouble here. Please be kind and help out. I'm looking for my family. I don't know which guest house she's in," he said, bending down and offering a cigarette. The young clerk saw it was a Dakiamin cigarette, and his annoyed expression softened. He looked through the record book. Jiang Ran frowned, stepped forward, and tossed a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes.
"Check in."
A whole pack of Dakiamin. The young man was stunned. Jiang Ran said, "Hurry up, we're waiting to rest." Then he glanced at Wenchao. Wenchao showed some proof of his identity. He casually said, "He gave you a cigarette. Are you going to leak customer information? Are you afraid of revealing secrets to spies?" Wenchao had been a high-ranking person in his previous life. Though young now, he had a commanding presence, wearing glasses and a jacket. Although the waiter is usually rude and arrogant, he doesn't lose his temper in front of everyone. When he sees Wan Questioneo's calm demeanor and hears him talk about spies, he feels weak in the knees. He quickly throws the cigarette handed to him by Wan Xiaoqiang and says, "Hurry up and leave. Don't ask unnecessary questions." Wan Xiaoqiang is usually pampered at home and was immediately annoyed by the way he was spoken to. He retorted, "Who are you?" "I'm here to ask my sister if she's staying at this guest house." Both Wan Questioneo and Jiang Ran look at him sharply. Wan Questioneo, though gentle in appearance, has an intimidating presence, more so than even the director of the factory. Wan Xiaoqiang's temper was just about to flare up, but in that moment, he felt the pressure and hesitated. Seeing Jiang Ran's sharp gaze, he gave up. Jiang Ran coldly said, "Go away." Wan Xiaoqiang wanted to resist, but he felt this man could easily beat him 10 times over. "If I can't say, I won't. I'll go to another guest house." Knowing when to be smart, Wan Xiaoqiang didn't forget to take a cigarette when he left. The front desk quickly processed Wan Questioneo's check-in and returned the cigarette Jiang Ran had given. Jiang Ran declined, "Keep it. Don't leak any information. Otherwise, I might have someone check if you're a spy. If you're not, but you leak information to spies, you'll be a traitor to the country." Their intimidating presence made the front desk smile nervously. "It won't happen. I'll see you both upstairs." Jiang Ran returned to his room. Looking at the empty space and the empty bed, he felt a bit lonely. He rarely smoked, but today's events felt off. He reached for his pocket, but remembered he had given all his cigarettes to the front desk. As he calmed down, his mind replayed scenes with Wan Yan. He remembered her words. Her parents divorced. She brought back a younger sister, the woman he saw last time, and she also had a younger brother. The man downstairs was probably him. All these details matched. But her parents definitely didn't match. If she said those were her real parents, the man at the front desk wouldn't be unfamiliar, with Ruan questioneo. Even ignoring all that, based on age alone, a 20-year-old wife wouldn't have a father in his late 20s. Countless questions only his wife could answer. Jiang Ran stood by the window, looking at the moon outside, feeling a strange distance from his wife, like they were worlds apart. His wife was hiding something from him. As someone close to her, Jiang Ran knew this well. But in the past, he never dug too deep. Now, his wife wasn't here. Jiang Ran recalled her past. She once cried and said she missed her parents, clearly referring to the young couple today. Her tears were genuine, not fake. It was impossible for her to have biological parents just a few years apart from her. Jiang Ran looked at the moon in the sky and suddenly remembered the strange stories her great-grandpa and great-grandma told her about ghosts and monsters. If his wife were a monster, she would definitely be a fox spirit, here to confuse him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran couldn't help but smile softly. He drew the curtains, deciding not to think about things he couldn't understand. His wife wouldn't hide things from him forever. Wan Yinyan slept beside her mother. Luzai slept beside her, and that night, she slept very peacefully. Lu Xingyan also slept well. However, the two men at the guest house didn't sleep so soundly. Early in the morning, as soon as dawn broke, the door opened. The two men looked at each other and both turned their heads away at the same time. When Wan Yinyan opened her eyes, Lu Xingyan was no longer there, and Luzai was also gone. She groggily got out of bed and came out of the bedroom.
Come eat.
Your dad and Jiang Ran have already come before dawn, Lu Xingyan said, yawning. Once I finish eating, I'll take a nap again. Breakfast was millet porridge, buns, and fried dough sticks, with 2 light dishes. Wan Yinyan sat next to Jiang Ran, tiredly leaning on him, looking like she had no bones. Jiang Ran's face softened when he held Luzai. Wan Wenchao's eyebrows furrowed again. He tapped on the table twice. Go wash up and eat. It's early in the morning. What kind of look is that? Wan Yinyan looked up at Wan Wenchao. Dad, you're just jealous of my good relationship with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's lips curled slightly. Wan Wenchao was furious. He looked at Lu Xingyan. Boss, control your daughter. Lu Xingyan was drinking porridge and glanced at Wan Yinyan. Go wash up and eat. Wan Yinyan helplessly got up. Her parents were just teaming up to tease her. Old Wan, your eldest daughter hasn't come back yet? I heard she married into a landlord's family in the countryside. Is that true? Song Siming is working in the same village as her. He confirmed it himself. How could it be false? Wow, old Wan, the daughter you raised, doesn't have much awareness. Early in the morning, Wan Jingji came out to wash up. In the yard, people were coming and going, washing, using the toilet. Whenever they saw Wan Jingji, they would say a few words. Their words felt like knives stabbing. Wan Jingji didn't dare lift his head. Having raised such a daughter, he felt ashamed and embarrassed. People who lack proper moral awareness cannot raise good daughters. If someone reports this, old Wan, you will be in trouble.
Sigh.
People in North City are more cautious than others. Old Wan is getting old, and now that Wan Yinyan is not taking care of him, not only that, but she also tarnished his reputation. Thinking about the possibility of someone reporting this makes Wan Jingji very uncomfortable. He looks around at the different eyes on him, clears his throat, and says firmly, Wan Yinyan, once she married into that family, she is no longer my daughter. Our Wan family has strict morals. I don't recognize this rebellious daughter. His voice is loud. The people who were watching the scene are stunned. After a while, someone asks, is that true? Are you really cutting ties with your eldest daughter? Wan Jingji responds with righteousness, I don't acknowledge such a daughter. His strong stance quickly spreads through the courtyard, shocking everyone. People who originally thought Wan Yinyan's marriage to a landlord's son was not good now hear that Wan Jingji wants to cut ties with her, and they feel their Wan family is being too harsh. Wang Jia is worried that others will say she is a bad stepmother. She tries to stop her daughter-in-law a few times in the crowded courtyard but finally gives up, sighing and saying, I can't stop her. Why is Nian so disobedient? Wan Yinyan doesn't know that Wan Jingji is about to cut ties with her, even though she hasn't done anything wrong. If she knew, she would just be happy and clap her hands. After lunch, the family goes to the zoo in North City to play. In her past life, Wan Yinyan had visited many places, but Luzai had never been. Luzai was the most excited, happy to see everything. If she could run, Wan Yinyan felt she would want to roll around with the animals. There's a special photo spot at the zoo. Since she wouldn't stay long in North City, when Luzai got tired of playing, Wan Yinyan suggested, "Let's take a family photo." Lu Xingyin smiled and said, "Take a few more." The place for New Year family photos was crowded. While waiting in line, a commotion suddenly broke out nearby. "That's my child. Help! Save my child. There's a thief." Many parents brought their children to the zoo. When they heard the shouts about a thief, they instinctively held their children tighter. The woman's shouting continued, sounding very distressed and sorrowful. Wan Wenchao frowned and said, "I'll go see what's happening." Jiang Ran handed Luzai to Wan Yinyan and said, "I'll go. You watch them and make sure nothing happens." Jiang Ran is tall and strong, looking quite sturdy. He quickly ran over. Wan Yinyan has a cute child named Luzai. She hates human traffickers and kidnappers the most. When a child is lost, a family can fall apart. Jiang Ran went to help her, but she didn't stop him. Soon more people joined the group. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd, "We caught him! Beat him! Beat him to death! How dare he kidnap a child?" Everyone naturally hated kidnappers. Wan Yinyan was far from the noisy place, but could still hear the screams from the crowd. The kidnapper was a middle-aged man. After the crowd vented their anger, he was covered in blood from face to nose and mouth, barely breathing. He couldn't stand and had to be carried away by others. "Take him to the police." And zoo staff member took the man to the police station. Once the kidnapper was taken away, the chaos was over. Jiang Ran quickly came over. Wan Yinyan looked him over carefully. "Are you okay?" Jiang Ran shook his head.
I'm fine.
Wan Yinyan saw him look up, noticing blood on his knuckles, and frowned slightly. Jiang Ran followed her gaze and felt it. He wiped his hand with a handkerchief and said, "It's nothing. That blood isn't mine." Wan Yinyan finally felt relieved. The photo-taking team also took pictures of him. The family took 2 copies of the photos. Lu Xingyun kept one, and she kept the other. After taking pictures, it was about time to leave. Even Luzai was tired from playing, yawning softly and leaning comfortably in Wan Yinyan's arms. "Let's go home. Your dad will make hot pot." "We'll have hot pot tonight," Lu Xingyun said. Hearing about hot pot, Wan Yinyan also started craving it. The group prepared to go home. Just outside the zoo entrance, a woman with messy hair and red eyes and a well-dressed man blocked their way. The middle-aged woman saw them and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Quick, wooer, thank your brother," the woman said through tears, pulling a little boy. The boy looked scared and stared blankly at Jiang Ran. "Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my son." The woman suddenly knelt down. Wan Yinyan quickly stepped back to avoid her kneeling. She understood now. This was the woman who had just lost her child. Jiang Ran also moved away from her kneeling and said, "Please get up. It's just a small favor." Jiang Ran was holding Luzai in his arms. People around had started to look at them. Wan Yinyan bent down and helped the woman up. "Please get up. It's okay, the child is just scared." Hearing that the child was scared, the woman finally looked at her son. Wan Yinyan took this chance to help the woman up. The silent man nearby expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you today, we really didn't know what to do." He was a bit overweight, and whether it was the man, the disheveled woman, or even the well-dressed child, all seemed quite decent. The man's demeanor looked quite distinguished. Wan Yinyan said, "It's just a small favor, nothing big. The child is also scared. You should go home and comfort him first." Seeing her own child's condition wasn't very good, the man bent down to pick up his son. "My name is Xia. I work at a towel factory. Call me Xia Juanqiang. If I can help with anything in the future, come to the towel factory to find me." He then took out a pen and a notebook from his pocket and handed them to his wife. "Write down our family's phone number. The pen was a hero's, and these days, having a phone at home meant they weren't from an ordinary family. Wan Yanyan guessed correctly. But saving the child wasn't just about preventing kidnapping. It wasn't about seeking gratitude either. Wan Yanyan said, "No need. We're just visiting relatives in Beicheng. We'll be going to the countryside in a few days." The woman paused as she wrote down the phone number. The man beside her spoke up. "Are you going to the countryside as educated youth?" At this time, most families with some money were also visiting relatives back home, so the man's guess was not surprising. Wan Yanyan nodded. The woman had finished writing the number. "Here, take it. If you need anything, you can call our family." My daughter also went to the countryside to support rural development, she added with a hint of a smile and a touch of longing. "It's not easy going to the countryside. I wonder how she's doing over there." Wan Yanyan was a laid-back, educated youth and couldn't say much. "Miss, where are you going to the countryside? Which place were you assigned to? Is it far from Beicheng?" Wan Yanyan shook her head slightly. "Not far. It's in H province. You can get to Beicheng by train in a day." When she mentioned H province, the woman's eyes lit up. "My daughter is also in H province. The towel factory, the surname Xia, and having a phone. These two people's clothes and appearance didn't look like ordinary towel factory workers." Wan Yanyan suddenly thought of Xia Si. Could it be a coincidence? She tentatively asked, "Is your daughter named Xia Si?" The woman froze. "How do you know that?" "It really was a coincidence. I was in the same production team as her," Wan Yanyan replied. At this, the woman held her hand tightly, asking about Xia Si's situation. Xia Juanxiang looked at the scene and said, "Today you saved my son and are in the same team as my daughter. It shows we are destined to meet. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal together." Yuan Yanyan instinctively wanted to refuse. The man smiled and said, "Don't rush to decline. We insist on inviting you to eat. We feel guilty if we don't. If it weren't for this young brother catching the trafficker, my wife and I wouldn't feel like going to the state-run restaurant today. Let us show some kindness." Since he had said so much, it was hard to refuse anymore. Yuan Yanyan looked at Jiang Ran, Yuan Wenchao, and Ms. Lu Xingyun. Ms. Lu Xingyun said, "It's getting late. Let's go to the state-run restaurant." The group went to the state-run restaurant. Xia Juanxiang took them directly to the largest one, the place responsible for hosting foreign guests. For ordinary people to eat there, it would cost 2 months' salary. People working there, regardless of gender, are well-groomed and elegant. Naturally, the dishes are more expensive than elsewhere. They ordered a few signature dishes and sat in a small private room. Besides thanking Jiang Ran for saving her son, they also asked about Xia Si during the meal. "I got married in the countryside, not at the youth commune. I don't know exactly how Comrade Xia is doing, but from what I see since he went to the countryside, he hasn't changed much. His eyes are still so clear. Naive. Not much change means her daughter hasn't suffered any hardship." Yi Sushang heaved a sigh of relief. "I didn't want her to go to the countryside. There's nothing I can do. Her father insists that young people should contribute to building the country in poor areas. Knowing she hasn't suffered makes me less worried all the time. Xia Si has money and connections. As long as Song Siming doesn't fool her completely, she won't have a bad life anywhere." Xia Juanxiang said, "Every family has someone going to the countryside. She's my daughter. What's wrong with going? Could I possibly send our 3-year-old Wu too? Given their situation, arranging for her to get a medical retirement wouldn't be a problem." Yi Sushang glared at her husband. "If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Song helping, could our daughter survive in the countryside?" The master chefs at the state-run restaurant in Beicheng, which hosts foreign guests, are all top-notch. Their dishes are not only beautiful but also delicious. While Yuan Yanyan was eating and listening to them mention Comrade Xiao Song, she glanced at Jiang Ran beside her. Jiang Ran was also looking at her. Xia Juanxiang frowned and asked, "You all are in the same team. Do you know about Song Siming? What's he like?" They already knew about Xia Si and Song Siming. But what about his character? If they didn't ask, I, Wan Yanyan, wouldn't bother to get involved in these matters. But since they asked, I don't want to lie for Song Ziming. Wang Yanyan said he got married in the countryside and then divorced. Immediately, Xia Juanxiang and Yi Su's faces changed suddenly, clearly unaware of this. After she finished speaking, Wang Yanyan lowered her head to eat. One sentence was enough. If both families truly intended to marry, the Xia family would surely investigate. She was doing a favor for the Xia family, maybe even helping her get a soap business deal. They left the state-run restaurant, and it was already very dark outside. Xia Juanxiang found 2 motorcycles, paid to have them send Wang Yanyan and her group back. Afraid that Lu Xingyun might say something inappropriate about staying with his wife, Jiang Ran, usually quiet, took Wang Yanyan's hand and said, "Let's go to the guest house near the train station." Wan Wenchao quickly added, "We're going to the electrical factory staff compound." They were worried about their wives and daughters sleeping separately again. Wang Yanyan couldn't help but smile, but she still agreed with Jiang Ran's plan. The guest house had large motorcycles. Even squeezed together, they could fit. Lu Zai was sandwiched between the two. When they arrived at the guest house and finished washing up, they lay on one bed. Jiang Ran held back Wang Yanyan, his voice low and slightly hoarse. "Wife, is there something you want to tell me?" Wang Yanyan thought for a long time, unsure how to honestly tell Jiang Ran about this matter. But she couldn't hide it any longer. She organized her words, but didn't know how to start, looking at Jiang Ran with some regret. Jiang Ran was silent for a moment. If you don't want to say it, that's okay. As long as his wife was with him, that was enough. The more he said this, the more guilty Wang Yanyan felt. She gently scratched his palm with her finger. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. I just don't know how. Otherwise, you can ask me, and I'll answer honestly." Jiang Ran was silent for a long time. "Aren't you Wang Yanyan?" Although he was asking her, his tone was almost certain. He probably suspected her long ago. Wang Yanyan admired his sharpness. She nodded slightly, then shook her head. "I am Wang Yanyan, but not the same Wang Yanyan from the countryside." Jiang Ran had already had a premonition, but when his wife said it, his heart still fluttered slightly. He held her tighter, as if afraid of losing her. Wang Yanyan also hugged him back. "I won't run away, Brother Ran. You don't need to be so nervous." Jiang Ran's chin rested on her head as he whispered, "I'm not nervous." If his voice hadn't trembled, Wang Yanyan would have believed him. "Have you already thought I wasn't her?" Wang Yanyan hugged Jiang Ran tightly and looked up to ask. She looked into Jiang Ran's eyes. Jiang Ran softly replied, "Yes." Her feelings for Song Siming didn't seem fake before. Usually, she looked down on the villagers, acting superior. It's unlikely she would say such things just because she thought I looked good. Suddenly, Wang Yanyan thought about the night she mysteriously traveled into the story and slept with Jiang Ran. She coughed uncomfortably. Later, your dislike for Song Siming didn't seem fake either. I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. Jiang Ran looked at her delicate face. "You're not the Wang Yanyan from the countryside."
Who are you then?
Could she really be a mystical creature from the mountains? Whether she's a spirit or not, she's his wife. His gaze made Wang Yanyan almost guess what he was thinking. "I'm not a ghost or a monster. I was just drunk, and when I woke up, I didn't know how I ended up in this body. I should be from 2022. Jiang Ran was stunned, feeling a huge wave in his heart. He stared at Wang Yanyan tightly. "Is it the 2022 I was thinking of?" Wang Yanyan nodded. "Yes, the one you're thinking of several decades from now." Jiang Ran couldn't describe what he felt inside. Knowing she wasn't a mountain spirit but a human from the future, he calculated the time in his mind. If she hadn't accidentally come here, in a few decades, he would already be an old man. He and his wife would never meet. Wang Yanyan wanted to tell Jiang Ran more details, but before she could speak, he sealed her lips. Tonight, Jiang Ran seemed to have gone mad. Wang Yanyan floated along with his rhythm, like a piece of driftwood in the sea. When she was exhausted and closed her eyes, she still didn't understand what Jiang Ran was doing. She had taught him those tricks, but today he used them all on her. She wanted to ask, but her mind went blank, and she had no strength to speak. She simply closed her eyes and fell asleep. The one exerting effort didn't feel tired or sleepy. His mind was clear. Jiang Ran went to get some water to wipe her face gently, quietly watching her. When he learned she came from decades later, he didn't ask anything else. All he wanted was to hold her tightly, to keep her close. He hoped she would stay by his side, and they would never be apart in their lives. He even had a selfish thought in his heart, feeling glad she was here. Jiang Ran was ashamed of having such a thought and slightly smiled, holding the person sleeping beside him tightly. The next morning, they woke up to bright daylight. When Wan Yinyan woke up, she saw Jiang Ran playing with Lizai. Jiang Ran quickly noticed her and asked, "You're awake?" Wan Yinyan looked at him with a teasing expression. "What were you crazy about last night?" "I didn't finish talking." Jiang Ran was silent for a moment and honestly said, "I'm afraid you'll leave me." A handsome guy saying he's afraid she might leave him early in the morning made Wan Yinyan's heart melt. "This isn't something I can control just because I want to leave, and now my parents are here too." "I never thought of leaving," she replied. If her parents hadn't come before, she might still have worries. Now, she had no strong desire to return to her previous life, as long as her family was together. Wan Yinyan kissed Jiang Ran on the face and said, "I won't leave you, brother Ran." Jiang Ran also kissed her face in return. Luzai, caught between the two, looked around, then poked his chubby face with his tiny paw, smiling so much that drool came out. The little guy was asking for a kiss. Wan Yinyan, feeling helpless, kissed his soft face. After kissing Lizai, she went to find Jiang Ran. She told Jiang Ran what she hadn't finished last night, but she didn't mention the part about being transported into a book. He wouldn't want him to think his life was just words written by someone else. The family of three stayed at the guest house all morning. By noon, they left to visit Lu Xingyun's home. They planned to stay 2 more days before returning. At the electric factory, they coincidentally met Xia Juanxiang and Yi Su bringing some things. Their family was well off, bringing foreign chocolates, small cakes, and some meat. Yi Su held Wan Yinyan's hand and said, "It's all thanks to you." Wan Yinyan guessed that after dinner last night, Xia Juanxiang and Yi Su had called their commune to ask about the situation. What Song Siming had done was no secret. It was easy to find out. Yi Su held Wan Yinyan's hand and said, "You're both from Beicheng and are working in the same place. You arrived earlier than Cici, so I hope you can look out for each other." Since they had a good relationship with the Xia family, Wan Yinyan smiled and agreed. They saw off the Xia couple. Lu Xingyan said, "This family is quite polite. Yesterday, at the state-run restaurant, the meal cost at least 100 yuan, our 2-month salary. Today, they even brought so much food and drinks." Wan Yinyan mentioned Song Siming's situation to Lu Xingyun. Lu Xingyun, who had read novels, listened to Wan Yinyan and clearly saw that the plot had changed a lot because her daughter was traveling through a book. He finally sighed, "That person is definitely not a good person." There are no eternal banquets. After staying in North City for 5 days, Wan Yinyan took Lizai to many places. Soon, her travel permit would expire. Even though she was reluctant, she had to leave. Wan asked Chao and Lu Xingyun to send her to the train station, and they also gave her a stack of industrial tickets. "You lack these in the countryside.
Take them."
Wan Yinyan didn't refuse and took the tickets. "Luzai, say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma." Luzai grinned at Lu Xingyun. When they entered the station and boarded the train, this time, the woman sitting opposite Wan Yinyan wasn't the aunt holding a chicken but a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Her outfit reminded Wan Yinyan of a scholar she saw on TV before. She was holding a newspaper and reading it. Wan Yinyan accidentally saw a large headline facing her, "Declaration of Severing Father-Daughter Relationship" in a corner. There was a large headline. Wan Yinyan saw her own name and became serious. "Today, our family has suffered misfortune. This rebellious daughter, without her parents' permission or matchmaker's word, married someone. From today, Wan Jingji and the eldest daughter, Wan Yinyan, are no longer father and daughter. From now on, whatever happens to this girl, the Wan family will not be responsible." The names of Wan Jingji, Wang Jia, Wan Xiaoqiang, and Xia Ing followed. Wan Yinyan couldn't quite describe what she felt. like a windfall had fallen on her head, bringing her happiness. She was thinking about how to cut ties with their Wan family when, unexpectedly, Wan Jingji appeared and even published a notice in the newspaper. The middle-aged woman across the way put down the newspaper. Wan Yinyan smiled and said, "Hello, comrade. If you've finished reading this newspaper, may I buy it from you for a dime?" The middle-aged woman hesitated slightly. "I've already finished reading it."
"You don't need a dime.
"I bought it for 5 cents. Just give me 5 cents. Wan Yinyan took out 5 cents from her pocket and handed it to the woman. After receiving the newspaper, she directly showed the section about severing father-daughter ties to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran glanced at the content, then looked at his wife. He found that she wasn't upset at all. In fact, her eyes were filled with a smile. Cutting ties means cutting ties. "I've wanted to end things with him for a long time," Wan Yinyan muttered softly. "But this time, when we returned to North City, we didn't see any of the Wan family. Why did they suddenly announce they want to cut ties with me?" Jiang Ran thought of the young man he saw at the guest house that day and mentioned it to Wan Yinyan. "Do you think Wan Xiaoqiang came looking for me at the guest house?" Wan Xiaoqiang is the child of Wan Jingji and Wang Jie, born after they formed their family. Originally, he was assigned to the main character's work. Jiang Ran nodded. "When I returned to the guest house, he was talking to the front desk. I stopped him and didn't reveal your information, but he probably visited many ghost houses. Song Siming has also come back to visit family. He must have told Wan Jingji something," Wan Yinyan said. "Although he's secretly causing trouble, which is probably not good, I have to thank him this time." Even though Song Siming didn't directly complain, Wan Yinyan guessed it was likely. She folded the newspaper carefully. "We need to keep this newspaper safe. If he tries to dig up our past again, I'll show it to them." On the way home, she felt happy about this good news. She was in a very good mood. The train tickets for the night were almost used up by early morning. They arrived at the neighboring county, ate something on the train, and after getting off, Jiang Ran found a donkey cart to go back to Dahu village. The donkey cart was slow. From the neighboring county to Dahu village, it took almost noon. When Wan Yinyan reached the village, she ran into some villagers who always asked about her health checkup. She answered uniformly, "Nothing serious." When she got home, Jiang Ran was responsible for cleaning the house, Wan Yinyan cooked lunch, and Lu Zai played with Dahe. Traveling was tiring, especially on the old-fashioned train. When she got home, she didn't want to cook a big meal. She simply boiled some noodles, added a few greens from the vegetable shed, and cracked in 2 eggs. The handmade noodles, Jiang Ran drank 2 bowls, Wan Yinyan drank 1, then they washed up. The family of 3 lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Lu Zai was sleeping like a little pig. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Wan Yinyan woke up. Lu Zai and Jiang Ran weren't around. She opened a window to look outside. Jiang Ran was chopping firewood. This year, they had a fireplace. It was warm, but they used more firewood. Sometimes he had to go to the back mountain to cut wood, and then chop it up when he returned. Wan Yinyan yawned, walked over to Jiang Ran, and hung onto him as if she had no bones. The chopping stopped. Jiang Ran looked at the soft person hanging on him.
"I'm dirty."
Wan Yinyan remained calm and said, "I don't mind." She then tilted her head and leaned forward, saying, "Kiss." Jiang Ran looked down. Before they could touch, there was a noise at the door. He turned his head and saw the visitor, his face turning unpleasant. Jiang Ming also felt unlucky and thought to himself whether it was the wrong time for his visit or if his younger brother and sister-in-law were too close, doing such intimate things. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice and said, "I didn't see anything. You two can continue." Wan Yinyan got up from Jiang Ran, no longer in the mood to stay. She was bold and acted as if nothing was wrong. "Third brother, what are you here for?" Jiang Ming raised the basin in his hand. "Came to feed the dog." It seemed he didn't need to stay anymore. He was already full. "I just got back home and didn't know you were back. Your third sister-in-law said your dog hadn't been fed, so I came. Since you're here, I'll go now." He quickly turned to leave. Thanks to his interruption, Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran naturally couldn't continue. Wan Yinyan said, "I'm going to find Aunt Wang Er. She was about to go play with the baby. Jiang Ran said, "You know you married me, but if someone else doesn't know, they might think you married Aunt Wang Er." Though Jiang Ran's face showed no emotion, Wan Yinyan could sense his subtle resentment. Her action of holding the baby froze. Her husband was still watching her. Wan Yinyan felt helpless and said, "All right, I'll stay here and watch you chop firewood." Jiang Ran was satisfied. But the gossipers, sensing something, saw Wan Yinyan sit down. Before she could watch Jiang Ran chop firewood for a few minutes, Aunt Wang Er hurried over. She arrived before she was seen, but her voice was heard first. "Nyan, are you at home?" Wan Nyan stood up, about to express her excitement, but the man beside her gave her a look. "Yes, I am." Aunt Wang Er entered, her face breaking into a big, curious smile. Wan Nyan took out a string of candied hawthorn from inside and said, "Annie, you eat. I brought this all the way from North City. You're the first to try it." Aunt Wang Er looked at the bright candied hawthorn, covered in sugar, and found it hard to eat. She smiled widely, showing her teeth. "Just one is enough. You can keep the rest." "I'm not like Song Siming, who would give a share to others," Wan Yinyan said. "Then I'll eat it," Aunt Wang Er said, taking the candied hawthorn. "There are 8 in total. I'll eat 4, and leave 4 for Uncle Er. All from North City. You're much more generous than Song Siming. If he had these 8 hawthorns, he'd split them among 8 people." Wan Yanyan smiled and asked, "I haven't been in the village these days. Has anything happened?" Aunt Wang Er chewed on her candied hawthorn and replied, "Not much. The biggest thing is Zhang Jing's divorce trouble. Now everyone in the village knows about it. When Zhang Dad once said that now Dan wasn't his biological son, I thought, since the father and son look alike, how could that be? But then I found out Zhou Mingxia even slept with her own little brother-in-law. They're all family, so no wonder they look alike. And who knows if there are other men she's been with in our village." Aunt Wang Er sighed. "Zhang Dad and Zhang Erju look alike. If they sleep with the same woman, it's normal. People who look alike still sleep with different women." Wan Yanyan was also surprised. Once, Wang Fingxia told her that Zhang Dad suspected now Dan wasn't his son. She thought they looked alike, so it seemed unlikely. But now it turns out they're involved in this mess. Aunt Wang Er said, "Luckily, they're all from the Zhang family. If now Dan was from that other guy, TSK. Aunt Wang Er stayed at her house for half an hour, telling her all the recent gossip. She looked at the remaining 4 candied hawthorns in her hand and said, "I need to go home and give your second uncle some candied hawthorn. Thanks to you, we can enjoy this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it." Wan Yinyan saw Aunt Wang Er to the door. When she returned to her yard, Jiang Ran had finished chopping firewood. Seeing the smile on his wife's face, he said with a sour tone, "You and Aunt Wang Er should live together." Wan Yinyan's smile deepened. She quickly ran over and threw herself into his arms. Suddenly, Jiang Ran was worried she might fall, so he held her firmly by the waist. "Jealous," he said. Jiang Ran frowned slightly. "Who are you calling jealous?" "You," she replied with a smile. "Between us, there's a few generations difference. According to the rules, I should call you Grandpa. Before she finished speaking, someone covered her lips. Strong arms lifted her, until the sound of clapping and applause came from nearby. Jiang Ran looked toward the sound and saw Lu Zai excitedly clapping his hands and giggling. Jiang Ran looked at his wife's face, flushed and breathing heavily. No more talking nonsense in the future. He was quite sensitive about their age difference. Wan Yinyan didn't argue. Her eyes stayed on him. She helplessly said, "All right, I won't say anything else." We changed the subject and said, "We're back now. The year is almost over. Go and bring Grandma here. It's warm here." Jiang Ran gently patted her head. There was no one better than his wife in the world. Jiang Ran went to pick up the elderly lady, while Wan Yinyan started packing the things she brought from Beicheng. Besides some clothes for everyone, milk powder for Lu Zai, there were also candies, chocolates, roast duck, and a few sugar-coated hawthorns. During this trip to Beicheng, Wan Yinyan spent quite a bit of money. When they were leaving, Jiang Ran and she also paid Lu Xingyun 300 yuan, along with money for clothes, food, and drinks. After careful calculation, they spent over 800 yuan in total. Most of it was spent at foreign exchange shops, which was a lot. Their house had cost less than 300 yuan to build. Suddenly, they had much less money. If it was just for daily expenses, their money would be enough, but Wan Yinyin still wanted to save her first big savings. She planned to buy some property or land after the reforms opened up, to live a better life. Money still needs to be earned hard. Otherwise, she could only afford a courtyard house. Wan Yinyin took out 4 skewers of hawthorns and some chocolates, and went next door to give them to Wang Fengxia. These are special from Beicheng. Try one, and your third brother can try too. This one is for Huzi. Thank you, little auntie, Huzi said happily after receiving the hawthorn skewer. Then he looked eagerly at Lizai and said, Zizi, try? He offered the hawthorn to Lizai. Lizai excitedly bit into it. Wan Yinyin didn't rush to stop him. The little guy immediately bit into the sugar coating outside, but before he could taste the flavor, Wan Yinyin picked him up. Lizai is still small and can't eat this, she said. Huzi looked confused for a moment. Lizai licked his lips and started giggling, looking at Wan Yinyin with a proud little smile. Seeing this, Wan Yinyin poked his face. Lizai leaned into her and made her laugh. You can eat it yourself. When Lizai grows up, he can eat it too, she said. Huzi was a bit disappointed. He looked at Wang Fengxia. Wang Fengxia also said, You're not allowed to feed Lizai anymore, or you won't be able to see him in the future. She understood her son well. Hearing this, Huzi quickly put the hawthorn skewer away, childish and stubborn. I'll eat it myself. I won't let Zizi eat it. I want to see Zizi, he said, opening his mouth wide and biting into it. His face immediately scrunched up from the sour taste. A happy face suddenly turned into a pained mask. Wan Yinyin was amused by his expression. Wang Fengxia picked some vegetables from the vegetable shed. I didn't expect growing vegetables in winter to be so good. These are already grown. In a few days, your third brother can take them to the county to sell. That way, we can also pay back your money. We're not in a hurry, Wang Fengxia added. Our vegetables are planted late, so they mature late too. Where does your third brother plan to sell them? Wang Fengxia looked around and lowered her voice. He can't go anywhere else. He might try the free market, but we're afraid he'll get caught. Getting involved in illegal trading can lead to bad consequences. Wang Fengxia naturally worries about this. If Zhang's family gets caught in illegal activities, it would be even worse. That's why Wan Yinyin sold the soap to Lu Guangming to earn a little less money and reduce the risk. Going to the free market is too risky. Let's wait until Jiang Ran and Jiang Ming decide, she said vaguely. Wang Fengxia didn't press her and just expressed thanks. When Wan Yinyin left, she insisted on giving her a bunch of vegetables. Wang Fengxia refused. We still have a few at home. Besides, I'm not going back now, she said, pointing to Guo Wanyu's house outside. Hearing this, Wang Fengxia didn't try to give her more vegetables. Before the new year, Guo Wanyu sold all her vegetables and left none. Wang Liunyang and her mother-in-law came here to celebrate the new year. They still haven't moved out. When Wan Yinyin went over, Wang Liunyang was cooking. Looking for Wanyu? She's resting inside, Wang Liunyang said happily. She's about to give us a great-grandchild, so she shouldn't be tired. Wan Yinyin wasn't sure how she knew Guo Wanyu was pregnant with a grandson, but most elders in the village still wanted grandsons. She didn't say much, just smiled. I just came from Beicheng. I brought you some candied hawthorn. She handed it to her. You eat this. Wanyu can't eat it now because she's pregnant, or it might cause a miscarriage. Wang Liunyang initially wanted to give it to Guo Wanyu, but after hearing this, she said no. Wan Yinyin then took some chocolates into the house for Guo Wanyu and told her not to eat too much. Wan Yinyin carried Lizai around to visit everyone. When she went home to cook, Jiang Ran and the old lady also arrived. Seeing the old lady, Lizai was so excited that she twisted and turned in her arms like a little stubborn donkey. The old lady smiled happily, her eyes squinting. Wan Yinyin decided to let them go back to the room. She put Lizai in a small wooden cart. Grandma, watch her. I'll go cook. Jiang Ren also said, I'll go cook with Nian Nian. The old lady, now with Lazai, didn't care about her grandson or Wan Yin Yin anymore. She waved her hand casually. Go ahead, go ahead. I didn't eat well at noon, but I took dinner seriously in the evening. We had 3 dishes and a soup, along with Peking duck brought from Beijing. The whole family felt very happy and satisfied. Wan Yin Yin ate until she was full and rubbed her stomach. The elderly lady directed Jiang Ran to wash the dishes.